Each of my courses has something different going for it. And for this course, it's all about being satisfying. This is the single most satisfying course I've ever made. Whether you are technical or whether you're completely non-technical, in a record amount of time, I'm going to have you delivering real, tangible business value. Welcome to Agentic AI Builder, low-code AI agents and voice agents using n8n. In a mere 3 weeks, you'll be building AI agents that deliver business impact. But first, stop right there. We've got to talk about objectives, introduction, logistics, curriculum. No, we haven't. You've taken my course before. You know perfectly well that I hate doing that stuff at the beginning. Let's get straight to action. Let's go and build something cool. Let's get some instant gratification. That's what I like to do. There'll be plenty of time to come back later and do all of that objective stuff. Let's go. Okay, first up, go to your favorite web browser and go to this website, openrouter.ai. Open, O-P-E-N, router, R-O-U-T-E-R.ai. If you already have something like an OpenAI API key, you can skip this step if you wish to, but otherwise, come here, please. This is a great place to go to get access to free AI or paid AI and have a way to get between many different providers. So the first thing to do, if you don't already have an OpenRouter account, is to press the sign up button here and come on in and sign up. You can sign up with an email and password, or you can just use Google Auth, which is what I tend to do with these things. So then go in and create an account if you don't already have one. So I just literally created a new account using my Google email. The first thing I see myself is this legal consent thing. It might be region dependent. I'm accepting their terms and conditions. I'm now coming in, logged in to my brand new OpenRouter account. And the first time you come into OpenRouter after you've created an account, it will ask you a couple of questions. How did you hear about OpenRouter? And then it's going to ask you if you want to create an API key. And you can say yes, and it will then ask you to give a name for the key. And then it will ask you if you want any limit on it, which you don't. It doesn't matter. We're not going to put any money here. And then you get to copy that key to your clipboard. You copy that key, you copy it, and you paste it in somewhere safe so you've got it to hand. Now, if that didn't happen to you, that's great. Or even if it did happen to you, you can come into openrouter.ai. Here we are. We're logged in. I can go in and go to my avatar menu on the top right, select keys right here. And this is the same screen. And now, again, this is the key that I just created because I came in the first time. I can now press this blue Create API Key button again. I can give it another name like my other API key. You can have as many as you want. Leave this blank, as I say. Down here, no expiration, press Create, and here is a new API key. You can do this as often as you want. Copy it to the clipboard, make sure you've got it copied, paste it somewhere safe, and then you've got your API key. It should begin sk-or- and then stuff. And this is what we're going to need in order to connect and be able to call AI from within n8n. Okay, that's step one of 2 steps. We're halfway there. Halfway to instant gratification. All right, new browser window. Now go to the place where we're going to spend a lot of time together, n8n.io. I imagine you know how to spell it since you're taking the course. All right, here we are at n8n.io. I haven't even told you what this is yet. You probably know, but we're going to be building something right away. First up, it's time for you to create an account. It's time to start using n8n.io, the cloud version of it, by pressing the Get Started button over here. And this is where you can set up your new account, put in your name, put in your email, and confirm it, and give yourself a password, and then give yourself a name, like it's like a screen name, and tick or don't tick if you want the newsletter, or you don't, why not? And then press the Start 14-day free trial to get things going. I've already just started my 14-day free trial. Hopefully you haven't already started a 14-day free trial with your email, in which case you may need to take the paid version, which for me right now is $24 a month. Hopefully though, you are new to this, you're starting a free 14-day trial. Let's get into it. I will see you after you've signed up. And just to show you, of course, the first time you signed up, you'll answer some questions about yourself and your company, like what's the size of your company? You can pick what you want. You can say only me. What team are you on? You can put engineering or whatever makes sense for you. Describe your company as an automation agency. And then you can put whatever you feel makes most sense for you and just leave it blank if you wish. And you can say how you heard about it. And then you are going to be in to start on your n8n journey. And I will see you in a second. And it's asking if we want to invite team members to the workspace if this is your first time, and you can press the skip button and it says it's starting up. The workspace is online, start automating. We are beginning our 14-day free trial on n8n. Here it is. Welcome, Ed. Create your first workflow. This is what the screen looks like. If you've used n8n before, it doesn't look exactly like this. You're getting like a home screen with a few other things, but it should be pretty similar. And this is it. This is our home. This is where we will be spending the next 3 weeks. And I realize we're still in instant gratification, so I'm not explaining everything that's going on. We're going to come back and do that. We're going to get straight into it. We're going to press the start from scratch button right here. Or if you don't have that button, you can just press the new workflow button as well to come into this point. Actually, if you were already a member of n8n, so you saw workflows on the previous screen, the button you would press is create workflow, and then you will get to exactly the screen. And here we are. This is us looking at a new workflow that we are going to create. And we're looking at the editor. This is a kind of canvas on which is drawn our workflow. And we've got a button here to add our first step of our first workflow in n8n. Okay, here we go. First step it is. You click here and up on the right comes a bunch of things we can pick, which are called the triggers, the things which launch our workflow. And we're going to say on chat message right here. Press that. And up comes this screen. And what I want you to do now is you can either click the back to canvas button up here, or what I tend to do is you can simply press the escape button on the top left of your keyboard. I hover my left hand over there because you end up pressing it a lot. So I just press escape and we come back here. You could also have clicked back. So just to show you that this is what we were looking at here. And you can either press back to canvas or hit escape. Okay, when chat message received, what's next? Okay, next up, I want you to click in this plus button right here, just to the right of this when chat message received thing. It's called a node. Click in there and then click in AI, the top option, and then click in AI agent, the top option. And this thing comes up, and just like before, I want you to either click back to canvas or press escape, and we're back here again, and this big thing here has appeared, and you can actually click and move this around. It might have appeared over that way for you. They could appear anywhere. It's all, totally movable. We're going to put it just to the right here of when chat message received. Here it is. Here is our very first AI agent. Okay, now I want you to click on the plus that's underneath chat model. So if you look at this AI agent, it has a chat model, press the plus right there. Up comes this, and I want you to search for a chat model, and you're never going to guess what this is. We're going to search for OpenRouter. OpenRouter, there it is. OpenRouter chat model. Click on that, and we get an OpenRouter chat model. We almost are at gratification point. Hang on in there. Okay, so now go here to this credential to connect with and say, here, create new credential. And up comes this screen. This is where we put in the API key that we set over in OpenRouter just a few seconds ago. If you already have it copied to your clipboard, like I do, you can simply paste it in with edit, paste, or just command Control V on a PC, Command V on a Mac. You can also copy it from your notebook if you put it somewhere safe. Just be sure wherever you copy it from, it's not one of these editors that changes characters, like changes a little hyphen to a big hyphen or something like that. Otherwise, it won't work. And if in any doubt, you can always go back to OpenRouter and create another key. You can have many of them. So here we go. I'm going to do paste because I just did copy my key from before. And I can press save here, and it's going to save it, and it's going to tell me it tested it successfully. If you get a red error there that it didn't test successfully, go back to OpenRouter, create a new key, copy it to the clipboard, come back here, paste it in. It's going to work. Try it again if it doesn't. Okay, now press this X button up here because we're done. Come back here. We don't need that. What we can now do is go to this model drop down. And if you go here, you'll see lots and lots of different models that you could choose from, because OpenRouter has tons of different AIs, but most of them cost something. We're going to pick one that is free, and I will show you how to do that. So over here in OpenRouter at openrouter.ai, there's a search box on the top left. And you can just type the word free in the search box. Simple as that. And if you scroll down here, you'll see there's a huge number of free models. And the one that I think we will start with is we will take a look at using, there's lots of favorites here. You can pick whatever you want. There's DeepSeek, there's some versions of Gemini. We will pick OpenAI's GPT OSS because the open source version of GPT is a great one. That's what we'll pick going back to our automation. This is what we will give a try right now. So here in this models drop down in n8n, I'm going to type OpenAI / GPT OSS 20B : free. And here it is. And I can just now click on that, and that's selected this model. This is the AI we're going to attach to in OpenRouter, and it's free. And now, again, I can either click back to Canvas or I can just press Escape to return back to this screen. And now I'm going to press the Open Chat button. I'm going to click here and I'm going to type, "Hi there." Here we go. Let's see. Have we already connected to an AI? Look at what happens now. You see this thing spinning. You see stuff happening. Back comes an answer. "Hey, how could I help you today?" That was an answer we got back from an AI running in the cloud, driven by a workflow that we drew right here on this canvas without writing a line of code. And now I'm going to say something like, "Please tell me a joke about AI automations." And let's see what happens. See as the thing spin, as it does something. Why did the AI automation system join a gym? Because it wanted to work out its process flow and finally lift the weight of its own data. Well, not the best joke in the world, but we're just getting started. This is the beginning. This is the first time you've built something, a workflow that involved calling an agent that called a model over OpenRouter for free in the cloud. Congratulations. Hopefully that's a little bit of instant gratification before we get into finding out what are we doing, what's this course about, and what is n8n. Let's go and do that now. Now you might be thinking, Ed, that wasn't the biggest instant gratification because I can do all that with ChatGPT. I can ask it to tell me a joke. The thing is, we just kind of built our own little ChatGPT just in a couple of minutes. We designed a little workflow with a chat interface, making a call to an AI, and you can get the impression that we could switch out different AIs. And hopefully you can see how we are planting a seed which can grow to so much more, because we'll be able to add in more and more AIs and services and integrations that are going to allow us to orchestrate more and more complex workflows, all through this very simple interface. And it just takes a matter of minutes. So that's the thing to keep in mind. This is the beginning of something much bigger. And with that, let me welcome you properly again to the Agentic AI Builder. Prepare for building. This course is hands-on. This is about creating. We've got so much to build. And prepare for impact. What we build is going to be valuable. It's going to be high impact, meaty deliverables that are going to be things that you could deliver for your own business, for the products that you already build, or things for your clients directly, ways to deliver impact to your clients. Whether you are yourself a technical person or not, this is something that will equip you to deliver value. And it's also going to be a ton of fun. I know this, I can say it with confidence, because I've already gone through and built all the projects we're about to go through in the next 3 weeks. And I can tell you, I had a blast, and you're going to have a blast as well. So I wanted to describe who this course is intended for, the type of audience. And hopefully that's going to describe you, but if not, you might be in the wrong place. So who is it for? It's for two different personas. First of all, if you are someone who is primarily a business person or a product person, delivers products, then this course will allow you to work at the frontier of what's possible with generative AI and agentic AI, focused mostly on agentic AI, which is, of course, the thing with the most sizzle right now, and allow you to build these products with business impact without writing a line of code and deliver impact. This is for you. Okay, and the other persona is if you are actually an AI engineer. Maybe you've taken some of my other courses. You know about how to write software. So then why would this be for you? Because what this allows you to do is rapidly deliver substantial business functionality in a matter of minutes, and do it in a way that can be in lockstep with your business partners or your clients, a way that they can take over from you. If you're building something for a client, maybe you're doing like a gig for someone that needs automation in their company, you can build this and then they can take over, and you can do it in minutes. The fact that you are already an AI engineer only helps you in this regard. So this is also something that empowers technical people as well as non-technical. It works on both levels. And in addition to that, when I said it works for these two different personas, you probably guessed I was going to say this, but in fact, it also works wherever you are on that continuum, whether you're completely not technical and you've never written a line of code before in your life, or whether you've done some coding, maybe you did some a few years back, or you know your way around a complicated Excel formula, which is tantamount to coding. So you could be anywhere on that continuum. Then this course is for you because there's something for everyone. That's how I've tried to position it. And I've tried to make sure that it appeals wherever you are on the technical spectrum. So where will you be in 3 weeks' time? What do you get out of this course? So I put it to you that by the end of this, you will be able to create AI agents and voice agents that will solve real business problems. I'm not a believer in this craze of just building an agent because I want an agent for my business. There should always be a business problem that you're trying to solve, a measurable outcome. That is what we will focus on. You're going to be able to apply to jobs, if you wish, which involve building AI agents, or submit a proposal for an engagement, for a project that someone wants built that involves AI agents. You'll be positioned to do that. And then thirdly, this course is going to be about working on automation, acceleration, and amplification using agents, either of your own business or your clients. That is what we will achieve by the end of 3 weeks. Okay, and just to introduce myself and convince you that I'm actually qualified to teach you about this, I must apologize for anyone that's seen my introductions in the past, that I make exactly the same jokes every time. I'm an LLM guy. I'm not a comedian. So skip this if you've heard it before. But my name is Ed Donner. I am the co-founder, CTO of an AI startup called Nebula. I spent most of my career at JP Morgan, where I was a software engineer and ended up as an MD running an organization of about 300 software engineers and data scientists. I started out in London, which is where I'm from originally, and then I worked in Tokyo for a bit and ended up in NYC, which is where I'm coming to you from right now. And before my current job at Nebula, I was the co-founder and CEO of an AI startup called Untapped, and that was acquired a few years ago. And this is a picture from Times Square, a billboard announcing the acquisition, which was a magical moment for me. And in case you don't believe me, if you squint and look super carefully, then right there is me on that billboard, which was, as I say, very cool. And I don't just put this picture here to show off at my Times Square moment, but also because I live right here. I live like a block in that direction. I live right behind that Hard Rock Cafe sign, that guitar. In fact, that's where I'm coming to you from right now. And then the window is right here that looks out there. So I'm kind of facing where you are in some funny way. Okay, and so that was Untapped, my previous job. And it's customary in these things to show some sort of a hobby picture. And so I might show you this picture of me after just flying that plane. And you might think I'm doing this to say, oh, look, I'm really good at this kind of thing. But no, quite the opposite. It happens that my great skill when it comes to working with artificial intelligence is only surpassed by my complete inability to do anything that requires hand-eye coordination. So you do not want to be on a plane with me in the cockpit. If you're walking onto a plane and you look around and you see that it's me there holding the stick, then you want to be looking for a parachute right away. However, if you find yourself on a course learning about how to apply agentic AI to deliver business impact, then congratulations, you've come to the right place. You're in safe hands. Let's get to it. Now, as I say, I do tend to go on about AI and LLMs to really anyone that will listen to me. And a couple of years ago, my friends and family persuaded me to stop giving them impromptu lectures about large language models, but instead to make some courses and some videos and do it online, which I tried my hand on. And it's been an absolute joy. It's turned out to work really well. People seem to enjoy hearing from someone like me that actually does this in anger, in the real world, a practitioner. And so I think people have got some value from it. And the courses have been very successful. There's about 300,000 people taking my different AI courses from 190 different countries. And so thank you for being part of that. It is such a treat for me to be doing this. And you may ask the question, how does this course fit with the other things that I do on Udemy? How do they all connect together? And let me explain that right now. The first set of courses I built are intended for aspiring AI engineers. There are 3 courses called Core Track, Agentic Track, and ML Ops Track. The 3 courses are sort of companion courses. They can be taken in any order, although possibly the most natural order is Core, then Agentic, then ML Ops. It's intended for people with a bit of programming experience at least, and it works well for people who are technical, but it's entirely possible to take these courses with no technical experience at all. And several people have done that and been successful. That's the AI engineer set of courses. Then I've got a course for AI leaders. This is for people who are managers, leaders, founders, who want to think more about what it takes to build a durable, differentiated AI business. And I actually recommend this for technical people as well, because I think it's a superpower for engineers to also have that commercial thinking side as well. And then there is this. This course is intended for AI builders, for people who don't need to have any technical experience whatsoever. It's a low-code, no-code course. It's about using n8n to deliver agents and voice agents in order to make business impact, immediate business impact in a very short amount of time. That's what this course is about. This course, it's not so much for AI engineers, not necessarily for AI leaders. It's for AI builders, people who want to deliver impact. And generally speaking, if a number of these courses appeal to you in different ways, maybe they scratch different itches, I do want to make the point that these are designed to be taken in any order. I try and make sure that my courses will fit nicely together. However you do them, there should always be something for everyone. That's what I try and do. And yes, there's some repetition, but repetition is actually a really good thing when you're learning. So I wouldn't worry about it. If something else piques your interest, then dive into that as well. But for now, for today, and for the next 3 weeks, we're doing AI building with n8n. And so this is what I have in store for you over the next 3 weeks. This is the curriculum ahead. There's going to be 3 different types of session. There's going to be some core sessions that focus on agentic AI, on n8n, on the core capabilities. There's going to be some sessions that are purely dedicated to integrations, because integrations is such a huge part of working with n8n and delivering business impact. So that's a whole topic of its own. And then there's real world projects. That is the third type of focus area for us. Okay, so how does this fit into the 3 weeks? All right, so each of the 3 weeks, I've given a punchy title to describe what we're going to try and achieve. The first week is called Automate. It's about using n8n Cloud to make workflows for your business. Automate is week 1. Week 2 is Accelerate. This is next level stuff. This is saying we want to add more juice to our business or our clients. We want to have voice agents. We want to use RAG. You may not know what RAG is, or you might use you probably heard of it because it's one of these hyped ideas. We're going to dig into it in week 2 as we accelerate. And that will take us to week 3, which I'm calling amplify. This is something which really allows you to dial up your business or your clients' businesses or your product using multi-agent systems. We'll use MCP, another hype word. We're going to see the reality, the truth, where it's super impactful and where it's probably a red herring, so that we can focus on business value. And by the end of week 3, you will have automated, accelerated, and amplified your business. And each of these 3 weeks have 5 days. And these are the 5 days in week 1, shown as the day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 boxes. And the first 2 are purple, which means that they're about core skills. And then we've got some integrations days. And then we end with a project, a business project that you're going to love. The second week, here come the 5 days. There they are. It's a purple day, a yellow day for integrations, another purple day when we go into RAG, a yellow day with Superbase, and then the voice agent that we deliver at the end of week 2. And week 3 starts with a purple as we self-host n8n and we use local models. Then we have some advanced integrations. Then we go back to purple for MCP, and then context engineering, sub-agents, hot topics right now in Agentic AI. And then we conclude with the capstone project to amplify your business at the end of week 3. And after all of that, you will be able to take this celebration moment, get your certificate and your cup, your chalice, and be able to say, I am now an Agentic AI builder. Okay, that's it for our objectives and our course description. It's time for us to actually get going. I'm going to start with a little bit of theory stuff, and then we're going to go back to action, back to n8n, back to building some workflows. So first up, just so we're on the same page, I have some sort of basic definitions, some foundational stuff. I imagine most of you are very comfortable with this already, but I think it's good to make sure that we agree on this. And maybe I'll try and add in some juicy extras to keep it interesting. We should start with like a definition of an LLM, because otherwise I'm just going to be using this, assuming that you know all about this. So, there's lots of ways to define what an LLM is. It's the sort of core model, the data science model that's at the heart of what we call generative AI. It's an AI program that it's able to generate text. What it does is spits out text. And typically that text is something which is either answering a question, or maybe that text represents an action that should be taken. If the question is, what action should I do next? It's the answer to that question. It's just generating content. It's given some sort of an input and it's generating output. Now, all of us are guilty, myself included, of sometimes treating LLMs, large language models, in an almost human-like way, giving it human-like behaviors, thinking of it as if we are making some kind of connection, putting motivations and intentions behind what's going on, a chat that we're having with it. And it's always important to stay grounded in the reality. LLMs are very powerful, very effective statistical programs. They are pattern matchers on a massive scale. They have been given tons and tons of data, taken from the internet, taken from all sorts of sources. They've analyzed the patterns. We call it training. They have been built so that when they are given an input sequence of some text, they are very effective at predicting the most likely text to come next. And if that text is some sort of a question, they are likely to predict a good answer. If it's a request for what should I do next, then it will predict actions. It can predict tools to be called. It can have a conversation. And all of this is built around really effective pattern matching, really effective statistics. And we always have to keep that in mind as we work with large language models. And there's a whole bag of tricks and techniques that we use around large language models to give this impression that you're in a conversation with them. There are tricks like this approach called memory for making it seem as if the LLM is able to remember the conversation, keep the flow of it. But it's all done with clever little techniques. It is simply a pattern matcher, a statistical engine. That's all it is behind the scenes. And it's somewhat bewildering and astonishing that as a result, purely as a result of the level of scale that these LLMs are run at, that they have this apparent intelligence, and it is just a byproduct of scale. People like to call it emergent intelligence. And if this is something that you're still puzzled by, I've got a bunch of videos on YouTube that try and take you through the journey of coming to grips with how it is that just by virtue of the trillions of these parameters, these internal weights within a modern LLM, we're able to achieve this illusion of intelligence. And as a final point I'll make here, that's something that most of you probably are very clear on, but some people do get tripped up by, is the distinction between ChatGPT, the product, and GPT, the model. GPT is a model, a large language model. It is the statistical engine. It is something which takes an input sequence and gives an output sequence. It's what we would call stateless, which means that every time that you make a call to it, every time that you evoke GPT, it's completely fresh. It has no knowledge of what came before, and it's just given a new input and it gives an output. That is the LLM, the large language model called GPT. And ChatGPT is a software product, also written by OpenAI. They built the model, the GPT LLM, and then they thought, you know what, we've got to make a product that uses this in the most effective way that's going to appeal to people. It's got to have a memory. It's got to be able to do other things. And in fact, nowadays, it can also search the web and do all sorts of stuff. But this was all built and written with software, with normal software, and it uses GPT, the LLM, to add in this apparent intelligence. So keeping in your mind that separation between software, the ChatGPT, the product, and the LLM, GPT, which is the underlying model, the AI, which is stateless and which gets an input and gives an output. That's an important distinction to have in your mind, the product versus the model. And indeed, what we were doing in the instant gratification earlier is we were building a little product that used a model sitting with OpenRouter, and we were able to add a little chat functionality on top of the model. And that's why it's important to keep that difference in your mind. And if you knew all this already, then hang in there. We'll cover a lot more. And if you didn't, then, and if you've got questions you're not entirely sure, you could also hang in there because we're going to cover so much of this, and this is going to be old hat to you in no time. The other thing that I just wanted to mention, again, probably people are super familiar with this, just the concept of an API. People talk about APIs all the time, and you may be thinking, I've never really been sure what an API actually is. And there's good reason for that API is loosely defined. It's generally, you could think of it as simply just a way to connect different applications and services, different software products, typically using common standards, using some typical techniques for connecting together different bits of software in a way that's going to make it relatively easy to plug them together. Years ago, it used to be really, really hard. Even with APIs, it was still incredibly challenging to connect different software products. Nowadays, it's much easier because there are such common standards, but it's still always a challenge. Connecting things is always a challenge. And that's the challenge that n8n has made unbelievably simple. But that's at the heart of APIs, connecting different systems. And while you can use the term API in many contexts, it's most often used to describe connecting different applications using a web connection, a web interface. Typically, you're using HTTP, the same technology we use to collect web pages. It's an HTTP connection that you're making. The URL, the web page that you're connecting to in order to make your request to another piece of software is sometimes called the endpoint. The endpoint is what you hear people calling the URL, which you're not using to collect a web page. You're using to actually call another piece of software to tell it to do something. That's called the endpoint, an HTTP endpoint, just a web URL that you are calling out to. And the data that you typically exchange using the most common kinds of APIs is this format called JSON, stands for JavaScript Object Notation. You've probably seen JSON many times before, and if you haven't, then you will get somewhat used to it on this course. This is definitely like whilst it is perhaps code, it is the lowest of the low code. That is as sophisticated as it's going to get. We are going to get pretty used to looking at JSON if you're not already. And it's also worth mentioning that typically with APIs, you need to have some kind of password to say, I want to use this API and I am who I say I am. And if you've got my credit card, then you should bill this against me. And a common way of doing it, there are different techniques, but a simple and common one is to use an API key, which is just a password that you have that identifies you to a third party like OpenRouter. And when you make your call to OpenRouter, you pass in the API key as a way of saying, hey, it's me. I set up my account on you. You've got my credit card, or maybe you don't in the case of OpenRouter, but you might have my credit card. And this is me. And please do this request for me. And it responds with the answer. That's what an API key is all about. It's a password to use a third-party API service. Okay, we've got that out of the way. I know you probably knew what an LLM and an API was, but hopefully there's still something interesting in there. But now, AI agents, even if you think you know what an AI agent is, there's so much confusion and disconnect and disharmony about what exactly is an AI agent. There are memes about this, about how confusing it is. So let me clear up any confusion. An AI agent can honestly be whatever you want it to be. It's one of these terms that people use so loosely these days. So never fear. You can call anything you're doing. I guess it has to be something to do with AI. You could call it an AI agent. But most of the time, particularly practitioners, do have something nowadays quite specific in mind when they use the term AI agent. And let me cover that with you right now. First of all, a couple of things that they don't necessarily have in mind. So for a while, OpenAI and others were using this kind of expression to define an AI agent. And this might not be exactly the words that we use, but along these lines. They are AI systems that can do work for you independently. And of course, that has shades of like the OpenAI GPT agent, formerly the operator agent. Like one of these tools where you can ask it, go and find me a reservation for some Chinese food, which has a reservation for the availability for 3 people this evening at 9 p.m. in New York. Go. And off it will go, and you can watch it open up a browser and do stuff working for you independently. And that was a kind of working definition of AI agents for a long time. And then towards the start of 2025, there began to be industry consensus around a slightly tighter definition that Anthropic had in their seminal blog post, Building Effective Agents. Hugging Face had it, the New York startup. And it is that agents are where an LLM controls the workflow. Where an LLM controls the workflow. So some idea that there could be many different things that could happen next. And the way you decide which one happens next is not just through some code. You don't just say, do A, then do B, then do C. But rather, you send a prompt to an LLM. You talk to GPT and you say, hey, there are 3 things that could happen next. Please respond with which one it should be. And it was responding so that the LLM was orchestrating what happens when. And at that time, that became the evolving definition of an AI agent. But the new definition of an AI agent that has really taken hold towards the end of 2025 is that it's an LLM that runs tools in a loop to achieve a goal. Runs tools in a loop to achieve a goal. And we haven't yet gone through all this terminology. Some of this you probably have a decent idea of, but we are going to go deep on this, of course. You already saw that we created an AI agent node, as they're called, like one of those boxes in n8n, and that it had tools there as one of the lines coming out of it, connectors. So we are going to be building these AI agents. And generally speaking, on this course, we can be pretty loose. Of course, in n8n, there is this AI agent node that we've already used, and really any project that's got that in it, including the one we did a few moments ago, we could consider to be an AI agent. But strictly speaking, the practitioner's view would be that it's only a true agentic AI case when we have an agent running tools in a loop to achieve a goal. And never fear, for the main projects on this course, we will absolutely tick all those boxes. We will be building true AI agents. Okay, well, there is one more definition that I should probably give you, and that would be what exactly is n8n, that this whole course is about. I imagine you already have a pretty good idea, but still, let's dig in. So first of all, of course, what it is it's called a workflow automation startup. It's not a million miles away from things like Zapier that have been around for longer, but it's relatively new. It was founded in Berlin in 2019, and it just in the last few years, it has become become a multi-billion-dollar business, and it has users, estimates vary wildly, but it is generally believed to be in the millions. It is what makes it different is how simple and streamlined it is, both working with AI and working with integrations. It's just fantastic to use. It's so easy to deliver business value using n8n. And that is why we will see that whether you are technical or non-technical, you're going to be delivering impact in a matter of minutes. There are a couple of different ways that you can use n8n. You can use it on the cloud, which is what we did earlier, which is where you are using their installation, n8n's installation of n8n. It's the company, and it's a product, and it's their cloud deployment at n8n.io. And if so, it's free for a few weeks, and then you'd have to pay I think it's $24 a month for me. Or you can host it yourself. You can download the software and run it yourself on your own computer or on some cloud box that you have, in which case it is free because it is something, I was going to say it's open source. It's not exactly open source. It's called Fair Code. That is the name of the license that they have pioneered. And it's important to understand exactly what that means. So as I say, n8n is not open source, it is fair code. It means that you can use it for free, you can download the code, you can run it, you can also change it. You're welcome to go in and improve n8n and build your own stuff. You can use n8n for free to deliver value for your business. You don't need to pay anything if you're running it yourself. You can also build client projects. You can deliver projects for your clients. If they use n8n, you can build stuff for them in n8n, and you don't need to give any money to n8n. That is yours to do and mine to do. That is part of the Fair Code license. So you may be thinking, okay, so what can't I do? Well, basically, it's perfectly reasonable. You can't use n8n to directly compete with n8n. So you can't sell n8n yourself, the product, and you can't host a competing platform. You can't, with n8n, you can't take n8n, change it a little bit, make n8n version 2, or version 3 as it would be now, because version 2 is just coming out. You can't take n8n version 3 and then start selling it to people at a premium. And you can't even sell it to your clients. So you can sell services, you can sell your n8n services that you will build n8n automations for your clients, but you can't sell the n8n product itself because that belongs to n8n. And this seems to me to be so very reasonable. It's such a great model, because we want to make sure that the n8n team themselves are incented to keep building this out. We wouldn't want other companies to use their own product to compete with them. So it's common sense. It makes a ton of sense. And that is the Fair Code license that's built around the n8n product. And so again, to sum up, you can download n8n software, run it on your computer for free. You can build stuff for your own business. You can build stuff for other businesses and sell them the stuff that you build and your services to build it. What you can't do is sell the product, the n8n product itself. And there are these two modes. You can either do it yourself with downloading the software, or if you want, you can run on n8n's cloud deployment, but then you do need to pay a subscription for that. It starts at about $24 a month, or $20 a month if you pay for it for a year, at least for me. And there are other tiers if you want to have more automations. And so those are the different models. There is another model as well called white label, which is if you do want to build a product that embeds n8n. And of course, that comes with commercial terms, as you would expect, as is completely fair. And that's one where if you want to do it, there's a kind of contact us button on the website. And you should definitely do that if you're thinking that you could embed n8n within an existing product that you own. Okay. So now, hopefully, I think you probably already knew what n8n was, but maybe a little bit more now. All right, let's get to it. Okay, we're about to go and do some final tinkering for today with n8n, but I do want to set your expectations about APIs, costs, integrations, and all that stuff, which is so core to the time we're going to spend together. I want to say that we're going to do a ton of different integrations, and some of them come with costs. They are all optional, and you are always in control first and foremost. You should make decisions about what you want to spend money on and what you do not. There's no need to spend anything at all. But it is with you to make that call as you go. I will give you the alternatives. You can do some research to understand which you'd rather do. If you want to spend a couple of dollars on something like OpenAI, then you should do so. If you don't need to do it. There'll be plenty of alternatives, and you can always go and look for other integrations that will be free that will be an alternative to what we do. So please do keep that in mind. n8n, the cloud version that we're going to use in weeks 1 and 2 for simplicity, because it's so quick to get up and running, has this 2-week free trial, at least for me now, and then it becomes $24 a month. But in week 3, we're going to move to self-hosting so that it's free and running on your computer, but it's just slightly more technical, so I'm waiting until week 3 to get there. If, however, you want to do that from the get-go, then you absolutely can. Just do it. If you know what you're doing, you're already a bit technical, then just do the self-hosted version instead. You can check out n8n's docs, and they're perfectly clear. And then I want to say again that all of the integrations that we do are optional. You can always switch it up for a different integration, and almost everything we do has a free tier. One of the exceptions is OpenAI. OpenAI, which we will use in a second. We're going to set up an account with it if you don't have it already. It's extremely cheap to do most of what we will be doing. But they have this thing that they need to take a minimum upfront of $5 balance that you then do like a pay-as-you-go against. And for some people, that's very tiresome. And you don't need to use it. You can use OpenRouter as the swap-in replacement at all times on this course. Use OpenRouter. It's free, as you saw. Now, OpenRouter, the free models, they have some rate limits, which means that there'll be a point when it might complain and throw an error, and you'll have to wait a bit of time and come back and try again. So there's stuff like that you'd have to get used to. And that's the life of being on the free plan. If that bothers you too much, then you might need to spend that $5, get your OpenAI balance. And I would suggest, if you can, that this is something, OpenAI is the one to pick because it's so common out there. So many of your clients, or potentially future clients or future employers, will be interested in hearing that you've got some OpenAI experience. So it's the one to try out. Of course, any of them are great. If you'd rather use Anthropic, which is my personal favorite, then for sure do that. Or if you like Gemini, which also has a great free tier, if you go direct to Google, to AI Studio, you can absolutely do that. All of the models work basically exactly the same way in n8n, as you will see, and you can pick whichever one you feel most comfortable with. We'll be setting up OpenAI next for people that want that, but you can also stick with OpenRouter. And yeah, so do have OpenRouter as your free alternative. We used it earlier. You can use it again and pick any free model or a paid model if you'd rather. That's also an easy way to be trying out different models. Go through OpenRouter. And please don't feel like you need to stick to the integrations that I will be covering on this course. The great thing about n8n is that there's so many integrations to choose from, and you should try and pick up the techniques, how do you go about setting up these integrations, and don't just apply it to that integration, but see if you can't apply that to different integrations, to experiment yourself, to try new things. The documentation is also terrific with n8n. Every integration is really well documented, so you should be able to take this in a different direction, and that's the best way to learn. The best way to learn is not to do exactly what I do, but try and take it in a slightly different direction. Make it work doing what I do first if you have any problems, but then go off, experiment with something different, do a different integration. There's going to be so many to choose from that you'll be able to take this and solve all sorts of different problems. And that is the joy of it. And it's also where the true expertise is built. Okay, with that, let's go back to it. Let's go and do some experimenting. Okay, first up, we're going to set up an OpenAI account if you don't have one already. And this is super optional. If you'd rather stick with OpenRouter, absolutely, we could do that. So the website to go to is called platform.openai.com. Platform.openai.com. Here we go. Here is platform.openai.com. And if you don't already have an account with this, not the same as ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a subscription account. You can either have ChatGPT for free or you can pay a monthly amount. That's not what we're doing here. We want to have API access so that we can connect to the model, to the LLM itself that sits behind ChatGPT. So we're not coming into the product, we're coming into their underlying models. That's why we've gone to platform.openai.com. And I'm pressing the sign up button if I don't already have an account, and it's allowing me to create an account. and I can carry on with my Google Auth or with Apple or Microsoft, or just go with an email address, and I will go in now with Google to set up an account. And I'm coming in now for the first time with my Google account, and it's then going to ask me a couple of questions like date of birth and stuff like that, which I will go through, and then I will see you on the other side. So the first thing it wants to know is an organization name. And if you're just doing this for yourself as part of building your skills, you could give it your name with education or something. So I'll say Abadana Education, and then you can put down whatever you are, a business professional, whatever best suits you, and then create that organization. You can invite your team later. And actually, it's got something right here to set up your key immediately, but I'm going to press, I'll do this later. So we go through it, and you would then want to go through this screen to set up your credits. I'll also show you how we do it through the other screens as well, but you can just quickly do it here. I'm going to press, I'll buy credits later. And we are now here inside the OpenAI platform with our account set up. And again, I hate to belabor the point, but I do want to make it really clear that we are in the OpenAI platform. This is our path as professionals to connect to the underlying AI to build our own products. This is different to ChatGPT, which isn't platform.openai.com. It's like chatgpt.com, which is a product. We're going to make other products a bit like ChatGPT ourselves, and our products and ChatGPT both connect into the underlying AI. That's what we're looking at here. It's the platform. There's no monthly subscription. There's an amount that you pay, a very small amount, every time that you make a call, a request to the AI. And that amount is typically measured in fractions of a cent. Each individual call, very, very cheap. So the two steps you need to do at this point, one of them is setting up an API key, and one of them is putting your $5 minimum balance on there. And you may have done both of those as part of the welcome flow, but if not, that is what we will do right now. First of all, setting up our API key, which you do by going to the settings menu up here. Now we're on our settings, and you click on API keys right here. And we're now looking at API keys, and there's a button to create a new secret key. That's the name of an API key. That is how, when we're in n8n, we'll be able to identify ourselves to OpenAI. And now I'm going to press the Create New Secret Key button. I leave it owned by me. I give it any name I want. Ed Key. Select project. I choose default project. You want to do nothing fancy here, otherwise you might get problems later. Keep everything normal, all permissions. You do everything normal, and then you press Create Secret Key. And when you press that, it comes up with the key, and you now copy this to your clipboard by pressing this button, and then you put it somewhere safe. You paste it into somewhere where you store these things, like a notepad, being sure that you don't use any kind of fancy editor that's going to try and make characters look nice and add long hyphens or anything like that. Use something that's very simple. Or just keep this copied so that you can paste it into n8n in just a second. Copy it and don't put anything else in your clipboard because we're about to use it. And then you can say done. And in case you're copying down my key, I'm going to press the delete button right now. You can create as many keys as you want. If you ever have a problem connecting to OpenAI, just come back here, create another key. There's no harm. Revoke any old ones, create another one. They are easy to create. That is your API key. Keep it safe. And you are welcome to stick with OpenRouter if you don't want to spend money. But if you want to use OpenAI, you do need to give them the $5 balance. So the way you do that is, again, you're on settings. Here we are in settings. You come over to the left here to billing. You click on billing. That makes this a bit bigger for you. There we go. You come to billing, and then you have to press the add payment details. It says here, it does not reflect your status of your ChatGPT account. ChatGPT, totally different. This is using the API to connect and run the LLM. Add payment details we press. This is where you would set up your credit card and put on your $5 minimum balance by going through this. Once you've done that, you'll be able to top it up with your $5 payment, and be sure to have the auto reload set off. Auto reload is saying, when I've spent my $5, should I come back and automatically add on another $5? You don't want to do that while you're starting out, not until you're really comfortable with what's going on. So keep auto reload off, put your $5 on. Now, I note in some countries, it can take some time before OpenAI clears that. So it may not work immediately. You might need to wait until the funds have definitely been cleared and the OpenAI has them. And you can see billing history to get any information on that. So be sure that you are happy that you have gone to billing history and that you can see that you've got your $5 on there. And then you should be ready to go. By the way, you can see other things here that might be useful for you. If you go to usage, you can track how much you're actually using it over time. You can see how you are spending against your $5. And I suspect you will spend at a very slow pace. It's super cheap to use this unless you scale up to lots of users. And for good API hygiene, it's always useful to keep this bookmarked, come back to this usage page, take a look at what you're spending, and only top up your account with the amount that you're comfortable with. The very worst case you can imagine is that you might somehow accidentally spend all of the amount you've topped up. So be sure that you keep that to a number that you're comfortable with and always keep an eye on your usage. That is a good best practice. Okay, with that, you've now set up your OpenAI account. You've got yourself an OpenAI API key. You've put your $5 minimum balance on there. We are now ready to go back to n8n and build an AI agent that connects to OpenAI and does stuff. Let's go. All right, we're back here in n8n.io, and I'm going to press sign in to come back in as the account that we just created a few moments ago. This comes up. That was the name that I gave my instance. I click open instance, and here it is. This is looking now at the home screen. If you're still on the previous screen we were on before with that workflow, you can just press this home button right here, and you get to this screen, the home screen for this instance. And you can see here that it has my workflow. This is the thing we created earlier sitting there. We're going to start again and create one from scratch like we did before and use OpenAI this time. Okay, so follow along with me here, and tomorrow we'll explain what all the different terminology means. We first press create workflow right here, and we get, again, this fresh screen, a new screen for us. We'll add a first step, and again, we are going to add this thing here, on chat message on the right. Click there. And then remember what you do next. You press escape. There we go. Or you click that back button at the top left. So here we are now going to press this plus button. And you remember what we do next? We click on AI. And next we do AI agent. And here is our AI agent. And next it's either back to canvas or it's escape. Here we are back on this canvas. All right. The chat model is the first thing for us to select. You may remember last time we did open router at this point, and you may do that again should you wish. But I'm going to this time do chat OpenAI, which I do by typing OpenAI. And there we see the OpenAI chat model, and up it comes. There is also, by the way, if you're starting for the first time, you can get 100 free OpenAI API credits. At least I can at this point by pressing this. I don't know if you see that too. But I'm going to ignore that for now and just push on and use the credits that we just set up. Okay, so now I'm going to, again, click here and say create new credential, just as we did with OpenRouter. And again, just as we did with OpenRouter, I'm going to paste in here that API key that I still got on my clipboard from when I copied it just a few moments ago. I do paste, I say that, and now I'm going to press save, and we'll see what happens. Credential successfully applied, testing, successfully tested, it worked. If it didn't work for you, remember, just go back and do it all again. Create a new API key, copy it, paste it straight in here. Don't go through another editor. They can cause trouble. That's the way to make sure you've got a good API key. All right, we are now set up. No, thank you. We're now set up to be using OpenAI. Okay, now in this box right here, we're going to keep this to say from list here. And this one here is the list of all of the models available on OpenAI. Now, there's lots of models, and as of right now, for me, the fanciest one is GPT 5.1. but we're going to stick for now with GPT 4.1 mini. Looks just like that. GPT 4.1 mini. You should be able to find it in this box. And the reason I choose that one is that it's really fast and it's really cheap, and it's just a great one to use to start with. There's an even faster, cheaper one called GPT 4.1 Nano that we could also use, but we'll use Mini for now. It's still very, very cheap for simple messages like this. Okay, and so now how do we get back again? We get back either by clicking here or by pressing Escape. And what we should now be able to do is click here on the bottom left in the chat section, and we should say, hi there. And off it goes, and it's thinking, and it's processing, stuff is happening, and we get an answer back. Let me make this a bit bigger for you. An answer from GPT. Hello, how can I assist you today? We just connected to OpenAI, and we got back a message. And now I want to show you something that you may not be expecting. Look at this. I'm going to say, hi, my name's Ed. And off it goes and thinks. You can see it doing its stuff, and it's thinking, and it's thinking. Hi, Ed. Nice to meet you. How can I assist you today? Okay, I'm going to say, hey, what's my name? So I have to click here. Hey, what's my name? And it's going to think, and it's going to do its stuff, and it's going to say, I don't know your name yet. Were you expecting that? It's like, what? So this is a key learning moment. Remember what I said earlier when I was defining an LLM and explaining that we sometimes get fooled by using ChatGPT, the product. It gives it lots of a sense of having things like a memory while you speak to it. The LLM itself, OpenAI, GPT 4.1 mini, it's something which is entirely stateless. Every time you call it with an input, it's a new input. It doesn't know about the inputs that came before. The way that we can give this illusion that it remembers what's going on is by adding software around it that gives it things like a memory. And that way it will know that if I say my name's Ed and then I ask it what my name is, it's going to remember it's Ed. So if we were writing software, we would have to build some code to have memory. Or for tech people, we'd need a conversation history. And the n8n gives us that functionality out of the box really easily, just with a couple of clicks. Okay, so here's how we do it. We click just below memory here. You probably guessed this was coming. Click there, and then you can see it says for beginners. That's nice of it. Simple memory, stores, so no credentials required. Let's use that for now. Click in simple memory, press escape to go back. Here we have it. We have this simple memory. And by the way, this box has come in yellow like this to represent the fact that something changed since we last ran it. So it's something that is potentially not in sync with the latest functionality. That's why I'm going to press, do you see this little arrow at the top here? Reset chat session. That's going to clear everything out. It's going to allow us to start again and run our little test another time. Okay, let's see. Let's say, hi there. Off it goes. Always watch these pictures here as you see it thinking, hello, how can I assist you today? And say, my name's Ed. My name's Ed. Okay, off it goes. It's thinking, it's doing stuff. Hi, Ed. Nice to meet you. How can I help you today? What's my name? Here we go. Off it goes. You can see things are happening. Stuff is happening. Your name is Ed. Success. It may not seem that amazing, and you may be thinking, I could do that in ChatGPT. But remember, we are building bits and pieces of the ChatGPT product right here. That's what we are doing. So we have just done something super simple. We've given this ability for the context of the conversation to be held so that we can have this conversation with an agent. And if you were coding, this would be just a few lines of code, but it would be a few lines of code. What we've got here is we've done all of that by connecting together boxes and lines, which we will be doing a lot of over the course of the next few weeks. Okay, that's nice. It's time for us to add a tool. Okay, I would like you please to open a new browser window and go to a web page called MarketStack.com. MarketStack.com. Here we are. Now you will have, I'm already logged in, so I've got like a dashboard thing here, but you will have a sign up button that will allow you to sign up. And you go in and you select free. There's different types of account. You want a free account. And when you've done that, it takes you to your dashboard page as soon as you've signed up. It's very quick. And I can't take you to my dashboard page because it shows you your API key right there in the center in big letters. And then you would have my API key. But you should take that key and copy it to your clipboard. It's very, very streamlined. There's very little to it. And now anyway, you're starting to be a pro at setting up these accounts and API keys. We're going to be doing a lot of them in the next few weeks. But do that, and now you have an API key to the free service, MarketStack.com. It should be super simple. Get that key, copy it to your clipboard, and I'll see you in a sec. Okay, here I am back in n8n. I pressed that button to clear my chat, the button that's just around here. Now we come in here, and I'm going to press this plus button underneath tool. I press plus, and up comes a list of tools on the right, and I'm going to type the word market, and MarketStack tool appears there. Click on that. Up it comes. Go to this credential to connect with drop down and select create new credential. There's an API key field and paste in that as before, and then press save. It says credential successfully created. Saved. And now you press escape. We go back here. No, thank you. Escape again. And we're back here. And it's got that red thing. Sorry. Then come back in here. I'm sorry. Double click again to come back in here. There's just a couple more things to do. In this, leave tool description is set automatically. In resource, leave that set to end of day data. In operation, leave it at get many. That's great. Under ticker, this is where this tool needs to be told which stock ticker are we looking for. This is about looking up stock prices, if you didn't figure that. And here, there's a little funny magic button to the right that says, let the model define this parameter. Click that. And it now says defined automatically by the model. This is saying we are going to ask the LLM, we're going to ask GPT 4.1 Nano to decide what stock ticker it wants to use when it uses this tool. And now you can leave this as limit 50. There's one more thing to do, which is that this add filter drop down here. Click there and just click latest like that, and then turn that on like so. So you went to add filter latest and you turned it on. And when you've done all of that, you can now press escape. And now that angry red symbol has gone and we're ready to try this out. This is a tool. Get many end of day data in MarketStack. There we go. We have a model, we have memory, we have a tool. Let's try this out. And so here I go and I say, hi there, clicking in the chat down here. There's lots of whirring, lots of thinking. Hello, how can I assist you today? I'm going to say, please tell me the end of day equity price for, what should we go with? Google. Let's do that. Let's run. Watch what goes on here. Watch. Things are happening. You do see that just suddenly swizzled. You can see some information here. The end of day market price for Google on the 8th of December was 313.72. Wow. We just had an LLM, we just had a conversation with a model, and it had the ability to look up stock prices, and it did it using a tool. And it all happened like over here with colors flashing as our workflow came to life. The AI agent connected to OpenAI, it used its memory to keep a conversation going with me, and it looked up the Google stock price in MarketStack. And I can continue the conversation, I can keep going, I can refer back to what I said before because it will have that memory, and you can try this out yourself and see how you have given this capability to a model. And I hope this gives you a sense of just how much more we can do with this. This is really our staging ground. This is the starting point. We will be building from this simple beginning an agent that runs with tools. We'll be using this to build more and more sophisticated business capability in the coming weeks. Okay, I'll see you back for the wrap up. Congratulations on building your first business workflow in n8n. Simple, but a stepping stone to much greater things. I want to mention that you may not know this, but you got something extra with this course, whether you like it or not. and that is you got me. I come with the package. I'm available to help you if you get stuck. That's what I'm here for. You can always reach me through the Udemy platform. You can also reach me in LinkedIn. This is where I am. You can read all about Nebula and my other background and the other courses that I teach on, or where I speak on my LinkedIn page. And you can also connect with me. Some people are coy about connecting with them on LinkedIn. They say, if you want to connect with me, you must mention where you knew me. I'm not coy at all. I love connecting. So by all means, connect with me, reach out. This is where you'll find me. You can get a hold of me, and I will, if you say hi to me, I'll say hi back. It's not an agent. It's definitely me. I do sometimes use copy and paste. I reserve the right because I say similar things that I do sometimes, like paste in at least half of my answer, but it's always me at the helm, always me pressing that button or saying hi myself. So do connect with me. You don't need to say hi. If you don't, I'll connect with you for sure. And reach out to me by email or in Udemy Q&A if you've got questions. Questions sometimes get buried in LinkedIn, so there's sometimes better, especially if it's like a detailed technical question, to do it in Udemy or by email. But either way, I will be responsive on all channels, and I love hearing from people. I love this community, so take me up on it. I come with the package. Connect with me. If I haven't said that enough, I'll say it like another 100 times until you're beaten into submission. You connect with me just to shut me up, and do ask questions anytime. That's what I'm here for. Also, as you make projects, as you bring things to life with n8n, then post about it on LinkedIn. Describe what you did. Bring up, take a screenshot or show some of what you've accomplished. And if you tag me and make it relevant in some way, then I will weigh in and add to it. And that helps to amplify your accomplishment so that perhaps future clients might see that and might be interested. So I can help with that, and I love doing that. So take me up on that too. And similarly, if you see that other people from the course are posting things that I'm weighing in on, and you see that in your feed because we're connected, then I would really appreciate it if you weigh in as well. Do like it and add your comment, because that helps amplify the community, and that's great for everyone that's part of this program. Okay, and with that, can you believe it? We have already completed the first day. The first day is marked off, 1 day down, 14 left to go. You're not going to believe all the things we're going to build, but that means you're already 7% of the way through this program. Many congratulations. I can't wait to see you tomorrow, and we're going to get deeper into the theory of n8n and agents. I'll see you then. Well, this is good news. You've decided to come back for more. You weren't put off thoroughly by what we did yesterday. You're back for more. Welcome. Welcome to week 1. Day 2. Now, look, I am a learning by doing type. The way that I like to teach is the way that I like to learn myself, which is by going in there into a product and using it. But today is a little bit of an odd one out. Today, it's going to be more talking than usual. I'm going to be giving you some foundational, some basis for everything that is to come. We're going to be talking about agentic AI and also some of the constructs around n8n. But there'll be a bit of doing as well, never fear. Let's get started. Let me tell you more about agentic AI. Okay, so diving right in, the first topic is AI agents before we go back to n8n again. And this is a quick recap of what we already said yesterday. There are so many ways to define an AI agent. It's almost become a joke, but some of the ways that are most common originally, companies like OpenAI described it as systems that can work for you independently, like the operator agent now, ChatGPT agent. And then there came this emerging definition, which was about AI systems where an LLM decides what to do next. It generates content, and that content describes, hey, let's do A and then B and then C, or maybe we should do A and then C and then B. And that is the output that comes from calling an LLM, and we interpret that output and say, okay, that's what we'll do. So that idea, that concept where an LLM decides the order of activities, orchestrates the workflow, that became the working definition. But more recently, it has become this idea that an agent is where you have an LLM running tools in a loop to achieve a goal. Okay, let's go deeper into agentic AI. There's a lot about agentic AI that feels kind of magical. But sitting behind all of that, the reality of agentic AI is actually something that's quite pedestrian. Most of the magical stuff in agentic AI just comes down to writing good prompts to LLMs. The prompt, of course, is just what we call the input, the text that's sent to an LLM. An LLM, a large language model, as we said, it's this data science piece of this algorithm, this bit of statistics that takes an input and it generates an output. And the way that it does that is by trying to figure out what's the most likely thing to come next after this input. And this input we call the prompt. And when you actually call one of these LLMs, every call is stateless. It takes that input, it generates the output. It doesn't know how it was called before. It's been called by all sorts of people around the world all the time. If it's like GPT, it gets an input sequence and it generates an output sequence based on it. And what we can do with two things that we can do. We can decide what input to send it, and we can decide what we're going to do with the output. And most of agentic AI is about those two activities, getting the right input and interpreting the output. And that's really it. Now, I imagine many of you know this already, but typically this input sequence, this input text that goes to an LLM consists of a number of different parts. It often starts with something called the system prompt. And the system prompt is a bit of text that gives the overall context. It sets the scene. It tells the LLM what role it's playing, any background information, any style that it should respond in. That's in the part that's called the system prompt. And then often after that comes a user prompt. And that is the specific message which the LLM should respond to in the content it generates. And you can also have in there the whole conversation so far, the original user prompt that was like, hi there, the LLM's response to that, the next user prompt, another response, and finally the user prompt that it's now responding to. All of that can go in this one input sequence. And this works well because when we trained this LLM, when it was given tons of data to analyze so that it can match patterns in the future, that data it was given to train was organized this way, typically with this system prompt at the start and then user and an assistant response, another user message. And because it's seen lots of data in that format, it's good at generating coherent outputs that sort of adheres to this structure. And that's why it works so well, because the training data was organized that way. And I mentioned this before, but the key is that we get to decide how to organize that input data, and we can do all sorts of tricks to it to make it most likely that what the LLM generates, the outputs that its pattern matching decides are the right outputs, it's going to be consistent with our business objective. So we can come up with clever techniques that we will go through to make it more and more likely that we'll be able to get the right kind of output. And when I say the right kind of output, we can choose how we interpret that output, and we can interpret it in different ways at our whim so that it can achieve something cool that we want to do. As I say, I gave the example before that the input could say something like, please respond with what order I should do things. And then the output might be, you should do things in this order. And we can interpret that and use that to then execute other steps in a process. In other words, we're treating this text output as if it's controlling a workflow. So this idea of deciding how we will use this input and how we will interpret the output, this is really the sort of secret sauce that makes up agentic AI. It all comes down to clever prompting. And sometimes people have changed the language a bit. In the old days, we used to talk about prompt engineering, which is a bit old hat now. The idea of figuring out the best way to prompt an LLM. The new term is context engineering, which is about how best to set up this context in what gets sent to the LLM to really position it to achieve our business objective. That's what it's all about. So most of the magic behind agentic AI can be explained with 5 tricks, 5 conjuring tricks that we use that's all built around how we prompt and a little bit of how we train LLMs. And then I also want to mention a trap, which is a common pitfall, a common mistake that people can make with agentic AI. And so the 5 tricks that we will cover, there is something called the illusion of memory, which is a fairly simple one that probably many of you know already. There's the thinking and reasoning idea and reasoning budgets. There's chaining LLMs together. There's the use of tools, what it is and what it's not. And then there is the famous agent loop. And then the trap. The trap is what I call the human trap. And you may not know what on earth I'm talking about, but we will get to it. Let's now cover the 5 tricks and the 1 trap of agentic AI. Okay, let's talk about 5 tricks, 1 trap. Let's get started with trick number 1, the illusion of memory. Something which you've already seen basically before, but it's always worth taking a minute to explain this. So look, we saw before when we make a prompt to an LLM, like my name is Ed, and the LLM has to complete this prompt. It comes up with the most likely text to come after this. Or as you may know, it's really generating tokens, the little fragments of text, and it responds, "Hi, Ed." And then we give it a separate prompt, "What's my name?" Every time you call an LLM, as I explained a million times, it's stateless. This is GPT, the model, the LLM, not ChatGPT, the product. You make a call to GPT, the model. It takes an input sequence, "What's my name?" It predicts the most likely thing to come after that based on all of the training data examples. And of course, it says, "I don't know your name," or something more charming than that in GPT style. Okay, so the illusion of memory is this very simple trick, which is that when you prompt an LLM, you might say, "My name is Ed," and it might say, "Hi, Ed." The next time that you send a prompt to the LLM, if the user has said, "What's my name?" you do not send the LLM the prompt, "What's my name?" Do you know what you do send it? You probably do. But if not, this is the answer. What you send it is the whole conversation so far. "My name is Ed. Hi, Ed. What's my name?" And what it is predicting is what comes next. And in all of its training data, it was given inputs that have this kind of set of message response. And so it's expecting something like that. So when it generates the next tokens, the next few, the text to come at the end of that, it generates something consistent with the full conversation so far. And that's why it responds, "Your name is Ed." And that's why every time you talk to ChatGPT through the UI, it's sending the underlying GPT LLM the entire conversation so far each time. And it generates the next text, the tokens, based on the full history so far, which is called every time that you press enter when you're using ChatGPT. So this trick of sending the full conversation gives us the illusion that this data science model remembers what we said 30 seconds ago. It doesn't. It's just included every time in the prompt to the LLM. Many of you knew that already, but it never hurts to go through it again. And that is how trick 1 works. And so trick 2, which arguably is less to do with agentic AI, it's just a general trick of thinking, reasoning. This started out like I guess a year and a half ago or so, when people discovered something that at the time was called chain of thought, which was this idea that you could ask an LLM a question, and then you could just add to the end of your prompt, "Please think step by step," and you would just get better outcomes just as a result of prompting it that way. And there seemed to be some kind of strange feature that if an LLM is generating text that describes what it should do, and then it generates text to do it, you end up getting better outcomes. That nothing is actually thinking through in that way. It's just generating likely text. But just as a side effect, by virtue of generating text to describe a thought process, it ends up coming up with better outcomes. And so that resulted in this idea of a thinking or a reasoning model. It means the same thing. And that is a model which has actually been trained so that when it's given any question, before it generates the text for the final output, it generates some text to describe how it will take step by step your question to come up with an output. And that is why you sometimes see with some of these models a sort of what they call a thinking trace, text coming up that describes its thought process before you get the final output. And so to give you a concrete example, and I'm actually taking this from an example that I do in some of my technical courses, you can prompt an LLM that is not thinking and reasoning, but a very small LLM, like for example, GPT 4.1 Nano, on a mode where it's not reasoning. And you can say, toss two coins. One of them is heads. What's the chances the other one is tails? And it's quite likely to get the wrong answer. In this case, it's responding 50-50, 0.5 as the probability, which happens to be the wrong answer because this is one of those sneaky little questions that has trickery built into it. If, however, you prompt it with toss two coins, one is heads, what's the chance the other one is tails? First, describe your thought process, then give the answer. Or if you use a reasoning model which has been trained to first output the thought process and then the answer, you will get some kind of thought process that will say, okay, this is probably a trick question, or this is a sneaky question. Now I need to realize that they haven't said, I tossed two coins, the one on the left is heads. What's the chances the one on the right is tails, which would of course be 50-50. But the question's been phrased differently to that. Okay, there are 4 different possibilities here, blah, 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 blah. The answer is 2/3. And it tends to get that right. And you could try these experiments, and depending on which models you pick and how you do it, you can quite easily recreate this idea that a small model, when it's not given the chance to think it through, will get the wrong answer. And when reasoning is on and it's giving tokens, it's outputting text to describe the thought process, you end up with the right answer. So this reasoning trick ends up working really well to get more sophisticated intelligence out of using a model which is just generating the most likely text to follow some input text. And just to add one more piece here, you may know this already, but maybe you don't. The way that these models actually work, they don't generate the output given an input the way I've been describing it exactly. They're given an input, and the first thing they do is they generate the first few letters. It's called a token, like a chunk of letters that would come after this input. Just the first one, the most likely next thing to come. That is then taken and it's stuffed on the end of the input. And then that whole thing is passed in again to the model. And it's now challenged to come up with the next little fragment of letters, the next token that comes after all this input and the first token. And it does that gets shoved on the end, and it repeats. That's the way that models generate text. That process is known as inference. And when it's doing that, it's generating tokens that are most likely to come next after all of the input and the output so far. And that's why you get this curious side effect that if you ask it to generate tokens to describe a thought process, it will start by doing that. And then you can generate tokens for the outcome, and it will be consistent with the thought process. And it just results in better outcomes. It sounds counterintuitive. It sounds like that's too good to be true, but it actually works. It's empirical and it works. And there are some models which are designed for being just in a chat mode. They've been trained to just respond immediately. And there are other variants, as we say, other ways that the same family of models has been trained in order to be in a reasoning mode where it will generate reasoning stuff first and then the answer. And there's also some hybrid models that can do both. And it's people tend to always sort of gravitate towards reasoning models because they tend to be much more intelligent and do better in any of the benchmarks and tests. But it turns out often chat models are better for different use cases, particularly in agentic AI when you're already driving a whole system step by step. So don't always assume that a reasoning model is going to be better. Sometimes a chat one will do better. And you may have the question of, okay, how do you tell? And the answer, as is so often the case when working with LLMs, is that you should try both and pick the one that performs better. This whole field is super experimental. There are no right and wrong answers except to experiment, have some sort of a measurement of success, and use that to make your decision. And then one final thing I'll say on this, which is that some models allow you to specify how long it should think for, sometimes called the reasoning effort, sometimes called the thinking budget. Then in some models, like the latest GPT 5.1, you can choose a budget of none if you want it to be in chat mode, or minimal, or low, or medium, or high. Those are all the settings of the reasoning or thinking budget. And you may wonder how that actually works, like how the model is just generating these tokens. Then how do you sort of, what machinery have you built around one of these models to tell it, hey, I want you to do more thinking? And there are a few different techniques that are used, but the one that is most common is unbelievably hacky. It's so janky that you it's hard to believe this is really how it works. But let me just quickly tell you now. I mentioned that when you're running a model in inference, as it's called, the model is generating tokens. You do them token at a time. Generates a token that gets shoved back in. You generate the next token, shoved back in. So during the reasoning mode, it's doing this and it's coming up with all of this reasoning stuff as it thinks things through. And someone had a bright idea. And this sounds crazy. Someone had a bright idea that you can, of course, you can choose to add in extra tokens in here. You don't have to take what it's generated and put that back in. You could put in something else as well if you wanted, and that becomes the new input and it generates an output. It doesn't know that it didn't generate all of this, that there's something extra in there that you've shoved in there. It just thinks this is the whole input, that it's now generating the next token. Fine. So what might you shove in there that might help this? Well, someone had this idea that when it's generating tokens, it generates reasoning, a couple of sentences about how it's thinking things through. You could wait until it has like a full stop, when it's like finished what appears to be some sort of a thought process. And then just insert in the word wait at the end of that. So it says something like, okay, this appears to be a trick question. I should consider the different possibilities. And then the word wait appears there. And now it has to generate what comes next. And the tokens that it now generates need to be coherent with the word wait. And so it tends to generate something that is kind of taking a step back. And it's like, wait, I should double check that I've really understood the problem. Or wait, I hope I'm not jumping to conclusions. Let me review. And so it tends to generate tokens that are reflective of the thought process so far. And it goes back and revisits and challenges itself. So this trick of adding in things like wait and on the other hand, and stuff like that, tends to allow it to rethink through and often explore new territory. And if you look in some of the reasoning traces you see when you're chatting with LLMs, you'll see the word wait in there and others. And you'll know that it's this trick at play, this seemingly really, really simplistic trick does really well. And that is one of the core techniques that's used to sort of force this thinking budget and make a model think through more the train of thought before it comes up with the final answer. And this may be more theory than you thought you were signing up for, but this is going to be really useful. This is going to give you some valuable intuition when we actually get to building agent systems. Okay, the third one is a simple one, chaining LLMs. Look, you probably know this one already, but you can write a complicated prompt to an LLM, like come up with a puzzle and then solve it. And sometimes it's a good thing to do because it gives the LLM a lot of flexibility. We like to use the word autonomy. It gives the LLM the ability to choose to go in different directions, to come up with two puzzles and solve them both if it wants to. You know, you're giving it quite a broad remit. But sometimes you want it to always have one puzzle, one solution. You want to be very careful to make sure it's a hard puzzle and you want to frame that well, in which case you could divide this into two separate LLM calls. The first LLM call is just come up with a puzzle, and you'd maybe refine that prompt. You'd add in some details, some specifics, so it gets really good at coming up with a puzzle. And then when it responds with the puzzle, you can build a second prompt to an LLM and just include that puzzle in your second prompt. You can say, hey, I'd like you to solve a puzzle. Here is the puzzle. And then you put the puzzle in there. Now, when you do that, we would draw it graphically like this. We would show it as if it's like one LLM call calling another LLM call. But of course, what's really going on is we're just making an LLM call, taking the output and using that in our next prompt. And so that's how we would show it, as these two different workflow steps. And that's what we would call chaining LLMs. It's kind of obvious, but you use it a lot to put more control over your separate calls and to test them individually. Okay, and the fourth one, everyone's favorite, is tools. Tools is something that feels super magical and is in fact really mundane. And again, this may be one of those things that you know, but there's no harm in emphasizing this. Let's suppose we have an LLM set up where the user asks a question like, what's the stock price of Google? And we want to call an LLM with that. So we've got some code or some software or a product like n8n, and it's sitting there. It takes that user question and it's going to make a call to an AI, to a large language model to get that. It's going to make a call to an LLM. And it's an LLM that has been equipped with tools, as we would say. It's got these extra powers. It's been told you have the ability to look up stock prices using this product that we saw last time called MarketStack. And it's able to make an API request. It's able to connect to the internet, make an API request, and find out Google's stock price. And then in its response back to us, it says, hey, the price of Google stock is whatever. And it seems magical. And we know that LLMs are responsible for taking an input and generating output tokens based on pattern matching. So at what point in all of that did this LLM suddenly have the ability to say, oh, I'm not going to generate tokens. Instead of that, I'm going to connect to an API. I'm going to connect to the internet, go and do something, get back the results. And that's what I'm going to put in my output tokens. How did that happen? How did we equip an LLM with these tools? And of course, you already know the answer to this, I expect. It is more mundane. It's not that GPT has this power to stop generating tokens and connect to the internet instead. No, what really happens is this. Very much more simple. The n8n code, when it prompts the LLM, when it's building this message that's going to GPT that it's going to try and complete, it doesn't just say, what's the stock price of Google? What it says is, look, you can do two things. You can either respond with an answer, tell me the answer to my question, or if you wish, you can respond and say, I need you to run the following tool on my behalf. And then I will call you a second time with the result of doing that. The tool you can call is looking up stock prices. The question from the user is, what's the stock price of Google? And the LLM will get that whole input sequence. We've carefully packaged this input sequence, and the output it will give will say, I want to find the stock price of Google, please use the tool. And then you call it a second time with all of that and with the tool, and it responds with the price. So it's just a clever trick. It's a conjuring trick. By calling an LLM and by massaging the input to explain the tools that it can use and getting that output and interpreting it and then doing stuff and calling it a second time, we're able to give this kind of illusion that an LLM is able to run tools. But it all comes down to clever prompting. Like so much with LLMs, it all comes down to clever prompting. The use of tools is a trick. And just in case you don't believe me, I always love showing this screenshot here, which I did in ChatGPT, and you can do it too. Read this prompt. I just wrote this in ChatGPT. You are a support agent for an airline. You answer user questions. Just respond only. Use tool to fetch ticket price for London, to retrieve the ticket price for London or for any city that you choose to name. Here's the user's question. I'd like to go to Paris. How much is a flight? And look at what ChatGPT responded to me. It responded, use tool to fetch ticket price for Paris. It just responds with that. And hopefully that crystallizes for you this trick that is tool calling right here in ChatGPT, and you can go and do it too yourself to get that first-hand experience. And then the fifth trick is this idea of an agent loop. This is this concept that you could have an LLM that is repeatedly called and is able to run tools continuously until it's finished and it's achieved its goal and it's done. And in doing so, you get this behavior where it appears to go off and do some work to achieve a goal. So here's an example. Supposing we have this prompt to an LLM. Your task is to find the current value of my portfolio. You are able to, number one, retrieve my portfolio. And number two, you can look up share price just by responding, use my tool to retrieve portfolio, use my tool to look up a share price. So this is given to it. And how does it complete? What are the tokens that it will put as the most likely next tokens? Well, if it's given this kind of prompt, the most likely thing it would want to do, given that its task is to find the current value, it's going to say, okay, I'm going to use tool to retrieve portfolio. Fine, makes total sense. And now what we do is we take that completion and we put it into the prompt. We put the same prompt as before. We add in use tool to retrieve portfolio, and then we add in the results of actually doing that. We go off and do it. We retrieve the portfolio, and let's say that the answer is 3 shares of Google stock. So we just put that in there in the prompt, and this is the second prompt we send the LLM in a loop. We just keep going. We send this. And it then says, okay, the most likely way to complete this input is use tool to look up share price Google. And we say, fine. We take that, we go and look up the Google share price, and we come up with a new prompt, which has use tool to retrieve portfolio, 3 shares of Google, use tool to look up share price of Google, share price is $100 or whatever. And we shove all of that in the prompt. And this entire thing on that's written here goes in one prompt to the LLM. Every prompt is stateless. It has the full conversation so far. And now we continue our loop. We call it again. This time it responds, the value of your portfolio is $300. That's its final response. It doesn't call any tools. It's done. And there you have it. That is calling an LLM in a loop with tools to achieve a goal. That is agentic AI. There you have it. Those are the 5 tricks that allow us to take calls to LLMs with inputs and the way we interpret the outputs, do it in such a way that gives this impression that we have something out there carrying out tasks autonomously for us. And don't worry if you didn't get all of this, because we're going to be doing this again and again and again. And by the end of it, it's all going to connect wonderfully. But hopefully this has given you some intuition for it. So what about the trap? I told you there were 5 tricks and a trap. So this trap is something that I find personally galling, and it happens all the time. And so I wanted to warn you about it and get your take on it. And I'm calling it the human trap. The proper word people use for this is anthropomorphizing. It's the problem of when people approach agentic AI, treating LLMs as if they're humans, as if they have roles and responsibilities. And let me tell you more about what I mean. It's so common when I hear business people have an objective. They want to automate a business process, something we'll be doing a lot on this course. And their go-to thought for business people and for technology people too, for engineers that should know better, is to say, okay, let's create an agent architecture. An agent architecture, which is a diagram with different agents with lines between them. And I'm going to assign roles and responsibilities to these agents just by sort of analogy with the way humans go about doing this. As if they're people, I'm going to have agents that represent different jobs. And I'm guilty of doing this myself. I do this in some of my courses teaching agentic engineering, when we build things like a trading floor and we have traders and researchers. It's so natural to go towards that. And when you're doing like toy projects and demos, it's fine. You can do that because it's great fun to see it in progress. But it's not a disciplined way to do it. And it has lots of problems. So what are the problems? Well, the big problem is that you have to keep in mind that what LLMs are good at doing is generating realistic content. That's what they're trained to do, generating stuff that seems compelling. And so if you give it a job, you say, you are an evaluation agent, your job is to evaluate what came before, you should give it marks out of 10, then it will do that because that's what it's meant to do. And it will come up with a reason because you've told it to give a reason. It doesn't mean that it's doing it well. It doesn't mean that this evaluation is aligned with your objectives. It just means it's going to follow the script. It's going to do what it's told to do in the prompt. So the danger, the risk of this is that you can fool yourself into thinking you have this whole sort of cadre, this whole group of different agents all doing their thing, all generating very reasonable, very realistic content. But it might all be LLM slop. It might be nonsense that apparently is doing something. They're all collaborating together. They're all assuming their roles, but they're not actually solving your task in an accurate way. So it's all very well me complaining, but what am I suggesting is the answer? Well, the right way to do it When you divide up your problem into different agents, you should do it because it solves your problem better, not because it sounds like those are the roles you would have, but because you've tried it and that's an improvement. You've got some chunky problem. It makes sense to divide it into some steps. You try it and you get better outcomes and then you stick with it. That's the way to do it. Scientifically, with experiments, and most importantly with this, the magical word is that word in that last bullet there, evaluate. You need to have a way to measure your outcomes, and you should divide things into smaller steps or organize your agents differently because you get better evaluations, because it results in superior performance. That's the right way to do it, not just because it sounds like that's the right kind of responsibility. Now, often it's a good starting point to start by analogy with some human organization. If we divided up roles and responsibilities for humans, we probably had some reason for that. Maybe it's a decent starting point, but you should treat it as your starting point and always start as simple as possible. Start with just one role, divide up and start assigning more responsibilities, experiment with that because it's going to help you get better outcomes and then measure it. That's the right way to do it. That's how to avoid the trap. And that's a wrap on the theory around agentic AI. I hope this has given you some good intuition as we dive into building agentic workflows, and also some real world kind of lessons learned from actually building agentic AI in anger. And now it's time for us to go back to n8n, starting with the navigation, the big picture building blocks of n8n. So as I explained last time, there are these two different modes that you can use n8n. There's n8n Cloud, which is when n8n, the company, is managing an installation that you're connecting to remotely. And then there's self-hosted, which is when you run the code yourself and you run it either on your computer or on a server or somewhere. And we're going to get to that later. For now, we are working with n8n Cloud because it's the one that gets us up and running as fast as possible. There is also the white label mode I mentioned too, but that's a bit different. So anyway, n8n Cloud, that's what we're using. And there's like a super big picture thing that I have to explain to you, some basic terminology about moving away around n8n that is confusing and that I want to get completely crystal clear right up front. When you first sign in to n8n, you're signing in at the account level. And the first thing you see is details about your account with n8n Cloud. Account level information at the cloud. That includes something called an instance. The instance is an n8n engine. It's the software running that is designed to automate business processes. That is n8n, that is running, and it's called an instance. And that has its own sort of set of screens. And those screens allow you to run a number of different workflows. Each workflow represents a business process that you are automating. And there can be many of them that are part of your instance. Your instance can have many workflows. So there are those three levels of granularity: the cloud level, the instance level, the engine, and then each workflow that's being managed by that instance. And so there are these different screens that you can come to. If you've just signed in, you see a screen that's called the dashboard, and it's also called the admin panel. Those are two different terms for the same thing. That is the cloud level, account level details that you see. And that the URL, the web URL you'll see there looks like app.n8n.cloud/dashboard. We'll see that in just a second. And then within that, you can go into your instance. You'll see there's a running instance for you. And when you go into that instance, you land on a screen that is sometimes called home and sometimes called overview. We'll see that. A home, I think, is the most common way of describing it. It is the home screen of your instance. And you can see that I've given the URL that I get, which is like eddonna.app.n8n.cloud/home/workflows. It's the home screen. And within that, there are a number of these workflows, and each one you can click on and bring up the screen that is where you are digging into that workflow. And this goes by a number of names. Sometimes it's called the canvas, the editor. I think the truth is that the editor is the whole screen, and the canvas is the section that covers most of that editor screen, to be pedantic about it. But basically, people will call it the canvas or the editor, and you can see that the URL for that is like eddonna.app.n8n.cloud, my instance URL /workflow / and then some ID for that workflow. And that is bringing up this editor view of the workflow. So those are the 3 levels of granularity: the cloud, the instance, the workflow. Let's go to n8n. Let's see those 3 right now. Okay, so here I am. I'm at n8n.io. That's where I've gone in my browser, and I've got like a sign in button here, which is what I can press. And because I've already signed in before, I come to this screen. Let me make this a bit bigger. And maybe you've seen this screen already and it's confused you for a second because it looks a bit different to what you see when you're inside your actual running instance. This is the dashboard. This is the cloud account screen. We are in here now in this screen that you can think of as if we're logging into the server as a whole. And we see like dashboard as the option that we're on right now. There is also an option manage, which takes us to stuff about the plan. It's to do with what version. I've just upgraded to version 2. It's the beta version. I'm sure you are on the final version of 2 and probably several on from that because it changes pretty regularly. And you can see all the sort of cloud level settings that we see here. I've got 22 days left in my free trial. I originally had a 14-day free trial with this account, and then I got extended because I did a few things. You may have had a similar experience. And there's a billing tab, an export tab. So this is all the cloud level of granularity. This is that first top level, the cloud dashboard. And you can see right here on the cloud dashboard, there is this thing, this square box that is showing an instance. This is a running installation of the n8n software that's running on the cloud. And I would go into that by clicking the Open Instance button, which is what I will do now. Here we go. That is the cloud screen. We're now going in to the n8n screen, and this is what it looks like when you are at that first page, which is sometimes called the home page. But yeah, we'll see there are other names for it. Overview, it also says at the top, but I think home is the most common name for it. And you'll see the URL has changed as I promised. It now has the name of this running instance in it. It's eddonna for me .app.n8n.cloud /home/workflows. And we're looking here at an overview of our workflows. That is now within the installation. This is now looking at the actual n8n software running. And if we were running a local installation, if we were self-hosting, we would see this too. This is the software itself, not looking at our account level details. And let me make this a little bit bigger too by pressing Command+. And you can see this is telling me that overall I've got and I haven't run anything. There's nothing that's failed, 0 failure rate. This is all completely empty. You might have one workflow in there from what we did yesterday, in which case that'll be showing. Or if you've not created anything, then you get that very first screen that we saw yesterday that had like create from scratch or something as one of the buttons. And you can see here on the left is the main navigation. There's a button here that will expand it and give us more words. We are currently in this page called Overview, that you could also call the home, and there is then also a page called Personal. This is representing a project. This is a subset of the workflows associated with Personal. I created a project called My Project, which I did by pressing that plus button then. You probably don't see this, but you could get the same thing by pressing the plus. But I've gone back to Overview here. This is the overview screen, the home screen within the n8n instance. And to belabor the point, there's a button here called Admin Panel. And Admin Panel, again, lots of names for the same thing. This is going to take me back to that cloud dashboard, this thing called the dashboard, cloud level. Admin Panel is another word for it, it seems. Back here, I can press Open Instance, and it's going to flip me back to this. So here I am at eddonna.app.n8n.cloud inside the instance. I click on Admin Panel, and I'm going back to the cloud account level. This is something which is no longer running n8n software. It's just the server that contains my instance. I imagine this is super clear for you now, but because it's got different terms, I wanted to go through it. Just to finish off what's going on over here, templates. This is something which allows you to have like pre-set up workflows that you can, as it sounds, you can start from something that's already been built, and you can copy it as your way of getting a head start. So we will at some point be looking at templates, but generally we'll be creating things from scratch because that's the best way to learn. But then you'll be able to come in here and see all sorts of things that have been pre-built for you. But it will make more sense once we've done some ourselves. And then there's a bunch of AI related features, as is often the way. And there's also a settings screen, which is our gateway to lots of the controls that are the settings associated with this running instance of n8n. And so, of course, I'd mentioned there are 3 levels of granularity. There's the account level that we'd seen in the cloud dashboard or the admin panel at the top. There's this, which is looking at the home screen of the running n8n instance. And then we can go, we're currently on that homepage, we can press create workflow right here. And this is going to bring us to the editor. This is where we are editing a particular workflow. A workflow, of course, that represents automating one business process. And this editor thing, this screen we're looking at, you can see now up here, we've got the ed.app.n8n.cloud/workflow/ and now it's just got like a new screen with some project ID baked in there. And this is what we are looking at. And you can see that this part of the screen right here, this is what's known as the canvas, which is where we can drag and drop different bits of our workflow. Those are the 3 levels. To go back to that homepage, we can just press personal here. Back we have gone. You know already we could go back to the admin panel, back to that cloud screen. That is how you flip between those 3 levels. And just so you build some muscle memory, go in now and go between those three levels a couple of times so that you feel really good about how they fit together. Okay, and now just to do some quick clicking around within the product itself, and I'll define things as we go. We press create workflow again to create one of these, bring up the editor and create a new workflow, which represents automating a business process. That's what we're looking at. The button here, that is where we start to add a first step. The thing we're going to add, the step, is called a node. A node, I think I'd used that word yesterday already. A node is one of these building blocks, one of these little pieces that makes up a workflow. And we can add that. And you can see that these nodes, they come in a couple of different flavors. These are things that's called the node operations. It can be something which is, these things can be either triggers, reasons that a whole workflow gets kicked off, or they can be actions, nodes that take an action. And so we're gonna do this whole on chat message again. That is an example of a trigger. It's something which initiates a workflow. And I can press escape. Remember that escape is the thing. You can either just press escape, or you can click behind it and it's gone. And this is showing us this trigger right here. And now I'm just going to press the plus button here. And that plus button opens this panel of nodes over here. And I can go to AI, and I can go to AI agent, and I press escape again. And here we go. We have an AI agent right here. And what you'll see, this thing here, this line is something that is connecting. I can press this little bin here, and it gets rid of that line. That line is now gone. And I can now take that plus, and I can drag it and drop it. This thing here is called, shockingly, a connector, because it connects, it links 2 nodes together. Nodes are linked by connectors. And this trigger node is connected to this action, this AI agent right here. And it has hanging off it a bunch of things that we can connect with, a bunch of connections waiting to be formed. And we can add in more nodes to bring this to life. And you're already pretty familiar with this, but I can press the plus button right there. We're going to add another node in this point. We're searching for nodes, and it's already showing us the language models within that. And you can pick any one of these different nodes. We used OpenRouter and OpenAI yesterday, and we set up the keys, so they should already be ready to work. You can pick whichever one you set up. I'm going to pick OpenAI right now. It comes up. It already remembers my credentials. We're using GPT-4.1 Mini. That's done. And now to go back, you remember I just press escape. There it is. It doesn't look too pretty, but I can just organize it like so. We can now go to add memory. Remember this, click on this and just click simple memory and press escape. And let's move that there. And then we're going to add, we won't add a tool for now. That's good enough. This is set up. And now I come in here and I can say hi there. And off it goes and does its thing. And you can see, because I've just upgraded to version 2, it's got a slightly more fancy animation. You probably had that yesterday. And you're like, how come Ed's animation doesn't look as fancy as mine? Well, now I'm just as fancy as you. So we get this nice, good-looking diagram with lots of green showing that the agent used its memory. Hello, how can I assist you today? Let's move this down a bit so we get a little bit more room. We can move this all around. I'm going to say my name is Ed. And then we will say, nice to meet you, how can I help you today? What's my name? And we hope to see that this memory, which is being used to give context to the LLM call, so it's being used to populate the prompts, means that it says, nice to meet you, Ed, how can I help you today? And just to show you a couple more details, if I select this agent and I double click to bring it up, down here, you can see that it's got some information about what's going on. In due course, we will talk about various curly braces sort of stuff and what's going on the left and what's going on the right. But what I want to do right now is go down to here, add option. I'm going to pick system message. You remember the system message is what comes at the beginning of the prompt to the LLM that sets the tone. So I can change it from you're a helpful assistant to you are a snarky, humorous assistant that makes fun of whoever you are chatting with. So let's go with that. That's our new system prompt. So now actually, I think, escape doesn't always, sometimes you have to click and then press escape to make sure that you've got the right thing selected. So now let's refresh this and let's say hi there and see what comes back. And it says, well, look who decided to show up. What's on your mind, oh mighty keyboard warrior? I'm going to say my name's Ed. I'm slightly nervous about what it's going to say. We'll find out. Ed, huh? Classic. Short, simple, and no nonsense. Just like your attention span, I bet. So obviously I use this both to entertain you, but also to show how easy it is to use the system prompt as your way to set the context, tell the agent what it's doing, and give it that sense of its objective and its tone and any background information. So that's how it works to set a system prompt. You can see what's happening there, and you can also open up the chat model to see exactly, for people that know this stuff, this will show you all of the details. You'll see the system message. You'll see the entire conversation so far passed in every time, because a call to an LLM is stateless. So the full message each time has the system prompt and then the full conversation, in order that it can produce an output consistent with that input. That's how all of this comes together. And so, yeah, that's a really good illustration of looking at an AI agent. It's got memory, and it's got the context of the conversation, and it's steered by the system prompt. And just to finish off the example, we will add in another node, and this time it will be a tool. It's going to be the MarketStack tool that we did before. It should already have your credentials saved, but I'm in a different instance here. So I paste in the key that we've got, I save that, and it should now be connected to the MarketStack tool. Press escape to come back here. No, thank you. And now there we go. Oh, but we also, just like before, I forgot to press this blue button to say that is automatically defined by the model, which stock ticker it wants. And we will add in this filter to say we want the latest. Press that to yes, and we've now set up this tool. We'll reset the chat, and we'll say hi there. And we'll let it do its thinking and let it be snarky at me again. Well, look who decided to show up. You're just here to a perfectly good virtual time. What's the stock price of Google? Let's see how it handles this. Now using its tool, off it goes, it does its thing. The stock price of Google closed on the most recent trading day. Not bad for a tech giant, huh? Anything else you want me to fetch, or are we done while you're ahead? There you have it. There is a model that's using a system prompt. It's using conversation history and it's using a tool. And all of this is achieved just through clever use of prompting. You can see in here all of the stuff. If you look through this, you can see everything that I promised you. We've got the system prompt, we've got the user and assistant response, and you see here it says calling, get many end of day and market data stack with that input. That is the output. This is all going in the set of messages to the LLM, and that is the response that comes back. And you can use this now yourself to experiment, try different system prompts, try using the tool and not using the tool, come back into the OpenAI chat model or the OpenRouter chat model to see the messages and get that first-hand experience for how you are able to call make the different calls to the LLM to achieve agentic results. And you'll notice while we're looking at this editor, and we're seeing this here with our chat down here, that here we can flip between editor and executions. And if we press this, we now see the runs that happened, and we see the inputs and outputs against the different runs that we've been doing. That's showing up here under executions. And we can use this screen to flip between editor and executions. I can also click here to rename the whole workflow to like stock. We'll say snarky stock price lookup. That's the name of our workflow. Here it is. And we can flip between the executions, as I showed you, and the editor. We can also go back to the overview. And on the overview page, you'll see here that we've got workflows. There's an executions tab at this level, at the home screen. And this is showing us all of the executions across any of our workflows. This is like the summary level executions page. So those are the two places you can go for executions, either within the workflow itself, the snarky stock price lookup, here it is, coming in, go to the executions, or you can go back to your home page, back to your overview, go to executions to see it right there. Okay, and with that, I'm just going to wrap up by recapping some of the terminology. Generally speaking, I'm not big on terminology and learning the names of things. We do it so that you know what's going on and we can talk about where we're going. And we'll pick it up as we go. But a node, you saw that a node is something which is like one step, one building block in defining a business process. We saw that it could be a trigger, like starting a chat, or it could be an action, like actually calling an AI agent. A connection is simply a link between two nodes. It's connecting the output from one node to the input to another. And a workflow is a collection of nodes with connections between them. It's nodes plus connections together to automate a business process. That is a workflow. Execution is a run of a workflow. And we'll find out later that this can be done in a couple of modes. It can be done manually, which is how we did it just then. And you can also make a workflow active. And that means it's now like in production mode. You're not testing it like we just did. You've got it running for reals. And that's something that we'll do later. And that is when it is active in production. And then templates, we touched on. These are like pre-built workflows. You can use these as a starting point, as a template to build your own. And it's a good way to see a whole lot of stuff already pre-built. But we'll be mostly starting from scratch so that we really build things from the ground up. So here's some of the basic terminology, and probably you're already getting familiar with this. And that is a wrap on week 1, day 2. And that concludes a couple of days of purple. That's some theory we've done today, but it has set the stage for a lot of building. We're now going to be able to take this as our foundation for building lots of workflows, starting tomorrow with our first yellow day, which is all about integrations. And we're going to do a bunch of them. It's what makes n8n so very powerful. And we're going to use it to the max starting tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. Take a moment to celebrate. You are 13% of the way through this already, and tomorrow is going to be a really great step forwards. I will see you then. There are 2 ways in which n8n has real wow factor. One of them is the way that AI and agentic AI is weaved throughout the product so that it is so easy to make AI agents. The other way is the way it handles integrations. Integrations historically have been some of the most challenging, the hardest parts of building systems, hooking them up to others, talking the same language. This is where the really hard stuff happens, except n8n makes it so simple. In fact, more than simple, n8n makes it magical. And today is our first day of integrations. It's a yellow day. Welcome to week 1, day 3, first integrations day. Let's do this. And here we are in the middle of week 1, the first yellow day, the integrations day. We're going to have it in 2 parts. First of all, integrating with documents, with spreadsheets, things like that. And then the second half, it's going to be all about email. And the tech people on this you'll know how hard this kind of thing is, and you're going to be blown away. The business people on here, you probably always thought, why do technology people tell me that it's so hard to integrate? And you're going to think that even more after today, because it's going to be a cinch. First up, though, you know I like to do some recaps. Some repetition is always good. I want to remind you about these 3 levels of hierarchy that as we approach n8n and n8n Cloud in particular, there is the cloud deployment itself. You can log in and look at your account level details. Within that, you can see one particular instance that's running, and that instance is composed of multiple workflows, each workflow representing a business process. So the cloud, there's like the dashboard or the admin panel where we see everything. And the instance has the home screen, also called the overview, an individual workflow. You remember we brought up the editor, which mostly is a canvas. And this is where we will spend most of our time today. And the other thing to recap is some of the terminology. You'll remember all this. A node, which is like a step in your business process. And then it can be a trigger if it's the very first thing. If it's something that like kicks off a workflow, it might be, you'll see later, we'll have scheduled triggers that sort of kick off maybe once a day, or you can have them based on an event, like someone writing a chat message, or an action is a node that represents something happening. A connection is the thing that links to different nodes, takes the output from one node, puts it into the input of another node. A workflow is, of course, a set of nodes connected together in order to automate a business process. That's what this whole thing is about. Execution is what we call our run of the workflow. It can be done manually. If you're in testing, you just press a button and you run the workflow, or you can activate, you can turn a workflow to be active, and then you're in production and it is live. And then templates, we didn't look too much at that, but this is sort of pre-built workflows that you could use to start your own project. We'll be typically building from scratch, but you can also look at the ones that are in there and get inspiration from them, or use them, as I say, as a starting point. All right, that's the terminology. And then one more slide that is also like a recap. You're going to be like, it's like one of those movies where they have like the same scene again and again. But I have to change this one a little bit. I just want to point out a few things about integrations. So much of what we're going to be doing in the next few weeks is integrations. And so you're going to have to get a thick skin to these things. There's a few things about them that you need to know up front. First up, you are in control of the integrations. You don't need to do exactly what I do. You need to check what you're doing. Many of them are free. Some of them do have either a free tier and then there's a paid amount, but you're always in control. You need to check what you're doing, make sure you're satisfied that you want to do that integration. And on that front, I'm going to pick a set of integrations, but there are so many to choose from. You can do exactly what I do and follow my script entirely, or you can choose to go off and do something slightly different. The marvelous thing about n8n is the breadth of different integrations it's got and how you can just try something different. I integrate with Slack. You could post messages to Telegram. You can do whatever you want. Take it as you wish. So don't feel like you have to stick to my script. Take it as an opportunity to explore, get the general idea for how I do things, like how I authenticate, how I get credentials, what are API keys, all that kind of stuff, and then take it in the direction you want. And then I need to point out that integrations can be tiresome. They can be slippery. You can have all sorts of trouble if you paste an API key into a notebook, as I think I've told you this 10 times. Sometimes it will mess it up and change hyphens into long hyphens. And then when you paste it in, it suddenly doesn't work. And you're like, why isn't it working? What's wrong with these instructions? And you know it takes thick skin and it takes patience. It takes clicking on the link where it tells you the documents, the documentation, and reading through it. Try it again, create another key. Eventually it will work. The thing is that when these nasty things happen, there is usually a simple explanation at the end of it. You have to hammer away at it until you get there. If you can't, of course, I'm always available. As I said, I come with the package. You can always message me and I'll always try and help. But sometimes it just takes a thick skin, bashing away at it until you figure out why the integration isn't working. And then I want to point out that every integration I do is optional. Most of them have free tiers. There might be a couple that will do at some point that are paid APIs, in which case you could just skip them. Just go with what you want to do. Nothing is mandatory. It is in your court all the way through this. And on that note, the first set of integrations we're going to do is with Google Drive. We're going to link up to like Google Docs, Google Sheets, and show how you can work with them. And maybe you don't have that. Maybe you're one of the like tiny fraction of people on this planet that doesn't have Gmail. In which case, I do understand. It might be a bit galling for me to say this, but I would probably recommend that you do set up like a Gmail and have Google Drive, Google Docs, Google Sheets. It's free unless you're on a business plan, in which case it's a small amount, relatively small amount, given all the functionality, and we will be using it pretty heavily. So I was going to break the rule I've got here. Of all the things, I would probably suggest that you at least set that up if you haven't already, because it's so streamlined in n8n and it's so friction-free to set up these things with a Google account. So that might be the one exception, the one thing that I would stretch to asking you to have if you don't have it already. And if you do have it already, then you're in excellent shape. You are ready to begin with our lab. Let's go to n8n right now. And here we are at n8n.io, and I'm going to click on the sign in button and up it comes. And you remember well that we're now on this dashboard screen, the cloud level screen, and I'm going to press open instance to come into the Ed.Donner instance. I've got 21 days left in my free trial, and it's running version 2. I'm going to press open instance, and we are now going to come to that home page. Here it is, which if it's your very first time, it looks a bit different, but otherwise it should look just like this. And there is a snarky stock price lookup we've got right there, but we're going to be building some more workflows today by looking at Google Drive. Okay, so I'm going to press this create workflow button on the top right. Up comes the editor with the canvas in the middle. You're used to this now. There's a button here to add the first step. I click here. This is a trigger. It's showing us the possible nodes that have triggers. And we want to have the on chat message trigger again, the one that you know already. This comes up and you may be able to just press escape, or you may have to click here and then press escape to come back to the editor screen. And here we are. And I'm going to press the plus again. One more time, go to AI and pick an AI agent, press escape. Here we are. We're going to give it the normal memory, the simple memory, like so, escape. It's got some simple memory. We're going to give it a chat model. You can choose OpenRouter or OpenAI. I think I'm just going to choose OpenAI chat model. It automatically suggests just using the OpenAI account. We'll stick with 4.1 mini. I'll press escape. Here we go. And this seems like a good starting point. We'll just check it's working. We'll say hi there. Off it goes and thinks. We see everything going. Hello, how can I assist you today? All is good. We're ready to get started. I'd like to start just by showing you a couple of simple things about the editor, just so you're getting more comfortable. We'll do a little bit more each time. First up, you remember we can rename this from my workflow 6. We can change it to something like first integrations. You may remember that. Hit enter, and that is now the new name of this workflow. There's a whole thing about tagging that you can give different tags to your workflows, very similar to if you write blog posts and things, which you can do if you wish. I want to show you that when you're on the canvas like this, on this editor, there's a nice shortcut. There's lots of ways you can zoom in and zoom out by pressing these buttons to zoom in and zoom out. You'll also discover that if you hold down on a PC, it's the control key, and on a Mac, it's the command key, the one with the like clover symbol on it. Press that, and then you can click and drag, and you move yourself around the canvas like this. Just try that now yourself. Do that a bit, do that again. And you'll see as I do that there's that little map, radar-y kind of thing on the bottom left there, which is a bit like if you're playing an adventure game and you see like a little map of the terrain. It's a map of the whole space that our workflow lives in, with those white boxes representing the actual nodes that we've got in our diagram. So that just gives you a little sense of how to navigate around a bit. And as the next thing to show you, just as we're going to be pro users of n8n, we're not going to want to be doing too much clicking. We're going to want to be on the keyboard a lot with our shortcuts. So what I want you to do is, if you see the plus button on your keyboard, you don't need to press shift and you just need to just press the plus button. If I press that right now, I zoom in like this. And if I press the minus button, I zoom out. Look at that, plus, minus. And if you press the 0 button, then it resets it to normal. So you may be used to doing this with like a control or command button if you're using a browser. But with n8n, you just simply press those buttons, plus to go in, minus to go out, 0 to reset it to the default. And that's just a really nice, simple way to do it. One other shortcut I'm going to mention right now is the tab button. If you press the tab button, it opens the node list on the right there, that sidebar. Press escape, go back, tab, up it comes, escape, go back. It's just some good things to try out. So try pressing plus, minus, tab, escape a few times just to get a feel, build some muscle memory for the shortcut keys in n8n. Okay, we're now going to move to Google Drive. Now, if you've never used Google Drive before, it's very much something that you can just pick up on the fly because it's super easy. If you've never set up a Gmail account, you just go to gmail.com, create a Gmail for free, and then you can just go to the application thing on the top right. I'll click over here. It's something that looks like this, and then you can use that to get to the drive, or just go to drive.google.com. And when you're in the drive, it's like any of these online sites that lets you create files and folders. And I'm in a folder now that I created. I'd gone to new, I'd said a new folder, and I called it stuff. And so we're now looking at the contents of stuff on my Google Drive. And here it is. And if you're not familiar with this, just click around, you'll figure it all out. And if you don't want to have a Gmail and a Google Drive, then you don't need to. Just watch me instead and see what I do, get a feel for how integrations work. But here we are in Google Drive, time to make some docs. Okay, and when I say we're going to create a Google Doc, I really mean we're going to create a Google Sheet. Sometimes when people say Google Docs, they're referring to any type of document in your Google Drive. Sometimes they're referring specifically to like a word processor, a Google Doc. So I go to new, I could create like a word, but I'm going to create a sheet, a Google Sheet. Here it is, and we're going to call it Portfolio. There it is. Portfolio is the name of this Google Sheet. And it's going to have a very simple sheet indeed. It's going to have ticker, quantity, and price as 3 columns in there. Okay, so what should we have? Let's have ticker. We'll have Google, our favorite starting point. We'll have 3 Google shares. We will have 2 Apple shares and I don't know, Tesla. That's always the examples people give. How many of them should we have? Let's have 3 of them too. So here is our equity portfolio of some shares. We've got a ticker, we've got a quantity, and we've left the price suspiciously empty. Okay, let's get to some automations. Okay, now I press the plus button here by tool, and I'm going to search for Sheets and open the Google Sheets tool, like so. Here it is. This is how we give our LLM the ability to access a Google Sheet. So it starts by saying credential to connect with. We're going to say create new credential. And this is where we're going to hook up our n8n running in the cloud with our Google Sheets. And this is something which could be really, really challenging. Sometimes some of the integrations we do, this step is going to be challenging. In the case of Google Sheets in particular, it's actually really simple. There's just a sign in with Google button right here. And ignore any of this stuff, just press the sign in with Google button. If you're doing this on the self-hosted version, it's a bit more involved. But for now, we're just going to press this sign in with Google button, and up comes like a Google Auth screen like this. And I'm just going to press my Google Auth like so. I'm going to say continue, and connection successful appears. I'm going to close this down, and there's a green box that says account connected. Come on, it couldn't be much simpler than that. We are connected. n8n Cloud is connected to our Google Sheet. Well, it's connected to our Google Sheets for our account. We haven't connected it to a specific sheet yet. All right, so now I press the X button here to come back to this screen. So this is now saying it's connected. The tool description will leave it set automatically. The resource, we're going to say sheet within a document. Operations for this one is going to be like get rows. And now we choose the document and the sheet from this drop down of all of the Google Docs that it has access to, all of the sheets. So I've just selected portfolio from this list right here, which is the one that we just created. And now for the sheet, there only is one sheet in here. I'm selecting sheet 1, and here it is. And there's ability to add filters and things, but we're going to leave all of that as it is. And so this is our tool that is available now. So we now go back to this screen. We've got this. We'll clear this chat, and we're going to have a quick chat with our sheet. Okay, so I'm going to clear the chat. Let's say hi there. All right, it's thinking about that. Hello, how can I assist you today? All right, I'm going to say, please describe the sheet that you have access to read. We'll see what it tells us. It's going to connect, hopefully, to Google Sheets, and it's doing some stuff. And it's saying the sheet contains stock information with the following columns and data: ticker, quantity, price. And then it says Google quantity 3, Apple quantity 2, Tesla quantity 3. There we have it. We have successfully connected our n8n agent to a Google Sheet, and it took minutes, maybe even seconds if you were following along fast, if you'd sped me up. All right, now let's make it do something. I'm sure you can guess what we're going to do. I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to add in another tool. The tool I'm going to add is called MarketStack. Remember that? We did that yesterday. Select that. Now we're getting faster at this point. You know what we're doing. We've got the credential right here. We're going to say the tool description is automatic. Resources, end of day data. The operation is get many. The ticker is to be set by the model. You click that purple button. We will say that we want to add a filter, the latest, turn that on. And that, I believe, is all we need for getting stock data. Now we're going to add another tool. Let's just rearrange this a little bit. Let's put that there. Let's move the market data there. Let's press the plus button. That's just to tidy up. It doesn't matter. And now we're going to go and have another sheet, a Google Sheets tool. This time it's going to be a resource. It's going to be sheet. The operation is not going to be get row. It's going to be update row. Let's select the document. And so I just gone to this from list and I chose the portfolio document, which is a sheet that we want to update. The sheet itself we're going to choose will, of course, be sheet 1. Okay, this is important. This is when we tell n8n what is it that we want to update in this sheet. And it knows about the columns in our table. It's read the sheet and it sees it's got a ticker, a quantity, and a price. And the first thing we say is, what column do we want to match on? So when it's picking what row to update, which column should it use to decide which is the row that I care about? And we want it to do it based on the ticker. We want to be able to our LLM to say, I want to update Google's stock price based on the Google ticker. So that's the column to match on. And now in terms of the values to get updated, the actual fields that the LLM can specify, we don't care about quantity. I'm removing that. We want it to be able to specify a ticker and a price. The ticker is the one that gets matched. The price is what it changes the price to. So I press this button here to say the model gets to define what ticker and the model gets to define what price to set. And this has now defined what we want this tool to do. We want this tool to match on a ticker, to specify the ticker, and to specify the price. And that price will be updated. So hopefully this makes sense to you. This is how you go about telling n8n that the purpose of this tool is to be able to match on a ticker, set a price. We're done. We've created our update row. It looks a little bit messy. Let's move that over there. So now we have 3 tools. We've got one that gets a row, we've got one that gets market data, and we've got one that updates the row in the sheet. Okay, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to switch over to my portfolio as we have it right here. And I'm just going to detach this window like that, and then just shrink it over and put it over here so we can just keep an eye on the spreadsheet over here, the Google Sheet. And I'm going to come back here to this screen, go back to our integrations, and I'm going to move this cunningly over like this so we can be looking at our chat here, but also keeping a healthy eye over on the right at our Google Sheet. All right, and now I'm going to say hi there. Okay, it says, hello, how may I assist you today? I'm going to say, please update the prices in my equity portfolio sheet to reflect the latest market prices. There's my instruction. Off it goes. Things happen. Keep your eye on the right. Keep an eye on the right-hand side of the screen, please. Things are happening. Stuff is going on. Messages are spinning. Bam! You see that? Tesla price just appeared. Apple price just appeared. Google price just appeared. It all happened. Workflow executed successfully. We just saw an agent in action, reading a sheet, collecting market data, writing the prices to our Google Sheet. Wasn't that fabulous? So what I love about this example is it feels so tangible to be able to see the stock prices change like that as we run it and see the spreadsheet changing. So it's really, really cool. What I want you to do now, though, is just dig in a bit more into these tools themselves to get a better sense for what was going on. And what do I mean by that? Well, you can double click on a tool like this update tool. You double click on it, and it comes up with the details, and we already set this part here, so we know it well. But let me show you what's on the left and the right. This is showing you the inputs and outputs when this tool was actually called a moment ago. And it was called 3 times, and you can tell because there's this drop down here, run, where there's 1, 2, and 3 out of 3. And if you pick something like 2, then it updates on the left and the right to show you the inputs and outputs the second time this tool was called. And the inputs are shown in this stuff on the left, which is in fact, you're seeing JSON here. And some of you probably know JSON very well, but for those that don't, you will get comfortable with this. This is just a way of showing structured data like this. And as it happens, anytime you see JSON like this, you can choose to either see it as JSON or say, hey, I don't want to see it as JSON. I just want to see it in a normal table. I'm more comfortable with tables. Or you can see it in something called a schema when you see the sort of structure of the data. But we're going to stick with JSON for now. You can see that this tool was called to update a row. It was saying, please use this ticker to match Apple, and this is the thing to update the row with, and that's why on the right you can see we got back an output showing that ticker was updated with that price, and you can flip between the 3 tool calls to see that it was updating each of the stock prices in that table. It all did just what we were expecting. And now I'm going to press escape, click and press escape, and I'm going to show you the MarketStack tool. Here it is. It was also called 3 times, shockingly. And it was called 3 times because it was called for the ticker Google, it was called for the ticker Apple, and it was called for the ticker Tesla. And over here on the right, you can see what came back. And again, you can see it in the form of JSON like this long bit of structured data, or in a table format. And we'll see that there is an open, high, and low that came back for Tesla's price. And we can also flip that to Apple and flip it to Google, and you're seeing over on the right what came back when the tool was called. And then press escape, or click and press escape, and then let's go and look at this tool. Was this one called 3 times? No, it was not. This was only called once. This was called once, and it was just called with no inputs particularly, and what came back was the table itself. I've got it selected on the table version. This is it in JSON style. You can see the JSON structure. It has this very recognizable look to it. We can look at it in a table form. And what came back is basically the table itself. The Excel spreadsheet had come back, but it came back in the form of JSON. It came back showing that we had 3 rows, Google, Apple, Tesla, and that these were the quantities, but the price was empty, which was before our LLM decided to set the price. So this shows you the 3 tool calls. And I want you now to go in, dig in, have a look at this, get a sense of what was called, look at the JSON, look at the table, start to get more familiar with this, build up a little bit of experience with this. And you should also take this project in a new direction, add another column, add some more information, try maybe adding the highs and the lows or whatever, figure out what more information you could get the LLM to set in that table and enjoy it. Watch it updating while you watch. It's such a spooky experience, and get a good sense of what it's like to use an AI agent that's hooked up to Google Sheets. Okay, and next I want to save this because we're going to go build a new one. And to save it, you can either just press this red save button here. On a PC, it's Control S. On a Mac, it's Command S. Done, and then that goes to saved. And now I'm going to go and click on personal, or I can click on overview and come back here to this screen. It's time for us to create a new workflow. Okay, create workflow, the red button up here. We're going to add a first step. It's going to be as before on chat message. or it will do different things sooner or later. And then we will give ourselves another AI agent. You're getting to be a pro at this. You don't need me to tell you. We're going to have simple memory. And there we go. And chat model, we'll use OpenAI again. OpenAI, chat model, all set up. That's all great. We'll test it with a hi there. And hopefully everything is perfect. Okay, time for a new tool. All right, I'm going to press the plus button here and I'm going to type email. And we are going to go to the, hang on, I'm not going to type email, I'm going to type Gmail. Consume the Gmail API. And now I come here and I say create new credentials. And we're back to this sign in with Google button. Let's give it a try. And I press this button, up it comes. It's popped up with this box again. I'm going to connect it to my business email. It could also be to my my Gmail itself. I'm going to give it access to everything and I'm going to say continue. If you're not comfortable with that, then obviously give it whatever you would like, but we're going to be always in control of what we do and we're going to be careful with this. Okay, so we've done that. We've connected it. We press X. Now we get to choose what tools we want to give our model access to, and you should only pick the tools that you are comfortable giving the LLM access to, of course. In later weeks, we will talk more about security of AI agents. We'll talk about something called the lethal trifecta, that the simplest way to make sure that you're happy with what we're doing is only ever give your model access to a tool that you are comfortable for it to use. And that's what we'll do now. Okay, so it's time to set up our tool to access our Gmail. So the resource we want to look at is going to be messages. We want it to look at emails in our email. Operation, we don't want it to send emails. We just want it to get emails. I'm going to choose get many. We are going to then come down here and say we want to apply a filter. I've got a lot of emails in my inbox. I don't want it to read all of them. I want it to read anything that was received after yesterday, received in the last day. So I do received after. And now I can select a date and time and I can select yesterday. But doing that would be kind of laborious because I'd be hard coding in this platform yesterday's date set there. And that's kind of ugly. So I don't want a fixed thing here. I want an expression. And you'll often see fields where you can flip between fixed and expression. And I'm going to click on expression. I could also click here to let the model pick a date, but I'm going to have an expression. And what I'm going to do is I'm now going to put in here some code. This is a low code course, not a no code course. So just occasionally you're going to see fragments of code, which for the engineers here is going to be a cinch. And for some of you will be stuff to pick up as we go. And it's something where, you'll basically get used to sort of copying things and getting a handle for what's going on. This is using, so when we have code, it is mostly JavaScript code that you'll be looking at. Sometimes it can use Python, but we'll be using JavaScript. And particularly when you see two curly braces like that, it means whatever's going in here is going to be JavaScript. And that's what that is. And it's something that handles dates and times using a JavaScript library called Luxon, which is one that is sort of built into n8n and was a particularly easy way to handle dates and times. And I mean, you can just read this and it looks pretty much like English. It's going to take now and it's going to minus 1 day, just as it appears to say. And below it tells you the result of running that, which is in fact a day before right now. So, and it even tells us a tip. Anything here is JavaScript. So that's what I've done. I have said now that I want this operation to get many messages from my Gmail account received after a day from now. Okay, so this is all pretty clear, I think. We will now go back to this screen. Here we have our AI agent. It's got its OpenAI model, it's got simple memory, and it's got this new mail tool. I also want to mention at this point, there's this button over here called Tidy Up. Very convenient. If I press this, it just reshuffles everything. It also resizes nicely too. That's a nice little button to know about. Okay, and here we have an empty chat. First up, let's get an email. So here is my email program. I'm going to send an email to myself, from a different email account, from my Gmail. I'm going to say, I have exciting news. My agent in n8n is able to read my email. This is huge. So many possibilities. And I'm going to send that email. So I have sent that. I will wait a couple of seconds for that to send, going over the ether. And now I'm going to say, please read the most recent email that I received and summarize summarize what it contains. There we go. Are we ready? Off we go. We give it a run. It goes. It's connecting to Gmail. It's now using that tool. It's having a think. The most recent email you received is from Edward Donner with the subject important news. The content snippet indicates it shares exciting news that his agent n8n can now read his email, which he describes as huge, with many possibilities this capability opens up. So there you have it. There you see it did in fact work. We were able to read the email that I just sent. Our agent was able to do it. That's pretty cool. You can see now that we were able, with just a few clicks, to get an agent reading emails. And as you saw, we could add more tools to be able to read them and also write them as well. Okay, and now I'm going to come up with another tool. I'd encourage you, by the way, to check the results of this tool, and you'll see your recent emails appearing there. But we're going to come in here and we're going to create a new tool, another Gmail tool. This time, I wanted to be able to sort of send an email, but not. I want to be more careful than that. I don't want to give my LLM access to tools that I'm not completely comfortable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it be able to create a draft. Resources draft, operation is create. It can choose the subject, and it will be a text email. It can choose the message, but I'm only going to allow it to be sent or to have in the to email will have to be to my Gmail email address. I don't want it to be able, even though it's only a draft, I'm going to really constrain it because I want to be in total control of this. So that's what I've got. You could press that button if you wanted it to decide who the email was going to itself. So there we go. That is what we're going to do. I'm going to now come back to here, and now I'm going to ask my next question to my agent. Okay, and I'm going to say, please draft an email that says that I very much agree with this sentiment. This is huge news. All right. And so we're asking our agent to do that, and it's going to create a draft in Gmail, and it says the workflow has been successfully completed. Now I'm going to go and check. And I'll come back into my email program, and sure enough, right here, there is indeed a draft email that is coming from me to me that says, hi, Edward. I call myself by my formal name, like my parents call me. I very much agree with your sentiment. This is huge news. The possibilities ahead are truly exciting, with that little dead giveaway of the long EM dash as the hint that this was GPT generated. Best regards, Ed. I'm very formal with myself. But there you have it. Super simple. We got our agent to read an email and then to draft a response to it. It was all perfectly straightforward. Let's tidy this up. There we go. It was all perfectly straightforward. And of course, we could have gone further. We could have had it create a new email and respond to it and save it and submit it. But we chose to have more constraints, to only give our agent access to the tools that we were comfortable with. In my case, only drafting an email, and only drafting an email where the recipient was my own Gmail account. So I was very careful with this. And that's a good practice until you're comfortable that you have the right checks and balances in place. Only equip your agent with tools that you are comfortable with it using. And so we have read email and we have drafted a response. And you can imagine, as I said to myself, the possibilities are huge. There is so much that you could do with that. And of course, in due course, we will be doing so much. But baby steps, that's good enough for now. Let's go to the wrap. And there we have it. That completes day 3 of week 1. We have done our first few integrations, and they were juicy ones. We integrated, I say we integrated with Docs, we integrated with Google Sheets, but I'm using Docs in the more general sense of the Google Drive. So we've done that integration, and we integrated with email, and you should be experimenting. The whole purpose of this is not just to listen to what I have to say, but to do it yourself. It's the best way to learn, the best way to build expertise. Build a few workflows, look at the nodes, look at the actual tool uses and see what got passed in and what came out, and experiment with a few workflows. And tomorrow we're going to get more into integrations. We're going to do more. We're going to keep looking at the JSON and the table, and we're going to get more and more comfortable with integrating with stuff and with data. And with that, that concludes week 1, day 3. Can you believe you're 20% of the way through already? Maybe you can, because already we've got a lot. We've been doing lots of stuff. We've built what could basically be an automated business process already. Well, it gets better and better. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, we have a huge day ahead. Welcome to week 1, day 4. This is the day, it's the second yellow day of digging into integrations. But in addition, we're also going to talk about data, and we're going to look at expressions, at least at a high level. Let's get into it. So largely in n8n, data is something which is described using this format called JSON. And I imagine that at least half of you may fall into the half that are very familiar with JSON. Some of you have just seen it before a lot. Some of you actually probably JavaScript people that know it back to front. And some of you may be new to it. You've probably still seen it, but you may not know that much about it. I'm going to cover it briefly. The main message is you will get very familiar with this. You're going to see it a lot. JSON is this very simple, standard way to describe structured data in a way that happens to also be sort of human readable, which is very convenient. So machines understand it, humans understand it, and we can work together with it. Let's cover the 4 basic ingredients of JSON. And if you know all this already, just put me on 2x, zoom through this. So first up, JSON is a way of describing data. Fundamentally, it expresses things as key value pairs, which means that everything has a name and a value. There could be a person, might have a first name and a value, a last name and a value, an age and a value. These are examples of key value pairs, and that forms the heart of JSON. And these values, they can be bunches of text, which are called strings. They can be numbers. They can be booleans, which means like true or false. And it can be a few other things as well. So the second kind of key ingredient of JSON is called an object. An object is basically a bunch of key value pairs. It's a ton of them. There could be a person object, which means there might be a first name, last name, age, and other things. There's another name. They're sometimes called dictionaries, and dictionary will be familiar to people from a Python background because it's like a Python dictionary. So that is known as an object, a bunch of key value pairs, or maybe a bit more, as we will see. And the next ingredient is called an array, which just means an ordered list of things. And then the final one, nesting. This is to say that a JSON object, we've already said it can contain strings and numbers and booleans. It could also contain other JSON objects. And those JSON objects could also contain objects and lists of objects. So you could have some JSON object that is composed of lots of other objects, which themselves are composed of more objects. And a lot of this will come together when we see some concrete examples. And just to say a couple of words about each of those, and even for those for which this is old hat, I hope to say a few more interesting things. So key value pairs, all data is represented this way in JSON. It's like name and then a colon and then Alice. It's a key, colon, a value. Or it could be age, colon, 30. Or it could be is student, colon, false. And it could also be middle name, colon, null. So there's a few things to point out here. The first of them is that whenever you have strings, text, you put double quotes around it, like you see here, like name and Alice have double quotes. Numbers do not have quotes. They are just numbers as it appears there. You could also see that booleans, trues and falses, they come as true and false in lowercase, like you see there, false in lowercase. People from a Python background are used to it being a bit different. This is what it is in JavaScript, in JSON. And then that last one, null, is a special thing that you're probably familiar with that means kind of empty. And that is also a value, an acceptable value. So just a few things to point out. First of all, you need to use double quotes, not single quotes, and that's a little trap to watch out for. And also not curly quotes. If you type something in many word processors, it will automatically convert your quote marks into curlies to go around the words, and that will cause problems in JSON. They have to be straight up single quotes. True and false are in lowercase, and It's best practice when you have your keys to not have a space in your key, but to use something like you see, I use the underscore here instead of a space for is student. Now, it's actually allowed. You can have spaces in keys, but they tend to cause a few problems in various ways. That means that it's probably not worth the trouble. Better not to have spaces in the keys as a general principle. Okay, so that's number one, key value pairs. Okay, secondly, the object. So an object represents a thing with a bunch of key value pairs. And the way you write an object is using curly brackets, curly braces, as they're sometimes known. So you open a curly brace, it means, okay, I've got an object for you here. And then we have a key value pair. The name is Alice. And that comma at the end signifies that there's another key value pair to come. And it is age is 30. And then a comma, there's more. Is student is false. And then a comma. Middle name is null. And then no comma means end of object, close curly braces, and we are done defining this object. Okay, and just a few things to note. First of all, it's common to write it this way with this kind of white space, with the things indented like this, so that it's really easy for humans like you and me to look at this and see what it means, that it's an object. But it actually doesn't matter for the machine. You can choose to indent it and space things out with empty lines like this, or you could write it all on one line. It's the same thing. And also, as I mentioned, it's worth noting that that last element there must not have a comma, that last key value pair. And again, that's a difference. Some people in other programming languages, if you're from Python, then you know that it's fine to put a comma at the end of the last entry, but not with JSON. Okay, that's number two. Okay, number three is an array, and you probably know this. An array is something which has square brackets around it. So this would be an array of three fruits: apples, bananas, oranges. You have an element and a comma, another element, comma, another element. And here's another array. This is a series, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, if you know what that is. And you can also mix. You can have numbers and booleans and text strings in there if you wish. That's another array. And you can write arrays like this, and sometimes people do. And so that would also make a good array. An array you can think of as like a value. So an array can be the value. If you have a key value pair, you could have something like favorite fruits as the key, and the value might be apples, bananas, oranges. That would be a good value for the key favorite fruits. And then finally, just to explain again that it's fine to have things like lists which contain objects. So here's an example of a list which has two things in it. Two things, and they are each objects. The first one is an object which has a name Alice, age 30 in blue there. And the second object is name Bob, age 35. And these are two different objects that are part of the array that I'm showing you there. And you can also you can write it like this as well, which is a bit nicer, which is just to show that it is an array with two elements. The first one is Alice, the second one is Bob. And then similarly, an object can contain other objects. So here is an object. This is some sort of an address. It has a street, a city, and a country as three different keys in this object. And what we could do is we could have this object. Check this out. This is a single object, and it is something which has a name, age, and address as three different keys in this object. And that address key, the value for address, it's not text, it's not a number, it's not an array, it's not a Boolean. It is itself an object in yellow. In fact, it's the same one as I put in the box above. It's that object which has street, city, country. That is a smaller object which is part of the bigger object which contains Alice and her age. So that gives you just a sense that objects can be made up of other objects, and of course also of arrays. And if you knew all this already, then congratulations. If you didn't, then hopefully this gave you just a bit of intuition. Don't worry about it, because we're going to see so much of this, it will become second nature, just to give you some of the lay of the land before we dive in. All right, next up, we're going to talk about expressions. So this isn't a no-code course, it's a low-code course, which means occasionally we will take a little step in the direction of coding. And one of the ways is through expressions. And you're going to love expressions. Expressions give you this ability to be much more flexible about how your workflow runs, and it allows you to have a lot more power in what goes on. Basically, rather than using some fixed value for doing something, you're able to determine dynamically what what should be used. It's like a formula in Excel instead of the value. And honestly, they're not complicated. They can look intimidating at first, a bit like an Excel formula. But once you get the idea of them, and once you've got a few in your arsenal that you can just reuse in different places, then you will find this to be super easy. So let's look at some of them, and then we will use them in earnest. Seems very theoretical, but we are going to put this into practice in our integrations coming right up. So there are a bunch of fields in n8n where you'll see a little toggle above the field that can switch between being fixed and being an expression. And that is where we will be using them today. And that's where you can say, okay, I want this to always be the number 3, or I want to give you a little bit of a formula for calculating what this value should be. And expressions are surrounded in double curlies, two sets of curly braces like that. So you get used to seeing these double curlies everywhere. And so you should immediately click. And when you see that, you think, okay, it's an expression. And there's something to know, which is just a nice little shortcut, that if you want in any of your expressions to access whatever is the incoming data from the node before where you are, then you use this particular thing here, $, and then the word JSON. That means I want to have access to the incoming data in JSON format. So a lot about these expressions comes down to navigating your way through a JSON object. You remember that JSON is key value pairs, and that the value might itself be an object with key value pairs. So often you're saying something like, okay, I've got a person, I want to get the first name, or I want to get the address, and the country of the address of the person. So you're often like drilling down into these JSON objects. And the way you do that is with a period, a dot. So you can say, if we have an object like this same person thing that we just looked at before, it's got a name, an age, an address, and the address has a street, a city, and a country. Then if you did JSON.name, you'd be plucking out Alice from this structure. If you did JSON.address, you're plucking out that little section under address. .city, then you're plucking New York out of that structure. So look in purple at the JSON.name and the $JSON.address.city, and then reference the yellow box above it, and just check you fully understand how those dots allow you to drill into the JSON and pluck out the information that we need from that data. And that is really giving you all the perspective you need on data structures in JSON, and on how you write expressions and use dots to drill into them to retrieve specific data items. Now, at various points, we will be doing things that are just slightly more fiddly with expressions in JSON. I want to show you what they look like. You do not need to understand these right now, just so that you're aware of it. We'll be doing much more of this in due course. And if you do know about this, if you do know about JSON, then just it's worth knowing this. So a couple of expressions we will use at some point. So I showed you that $JSON gives you access to the data that's incoming into this node that we're working on right now. But what if you want to look at some data from a prior node, somewhere else? Well, there's a trick to doing that. Instead of $JSON, you do $node, and then in square brackets, as it shows right here, you put the name of that node. And that allows you to grab data from any previous node in your workflow. And that means that you can write an expression which is able to combine information from across the whole workflow. And then one other little thing to know is that if you want to take some JSON and turn it into a string, turn it into text, for example, because you want to pass it to an LLM or something like that, then it's worth knowing there is this thing called stringify. You put JSON in block capitals, .stringify, and then you can pass in anything in those brackets, inside those normal brackets, and it will turn that into text. So JSON.stringify, and then perhaps $JSON, which is the incoming data, will turn the incoming data into plain text. So if you're new to this, that might not make complete sense, in which case, don't worry, just remember this vaguely, get some intuition. We'll see it in practice. It's when you actually experiment with this and build it for real that you see it coming together. And if you are familiar with the JSON, then these are two expressions to know about. And as a general principle, I would say you never need to memorize anything like this. Don't memorize these things. As long as you have some understanding of it, you can always look up at the time how to do a particular expression. Great documentation in n8n or ChatGPT or Claude will tell you exactly what expression that you need. But it's good to recognize what it looks like when it's the right answer. Okay. That's it for both JSON, for data and expressions. At least that's enough for now for us to build a bunch more integrations. But before we go and do that, I do want to sort of introduce the topic of the integrations that we're going to do today, and they're going to be great fun. So often the stickiest part of building an integration with a third party is called authentication, which is convincing the third party that you are who you say you are. And there are a number of different approaches for this, and we're going to be using all of these approaches. And here they are in order of increasing complexity. And of course, there are many different ways to authenticate with third parties. These are the ones that we'll be using through n8n. The first of them is the easiest of them all, and it's when you have an API key. You've established an API key with the third party, and you provide that API key in n8n, and then you have the connection. And that's what we did with OpenRouter and with OpenAI, and what we will do with many. It's super easy. An API key is like a password, it's like a secret. And once you put it in there and you've shown it appears green in n8n, you know you've got the connection, all is good. If only it was that easy for everything. So obviously the time that it's harder is when you don't just want to have like one bridge to a third party, like I want to be linked to OpenAI and have an OpenAI key, but rather you want to be able to log in as a particular user into that third-party platform and have a connection that isn't just like a connection to Google overall, a connection to all of Gmail, but rather it's a connection to Gmail and to my email account on Gmail, which I have to authenticate against. It has to be on that level. It's like an application level integration. That's where it gets harder. And the name of the game there is OAuth 2. That is the standard and the approach that's used for a rock solid connection to a third party where you are authenticated as the user in question. And both of these next two variants are different flavors of OAuth 2. The simpler of the OAuth 2 patterns is exactly what we did with Google Sheets and with Gmail, which is where there is a sort of pre-configured OAuth 2 where you can go into n8n, you can sort of press a button that launches a screen with say Google, and then you sign into your Gmail, and when it comes back to n8n, it's all done. And there you are, you're authenticating for a specific end user for like your Gmail account. And n8n, and this only works with n8n Cloud. n8n Cloud has already established connectivity with Google overall. They've already built the bridge so that it can reach into Google and Google can call back to n8n Cloud. So all of that sort of scaffolding is in place. And all you have to do is click the button, sign into Google, and it's done. You're authenticated. So that is what I'm calling it here, pre-configured OAuth 2. It only works with n8n Cloud and only where n8n Cloud has already built that bridge as they've done for Google Sheets and for Gmail, as we saw. Where it's harder is where there isn't this sort of shortcut built into n8n Cloud and you have to build the scaffolding yourself. And that is the proper full-on OAuth 2. And that applies for any OAuth integrations if you're running self-hosted n8n. But if you're using n8n Cloud, it's some of them, the ones that don't have this built-in bridge. And that requires a sort of multi-step process to authenticate yourself with the third-party platform. Let's call it Slack, because it's going to be that way with Slack. And you have to tell Slack or the third party, how it's going to call back to you once the authentication has happened. And so there's bits and pieces to put in place, and it's quite fiddly. OAuth 2 done properly like this is quite fiddly. It requires, as I put here, patience and a thick skin. Sometimes you'll be cussing and you'll have to do it 2 or 3 times until you figure out all the kinks and you have it all working properly. But the good news about all authentications in n8n is that once you've done it and you're authenticated, it's then super simple. Once you've built your authentication with Slack, you can then put any nodes and connect them with Slack just like that by selecting that authentication, those credentials in that dropdown. So it's like a one-time thing for each of your third parties. Sometimes it can be, as I say, quite fiddly. Sometimes it can try your patience, as you will see. But in the end, once it's done, it's done. And with that, I have some integrations for you. That's enough talking. We're going to go and start building. And I've got like 3 integrations we're going to work on, and they're all about connectivity. It's all about information coming in and out. The first of them is one of my old favorites that I cover in my other courses too, which is push notifications to your phone, because it feels so nice and simple and fun to have something pushed to your phone. And so we'll be doing that, and that's going to be a gentle API-based one. The next one is going to be Telegram. Now, you may or may not use Telegram. If you don't use Telegram, then just use this as a way to see how you do this kind of integration. It's relatively straightforward. It's going to work nicely, and you don't need to have Telegram at all, but the same kind of principles apply to many of the other integrations in n8n, so it's still worth seeing what I do. And the third one is Slack, and Slack is going to be a right pain. So prepare yourself for agony. And again, you can just watch me if you don't feel like you want to do it. Use it as a way to see how you have to work on the full OAuth 2 flow. So we will have a Slack integration as well. And as a quick survival guide for integrations, first, if an integration goes pear-shaped for you, then try again. You may need to try several times and just troubleshoot as you go and watch out for clues as to what's going wrong. Post in Udemy for help. I may or may not be able to help if I can't reproduce it, but someone almost certainly can. I'll reply and I may say, try this, send screenshots of this. We can try and figure it out, but often it just takes trying it several times, see if other people help. I should also say here, do read the docs in n8n. They're so great. The docs are so clear, and use that as you go through it to try and figure it out. And if that doesn't work, if I can't help you or no one else replies, if all else fails, just pick another thing to integrate with. The incredible thing about n8n is that it has so many. The choices are so enormous. And that means if you get stuck with one, then there comes a point when you're like, forget it. I can't integrate with Telegram. Let me pick Slack. Or I can't do Telegram. Let's just do a push notification. Pick something different. There's many to choose from. And if one of them doesn't work, another one surely will. Okay, with that, let's go back to n8n. Let's work on 3 communication-related integrations. And have a thick skin, but it's going to be fun. Let's see. Okay, first up, we're going to build an integration with something that will send us push notifications to our phones. And I'm going to use a tool called Pushover, which is a nifty little tool, which I love. I use it in all my courses. It's so straightforward. And it's free for the first month at least, and after then it's a tiny amount, but you only need it for the duration of this course unless you fall in love with it. And so first up, please go to pushover.net. Here it is, pushover.net, not .com, .net. Go to pushover.net. And this is what it looks like. And the first thing you want to do is go to sign up and create a new account. Now, when you create a new account, you are immediately going to see on the page when you log in an API key called your user token or your user API key. And it starts with the letter U, and it's there on the top right. And that is the first of 2 tokens that you care about. Now I'm going to go over here. So this is the page that you see when you log in. And my user token is just above where my mouse is there because it prints it right on your front screen. So I can't share it with you. Otherwise you'll see everything. So this is the first of the 2 tokens that you need, the 2 API keys. The second one you have to create a new application. Click here, create an application /API token. You go into there and you give your application a name. It can be any name you want, whatever you want. And then when you do that and you create it, you get a second token, which is called the application token. And this token begins with the letter A. So you now have 2 tokens, one that starts with the letter U and is for your whole user level, and one which starts with the letter A, which is application level. And now that you have those, the only other thing to do is to install on your phone, your iPhone or your Android phone, the pushover app. And then when you've done that, you'll see that it'll appear here in the list of devices, and then you will be connected, and we are ready to start sending push notifications from n8n. And obviously you could also check with this screen here that you can receive notifications properly. All right. I'm going back to n8n now, and I've already logged in and selected my instance, and you're now pros, you know about that. I'm going to create a new blank workflow by pressing the Create Workflow button here. I'm going to add on the first step, and by pressing Add First Step, and it's going to be on chat message. And then I'm going to press Escape, I have to click and press Escape to come back here again. Okay, next up, I'm going to press the plus button. I'm going to add AI agent, and click Escape. Give it the chat model. I will give it OpenAI. You can use any ones that you like. And there we have our chat model set up. Okay, and we'll give it the simple memory. This is all very expected. And now it's time to add a tool. And just before I create the tool, reminder that you can click this button here, Tidy Up, just to make everything look pretty. All right, press the plus to the tool, and I'm going to search for pushover. And there is indeed a pushover tool. Here it comes. So up it comes, and the first step is the authentication step. We need to select a credential. So we go here, and we say create new credential. And this, as I say, this is the first type of authentication, the easy kind, just an API key. Now, the thing to know is that the API key that you're going to paste in here needs to be the one that begins with the letter A, the application level token that you got when you created a new application. Okay, that's the one. If it doesn't begin with the letter A, you got the wrong one. So that's what I'm pasting in here. And I'm now going to press save, and it's going to think about it, and it's going to go green because I got it right. And that's what you should see. If you don't see green, you got something wrong, go back and check. It should begin with the letter A. So I come back, and no thank you. And we've connected to the pushover account. Okay, there's next this other field, user key. And guess what that needs to be? That needs to be the U one, the long key that you see on the page as soon as you've logged in to pushover that has the letter U as the first letter. That goes there. And this field shows up in full when I paste, so I'm not going to do it right now. The other thing I want to show you is that this message field, this is what will actually get sent. If you put the word bananas in there, then anytime you use this tool, it will always send bananas to your phone. That wouldn't be much good. We want the LLM to get to choose what to put in there. And that's why we press this button here. Let the model define this parameter. Defined automatically by the model. That means that the LLM gets to choose what goes in that field, and that's exactly what we want. So now I'm going to paste in my user key and then press save. Okay, I've done that. So I said press save, but I actually pressed escape to come back here. But it is also often worth pressing save. Save, you see here, is currently showing in red like that. You can either press Control S on a PC, Command S on a Mac, or click save. It says saving, and now it says saved, and that is no longer highlighted. And so that's something to do often. All right, let's press this button to nicely reorganize things. I'm going to add one more tool in here. I'm just going to add a little tool and type the word date, and I'm going to put a date and time tool in there. Here we go. And I'm going to be able to have an operation called get current date. You can see the different options that you have here. We're going to say get current date. Yeah, we're just going to leave it at that. And this is a little tool that allows our LLM to get the current date. As simple as that. Okay, not very sophisticated, but maybe it'll be useful for us. We'll see. Okay, let's give this a whirl. I'm going to say hi there. And you're not impressed with that starting point when it does its thing. Hello, how can I assist you today? You know this too well. All right, I'm going to say, please send me a push notification with today's date. And watch the colors on the right. And there we go. Did you hear the ba-bong? I got a push notification. Today's date is And then we have today's date. It works. Success. By the way, if you didn't get a noise, there's various notification settings as to whether or not it goes ka-ching. And I had to turn the priority to high on the pushover tool to make it make that noise, which was very satisfying. But you don't need the noise if you don't want it. But I got the push notification. Hopefully you did too. If not, then just grit your teeth, go back, check keys, do it again. But that shows you the easiest way to build an integration using API keys, which is how it works with pushover. And now you have the capability to add push notifications to any workflow you build in n8n. Okay, first up, I'm just going to save this as the push workflow, save that and go back to personal again. There is the push workflow, create a new workflow to integrate with Telegram. Okay, so this is now just for Telegram users. If you're not a Telegram user, don't worry about it. Telegram is like WhatsApp. It's just great for this kind of thing. I'll show you how to do it. So you see it is again API key based, so it's super simple. If you're in Telegram, either on your phone or the app, the first thing to do is to search for a particular user, and that particular user is called botfather. So you do search in the search bar at the top, you do @botfather. And it sounds odd, but that is the thing that gives rise to bots in Telegram. And if you chat with botfather, then you will have a screen a bit like this, which is my Telegram. And I am chatting with botfather. You see there? That's what it is. There's 3 million monthly users. And the first thing you do is you do /start. /start, and you get like a whole list of different things you could do. And I'm going to scroll carefully through this because it does show an API key pretty quickly. But the first thing you do is /new bot. And that means I want to create a new Telegram bot. That's what I want to do. And that is what Telegram will then do. Okay, so when you do new bot, it says, all right, a new bot. How are we going to call it? Please choose a name for your bot. And I've called my one TG_n8n_convo. Conversation between Telegram and n8n, but you can call yours whatever you want, and it will create that bot for you. Now, the next thing it says is let's choose a username for your bot. It must end in bot, like Tetris bot or Tetris_bot. So I call mine TG_n8n convo bot, and you can call yours whatever you want as long as it ends in bot, just like it says. So do that next. Okay, next up, it says, done, congratulations on your new bot. You can find it, and it's given like a link to it. You can now add a description, a profile picture, lots of other stuff. Just make sure that you make sure that it's fully operational before you unleash it on the wild. Now, I've stopped scrolling now because if I were to scroll a little bit more, you would see the key that it then gives you. It sends you the key right here, and you should copy that into the clipboard carefully, making sure you don't copy extra spaces at the end or beginning or whatever. But that is the API key that you will be using. So it's honestly as straightforward as that to get your API key for Telegram. There is another interface as well that you might have used. You might have found when you went to botfather, you could open that as a separate window, in which case you see something like this screen right here, which has create new bot as a menu option. But otherwise you would have much the same experience. You'd have created your bot and you would have an API key. Congratulations, we're ready now to hook it up to n8n. Okay, so here I am in n8n. The first thing I do is I press create workflow. We're going to add a first step. And for that first step, I'm going to type Telegram. I press Telegram here, and it shows me the different triggers. These are the different operations that could initiate this workflow. And I'm going to pick on message. When there's a message in Telegram, I want it to launch this workflow. I press on message, and it opens up this Telegram node. Okay, it begins with a credential to connect with. You know the drill. Drop down here, create new credential. It wants an access token. And of course, I'm going to paste in exactly what I copied from within Telegram. And I was careful to copy it exactly as it is. And when I'm done, I press save and it goes green. Connection tested successfully. Hopefully yours went green too. Congrats. Back we go. No, thank you, last spots. Okay, we have set up our trigger. That's the first step. And the second step is quick and easy. You know it well. I press plus, I go to AI, I go to AI agent. I press escape. I want the chat model to be OpenAI. There it is. Escape. Memory, the simple memory. Escape. And no tools. Oh, why don't we give it the current date? We'll give it the current date again. Date and time tool, current date, all sounds good. Press escape. There we go. It's got a tool. All right, now it's time to add something to the right. Okay, so next up, I press this plus button here. This is saying what should the output from this agent do? What happens next? So we type Telegram. You're like, really? Telegram twice? Yes. This time we press Telegram and we're looking at actions, not triggers. These are things that could happen at this point. And what the action we're going to pick is send a text message. Wow, okay. Select the credential. Well, it's already defaulted to the same thing we just set up. You don't need to set up credentials twice. We want to send a message, and the text, we want this text to be the output from the previous cell, the previous node. Okay, how's that going to look? Yeah, that's something to puzzle over for a second. There's an added complexity as well, which is that when we're conversing with Telegram, we want to make sure that whatever we send back to Telegram is part of the same conversation that triggered us in the first place. And that conversation has associated with it a chat ID. And we need to pass that chat ID in as well in order that this response goes in the right conversation. So there's some fiddly stuff to be done here. Now, the easiest way to find this out is to actually first just give this thing a try without filling these things in and see what happens. And then we'll use that to fix it and make it work well. So that's the first step. We're gonna save this as it is. We're gonna come back here to the previous step, and we're just gonna give this thing a try. And giving it a try is gonna turn out to be easier said than done. The first thing we'll need to do is hover over this node here, the send text message, and find this power button that appears above it and turn it off, deactivate it. A line goes through it, it's off. And do the same with the memory one too, the power button, because the memory is going to get in our way. So turn that off. And now what we're going to do is press the execute workflow button. And when you press that, it starts listening for Telegram. And it might error right away, or it might need you to, first of all, go to Telegram and open up this, which is an actual chat with the thing that you've created. In my case, I called it TG n8n Convo. And then I'm going to press the start button. And as soon as I try and start and do something, bam, it goes wrong. And what we're now going to do is fix it. So the thing that's gone wrong is you can see no prompt specified angrily here. And if I double click on AI agent, up comes this quite busy screen, and we get to see what's actually happening here. On the left is the information that has flown in from Telegram. And you can see that it's JSON. Recognize this? It's JSON. It's a list of objects which have various keys and values. And some of those things, like message, is itself an object. Hopefully this is like click for you. So this is data in the form of JSON, because we've selected the JSON representation, coming in from Telegram. And this is the prompt that is being determined for our AI agent. And what it's looking for is $JSON, which means the incoming stuff, .chat input. But there is no .chat input here. That doesn't exist. So this thing here, this prompt, which is choosing how do I pluck out of here the information that will go to the AI, isn't right. It's thinking that this is some sort of chat interface and it's coming from Telegram. We need to fix that so that the right information goes to our AI. And the right information is staring at us right here. The right information is this text. That right there is the information, the value here, which at the moment is /start, is what the information we wanted to come in to our LLM. And so this is what we really want to be in this field right here. So how do we do that? Well, you see where it says source for prompt? It thinks we're trying to connect to a chat trigger node, which we're not. It's a Telegram node, not a chat trigger node. You drop here and you come down to define below. Use an expression to reference data in previous nodes. That's exactly what we want. We select this, and now this box is ready for something to be put into it. Now we click and hold on here, this /start, and we put it in there and we let go, and look at what appears. $JSON, which means this, .message, .text. It's drilling into message, it's drilling into text to get you that. And it's put it in 2 curly braces, which means it's an expression. And similarly, you could just type this in like that. And you can see that the result is this text/start, which isn't actually going to be all that meaningful to our LLM, but at least that is in fact what we typed in Telegram. So we now see that what we typed in Telegram has made its way in here. Okay, progress. Let's see how this works. All right, so I'm going to press execute workflow and it's now executing. And now I'm going to Telegram and I'm typing hi there and I'm pressing enter. Hi there. Off it goes. It's doing its thing. Workflow executed successfully. Let's double click on AI agent and see what happens. So in it came, you can see text, hi there, right there. This is where it plucked it out. Hi there went to our LLM and it said, hello, how can I assist you today? And so it worked. We were able to pluck out the input from this and we used expressions to do it. We defined the expression and there it was. And we could just drag and drop to get that over there. Hopefully that connected for you. This is a bit more of an in-depth integration, but it's working. And now it's a bigger deal. We're going to hook up the output of the agent to send messages back to Telegram. How are we going to do this? We'll start by putting the power back on again of this node and double click so that we're looking at this node. And remember, we need to fill in a chat ID and text to send the message back to Telegram and to give it the right chat ID so it comes back to the person that asked the question. That's the final part of hooking up our integration. Let's start with text. So you can see over to the right here that there's this toggle between fixed and expression. And this is the key. This is where we choose between always posting a fixed bit of text like bananas and just that always being the response in Telegram. We don't want to do that. We want it to be something that is populated based on what has come in from the AI. So what's come in from the AI? Well, it's written over here. It's JSON. It's this list of the single thing here, this object. And that object has a single key value pair. A key is output, and the value is, hello, how can I assist you today? That's what we want. We want that. So how do we do this? Well, it's just a matter of clicking on expression. We want an expression. Have a think about if you think of the expression we would want. How do you describe expressions? It's with 2 sets of curly braces. If you type 2 opens, it does 2 closes for you automatically. We have it. We have to type an expression in there. It's already suggesting what we want in partly. We want to start with $JSON, which means the JSON object that's coming in. Okay, and now that $JSON, it has a single field called output. That's what we want. So we type dot output. And when we type that, you can see in the result, it tells you, it gives you this hint. This is what it would be. Hello, how can I assist you today? That's perfect. That's what we want. And so just by clicking here, you can see I have now hooked it up so that the text that goes back to Telegram is the output field from here. Perfect. There is an easier way of doing this. You probably guessed this. I didn't need to type that in there. I can actually take this, drag and drop it in there, and it does it for me. But I did want you to have complete understanding of what's going in there and why, to make sure that the output of the data that's coming in is what will be passed into Telegram. Okay, now it's time for chat ID. And this one is a little bit more tricky. Click in chat ID. Again, we could just type in a fixed chat ID. We don't want that. We want it to be an expression. Okay, so we want the chat ID. Where are we going to find the chat ID? Well, the chat ID is something that we would expect to be coming in at the beginning from Telegram. So we really want to pluck something out of the data that came in at the very start. If you come over here, you'll see that in this field of incoming data, there is a drop down here. And this drop down is where you can select other nodes in this workflow that might have data associated with them. Okay, go to the drop down and select the Telegram trigger, which is 2 nodes back. If anything has the information about this Telegram chat, it will be the Telegram trigger. Let's select it. This is the data that came from the Telegram trigger in JSON. Let's look at this. There's a message ID, there's a chat ID. Well, that seems like something that belongs right there, right? Okay, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if you could just select expression here and then you could just go here, click and hold down and drag that to chat ID and let go? Wouldn't it be nice? It is nice. That's exactly what you can do. And if you take a look at this, whilst you might not have been able to write it yourself first time, since we covered some of this before, hopefully you have intuition as to what this is doing. It's taking the Telegram trigger node. This is actually a shorthand for that dollar node thing I showed you before. So it's taking the Telegram trigger node and it's taking .item, .json, .message, .chat, .id. It's drilling all the way down to here. But you don't need to know how to write this yourself because you can always drag and drop. It's so simple. Okay, and you can see down there, it gives the result and you can see that that seems to match. That's cool. All right, let's go back and see if we can't give this thing a whirl. Okay, so first up, I'm going to press execute workflow, which sets the thing running, waiting for a trigger event. All right, let's bring Telegram's window over here, move it to the side, and I'm going to say, hi there. What's 2 plus 2? Let's start it off light. Let it do its thing. Everything is running. Hi, 2 plus 2 equals 4. How can I assist you further? Wow, that just worked. We just had the workflow happening. We were just able to get a chat to run. We were able to bring in the information from the Telegram trigger. We were able to process it in an AI agent. We were able to send the message back. And because of the way we hooked up the data, the message that came from the AI agent was sent back to Telegram, and the chat ID linked it with the incoming message such that the response appeared here in the Telegram window. That's fabulous. Now, I mentioned there's one more little fiddly thing. There's simple memory here. It has a problem because it needs to have a session key, some key to tell it uniquely how to identify this conversation. And it's initially defaults to this because it thinks it's connected to a chat trigger, and that's not going to work. Okay, so we really want something that is somehow going to give it some memory associated with this particular chat. Do we have anything like that? Well, maybe we do. So let's first of all click here and say define below so that we can give ourselves an expression. In this key, we're going to click expression so we can have anything we want in there. And let's take the chat ID. Let's drop that in there. And now we are hooking up this memory to this particular chat ID. That seems like it's common sense. All right, let's give this a whirl. All right, back I've come to the workflow and I've made sure that the simple memory is activated again. It was turned off, we turned it on. We will press the execute workflow button. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to say, hi there. My name is Ed. I'll let it do its thing. Hi, Ed. Nice to meet you. How can I assist you today? And I'll say, what's my name? And I'll press execute workflow again, move that out here, execute workflow again. And here we go. Your name is Ed. How may I assist you further? So there we have it. It works. The memory is there. And you can experiment with smarter ways of doing this. So if we look in this memory, you can see that we attached it to this chat ID, which might make sense, but you could also attach it instead to the username, the Telegram username. And that way the memory will persist between different chat sessions with the same Telegram user. And that might be even better. So you should experiment with that. Okay, so we have just built a two-way integration with Telegram. We have it so that Telegram, when messages are sent, it gets triggered, and we are then able to respond, and those responses get posted back to Telegram in the same chat ID. And we have memory that's attached to that chat ID as it happens as of now, and it's all working. There's one more little thing, a little wrinkle in here, which is the way we keep having to press the execute workflow button, which is kind of annoying. Every time that we want to respond, to suck something out of Telegram, we can't be doing that. That doesn't feel very automated, does it? Okay, it's time for us to publish our first workflow. Everything we've been doing up to this point has been in test mode. We've built a workflow and then we've pressed the execute workflow button. That means we're testing it. And we've seen the boxes light up as they run. That's not the way that you finally deliver an n8n workflow when you've finished it. The way you deliver it is by pressing the publish button. So we'll save it first. When you publish it, this whole workflow goes live as like a running thing in the n8n world. And you won't see boxes highlight anymore because it will just all be running. Let's give it a whirl. We're going to press the publish button. It wants a version name. You can give it whatever you want and describe the changes. We press publish and it says the workflow is now published. It will listen for events from Telegram. Got it. Okay. Let's give this a try. Let's actually message our workflow running in production. All right, here we go. Let's start by saying, hi there. Hello, Ed. Sorry, closing the bot farther here. Hello, Ed. How can I help you today? All right. What's the current date? See how it does. We're hoping that the tool is being called. The current date is, and yes, that does indeed appear to be the current date for me. Hopefully you'll have a different date, December the 15th. It worked. This is running. We have a Telegram connectivity both ways and using a tool, and we've deployed it. We've published it. This is running live. No longer do we see the boxes lighting up because we're not testing. This is running in production. And so you should now do this. If you have Telegram, then you should hook up, you should make the trigger, you should send the text message, and then have a tool that you like, and then press publish and try this out so that you can have your first deployed workflow running. Congratulations. That's a much more meaty integration. And now at this point, go to this triple dots up here and select unpublish to stop it from being published. Unpublished, there we go, unpublished successfully. That is done. You can give it a nice name, Telegram workflow, up at the top by clicking there and then press save and then go back and we'll see the Telegram workflow is completed. So we've ticked a lot of boxes, a more in-depth integration and publishing to production. It's now time for the final integration for today. And I tell you, if you thought this one was a bit grueling, the next one is more grueling. It's time for Slack. Okay, welcome to Slack time. We are now going to do our third and most hardcore integration to the business messaging platform, Slack. And you would need to have a workspace, a Slack workspace, where you have admin permissions to set up an app, which you might not do. And if you don't, then just follow along and see what I do as a way of getting some experience with OAuth 2 types of integrations. If you do, then maybe make one with me. But here I am in my own workspace where I have admin permissions because I have this admin thing here. And the first thing I'm going to do is go down to apps and workflows and select this, which is where we go into the app side of Slack because we are going to set up a Slack app and Slack bot. Okay, and so when I press this, up comes a web browser and it's on this page here, installed apps. And you'll see a couple of apps that are installed in my workspace, which is my previous attempts to do this. I've now done it twice successfully, but with much frustration. But I did make it work, and so can you. All right, the first thing to know, and sometimes this takes me ages to remember this is where it is that on the top right here, you see that there's this navigation over here. And the first step is to go to build over here. So you go over to build, and when you do that, you come to this screen, which is where there's a screen with a create new app button. And that's the one to do. Create a new app, and you select from scratch. Choose that, you give it a name, and this is where I'm going to give it a name of n8n3 because this is my third time. All right, so far so good. Okay, and then select a workspace, and you have one, and then create app. Here we go. It's created an app and there's stuff in here. And there's a lot to navigate. There's tons of stuff over here that we are going to be working on now as we go through this. And we're going to need to know many of these IDs because many of them we're going to need to be setting up when we come to n8n. So let's get started. The first place to go, and perhaps the single most important one, is this one, OAuth and permissions, which is where we'll head now. Okay, OAuth and permissions. Up it comes. So what we're going to need to do is, first of all, set up what's called scopes. Now, scopes is a standard feature of this technology OAuth, this way that applications can authenticate themselves against another application. And scope is saying, what is someone entitled to do if they connect this way? And we have to add in different OAuth scopes for our bot that governs what our app is able to do. So we're going to click here, add OAuth scopes. And this is where you'll see a large number of different things that we could say our bot is going to be allowed to do. And I'm going to just show you what the 6 things are that we need it to be able to do. And you're just going to have to put them in. And I discovered these by not having enough in there and having problems and then coming back and adding them in. But there are probably better ways to discover exactly what you need. But the first one I'm going to do is called app mentions read. And as you start typing, it filters so you can select it. As it says, that means that our n8n is going to be able to read messages directly that we tag the app in. So that is done. Okay, and now we go to scopes and we press add again, and we're going to add some more. We're going to add channels history, this one right here. Okay, and then we press the add again, and we're going to do channels read. Fine, so far so good, we're halfway. We're going to say chat write. That means it can send messages as n8n3. For you, it will just be n8n, I imagine. And now we're going to have IM:history, IM:history, which means that it can view messages that others, that in any channels that n8n has been added to. And then the last one is going to be users::read, view the people in a workspace. Okay, there we go. We've set all of these scopes that are going to be permitted. And then we have to press this install to add button, which will be install to, and then the name of your workspace, which is saying that this is now going to allow this OAuth integration. So I press that button, stuff happens, allow n8n3 app to access Slack, and you say allow, and that should happen. And that has been created. And we now have this bot user OAuth token. That's a big deal to have that. Okay, onwards. The other section that we have to look at is the next one down, event subscriptions. So you select this. Okay, what is this about? So this is how we tell Slack there are some situations when we are going to want you to make a call out to n8n, a call out externally. It's going to call a trigger. And so we're going to turn this on. We want to enable events. And we are going to tell Slack where it should go. We're going to give it a URL which it should hit in order to wake up n8n and say, hey, n8n, something is coming in from Slack. And we will come back to that. But we also have to tell it what events, what things do we want to happen in Slack that should trigger this. And that's where we say subscribe to bot events, and we click add bot user event right here. And we're going to do app_mention. Subscribe only to the message events that mention your app or bot. Okay, that is what we've done. We've put in the subscription in here, and we've turned this on. We've put in place some of the plumbing. It's time to go to n8n. All right, it's time for us to do this. So first up, we have to press the create workflow button, and we come in here and we add a first step. We type Slack, and it's going to be a trigger, and we're going to want to trigger on bot app mention. That's what we want. Let's do it. Select credential, create a new credential, always the first step. First thing to do is to put in an access token. So what is this going to be? Well, for this, we need to go back to Slack again. So here we are back in Slack. We're on our n8n3. We're in our apps, and we're going to go back to OAuth and permissions. And this is the bot user OAuth token. And we're going to copy this. Okay. Now we're going to go back to here. We're going to go in here and paste that key in there and press save. Testing, connection, tested successfully. That's an important first step. Now, look, there is another thing you can do too. You can put in a signature secret here, which it does recommend that you do to make the interaction more secure. And if you want to do that, then you come into here, you go to the basic information, and you can add in you can copy this signing secret and put it in there. But I found I had technical problems with this, so I'm not going to do it. But if you want to, you can. It will give you that extra level of security, and you might have to debug it if it doesn't work at first. Okay, so back we go now here. Let's continue to set up this trigger. All right, so now we're going to go back here again, and we're going to select which channel we want to watch. That is the important next step. And before we do that, we have to go back to Slack. All right, so here we are back in Slack again, and I'm going to create a new channel by going to you can see n8n3 has appeared as a new app, by the way. I'm going to go to channels, go here and say create a channel. And I'm going to call this Convo 3 because I've had a few of these already. But you could just call your channel Convo or whatever you want. Next, and then I'm going to leave it as a public channel for this workspace and press create. And there is Convo 3. And now you can choose to invite people to Convo 3. I'm gonna do skip for now because we're gonna do it right here. And now within the Convo 3 channel, I'm going to do /invite at n8n3. That is how I invite the bot n8n3 into this channel. It's there. Okay, one more thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go up here to the triple dots, to the more actions. I'm going to click in this and I'm going to go to edit settings. And these are the settings for this channel. I'm going to scroll down, and somewhere here, I am going to see, I think it's under about, here it is. There is a channel ID, and I'm going to copy that to the clipboard. It took me a while to find that. So there we go. We have the channel ID copied to the clipboard. Are you following all this? So we've now got the channel ID to Convo 3 in the clipboard. Convo 3, this channel, has the bot n8n3 in it. Now, back to n8n. Here we are, back at n8n. You're getting dizzy from this. It's one way and the other way. Select the channel to watch. We go to the drop down here. We say by ID. And in here, we paste that channel ID that we've just done. And there we have now selected this channel as the right channel to be listening to. Okay, there's one more step, and it's a pretty big one. And we're going to do that in the next video. Well, you're probably about ready to kill me from how hard this is being with Slack, and we're only halfway. But this is about as hard as they get. And I tell you, once you've done a few of these integrations, they get easier and easier. You build the basic building blocks of these different integrations, and they're often quite similar. Okay, we're back now in n8n. We're looking at the Slack trigger node, which is exactly where we left it. And we've put in the channel ID. We've got everything set up here. There's one thing that's left to do. You remember when we were in Slack, we left something blank. It's where we were setting up the part that tells Slack, how does it call n8n when a message comes in? And the way we do that is on this screen, there's this little collapsed swizzly here called webhook URLs. And webhooks, these are the things which external systems can call into to trigger n8n and tell n8n something has happened. And it's a webhook we have to use now for Slack to inform n8n that a message has arrived. And actually, n8n gives us two. It gives us one to be used for testing and one for production. And we're going to start, you can see you can toggle between them here. We're going to start by looking at the test one. And you click here to copy it into the clipboard. And just before we go back to Slack again, that's what we're going to do, I just want you to press this execute step button so that this is starting to listen. It's listening right now. It's listening for this webhook. And now we're going to go back to Slack and give it a try. And here we go. We're at Slack right now. And I am now going to come to the event subscriptions page. And I realize, I know I set this up before, I forgot to press the Save Changes button down there, which is really easy to do with Slack. So we're going to have to fill in this page again, and be careful of that. I've done that many times. Okay, we're going to turn Enable Events on. We're going to change Subscribe to Bot Events. This is the thing I did before. We're going to put in here App Mention. That's the one. There it is. And now the request URL, I'm going to press Paste to paste in that webhook. And look at that, it says verified. And it only says verified because I've got that trigger running. And if you don't, it's gonna say yellow, not verified, and it's a right bore. And all I can do is tell you to keep trying until verified comes on. But it took me many times to get verified to appear. And now you press save changes, and that's done, success. We've hooked up the Slack trigger part of the story. Okay. And now we're going to go back to my workflow. So we do now have this working, hopefully, so that in Slack, we could be now sending messages. Well, next up, we're going to do the usual stuff. We're going to put on an AI agent. At least if nothing else, we're getting really good at this. We will give it an OpenAI model, OpenAI chat model. For now, we're not going to worry about memory or tools. We just want to worry about what goes on the other side of this. We want it to be Slack. And here we go. And we're going to want it to put basically to be able to do a message. We're going to want it to send a message. That's what we want. Here we are. Okay, so we're going to connect with Slack. We are going to have a resource be a message. The operation should be send. We're going to send the message to a channel. The channel, we're going to pick an ID, and I've just gone and copied that channel ID again from Slack, pasting it in there. That's the same channel ID. It's a simple text message. Okay, that's done. Now, you can probably guess that the message text is where we're going to have some problems because we're going to want to have some sort of an expression based on the data right here. And you may or may not remember what that JSON looks like, see if you can. But for now, let's just put the word bananas. Let's have it be a fixed string. Let's now go back and give this thing a whirl. Okay, first up, I'm going to press execute workflow so that it starts waiting for an event. I'm going to go back over to Slack. Let's make this Slack window a bit smaller so we get to see all this. And basically in Slack, I'm going to message the bot itself and say, hi there. Press enter and keep fingers crossed. And oh, it ran. There was a problem, but it ran. Okay, the trigger worked. If the trigger didn't work for you, you have to go through and check everything really carefully. But hopefully it did. Hopefully we just got Slack to send a webhook into our n8n workflow. Okay, onwards. So our workflow had an error, and the error was no prompt specified. And that's familiar because we had that before when we were working with a slightly simpler integration with Telegram. So if I double click on it, you can see what's happening. It's exactly the same thing. It thinks it's trying to connect to a chat trigger node and it's looking for JSON.chat input, but that's not what we're getting from Slack. And so it's confused. So we know what to do. We don't want this. We want to change this to define below, giving us the opportunity to say, hey, how do you unpack this JSON, pluck out the thing that you want, this hi there, and put it in here in order to select that as the message. So there's a few things we could do here. We could just drag this and drop it here and get a bunch of this sort of description, this expression, which drills in to find this. But actually, that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to give all of this JSON as it is, as JSON, to our AI agent and say, hey, we've got this message from Slack. You're smart enough to know how to read JSON. Please respond to this, fully understanding what's going on here. So that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to put as the prompt here, please respond to this message from Slack. And then I'm going to put a couple of empty lines. And then I want to shove in this JSON as it is. So unfortunately, if I just type now something like I put an expression and I just do $JSON, when I do that, what gets put here is some sort of funny JavaScript object thing, because this is JSON, it's not text. And I don't know if you remember, but I mentioned that there's a way to turn JSON into a text version of that JSON. And you just, I'll show it to you. You type JSON.stringify, which is a special thing. And then you put this in brackets like that. And bam, as soon as I've done that, and this is just one of those things, you can always look it up if you ever need to know it. Now, the message going to the LLM is, please respond to this message from Slack. And then there is a bunch of JSON shoved in there. Okay? Now, you could also do it the way I showed you before. You could give that a try, see what happens. But I want to do it this way. And it's useful to let the LLM unpack the JSON. Let's see how it does. Okay, so press escape to come back here. I press the execute button to start things going. I go back to Slack and I'm going to repeat this same message a second time. Let's do that again. Let me paste that in, send hi there. And it's all running over here. Stuff is happening. We got some ticks and it came back with bananas. Okay, we did a round trip. It was all brilliant with one small caveat, just a small thing, which is that we just got the hard-coded word bananas. So the final piece of the puzzle is to make it actually respond from our AI agent. Let's do that now. So back we are here in Slack. I'm double-clicking on send a message. Up it comes, and we don't want the message text to be the word bananas. What do we want? Well, first up, we want to change this from being fixed to being an expression. And now, do you remember how we do this? Do you remember how you do the expression? See if you can remember. And of course, the cheat is simply to drag from here and drop it here, and you'll see exactly what it is. It's $JSON.output, just as it was with Telegram. We're collecting the output of the JSON that's coming in and taking the thing that is at the key output. And so at this point, I can now press escape. I can come back here and we can give this a try. Okay, so I press execute workflow. I have the thing running. I go back to Slack. I'm going to paste one more time. Hi there. Press enter. See what happens. Yes, I see things are running. Hi there. How can I assist you today? We did it. We just had a round trip to Slack. We used OAuth 2 for the credentials, for the authentication. We set up a webhook so that Slack could send that message in to n8n, and we got the round trip coming back, and we even used expressions as a way of hooking everything up. It held together. We did it. Congratulations. There is one more thing left to do, and that is to push this to production. And to deploy to production, there's one more hoop we have to jump through, and that is, of course, to change the webhook. You remember the Slack trigger? Double click on this. In this, there is this setting here, which is telling us where should Slack call to update this trigger. And it's set to a test URL right now. I want to look at the production URL. This is the production URL. That's the test one that we already hooked up to. This is the production one. Click to copy the URL. So I click, and that's been copied to the clipboard. Okay, now I'm just going to press the execute step button to have this thing running. I'm going to go back to Slack. We are going to go to event subscriptions. Here it is. We're going to press the change here. We want to change the URL. This is the URL that Slack calls when a message comes in. Change. What's the new? This is the previous one. We go to the new one and we paste the new URL in there. It doesn't have test anymore. And then I didn't respond. Now I realize, of course, I made a little mistake there. We don't want to do this. In order for this production URL to run, we actually have to publish this properly. We're going to have to come back here and publish it into production. Just before I do that, I might add in a date node as well. Just why not? Let's do this. This is our new favorite thing to do. Get the current date. We will put that in there as well. And now with that in mind, I'm going to publish this. Publish. Off it goes. It is now running in production. So now we'll come back here again, back to Slack. We will retry this and it's verified. It works. We've deployed to production. So this webhook was received. So now don't forget to press save changes. I always forget to press save changes. It says success. Has it been successful? Let's give it a whirl. Let's find out. Okay, we're going to go back. This is showing the production deployed n8n workflow. We're going to go back to Slack now, and I'm going to send our usual hi there. And we'll see what happens. There's nothing going on around here. And we get back from production. Hi there, how can I help you today? Well, this time we're going to send this message again, but we're going to ask, of course, for the current date. What's the current date? And see how it does. Off it goes. The current date, December 15th. Yes, it used the date tool correctly. Everything is working. We have been able to just do a round trip with n8n in production from Slack. It felt like quite a palaver, but we got it done. And I hope that you did too. All right. Whew. I'll see you for the wrap. So there you have it. We did 3 integrations. The pushover was quite simple. Telegram was, and Slack was quite hardcore, but we got through them all. They're all working. Hopefully you picked a couple of them and did it too. Most important, you've got a better sense of things like OAuth 2, of using webhooks as the way that Slack was able to send in that message. And you've got your first experience writing expressions, and even at looking back at a prior node and at using JSON.stringify. So just some insights to different pieces. And honestly, it doesn't matter if you wouldn't know how to go in and do this yourself right now, because we're going to do lots of these. And over time, you'll get more and more confident. And you can always check out the n8n docs for any of these integrations, and they're pretty good. And it's been a big day, but the day is done. We worked with data, we did a bit of expressions, and then we built 3 robust integrations communicating. One was a one-way communication with pushover, and then 2 two-way integrations with Telegram and with Slack. And you saw that idea of the trigger and then the pushing back to the platform. So much got done. Fantastic. Well, tomorrow is when we actually build a business project. And once you put these integrations in place, using them is so easy. It's wonderful. So if today was a little bit grueling, I hope to make up for it tomorrow. And I will see you then. And just take a moment to recognize that you're 27% of the way through building your n8n expertise. See you tomorrow. Look, I hear you. Yesterday was grueling. We got through a lot. The integrations were perhaps slightly more than you bargained for, but we got it done. We're through it. And today it's redemption day. Today is going to be putting this into action. We're going to build our first proper business project in n8n, the kind of thing that you could be building yourself for your clients. You could be building it as part of building an AI agency. This is where things happen. This is where we have commercial value. Let's get into it. First, just some quick recapping. One of the first things we covered yesterday was JSON. Again, that's something I imagine most of you are pretty familiar with. If not, hopefully you got some intuition. You're going to be seeing a lot of JSON. It shouldn't worry you in the least. You understand now that it is just a set of key value pairs, something colon something, where those things can be strings or numbers or booleans, or in fact, as you later discovered, it can be lists or more objects or other things too, null. Then JSON contains objects, which are also known as dictionaries, which have curly braces, and then it's key colon value, comma, key colon value. And it can have an array, which has square brackets around it, and that arrays can contain objects, objects can contain objects, and you can compose bigger objects of more objects, lists, and strings, and numbers, and so on. And you get very used to seeing JSON all over the place with the trademark curly braces and seeing the sort of structured information that JSON allows you to represent of larger objects that are composed of smaller objects. All right, that was JSON in 4 steps. And then we looked at expressions in n8n. Often when you're putting in a value, you can choose between having like a fixed value to it, like it just is a piece of text, or it can be an expression, which means it's something that's more dynamic and that gets like evaluated and is replaced by some fixed value. And you can toggle between expressions and fixed. These expressions are surrounded in double curlies. A single curly is sort of part of a JSON block. Double curlies means we have an expression. And you can use this shortcut $JSON, which means I want to grab the data that's coming in from the prior node in JSON format. And we use it a couple of times. And so hopefully that's clicking with you. You see what it means to put $JSON. And there is like a little catch to this that I'm going to talk about later. And you also saw how I used the dot to select keys in your JSON. So if you have a JSON object like this person here, this is Alice, whose age is 30 and who has an address, and that address is itself a JSON object in there, then you could say something like JSON.name and get Alice, or you could drill in and go JSON.address.city, and you're selecting the address field and then the city field, and of course you're getting New York. And there were a couple of expressions that we used during yesterday's integrations, we used that trick of if you don't want to get the data that's coming into this node, but you want to look back at one of the previous nodes in the workflow and take its data, then you can use this approach here. You say $node, and then in square brackets, you put the name of that node and then .json to grab its JSON. And you'll get more familiar with why it looks that way later. And for now, I would just sort of keep that in mind. You don't need to memorize this. You can always look it up at the time, but get get the gist of what it looks like. And then there's the other thing we use to turn a blob of JSON into some text because we wanted to pass it into an LLM, and we use that JSON.stringify approach that you see right there. As I say, don't memorize these. It's just good to get the gist. Be ready to sort of look this up at the time and use it when you need to. You know that there's a way. And then yesterday we got into authentication about connecting to third parties and saying who we are, and that involves setting up the credentials in n8n. And there are these different approaches. There's the simple one, which is just when you have an API key. We love it when it's that simple. You're just connecting to something like OpenAI. You don't need to authenticate for a particular account. Just that your API key, your whole connection with OpenAI. You get the key, you put it in the credentials section in n8n. You get that green box to say that it's connected, and you're done. And then the sort of mediumly difficult approach is when we're using OAuth 2, the proper way to authenticate with a third party. But a lot of it has been pre-configured in n8n, so it's relatively straightforward. And this is what we did with Google Sheets and Google Mail 2 days ago. And it was really simple. You sort of clicked to connect, up came a pop-up, we authenticated, and it was done. So that was pretty easy too. And then the hard way is full-on OAuth 2, which is how you build a proper integration with a third party when you're authenticating as a particular user. And it involves dealing with setting up scopes. You remember scopes with Slack? We had to set up the different scopes we'd have access to. You get like an OAuth 2 token that we had to put in. And there was another part to it too. There were these webhooks, which isn't really to do with OAuth 2. That's just a different kind of integration that we did as well. And we'll talk about that next. So I kind of snuck this in there yesterday, webhooks, and some of you have probably encountered these many times before, but it may be new to some. So here's the story. We have a node in n8n, and we've connected that node to a third party. We've connected it to something like Slack, and we use an endpoint, an API endpoint, which is a web address. And we make an HTTP, a web call to that endpoint. And this is basically, it's like a request response kind of interaction. We make a request to Slack, we get back a response in order to carry out an action. So it's a node, which is an action node, and we're making a request to Slack to take care of that action, which in this case is like post a Slack message. Well, that handles that kind of interaction. But there is, of course, another kind of interaction which isn't request response based. It's when we want Slack to tell n8n that something has happened. A user has made a message. And that is where webhooks come in. So here's how it works. n8n wants to be able to be notified when something has happened. And so we use exactly this same pattern, kind of in reverse. We say to a third-party system like Slack, hey, look, if you want to update us that something has happened, then we want you to call a particular URL, an n8n URL that we've set up. And you can just make a web request to that URL, and that will notify us that something has happened. And when you do that, when you expose an endpoint that someone else can call, that's known as a webhook, because it's like you've got like a hook that someone can call out to. And so that is what happens. We have said to Slack, hey, this is a web address that you can call to tell us that there's an incoming message. And in n8n, I got that webhook, that URL. There was a field where we could collect that webhook. And then we took that webhook and we pasted it into Slack in a particular section, which was where Slack has the configuration to say, when a message comes in or on a particular kind of event, when that event happens, I will call whatever URL you give me. So Slack doesn't know that it's n8n. All Slack knows is that when a message comes in, and as it happens, we set it up so that when a particular bot name was mentioned, at that moment, Slack would just call that endpoint. And so this is to be a trigger, which is, of course, how it's set up in n8n as a trigger, is to trigger that an event has happened in a system like Slack, and it will then call the webhook that you give it. And the webhook is set up in n8n. So hopefully that makes sense. Webhooks are things that you set up so that the outside world can notify you when something has happened. And they are quite simply endpoints that someone will call, make a web request to your endpoint to trigger that something has happened that you need to know about. And as I always like to say, if you're left in any doubt about how it works, what that means, just get the gist. We're going to be doing this a lot. And so every time we do it, I feel like it's going to solidify a bit more. And by the end of it, by the end of the 3 weeks, you'll be super comfortable with making HTTP calls to endpoints and receiving an HTTP call to a webhook. These things are super common and they'll become clear in time. All right. So now just a little bit of new material and then we get to the project. I know how you love terminology. I got a little bit more terminology for you, just so that you're comfortable with the n8n speak. Nodes in n8n, you're familiar with them. They are the steps in the workflow. They are the things we've been dropping on the canvas. They come in some different flavors. A core node is the sorts of things that you're so familiar with, that they are the building blocks that appear on a canvas. They carry out a node operation, which is one of two things, either a trigger that starts a workflow or an action, which is a particular task that this node represents. So when you're selecting a new node, you remember you press tab as the shortcut key that brings up the possible new nodes. You pick a type of node like Slack, and there are then a number of actions that you could pick, or there's some triggers. So that is selecting the node operation. And then what appears on the canvas is the core node with the associated operation that will happen to that core node as part of it being run. So that is the difference between a node and a node operation. And then in addition to core nodes, there are things called subnodes. And a subnode is like a constituent. It's a piece, a smaller step within the core node step, within the bigger node. And an example might be a tool. You can't drop a tool on its own in the canvas. You can't just put a tool there. The tool has to be associated with an AI agent, so it's part of something bigger. And that's the distinction between a core node and a subnode. And one more term, a cluster node. A cluster node is like a group of nodes that together make up a step. And you're thinking, okay, what does that mean? We have seen such a thing. We've seen such a thing. It has a root node and it has a bunch of one or more subnodes. And can you think of what we've seen that is this? Well, the answer is an AI agent. When we've selected AI agent and we've dropped it on the canvas, what drops there is like the box, and then there's like memory, and there's the model, which is mandatory, and then there are tools, and these will hang off it, and you put things in there. The things you put in there are the subnodes, and what you've got there is a cluster node, that whole set of things, the AI agent. So I don't know how critical it is to know all these terms, but since they come up and they're in the docs, I think it's worthwhile knowing the official words for these things. That's what they are. That's how they all fit together. And we'll refer back to that as we look at some of the diagrams. Okay, and now an important technicality, something I referred to earlier. So nodes, when data flows through your workflow, nodes work with something called items. What is items? So the idea is, do you remember when we looked at the JSON that was coming into each node? There was something odd about it. It wasn't just a JSON object. It had like the square brackets around it. It was an array. It was an array of only one thing. But you may have wondered, why is it an array at all? And here's the idea. What gets passed in between the different nodes when you execute, when you run your workflow, is a list. It's an array of these items, an array of things. And when you write each node, you think of it as if it's processing one item, but in practice, it will be running all of the items through your node. So when you have an expression like I've put here, I put an expression $JSON.fruit.toUppercase, which is something that will convert from lowercase little letters to big letters. You put it there as if you're only working with one item. But what actually happens is that that expression is applied to every item in the input. And what comes out in the output is the result of applying that to every item. You get another array in the output that looks like that bottom box. So that top box could be the input and the bottom box would be the output. Now, this is a bit of a technicality which you can pick up as we go. It's not super crucial. The bottom line is that with n8n, you are working not with one thing at a time, but potentially with multiple things. And you describe a node as if your mental model is it's applying to any one of these things. And in practice, it applies to all of these together. And then the output, it reflects the transformation of all of the inputs, all of the items. And so far, we've only been working with one item in the inputs. So this hasn't mattered. So as far as you're concerned, we're just transforming that one item. But in the future, we might have many items. And so this distinction is important. And it's worth understanding that $JSON is in fact a shortcut. The full way to write that would be $input, which means the stuff coming in, .item, which means any one of these items, .json, which means I want the JSON format of any one of these items. And so people who are more au fait with the sort of low code, with some of the coding around it, will want to recognize this. You probably wanted to understand this distinction. And the way you can actually think of it in practice for people who are familiar with this stuff is basically there is an iteration going on. It is looping through all of the items. And the $JSON shortcut is basically a sort of for each of the different items, apply this expression. Okay, a technicality, not super critical, but I did want to clarify this. Okay, and with that, it is time to get to our commercial project. So what is this? We're going to build an equity portfolio rebalancer. It is going to be an AI agent that has access to a stock portfolio and is able to carry out instructions to rebalance it in some way, to do some trades, which will achieve some purpose. And so the idea is it's going to be able to read in a portfolio from a Google Sheet. It's going to be able to look up equity prices and make rebalancing decisions about how to rearrange the portfolio, and then email the trades that need to be done and send a push notification. And to be honest, all of this will be ticking various boxes for you. You know all of these integrations. This is something that you might be able to just sit down and build yourself. Now, I'm hoping to use this as a chance to introduce some new ideas along with reusing some of the integrations we've already set up. But you might want to have a crack at it first and see if you can't do this without me. But if not, then go through it with me. We'll do it side by side. And in the end, I'll leave you with some extra challenges to take it to the next level. All right, without further ado, let's go to n8n. Let's go about building our commercial project, an equity portfolio rebalancer. Okay, here we are in n8n. I've obviously gone into my instance and I've brought up my workflows. We're looking at them now. We're going to press create workflow to start building our business workflow. And this is typically what you would do if you were running an automation agency, if you were working with a customer and this is what they wanted. And now I'm going to start by naming it because it's always good to have a nice name. We will call it Equity Portfolio Rebalancer. Oops, I mean that little slash there. Let's get rid of that. And so this then is going to be our business workflow. We're going to add a step. The first types of what we're seeing here are nodes where the node action, the node operation is a trigger. And these are the different triggers you could have. We could have it running on a schedule when it gets called repeatedly on some schedule. We could have it be on chat message, which is what we did at the beginning. We could have on webhook call. Now you know what webhook is. This would mean we could just have a URL out there that if any external system hits that URL, it will trigger this run. We're going to do on-form submission, a new one. This allows us to have a little UI, a little web form that people will be able to fill in. And when they fill it in, it will trigger this running. Okay, here is our first web form for the building. Okay, so setting up this web form, it's similar to using like Google Forms or Typeform. You're just constructing a questionnaire for the user. We're going to give it a title, which is going to be Portfolio Rebalancer. You can give it a description if you wish. I won't bother. And we're now going to add an element to the form, like the question to ask. And you can have many, but we're just going to have one. It's going to be, how would you like to rebalance your portfolio? Question mark. It's text. We'll give it a default value. Ensure the portfolio is 60% equity and 40% fixed income. If you're into trading equities, you know exactly what this means. If not, don't worry. It's the kind of thing that your client might say to you. I need to be sure that your system is able to deal with questions like this. So that is the business example of what you can ask in this form. And now I can click and press escape and go back. And here we have the start of our workflow with our trigger. And by the way, that lightning bolt you see there next to that node represents the fact that it is a trigger node operation associated with that node. So there we have it. We're off to the races. Next up, we're going to actually look at the Google Sheet that will configure our portfolio. Okay, continuing with our business project. So this is a look at a Google Sheet I've set up to represent my stock portfolio. And the idea is that, and I will, of course, share this sheet. You can recreate it if you wish, or you can just use one that's set up. It's going to be set up with, it's got a bunch of stock tickers. Here they are. These are, in fact, in my portfolio, they are tickers that represent what's called ETFs, or they are sort of investments in a group of different shares. And each one of them, I've got some quantity of them. And they represent, some of them are 100% equities. They are all stocks. Some of them are all bonds, all fixed income products. And some of them are a blend between the two. And this column C and D represents how much is stocks, how much is equity, and how much is fixed income. And that is the breakdown. And it's common, particularly with retirement accounts, but with longer term savings and with many portfolios, that you have this breakdown between equity and fixed income. And it's common that you might want to rebalance it and in fact pay people to do this for you, to take some cut of your money in return for rebalancing your portfolio. But there's no need, because an AI agent can do it for you, and it can do it for free. And so that's what we are building today, our own financial planner that is able to rebalance the portfolio by making trades to set your balance of equity and fixed income to what you want, or really to do any kind of rebalancing that you might wish. All right, so in this spreadsheet, there are a few sets of things that we're going to want our agent to fill in. And one of them is this column here, price. And price represents the current value of this equity in the market. And we've already seen an agent fill in this column. You know it, and we'll be able to do that again. But this one is the new column. This is for the agent to fill in to say, how many shares should we have? How much quantity of these different tickers after I've made some trades to rebalance the portfolio? And it will fill in this column as it makes its decisions. And when it does that, there's going to be a new total value coming up, and we will find out what kind of proportion between equity and fixed income does it get at the end of it. And of course, you can add in other kinds of metrics, like whether it's global or national investments and so on, should you wish to rebalance in different ways. Okay, so that's the spreadsheet setup. Obviously, the price is all blank here, but if I put in a price like 100, then it fills in the value. And if I put in a new quantity after rebalancing of 3, then the total value goes in there, and the other things fill in, but we're going to leave it blank for now. This is a spreadsheet that we are going to be equipping our agent with, and it will operate on this. Let's go and do that. Okay, so we go back to n8n. Here it is. We are going to add in an AI agent. And let's take a look at it. There it is. Okay, we've got lots to do with this AI agent. We're going to give it a chat model. I'm going to use OpenAI. You can use whatever chat model you wish. And we are going to choose, I'm going to choose GPT 4.1. Now, the reason for that is that I want it to be a really smart model that does it well. You can choose what you want to use. It costs a few cents a pop with GPT 4.1, and of course it's a fraction of that with GPT 4.1 mini. And you should go with whatever you're comfortable with. I do find that the latest models like GPT 5.2 for me right now actually doesn't perform as well because it does too much reasoning and it takes too long. And the outcomes for me are better just using GPT 4.1, which for this kind of thing is one of my favorites. Okay, so I'm selecting GPT 4.1, but of course you can do anything over OpenRouter. You could be using Gemini, use whatever you want to. Okay, and back we go here. I'll press that tidy up button to make it a bit cleaner. And we will then keep going with some tools. Okay, and we're skipping memory. We don't need memory for this because it's just on a form submission. There's no chat history to have to remember. We go straight to tool and we're going to go to Sheets, of course. Google Sheets tool. It's already set up with the right credentials. We know we can connect fine. We're doing a sheet within a document. We want to get rows. This is going to be the way that we fetch the contents of our portfolio. The document we're going to get is going to be from a list, and we're going to choose the portfolio. And the sheet is also going to be from a list. We're going to choose the sheet number 1. I'll do that now. So I chose portfolio from the list here, and I'm now choosing the only sheet is sheet 1 right here. And I'm not going to set any filters. I want it to be able to retrieve the whole thing. Okay, so that has set up our Google Sheets access. Let's press the clean button. And now we will give this a try and see what happens. And hopefully you're expecting something to go wrong. Let's see. Okay, I'm now going to press execute workflow and bam, up pops this window. It's a form and it says portfolio rebalancer. It's the very form that we just described. And it has the one question that is the field we put in there. How would you like to rebalance your portfolio? And the default answer is 60-40. And I'm going to press submit. And pressing submit is basically sending an HTTP request, which n8n has configured as a webhook. n8n is expecting this to come through, and bam, it has come through. And if I click back here, you'll see that the workflow has run and it says there's a problem just as we're expecting, or were you expecting? I hope you're expecting. So now let's go in and fix that problem. And so you'll see the error message tells us no prompt specified, and you'll recognize that because we've had it before. And if you open up AI agent, we'll see more details that it was trying to bring in JSON.chat input. It thinks it's connected to a chat trigger node, and it's not. It's connected to something very different. So the first thing that we need to do is to change this from saying the source for the prompt is a chat trigger node to say define below. We want to tell it how to look in the inputs and choose what should be the prompt to the LLM. And this is the input. This is the webhook that got called. As a little side note, notice that it is, of course, an array of items. And that's, as I explained, that really what gets moved between these nodes are these arrays of items. But there's only one. It's the submission of our web form. And it only has this one question. How would you like to rebalance your portfolio? And it's this stuff here. This is what we want to be sent to the LLM. So let's drag and drop that in there, let go, and you'll see that it's put in there the right JSON to use, $JSON, and then it's selected, how would you like to rebalance your portfolio? And so that's working nicely. That's going to take this contents here and make it the prompt to the LLM. So I'm going back here to the canvas. I'm pressing execute workflow. Up comes this pop-up, and I'm going to submit it. So this time it will hopefully be sending this exact instruction to the agent when this goes through. And what I think we'll find is something a bit curious happens because we've not done a very good job of telling the agent what we want it to do. We've just said, ensure the portfolio is 6% equity and 40% fixed income, but we haven't told it that that portfolio is in this Google Sheet. We haven't really given it good directions. This used to be what they would call prompt engineering. We've not done a good job of prompt engineering. The new expression is context engineering, which is the way to best position your whole agentic workflow to equip your agent with the best possible information. And we've not done a good job of any of that. So let's see what it says back now that it's just successfully run. Let's see what happened. And you can see that what's happened is in the output, it said to ensure a portfolio is allocated 60% equity and 40%, follow these instructions. And it's given us some sort of bland, generic content about what to do. It never used the tool because it didn't know that that tool was going to tell it our portfolio. So it didn't do any of that. It just kind of gave us back some random instructions. We need to improve the prompt so that it knows what it has to do. And we also need to give it a few more tools so it can do it. And that's what we will come to next. So this whole week is about automation of business process. And a big part of automation when you're using AI agents is positioning an AI agent so it can carry out your business process in the best possible way. And a lot of that comes down to what they once called prompt engineering and is now, of course, context engineering. And for the time being, we're just going to do pretty simple prompting stuff. I'm going to double click on the AI agent and up it comes. And this, you'll remember, is the user message. We're taking the stuff that's coming in here and we're just shoving it in the prompt. Well, the thing about these expressions is that you can mix and match. You can put normal English above this. When we've got this expression right here, you can see that that's the result. Well, look at what I can do. I can put a couple of lines up here and I can say bananas. And then this is what the result will be, bananas. That would be very helpful for our agent. But maybe this would be more helpful. I just pasted it in something I wrote earlier. You have access to the user's equity portfolio, which is in a Google Sheet. You also have access to market data. We've got to add that. The user has asked you to rebalance their portfolio with this instruction. And then I've got the expression. And when we look at the results in the field immediately below, look at what's happened. We've got that text I just typed, and then we've got the actual contents of this instruction, right? It's kind of obvious when you see it. So that's a really nice way to make a prompt and add in the user's input as well. But wait, there's more. Right underneath this prompt, I'm going to put some more stuff as well. You can put bananas here too at the end, but that's also not very helpful. Instead, I'm going to paste something else in here. And this is a bit more wordy. Let me read this to you. I'm saying, in order to achieve this, number 1, read in the portfolio from the sheet. Number 2, fetch the latest prices of the positions. Number 3, update the table with the prices. Number 4, make decisions on portfolio rebalancing. Number 5, update the table with the portfolio rebalancing decisions. Number 6, read the table again to check that your rebalancing met the objectives. Make any further changes in number 7, like iterate. And finally, send an email with the trading decisions and a concise push notification. You can see the tools I'm about to add. Okay. So what do you make of this? Have a think about what I've done here and what might be your counterpoint? What might feel a bit funny about what I've done just here? Well, here's the thing. If you were the challenging sort, which I know you're not, but if you were, you might say to me, look, Ed, you've kind of written out a workflow there. You've got like steps. You've even numbered them. You've got like steps. Why do we need an AI for this? If we've got steps to do, we could just lay out a workflow. We could use n8n's workflow tools, or there are a lot of other, like more simplistic, non-AI workflow products where you can just do one step and then another step and another step. And surely the whole point of agentic AI is that you're just giving it a goal and let it figure it out. To which I would say to you, yes, you're right. A very good challenge. But these are quite loosey-goosey steps. These are not steps that will be easy to turn into code. Look at this step here is like, read the table again to check you achieve the objectives and make any further changes to improve the rebalancing. So this is kind of hand-wavy, like rough, human-like instructions, like you might tell a person. And you're just kind of taking not just one very, very high-level goal, rebalance the portfolio, you're giving it some guidance so it knows how to do it, but only in a pretty high-level, flexible way that gives it some autonomy, as I like to say, to decide exactly how to achieve this and how many iterations to do, how to read the spreadsheet. We're leaving a lot up to the agent. And this is the kind of balancing act that is all about getting the most ability, the highest performance out of agentic AI. It's about figuring out how to keep the instructions nice and high level so that it has the flexibility to be intelligent and nuanced about your instructions and decide how to achieve the goal, whilst also giving it enough sort of rails so that it does stick to what you want it to do. And, you know, there's something of an art to this, and the best way to get it right is by experimenting. There's no right answer. The best way is to try. And originally, when I first built this, I did just have a very simple objective, rebalance the portfolio, and I found that it wasn't reliable. And I've got to this point with some iteration And that's what you have to do too. And certainly I would encourage you to be doing that. And that's where the real learning happens, as you experiment with different levels of detail and find out what balance works best. And each model will have a slightly different balancing point to be found. And you may find that if you're using Gemini, that it's able to work with higher level instructions and be very reliable. So best thing to do is to experiment with it, but I wanted to give you that understanding of why one does it this way and how I came up with these steps. Okay, onwards. So in order to achieve all of this, we now need to add in some tools. And have you been paying attention to what we need to do? Let's go back. Maybe you could have a shot at this before I do it with you. See if you can do it. But let's give ourselves a bit of space and add in the first tool. What should we do? Well, let's go for the MarketStack. Add in MarketStack. Here it is. We're going to get end of day data. We want to get many. We let the model choose which ticker. And we just say here, what was the other thing? We have to add a filter and say latest. And that is all set. That is MarketStack configured. I should confess that I believe you get 100 free lookups. And I exceeded my 100 free lookups, and I have just upgraded to the paid plan. You should be able to stay well within the 100 lookups for this project. But if you get into experimenting like I did, you might end up going above that number, and then you can choose what you want to do. But I decided it was worth it because I'm really enjoying this. So that is the next tool, the MarketStack one, back to an old friend, added to our agent. All right, 2 more tools now. They are both going to be about updating the sheet, updating the Google Sheet. There's 2 ways in which the sheet might need to get updated. So let's do them right now. So this is going to be using Google Sheets. This time we want it to be an update row. And we're going to update that same spreadsheet so that it can update the prices. This tool will allow it to update the prices. So I've selected my Google Doc portfolio from the documents for the sheet. I'm going to select sheet 1, which I think is the only sheet in that document. Document is right over here. Remember, this is what it looks like. It has a price column and a new quantity after rebalancing column. Here we go. What am I doing? It's still thinking. And so then what we're going to have to do is to set it so that it can filter on the ticker and set the price. It's very slow for me. Hopefully it'll be faster for you. Sheet 1, there we go. So we're going to select on the ticker. The ticker we'll let the model decide, and we want it to be able to set the price. We will let the model define the price. There we go. So this is what this will be able to do, to set the price. Okay, that is one of our tools added. And now we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to have another tool. Let me press the cleanup button. There we go. But we're going to add another tool, and it's also going to be Google Sheets. And this time it's going to allow it to change the portfolio, the rebalancing decisions. We'll add that to it as well. So we're going to be update row again, update row, and I'll choose that document and we'll get that set up. Okay, so I've chosen portfolio. I'm going to choose sheet 1, which there it is. And this time we're going to say that we're going to want to be able to, again, filter on the ticker, but we're going to want to be able to change the portfolio, this column here, new quantity after rebalancing. So it is filtering on ticker, and then it's going to set column G. That's how it will work. Still fetching the columns. Let it finish that off, hopefully, and it's going zippier for you. But of course, in week 3, we'll be self-hosting, so we'll be able to run at our computer's speed. It's still fetching the columns. Okay. Well, I will see you in a second when that's refreshed, and then we will set this up. Okay, so it says select column to match on. So we say the ticker, using that to match, and we will set the new quantity after rebalancing. That is our other tool. Okay, we have now set up. So let's take stock. Let's clean up. We have tools for our agent. We have a tool. Wow, it hasn't cleaned up enough. We've got too many tools. This is cool. So we're going to be. We have a tool that will get the contents of the sheet. We will be able to look up market data. We'll be able to update rows in the sheet for pricing and update rows in the sheet for the rebalance, this column here, the new quantity after rebalancing, the update to this after it's rejiggered the portfolio. All right, this is all pretty exciting. What more tools do we have? Any more tools? You remember the tools? Let's go and do those final tools. So yes, as well, you know, the tools we've got left to put on are our communications tools to send a push notification and an email. And you have a whole bunch of these tools in your toolbox now, and you should feel free to use any of them. If you would rather have it Slack the decisions or Telegram you the decisions, then go for it. But we're going to stick for what I do with the ones that I picked, which is my favorite, pushover. Let's add in pushover, the pushover tool. Here it is. And we want it to send a push notification. We're going to let the model decide what message to send us. That becomes something that as part of this tool, it gets to say what it's going to put in. And we have to put in our user key here. This is the one that begins with the letter U. And obviously, rather than reveal it, I'm going to just copy and paste it in right now. And I will see you in a sec. Okay, I added that in, my user token beginning with the U. I also changed the priority to high priority because I think I needed to do that for it to make a noise on my phone at least. Okay, and now the email tool. So I press tools and I'm going to go to Gmail, consume the Gmail API. Now, this time I'm going to have it actually send an email for reals. But you remember I was a bit hesitant to before because I don't want to give it too much power. But this time we're going to fix it to send the email to me. I'll use my Gmail address. So it's going to have to send it to me, and we'll call the subject a fixed subject. It's going to be equity rebalancer trading decisions. Whoops, spell that right. Decisions. And the message, we're going to let the model define the message. It's going to be an HTML type email. The model will define the message, and that is how we will do it. So I will save that. So that tool is now set. And now with this, I do believe we have all the tools. Let me press the cleanup button, make it nice and tidy. Okay. I'm going to zoom out a bit, which is the minus button. There we go. Maybe press the tidy button again, and it makes everything fit a bit better. Maybe I should do that one more time. There we go. I think it's zooming in every time I tidy as well. Okay, so we've got everything laid out. I think we're almost ready to go. There might be one more thing we can tweak to make it a bit better. So over here in the portfolio, I have added in another row. What proportion is fixed income? So we're now showing the equity and fixed income breakdown here. And so, for example, if I put in 100 as the price here for everything, it shows the portfolio would then be 60-40. And if after rebalancing we have 3-3-2-2, then the portfolio would change its makeup a bit. So this shows you how I've improved the spreadsheet to be as clear as possible. And now, along with that, there's a change that we can make to our workflow. I'm opening up the tool to get the rows of the Google Sheet. And something I've glossed over always up to this point has been this field tool description that we've left at set automatically. If I change that to set manually, I'll show you what this is. By default, this just says get rows in sheet in Google Sheets, which is information that goes to the LLM when it's deciding whether to use this tool or not. Well, we can do better than that. Let me paste in something I wrote earlier, which says this tool provides details of the user's portfolio in a Google Sheet. It includes the positions, the equity fixed income breakdown. Use this tool to retrieve the Google Sheet to see the positions before updating the price and making rebalancing decisions. Important, you must also use this tool after rebalancing to check the breakdown achieves your goal. If not, keep iterating. So just being crystal clear about what we want the LLM to do and using the tool description as a means to do it. And this is all part of good context engineering. And I've also gone in to the AI agent and I've gone to this user message prompt and I've just added in a little bit in here about important. You must confirm you've achieved your goal. And at the very end, I've said it only respond okay when your mission is complete. Just to really try and be very concrete with it. And this is the kind of thing that one keeps iterating on. So, you may be able to do better by changing this a bit more. Okay, but that seems like it's in a good place. There is one more thing that I want to do to this AI agent. I want to go down here to the options, click here and change max iterations. This is how many times it's able to use tools and things before it says, okay, I've done enough, I'm stopping here. And it's by default at 10, and that might not be enough for us. So I'm going to bump it up to 30. So there's plenty of iterations for it to be thinking through what it needs to do. Okay, and without further ado, we should give this thing a try. Let's check that our portfolio is in good shape and press execute workflow. And you know, this whole week is all about automation. It's all about automating business process. And this is a classic example of an automation. We are taking something that is manually intensive today, and we're running an agent workflow to take care of it for us, automating a process which, as I say, manually intensive at the moment, and something which is ripe for this kind of solution, for n8n plus an AI agent. So it's off and it's running and it's thinking about what to do. And this is a moment where I might show you the executions tab, which is something which shows you this detailed trace of what's happening in each of the executions. And it's taking a minute to refresh. Meanwhile, let's just come over here. It's already, though, it's ahead of itself. The traces are catching up, but it's already come in and set all of the prices of everything and is now thinking about the rebalancing. Let's come back over here. Here it shows that it's running. It's been running for 50 seconds. It's not yet ready to show us the detail of what it's doing. We come back here. It's now updating rows. Let's come back here. We can see it's done some rebalancing. It's just changed everything. So it's now got to a 60-40 kind of breakdown. I just got the push notification. I just unlocked my phone in time for you to hear that. Here we go. We've got the portfolio rebalanced to 60-40. That has been successful. Our agents have all run. It happened in a flash, faster than the traces. Everything ran. It sent the message push over. And now let's look at the results. So here I am over on the executions page, and we can see that everything ran. There's a tick by everything. You can see these numbers here. The OpenAI chat model was called 10 times. It used the tool to collect the sheets 4 times. It used MarketStack to get share prices 4 times, and it updated rows several times. Both of the update tools were used multiple times. This is the rebalancing, and then again there was one time to set the prices, and then again to rebalance, and then one more time to fix the rebalancing, and then it sent the push notification and the email. And here, just for the proof of it, is the email. So I got the email with the rebalancing instructions, and everything seemed to work nicely. This is quite the sophisticated workflow that we had running here. A lot happened. We've been able to show how rich it is to describe these workflows and to get something that is able to run and achieve a task that is quite sophisticated. And the proof, of course, is over here in our Google Sheet, showing the new quantity after rebalancing, showing that it achieved the 60-40 split that we wanted after rearranging our portfolio and keeping the total value pretty close. So that, I'd say, is an excellent outcome. I think we can declare victory on this. And there's just a couple more ways that we can improve this a little bit. Sorry, wait, just before we improve it, I want to show you a little bit more about this executions page. So again, I went from the editor to the executions page. I'm looking at the most recent execution, which is this good one. You'll see I had some errors in the past running this, as I fixed a few things, and you may have done as well. So the one other thing I want to show you, which is very helpful in finding errors, is that you could see this visual like this of everything running with the numbers. You can also click where it says logs just there, and up comes these logs that show each of the different calls that happened. And then there's over here this overview or details tabs. If you flip to details, you get to see at each point in this kind of trace exactly what happened, what was called, with what prompts, and what it did. So you can see here, for example, that it gets the row. This is why it's making sure that the 60-40 split was achieved, and then it makes one more change to the quantity, to the BND ticker, to make sure that it achieves the target. So you can look through this and see what it's doing, why it's doing it, at each point with the inputs and outputs at every every point in this workflow. And so this is very powerful debugging tools. And if you're not getting the behavior that you want, this is where you go, you read your logs, and then you come back and you tweak the prompts. And it can be very iterative to get to a point when it's reliably getting you to the right outcomes. Okay, so I want to add one more element to our workflow, and I want to add in some sort of traditional workflow elements. One of the great things about n8n is that it combines the best of the kind of agentic AI setup visual builder with the kind of traditional workflow tools like a Zapier, something which lets you integrate APIs with some nice workflow capabilities. And that's what we're going to do now. Look, the AI agent, its output is supposed to be the word okay. And that's something that we can test for. So I want to set this so that if things go wrong and it doesn't achieve it's the right outcome we want, then I want it to alert me, send a push notification with a warning. And if it goes right, I also want a push notification, but not an emergency one, just a normal one. So basically, we're going to want to have two different notifications. One of them will be problems, one of them will be all is well. And we want it to pick one of those two, depending on whether the answer from this AI agent is the word okay or not. All right. So that sounds like maybe that's going to need some code. It sounds like it's something which needs like an if statement of some sort, if you are familiar with coding. But perhaps there might also be a simpler way, which is to use an if node. There's a bunch of nodes which are to do with like laying out simple logic visually for people who are low code, no code, and who would rather be able to visualize the instructions that you're giving your workflow. And that is what we're going to do right now. We're going to add an if node right here to say if the agent did what it was told and answered okay, then we'll send a happy push notification. And if it didn't, we'll send an upset push notification. Let's build that right now. And by the way, if you're wondering about the UI that we're looking at here, that logs screen is the same as it is on the executions tab. You could open and close the logs by clicking on the word logs, and it gives you more breathing room, more space here. So I'm going to press the plus button right here, and I'm going to type if to get the if node, routes items to different branches. And basically, you have to put in a condition. Value 1 and then like is equal to or some comparison and then value 2. Okay, well for value 1, I'm going to put in an expression. And that expression I'm going to put in is I'm going to say $JSON, the stuff that's coming in, .output, which is the thing that is the output field, which we know is what the LLM produced. That, if that is equal to okay, I want that to be fixed, just the text okay. That is going to be our node, our if node. If the output coming from the LLM is equal to okay. That's the end of describing that node. We've got a little if node. We've got two branches here, a little true and a false. And we're going to hook up two different things to that. Well, you know exactly what we're going to do. For the true, we're going to press here. We're going to type pushover. And we're going to push a message. That's the action. And I'm going to paste in my user key in just a second. We're going to make this be low priority. I don't want it to make a noise. And the message will be rebalancing successful. Now, you'll notice that there's no button here to say, let the LLM choose, let the model choose what goes here. And you might be wondering, why is that? And I'm going to come to that in just a second. All right, so I'm going to fill in my user key in here. I'll come back and do that in a second. I'm going to put in the false branch of this. We're also going to use pushover. You can see it wants an action, push a message. And we're going to say push. I'm going to put my user key there. This time we're going to make it, I'll just say, I guess we'll say emergency priority. And we'll make the message be that the rebalancer failed. There we go. And save that. And now I will just come in and update with the two user tokens. And then I will explain something very important. Okay, I've set my user tokens. The red angry triangles have gone away because this is all good. Everything is set up. What is it I wanted to explain to you? Well, I wanted to say what's the difference between this pushover right here and this pushover right here. One of them, this one here, is we're using it as a tool, right? It's what I told you before is called a subnode, and it's in a circle because it's a tool. Here, it is just a core node. It is a node on the workflow. So what's the difference between those two? Well, here's the thing. When it's a core node, it is just a step in the workflow that is being automated at that point. And no matter what, the push action will always be called, the send a message action, and it will always be called with the data that we put in there. It's a fixed step on the workflow, and this has nothing to do with LLMs. It's just a step in a workflow. If you had Zapier and you were controlling different things, you may not be familiar with Zapier. There are lots of tools like this where you can have steps in the workflow, and it will always be called. In this case, it won't always be called because we've got an if statement, which is a fixed bit of logic. And depending on this logic, either this push will be called or this push will be called. Similarly, I could put a push node right here. And then every time you submit the form, there would always be a push notification. Maybe you should try that. That is different to what we're doing here. What we're doing here is a special feature that the push node supports being used as a tool, and only a subset of nodes are allowed to be used as a tool, only if they've been specially set up that way. And when it's used as a tool, it is different. First of all, there's a description of it that's given to the LLM, as we saw, that tells the LLM what does this do. Secondly, the LLM gets to decide whether or not to use that tool. Details of the tool are put in the system message. As we talked about a few days ago, the LLM gets to decide in its response whether or not it wants to call that tool. And finally, optionally, you can specify that the LLM should fill in some of the inputs to that tool, as we've done for some of these, like the message in this tool. And so all of those are completely different to when you just slap a node on your workflow, as we have here, in which case nothing to do with LLMs, it's always called. So that is the crucial difference between using a node with an action, with the node operation is action, like we have right here, versus using a node as a tool, it's a subnode, and it's called at the discretion of the LLM. I hope that's clear now. Okay, and with all of this, it comes for me to come to the portfolio and clean this out. We don't want you set there, and we don't want you set there. Come back here, and now we're going to execute the workflow again with this whole setup. Up comes this. We're going to submit this, and off it goes. Action stations. Hopefully, in any second now, this whole workflow will kick off, and it's waiting for the trigger event. And sometimes I find that it lags what's actually happening. The user interface takes a moment to refresh, but with any luck, it will kick into gear. I think this time I won't give you the running commentary. I'll come back in a sec when it's run. And there we go. It has just completed successfully, and I just got I got two messages. I got one that's saying portfolio is rebalanced, and I got another which is rebalancing successful, exactly what I typed out. And you can see in here the if is ticked, and you can see that this arrow here is green because it did indeed match okay, and it went over to push the positive message. It did not push the negative message. And so our more sophisticated workflow is complete. And I just wanted to show you here your first sight at putting logic on your workflow and how these nodes can be used just to carry out a more strict business process. Okay, well, there is one more step left. Let me tell you the final thing we're going to do. All right, well, the last thing to do, you may have guessed, is to deploy to production, to publish. And the first thing I want to do is just go into this form submission, and we'll just want to go over here to this production URL and just copy that because that's where we want to go when we've deployed to production. So I'm just going to go out here and make sure it's saved. You've probably been doing this. I always automatically press Command S all the time, but hopefully you've done that. And then it's going to be time to press the publish button to publish this so it becomes a live workflow. Got it. Now we're going to open up, first to go into the portfolio, and I'm going to wipe this out. We want to start from a nice and empty portfolio and open up that URL right here, which is hopefully going to take us to a form that we can submit. And then we will use that to trigger our workflow. Here we go, Portfolio Rebalancer. This is like a live web page out there on the internets. And I'm now going to say submit. And it says your response has been recorded. So that is now off and running. And I'm going to be waiting and hoping to receive a bunch of push notifications. I guess I'm going to be hoping, well, it's already, before I can even flip over there, it's already filled in the prices. So it is indeed running in production. It's now thinking about how it will rebalance, hopefully. And I imagine that very shortly, it's going to come back and start putting in the quantities here. And then I will get my notifications. And while it's doing that, let me tell you your assignment. I can see it's doing it right now. Amazing. I'm not touching anything, which is to improve this, to come on in. One of the things you'll notice is that it's not very stable. I can see it's tweaking and updating things here. Figuring out how you can improve this so that it's more accurate, more dependable there's the message. Fantastic. And that's very cool. Let me go into my push notifications. I got 2 messages. You only heard one noise because the second one was low priority, so it doesn't make a noise. But there it is. Deal successful. So we were able to complete this flow in production. It's been successful. That is our deployed workflow running. And of course, you want to see that the email arrived, and it did arrive. There it is, the portfolio balancing email. And so it does appear to have been successful. And we can go to executions to see the results of the run. And that as I say, it was successful. And there we have it. And we can, of course, look in at the logs and go through all of the details of what it did. That is our workflow running in deployed state. And if you hover over here in the logs, you can see how many tokens this used up with the AI agent. The prompt is the number of input tokens, the completion is the number of output tokens. You can see there's a lot of inputs there because all of the tool use was like packing information into the context, which is where context engineering can be helpful. And indeed, so the deficiency with this that you'll quickly discover if you do this with yourself is that it does start to lose coherence with larger portfolio sizes. So this can handle the portfolio size we just had with ease, but larger portfolios, it can't keep up. And there are solutions to that. There are solutions from adding in more information in the sheet that gives it a better clue as to how everything balances, to equipping it with a calculator so that it can make calculations as it goes, to improving the tools so that they're able to help it figure out how to rebalance. Because the actual rebalancing calculation itself is something that could be quite trivial. So that really, the mission for you is to make this more reliable and more industrial strength by improving the prompts, potentially improving the tools, and improving the spreadsheet so that you equip the AI agent with the most possible information in the simplest way so that it can still be autonomous, still make its own decisions, but it's quite easy for it to make the right decisions quickly and then notify you. And then you will have your running portfolio rebalancing agent. And that's a wrap on our first project. What I loved about this is that it's so real world that this really does map to something that happens. And now you've automated it. And you can also think about changing that trigger from being a web form to being one of the scheduler things. That means that maybe once a day it gets kicked off and just automatically runs and then sends you the notification with how you should rebalance your portfolio. And again, that just feels so real world. You've just automated a business process. And that is a fitting way to wrap up the first week of this program, which was headed Automate with Workflows. That's what we did. And that's a wrap. It was a big week. You learned a ton. There's lots of definitions and terminology, and I'm sorry about that, but it's great that we got that out of the way because we can focus on really juicy stuff. Next week is voice agents and 11 labs, which is such fun. I can't wait to show you this. But first, take a moment to celebrate that you are 33% of the way through the program, a third of the way through. Next week's so much fun. I'll see you then. Well, I'm so happy you're back for more. Last week was quite a lot of work. We covered a ton of material. We ended up with a pretty juicy project at the end there. A lot going on. I hope you like that. But now we have a couple of really fun days ahead. This is week 2, day one of the Agentic AI builder, AI agents and voice agents in n8n, although for now it's not going to be n8n at all. I am very happy to welcome you to 11 Labs Day. We are going to look at voice agents using the beautiful product 11 Labs. And today is, of course, a purple day because it's core skills. Today is about building new expertise in this field of voice agents. And this whole week, last week was called Automate. This week is called Accelerate because it's about now figuring out how to use the latest frontier technology to be able to do more and faster. And I would definitely say that 11 Labs is a product which allows you to accelerate. It's somewhat magical product. And I hope you feel that way too when you see it. First up, 11 Labs is both a company and a product, as is often the case. I guess n8n is the same. It was founded very recently in 2022. It's already a unicorn company. It's considered, I would say it's considered the leading company in audio generation. Definitely in terms of if you're willing to pay for it, it is pricier than a lot of alternatives, including free open source alternatives. But you definitely get what you pay for. It's considered top shelf in terms of audio generation. It was founded by Google, an ex-Googler, and someone from Palantir that created the business together. And it has a number of products. The way that it's positioned on the website that I'll show you is that there are these sort of two different sibling products. One is called the Creative Platform, and it's more about like generating audio, building your audio avatars. And the other is the Agents Platform. And guess which one we're going to use mostly? We're going to be in the Agents Platform world. And in many ways, the Agents Platform is a bit of an n8n itself. So you'll see some familiar kind of canvasy kinds of setups. So there's something about it that is quite similar to n8n, but it's very focused on voice agents. And of course, as you know, because you've seen the curriculum, we're going to be doing a lot of workflows where we connect together 11 Labs and n8n. And there's some decisions to be made about what we have 11 Labs do and what we have n8n do. So those are the two products, Creative Platform and Agents Platform, that we will see in a second. And in terms of pricing, I mentioned it's pricey, but there is a free tier. And so you can use this for free for this course and follow everything, I believe, without paying a cent. I have to confess that I did just sign up for the starter pack, which is $5 monthly, because I've been using it reasonably heavily and loving it. And so you might be tempted to do the same as me, but you don't need to. It's not necessary. You can stay on the generous free tier. With that, let's go and take a look. Okay, I'm going to go to 11labs.io. 11labs, all one word, .io. And here we have the world's most realistic voice AI platform. And the first thing to point out is at the top here, you'll see that there are these two different nav bars for Creative Platform and Agents Platform. The two platforms I promised you of what you see from the top, and you'll see that they've got lots of course use cases that they've got and general details about them. And then there is a whole tab for developers, and this has docs and API reference for the Creative Platform and the Agents Platform side by side. And you can also come over here to pricing and click on pricing, and you'll see there is this free tier, as I promised you. And I don't know that this free tier applies to all regions, so it's my understanding that it is, but it may change at any point. So what you see here may not match, of course, but hopefully you do still have a free tier. Maybe it's even more generous. And then I have got the starter pack, and there is also Creator and Pro for people that want to be power users of it. This is showing the annual billing, and if you go to this, you get this will show you the monthly billing. If you flip to this, you get the annual billing, and then you do get 2 months free for doing that. So that might be attractive. So that is the general information about 11 Labs. If we go back to the homepage again to 11labs.io, you'll see that there is this sort of instant try it out. There is something here where you can just press play.
In the ancient land of Eldoria, where skies shimmered and forests whispered secrets to the wind, lived a dragon named Zephyros. Not the burn it all down kind, But he was gentle, wise, with eyes like old stars. Even the birds fell silent when he passed.
Hey, you got to admit that is impressive stuff. And you may think that it's cherry picked. It might sound to you like they pre-prepared this, especially as they've got it on their landing page, but it's not. 11 Labs is that good. You will find that out yourself, and you can also look. There's lots of stuff here that you can experiment with. You can see the obviously, the creative platform is giving you things like just a text-to-speech bottle, so you can convert just written text into speech and use it. For example, if you were building some creative content that needed audio. And the agents platform is something where you are building voice agents, which is what we will be doing. And so spend a bit of time looking through this. You could also do things like replicating voices, like Michael Caine and others, or Matthew McConaughey. Although there's some samples, otherwise you have to pay if you want to use it yourself. But 11 Labs, as I say, industry leader when it comes to quality. Not the cheapest date, although they have a good free tier, but it's worth it for the quality you get. So next up, you should press the sign up button, and it will take you through a few screens to sign up. One of the things it's going to ask you is, which platform do you want to be in? The agents platform or the creative platform? And you should choose the agents platform. Now, you can switch this later. You're not fixed to it, but that's the one, of course, you should pick to start with during that sign up flow. And I think it also has you create one right away. You just choose the start from scratch option. It should be pretty simple. I'm going to come in and log in because I'm already logged in, and this is what I see once I've logged in. This is what hopefully you will see once you've done it. You have some sort of dashboard screen that shows when I used it, shows stuff that's been going on. And it also shows on the left here this toggle, which is where you can switch, as I promised you, between the creative platform, which is about making speech, audiobook, making images and video, and music. There's a music generator built in as well, and some things you could explore. It's of course not the thing that we're going to be doing right now. We're going to be sticking with the agents platform that you select over here, and that will be our home for a little bit. All right, so to get you familiar with the main navigation here, you can see that there is like configure, monitor, and deploy. It's the three main sections of it. And we'll click on configure agents. And you can see I've got a test agent that I built right there. And we will come back to some of this other stuff that also you could probably imagine what tools is going to be about. But we're going to start with our first experiment by pressing the new agent button. Okay, here we go. New agent is what I press. And it's what type of agent would you like to create? I'm just going to say blank agent. Create a name that reflects your agent's purpose. Let's call it first agent. And keep chat only off and press create agent. And here it comes. And what we see here, first of all, a system prompt, which is defaulting to you are a helpful assistant. We know exactly what that means now. The first message, hello, how can I help you today, is how it begins. You can see it says you can add variables using double curlies, very similar to expressions in n8n. The voice we've got is Eric, who is apparently smooth and trustworthy. We'll be the judge of that. The language is English, and we can select which model, and Gemini 2.5 Flash is the default. Let's see if it allows us to pick Gemini 3 Flash as the, oh look, it has the GPT OSS in there as experimental. No, they have Gemini 3 Pro, but not Gemini 3 Flash, which for me was only released yesterday, I think. So that's not a surprise. We'll stick with this for now. So with this is giving us the all of the setup. Now it's time for us to give it a try. Okay, let's give this a shot. We're going to press preview to see if we can run this thing. Let's give it a try. Okay, up comes this avatar thing, and there's a call AI agent button. Let's give it a shot.
Hello, how can I help you today?
Well, hello there.
Hello, it's a pleasure to assist you. How may I help you today?
Tell me a fun fact.
Did you know that a group of flamingos is called a flamboyance? I always thought that was a rather fitting and delightful name for such colorful birds.
It certainly is. And now tell me a joke about flamingos.
Why did the flamingo cross the road? because it was the chicken's day off.
Very good. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
So I think that was really impressive. That, of course, is credit to Gemini 2.5 Flash for being the model that was responding to us there. But credit to 11 Labs for making that so fast and so seamless and so quick to feel like we were actually speaking with a voice agent. So I think it's fabulous that it's so easy to have that kind of frictionless experience. All right, let's take it a little bit further to have like a business conversation. Let's say you're a helpful assistant for an airline. You assist customers, spell that right, assist customers with their travel needs. For your reference, a ticket from New York to London, a return ticket costs $599. Okay, so we've given it some context, we've given it some information. Why don't we change the voice? Who should we have here? We can choose Ms. Walker, warm, reassuring, and round. Jason, calm, meditative, and soothing. Stokes, relaxing, casual, and warm. Who would you like? Who do you want? Mrs. Walker, you say? All right. Don't know if you said Mrs. Walker, but hopefully you did. That's who we'll choose. All right, Ms. Walker. Ms. Walker it is. And let's see how this goes. We will press the preview button and give this a whirl.
Hello. How can I help you today?
I'd like to go on a trip.
That sounds wonderful. To help me plan your trip, could you please tell me where you'd like to go and when you're thinking of traveling?
Yeah, I'd like to go from New York to London next week sometime.
A return ticket from New York City to London costs $599. Would you like me to check availability for next week?
So there you have it. It's a nice interaction. Obviously, it's able to use the context. It's able to use the information we put in the system prompt. This is relatively easy stuff. It's just nice that it's so quick to put it into action. Okay, so we're now going to look through some of the more advanced features of 11 Labs by going across the nav here. Start with workflow. This, it says it's new. This should look familiar to you. It looks quite like the canvas in n8n. And indeed, it's where you can put in nodes and you can have things like use of tools to connect different agents to each other. Now, we're not going to really use this because we're going to be using n8n for our workflow because we know that and we're going to invest our time and energy in making that really, really strong. And this is a little bit more raw, this tool. As it says, it's somewhat new. You can experiment with it if you'd like to see it. Going to the templates button, you can choose something like qualification flow and see here how it looks. You've got an agent responsible for deciding whether or not the user is asking a technical issue or a billing issue. And if you click on these issues, you can see that this is something which is able for the LLM to make a decision based on a condition. The user has a technical issue. If so, the LLM can choose effectively by using a tool to pass control over to a different agent, which has a different prompt and which is going to then, it's going to be using Ms. Walker, the person we just spoke to answer the technical support question. Actually, it looks like all of them are using Ms. Walker. This is how you would then divert a billing question to something with a different prompt. So this would be an example of a template that would allow you to set up multiple different voice agents and have the conversation be routed by the first agent, depending as it wishes, based on a description, a condition that is given to the LLM. So it's pretty self-explanatory. That is the, I'm going to put that in the bin now like that, but that is the workflow, the sort of miniature n8n functionality built into 11 Labs. The next tab along is branches. This is where you can specify different versions of your agents and try out different possibilities. Knowledge base is where you give your agent some background information, some knowledge that it can use to give it subject matter expertise. So right now, let's do this. Let's press add document and choose create text right here. And I'm going to call this Apple product details. You may have seen I already did this. And I'm going to paste in something that I got ChatGPT to write, which is just a quick ton of information about Apple products from their website. Create text. There it is. We've just built Apple product details as part of an agent's knowledge base. Okay, now we're going to go back to our agent and change the system prompt. You are able to answer questions on Apple products. And let's give this a try to see if it can look into its knowledge base. Okay, let's pick another person here. We've had Ms. Walker. Let's pick Jason, calm, meditative, and soothing. That sounds good to me. Jason, we have. Okay, and now let's come back here and press preview. And we will give Jason a call.
Hello, how can I help you today?
Hello, I'm interested in buying an Apple Watch. What's the latest version and the price?
The latest version of the Apple Watch is the Apple Watch Series 11, which has a reported launch price of around $399. There are also other models available, such as the Apple Watch SE 3, which is more affordable, and the Apple Watch Ultra 3, which is designed for rugged use.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Do you have any other questions about the Apple Watch or any other Apple products?
All right, we'll leave it there. So there you have it. It was able to consult a knowledge base and answer questions on it. And this is the first glimmer of the thing called RAG that is going to be our other topic for this week that we're going to build out in a more robust and industrial strength way in n8n and connect the two together. But you can see that there's this very simple implementation through the UI that you get with 11 Labs that makes it so easy to give your agent subject matter expertise, domain expertise, just using documents. So you should give this a try. Okay, moving on through the features of 11 Labs through the main nav analysis, where you can see the previous conversations have happened, or they've all been successful. Tools is, of course, where you get to equip your agent with tools, much like n8n. And we are going to be using this in a minute. In fact, this is going to be the way in which we can connect the agent to n8n. It's one of the two ways that we can do it. And so we could have one of these tools be one that's effectively calling out to n8n. And so we will be doing this tomorrow. We'll be adding a tool. There are some system tools, some built-in tools that you can just turn on that allow you to do different things. Like if you want your agent to be able to stop the conversation rather than having to keep going, you can give it that tool. There's a customized button that allows you to give you more information if you want. There's also a detect language tool if you want it to be able to figure out what language you're speaking and keep that going. Transfer to agent is an important one. This is one where this is how you can build a workflow between agents yourself. By having a description that describes how it should know when to do it, and the transfer rules give it the condition for transferring to this agent, and then the transfer message. And this is how you basically hook up your different agents to each other. It's essentially, it is through using tools that one agent, one LLM, decides it's time to hand control to a different agent. And of course, you can also do this over on the new workflow by picking one of the templates or by creating that yourself. That's like a shortcut just to setting up all of the tools. Okay, that is tools. And tests is as it sounds, where you set up different sets of tests and can look at past runs. Widget is an important one. This is where you get to construct the way that it will look. You remember the way it's that rather nice blue avatar thing. It's called the orb, and this is where you set it up. But it doesn't need to be the orb. You can have it be an image that you can upload. It could be an image of you or an image of whatever you want your agent avatar to look like. Or it can be a link to a URL of an image if you have one to hand. You can also take this code here. That is something that you can embed in another web page so that your agent is surfaced on that web page. So if you use something like WordPress as your website, you could just have that as like an embedded tag that you put on your WordPress site, and then your agent will be there on your WordPress. So this is, or any place where you're deploying HTML, you could have this as an embedded scriptlet. If you're working with a technical team that manages your website, you could just give them this, and they can just put it on your web page, and then that blue orb will appear there, and it will be connected to this agent. It's that simple. And if you scroll down, you'll see that there's lots of information about how you can style and coordinate your avatar, and also give this widget more details. So there's tons of stuff here that's very much configurable by someone who isn't necessarily technical. And then you can end by just sharing your widget in wherever you wish. And there's also a widgets v2 that I haven't used, that is a more sophisticated one that has headers and lists and code blocks and more, which will allow you to have more control over how your widget gets embedded. This is certainly taking it to a next level where you can just have your avatar embedded within your website. And then security has some security setup stuff. You can have authentication where people have to like log in to use your avatar. There's things that this is saying what controls you're going to give your user that they can do. And this is turned on, means that the user can say, I only want to connect using text, by typing messages. I don't want to have this voice thing. But you can also give them more flexibility should you wish. There's some stuff here about a webhook that 11 Labs can call at the beginning and end of the conversation. And now you know all about webhooks. You know what this means. It can call out to a URL that you provide from another system. And you can set up limits that controls to make sure it doesn't go off the rails, the maximum number of calls per day for this particular agent. And then the advanced tab just has some extra settings. You can have a text-only agent. You can use a new feature called Scribe for automatic speech recognition. You can have some keywords that are words that are likely to be in a conversation with your agent, perhaps the names of your products or something like that. In this case, maybe it'd be Apple Watch or something, which increases the probability that might be something someone might say, particularly if it's an unusual product name. It might be worth using this. Then there are some fields that control the character of your agent, like how eager it is to jump in, and how long it will pause before it will say, are you still there? Or something like that. And I think this is one I changed, from the default when it seemed to come in too quickly. But you can mess around with this. You can have it so it just cuts it off if it's been silent for a while. And some other things to experiment with here. So by all means, come in, play with some of these fields, press the preview button, get a sense for how it works, get a good grasp, definitely experiment with the knowledge base a bit. See how 11 Labs lets you build these voice agents. So simple. Okay, we'll bring this home by making a quick flow of agents to solve a little business problem. Why not? Just a toy example. Let's start by going to knowledge bases and add another document. Let's create a new text thing, and let's call it stock. It's going to be what the shop has in stock. And what we're going to have in stock is going to be a few Apple products. There they go. An Apple Watch Series 11, iPhone 17 Pro Max, a MacBook Pro. Oh, we might as well make it an M4. There we go. That's going to be the stock. And we'll create that as another knowledge base. Of course, it could be something much longer. There we have it. Now we're going to set up a little agent workflow. Okay, so we're going to try out the workflow functionality right here. And we are going to start by picking a template. Why not? To get us off and running, we'll pick the qualification flow template we looked at earlier as our starting point for our little experiment. And let's just go through and edit this. So the first agent is called the qualification agent. We're going to change this to being the main agent, the one to kick off the conversation. And we're going to keep it very simple. The conversation goal, which is the prompt, will say you're a customer support rep at a store that sells Apple products. You direct the user's question as appropriate. I'm turning on override prompt, which means this completely replaces the prompt that we put in the agent tab there. Who will we have? Let's pick Ms. Walker as the person that will answer the phone. Ms. Walker will take it, and that is a good setting. And we will make sure that she does not inherit the knowledge base. So she is coming in with no knowledge, coming in to take this call. Okay, that is the first agent. All right, now we're coming to technical support. So for technical support, we are going to say that the prompt here should be, you're able to answer general questions about Apple products. And we will say that should override the previous prompt. We will have this being someone, let's choose someone new, the Russell, outgoing and excited. You can be our Apple products person. You need a knowledge base for that. Don't inherit. Instead, we're going to give you a document. It will be the Apple product details document. There we are. Nice. You've got the knowledge. You've got your prompt. It overrides. We're set with technical support. We're going to change the name to be product support, though. Make it a bit more accurate. Product support is done. Okay, and now to billing support. We're going to change this to be stock specialist. There we go. And this is going to be someone that can answer questions about what the store has in stock. So let's put exactly that. Let's override the previous prompt. Who should we have for this one? Have someone, let's have Stokes. Don't know what Stokes sounds like. And we need to give them a knowledge base. We won't inherit the knowledge base. We'll add a document. We will add stock in there. There we go. We have stock specialists. One thing we've got left to do, we need to set these edges. These are the conditions that decide whether the main agent routes this way or that way. Let's set that now. Okay, so I'm going to select this edge. It's an LLM condition. The label is technical issue. Let's change that to be product question. The user has a question, a general question about Apple products. There we go. That's done. Over here to this other edge, it's a LLM condition. Its label is billing issue. Let's make that stock question. And let's say the user has a question about what Apple products the store has in stock. That seems crystal clear to me, which is always a good sign. I think we are ready to give this thing a try. Okay, let's give it a whirl. I'll press preview and then call AI agent.
Hello, how can I help you today?
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How can I assist you with Apple products today?
Yeah, I'm interested in what the latest model of the Apple Watch is.
The latest model of the Apple Watch is the Apple Watch Series 11. There's also the Apple Watch SE3, which is a more affordable option, and the Apple Watch Ultra 3, which is designed for ruggedness and endurance. Do any of those sound like what you're looking for?
Yeah, they all sound great. Thank you. And that finished it. It terminated. How was your conversation? Very good. So let's try it again. Let's go a different route this time. Let's see what happens.
Hello, how can I help you today?
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How can I assist you with Apple products today?
Yeah, I'm wondering what models of the MacBook Pro you have in stock.
We currently have the MacBook Pro M4 in stock.
And there you have it. That is a successful test run. So you just saw a pretty simple example of being able to ask a question, and based on that, it was being routed. And you notice it's not as if you have to repeat the question or something. It's that whole question was being routed to the right rep. And of course, what you'd find, as you can imagine from this very simplistic example and picture, is that if you then asked the specialist a question about the product, they wouldn't be able to answer it. You'd have to add in more edges to allow for the conversation to go back. But this is now, we're not going to go into depth of this tool because we're going to be hooking up our voice agents to n8n. But I wanted to show it to you, and I wanted to say that if you have simple use cases like this, if you just want to build something which is a customer support rep with a knowledge base and with some ability to move between different messages, perhaps different types of operator, then you have that tool at your disposal. 11 Labs can do it all, and it's really easy to use, and it's really high quality. So experiment with it a bit, and I hope you enjoy it. And that's a wrap on our first day of experimenting with 11 Labs and building voice agents. I hope you were blown away by how easy it was to build a bunch of different voice agents and to throw in knowledge bases and a bit of a workflow there as well. We got a bit into it. As I say, we're not going to go too much more because we're going to be using n8n still as the kind of back end to what we build with voice agents. It's the marriage between 11 Labs and n8n that is so very powerful. That's what we're going to be doing, and we're going to be starting that tomorrow. And I can't wait to get there. But as usual, first we have to take a moment to say, wow, 40% of the way through. I hope you're starting to feel a bit more of a pro. You certainly will after tomorrow when we hook these two platforms together. Look, in this journey, some days are more challenging days and some days are more satisfying days. Today is both. Today is a bit of both. I've got something challenging. I've got something satisfying. Today we are integrating 11 Labs with n8n. We're putting them both together and it's going to be fun. Okay, so obviously we're going to be using n8n and 11 Labs together in order to have voice agents that have workflows in n8n. Now, there are actually two different ways to do this, two completely different integration patterns, and we're going to do both. One of them is definitely the better, and I will explain which and why, but we're still going to do both because it's good practice, and it's going to help you really understand what's going on. So the first of them is where n8n is the boss. n8n is running the show. It is orchestrating everything. The end-to-end workflow is described in n8n with all the different steps. And one of those steps is calling out to the 11 Labs API to turn text into speech. TTS, text to speech. That's when we want the thing to talk to us, and we'll use 11 Labs for generating the audio. And a different step, probably earlier in the process, is STT, speech to text. This is when we take some audio and turn it into text, which would go into an LLM. And so these are steps on the workflow, which is where n8n would call out to 11 Labs. Hopefully that makes complete sense to you. That's how it can come together. So what's the other way? So the other way, as you probably guessed, is where 11 Labs is running the show. It's the boss. The orchestration is happening, driven by 11 Labs first and foremost. You basically build a voice agent in 11 Labs, much as we've already done, and you give that voice agent a tool, and we didn't actually use tools, but I showed it to you, and you use that tool to make a call into n8n to carry out some sub workflow. And basically, you have your sort of business logic, your business workflow be part of n8n. So in this way, the two of them kind of collaborating together, but 11 Labs is the overall end-to-end process. It sort of owns the show. So what are the reasons for doing it each way? Well, the benefit of n8n orchestration on the left is obviously that it is simple. It's clear. You get all of your workflow in one place. You've got one n8n canvas, and on it, you see everything that's going on. And that's great. It also gives you a more switchable API. You've got a link to 11 Labs, and you could swap that out for any other API that offers text to speech and speech to text. You just have to replace those two APIs, and bam, you're onto a different vendor. And that's super convenient. So those are the benefits of n8n orchestration. And with that, you're probably wondering what could possibly be the benefits of 11 Labs orchestration, because it's clearly more complex. It's not really, it's kind of both orchestration. You're first and foremost starting in 11 Labs, but then you've got some workflow in n8n. So it just sounds more complicated all in all. So why would you pick this ever? Well, look, here's the thing. Latency. It's about latency. If you're using n8n to orchestrate, then you first have to collect the audio, and then you have to call out to get that audio turned into text. If you're using 11 Labs, it is a voice agent platform, and that means it's all built to be real time from the get-go. As you're speaking, it's automatically converting that into text. It's not a linear process, and it's designed to be great at this voice agent interaction. That's what it does. And from that perspective, it's great to be using it as much as we can. And in many ways, using them together like this gives us the ability to have the best of both. We can use all of the features and functions that you get in 11 Labs when it comes to voices, and then also take advantage of n8n for the orchestration. So yes, it's more complex, but it does mean you can use both platforms to the max. And as part of that, it's worth mentioning that 11 Labs has some advanced functions, like it has features to for example, use a telephone, like have it connect to a phone and be able to speak on the phone to one of your voice agents. And this way you get that. Otherwise, you're using n8n to collect the audio and you don't get the advantage of all of these pro features in 11 Labs. So there's some pretty big benefits on the right-hand side as well. So which do you think I'm going to recommend as being the right way? It's definitely the right-hand side. I like to say simple is always better. That's one of my mantras. I'm always trying to push you to make things simpler, not more complex. But this is a clear case where you get a lot for the complexity, and it's worth it. Latency is everything when it comes to voice agents. Having to wait is agonizing if you're talking to an agent. And so, yes, you need the voice agent from 11 Labs. You need to use the right-hand pattern. We're going to do both so we can experiment with both. Often people start with the left-hand pattern because it's the more obvious, it's the sort of go-to. But very quickly we'll discover the difference between them and why it is that the right one is much more compelling. But as I say, we'll try both. Okay, now don't hate me, but before we go and build all of this, and we've got some juicy building to do today, but before we do need to do a little bit of like refresher, a couple of things, API stuff, but it's good stuff. It's good to get through this. So first of all, just to quickly remind you about this thing, webhook, that we encountered a couple of days ago. This is this idea that you could have a node and it can be calling out to an endpoint, making like a web call to some URL, some web address. And that's one way you can think about making an API request to get information. And this is, it's like request response. You're hitting an HTTP route, as it's called, like a web address. And then there's this other idea that someone else could call you. You could make a web endpoint available and say, hey, if someone calls this web endpoint, which is like saying if someone asks me if I can give them a web page at this address, I'm going to treat that like that's them telling me an event. They're telling me something's happened. So I can say, hey, if you hit me on this web link, I'm going to know that you want to give me information. You want to tell me something. You want to tell me that a message has arrived, an email has arrived, a Slack message has arrived. And when you do it that way, it's described as having a webhook. And the webhook is being called by the external system, like Slack in this case. So that was the idea behind a webhook that we met before. Okay, and now I'm gonna, next after this, we're gonna go and build stuff, but I wanna give you some terminology, some technical stuff, which I guess the usual story. For some of you, this is like, yeah, come on, Ed, I know all this. But for some of you, this is gonna be hairy. And I wanna just say, you don't need to remember anything I'm about to say. If it doesn't mean anything to you, just listen, get the gist. I'm going to repeat this one a few times, so you let it sink in over time. But just to get you more comfortable with the terminology, let's dig in. So I've used the expression calling an API a fair bit, and I'm talking about calling a web API, the most standard kind of APIs. And yeah, the way it's achieved is you're making a web request, you're using this protocol, this standard called HTTP, which is basically the way that web pages are exchanged. So you're using this HTTP standard to make a request over the internet to a web address, and that's what we're calling an API. And the URL that you use, the web address that you're going to request or hit, is called an endpoint. As you know, you've heard this. And so the language that you might hear if you're saying it properly is, I'm calling an API by making an HTTP request to an endpoint. Calling an API by making an HTTP request to an endpoint. And that should just connect with you. You should be like, okay, I hear that language. I know what it means. If you're on the receiving end of this, if you want someone to call a URL to tell you something, to give you some information, like an event has happened, I need to trigger something, then that endpoint you would describe as a webhook. That's what it means. So you might say, hey, I've set up a webhook. You can make an HTTP request to that webhook to tell me about X, like you've received an email or something like that. Or the other way, I could say, hey, can you please tell me your webhook? And I will call your webhook to inform you that an event has happened that you need to know about. So that's the kind of language you might use, the terminology to talk about webhooks. And then just to give you one more detail, there are in fact different types of these HTTP calls, different flavors of them. It's actually known as the method, different methods of an HTTP call. Sometimes called the verb. The most common are get and post. So you sometimes hear people say an HTTP get and an HTTP post, two different types of HTTP request. And usually an HTTP get is used when you're trying to retrieve information. You want to find something, you want to get information about it. You're doing an HTTP get, and the information will come back in the form of JSON as the response to your HTTP get. And an HTTP post is usually used to send information to the third party, and you send that information in the form of JSON. So that is an HTTP get and an HTTP post. And I say this because we will be selecting get and post in a couple of places. So this is your first time of hearing about it, or maybe you know this stuff back to front. Anyways, that is the terminology. We're done with it. It's time to do some building. Oh, that was just a cheap move to get you to come to the next video. We're not going to do building. We've got one more slide to go. I just want to say one more thing, which is if you look back at this diagram that is showing you this idea of an endpoint, request response, HTTP to an endpoint, and then receiving an HTTP request through a webhook to notify us of something. There are nodes in n8n that apply for each of those. We've already discovered them, like with Slack showing here. We had a trigger that took a webhook, and we had a like a posting a message, which was a typical request response. And in many cases in n8n, you'll find the sort of pair of nodes, one that takes a webhook and is for incoming events, and one that is about making API calls. There are also generic nodes that are used to talk to platforms which haven't been explicitly built in n8n. There isn't an integration component directly for that third party, but it has endpoints, so it has webhooks that it expects, and so you can sort of generically integrate with it based only on those URLs. And so there is a generic version of a request response node called the HTTP request node. And so it just calls a URL endpoint. You give it a URL. The node output is based on the result, whatever comes back from that call. And then there is also a generic version on the other side. There's a generic type of webhook, and it is called the webhook node. And it has both a test URL and a production URL, just like the Slack one did. It has a URL that can be called as a webhook for in test mode, or when you've actually deployed and you've activated that workflow. And it's triggered when someone else hits that URL. And you can configure it either to then respond immediately to the third party, or it can carry out a whole workflow, and you can configure it so that it responds with whatever a later step returns comes up with. And those are some different configuration details we'll look at. But basically, my point is that with some external systems like Slack, you get out of the box nodes, like two nodes, one for triggers and one for actually making calls to it. And if you don't have an out-of-the-box node like this, you can kind of make your own using these two generic nodes, the HTTP request node and the webhook node. So hopefully that made sense. It's, again, something that will repeat a few times, so you'll get used to it. But that is how you build your own integration with a platform that isn't already sort of coming out of the box with n8n. Okay, it's time to be building stuff. I've teased you with this. Now we're going to do it. And we're going to start in 11 Labs. You remember looking at 11 Labs here? I've just signed in. You should as well. You've got this drop down here, Agents Platform, Creative Platform. Well, remember, we're going to begin with technique 1. n8n is going to be the boss. So we're not going to be setting up agents in 11 Labs, but rather we're going to want to just use 11 Labs as a backend that can convert speech to text and back again. And the way we do that is using its API. And to do that, you need an API key. And this is how you get it. You go to developers, which is down here, and you click on developers. And here we have the section for developers. And there is a tab here, API keys, and you go there. And up it comes with some API keys, like my one here, Ed key. You are going to press create key. I know you know how to make API keys, but I'm still going to show you it. It gives it a name, and you're going to give it whatever name you want. Like I could call this Ed Key 2. And it's good to have restrict key turned on. Now, first thing it has here is monthly. And this looks like a monthly limit, which is a good thing to have. And you might think, like I originally did, that typing 10 in there would mean $10 a month. But it doesn't. It's talking about the number of credits. And most calls we make take 30, 60 credits or something like that. And you should have lots of free credits that came with your plan. And if you're on a pay plan like me, I've got tens of thousands of free credits baked in. So you should put whatever monthly number you want here, but I recommend a number like 500 is a good number for what we might want to do. And keep an eye on this, and you might need to come up and dial it up if you've used up your monthly credit limit. And then you want to be able to basically have access to all these things. So select access to this, access to this, access. And then we don't need write access. I think read should be fine for all of these things here. And then I don't think we're going to use these, but access for everything anyway, and then read for all of these things. And when you've done that, you press the create key button. It pops up with a key. You copy it into your clipboard and you say, okay, and you keep that there in your clipboard because we're going to need to paste it somewhere else. And maybe you keep a record of it safe and sound. And if you ever have a problem with your API key, you know what to do. You come back here and you create another one. And you can always come here and you can disable a key if you're no longer using it. And you can also come in and edit it if you want to give it different permissions. So this is the thing to do. Always be careful with your API keys. Copy it carefully. Don't paste it into a word processor. You know the deal. And you can always create a second one. Okay, so here we are back into n8n.io. I'm going to sign in. This is signing into our cloud account and into our instance, and here we are, and I'm going to press the create workflow button here to start our new workflow. And let's begin this time with a chat, the on chat message to get us started in the usual way. Click and escape to come back here. If you're seeing logs up here like this, remember you can just click there to get rid of them. Okay, and then let's click plus or press tab and then go to the AI agent selection. Here it is, escape, back we come. The chat model, so you can use, as always, OpenRouter or OpenAI. This time, just for this week to keep it different, I'm going to look to use Google Gemini. Google Gemini is going to be our one for today. For Google, there's two different. There's Google Gemini, which is referring to the AI Studio, Google's AI Studio. There's also Vertex AI, which is a bigger deal, and which, if you know it, you know it. Otherwise, stick with this one. And for the credential, I'm going to go create new credential, and I have set up an API key, and I have set this up at aistudio.google.com, which is where you set up or you just search AI Studio, Gemini, AI Studio. And I have set up an API key and I've been careful and I paste it in here and I press save. And I see the connection was tested successfully, as will you, because you are a pro with API keys and they never give you any trouble. All right. So with that, we're going to be experimenting with Gemini, and let's just finish this off. So we're not going to give it any tools or any memory for this one. Let me just see what I see. We've got Gemini 2.5 Flash. Let's see if I can't give it Gemini 3. Hang on. Models, Gemini 3. There we go. They've got Gemini 3 Flash preview. I imagine by the time you see this, it'll just be Gemini 3 Flash, but you should pick the one you want. That's what I'll pick. And with that, let's come here, open the chat and say, hi there. And off it goes. Hello, how can I help you today? Great, we have Gemini working. Not much to do with voice just yet. Okay, well, the next thing we're going to do is add on something here, which is going to make an API call to 11 Labs to turn this text into audio. So I'm going to press the plus there, and I'm going to look for 11 Labs, and up it comes as a possible next node. Now, when you click on this, it will come up here, and I imagine for you, you will see it as like not installed, and there'll be a button here to install it. And that is something you want to press that button to install it. I assume you're using n8n Cloud, in which case it's just a matter of pressing that button and it gets installed. If you are actually using the self-hosted version, then you have to go through a couple more steps, which you can just Google to find out about it. Super simple. It's like a community node that you just install, but it's very quick, and then it will be installed like this. And now we can come down here to the possible actions, the node actions, and we want convert text to speech. That's what we want. And up comes this node for us to connect to 11 Labs. Okay, and the first thing we got to do is select a credential, create a new credential, and it needs the 11 Labs API key, the thing we created over in 11 Labs. And I'm now going to paste in that key that's in my clipboard. Obviously, if you just copied one from Gemini, then that won't work. It's got to be 11 Labs API key. And I save that. And I'm a pro at this. And that's why it says connected and tested successfully first time. And you got that too, because you're a pro as well. Congrats. All right. If you didn't, you're like, all right. But hopefully you did. All right. So now we choose the operation, text to speech. We choose the voice from the list. Let's choose Ms. Walker because she's warm and reassuring, and that's what we like. And now we have to choose the text to say. This is the input that will be sent to 11 Labs to turn into text. And, if we put the word bananas in there, then it would always generate audio for bananas. And that's not what we want. We want it to be different every time. And so we're talking about an expression. And you may be wondering, why can't we say, let the model decide? Remember, you can only do that with tools. It's only if it were a tool that you could do that. And this isn't a tool. This is just the next step in the workflow, because we don't want the LLM to decide whether or not to generate audio. We always want to generate audio. So there's no LLM decision here. It's a step in the workflow. So how do we put the text here to say, use whatever was the output from the LLM? Well, of course, we don't want something fixed. We want an expression. And you're a pro with expressions as well now. So hopefully I'll give you a moment to think what the expression is. First of all, there's curly braces around it and two of them like that. And then the way that you say, I want the item from what came into me in the form of JSON, you do $JSON. And what I want from that is the field you can see on the left there that's called output. So you do dot output, and look at that. What you see in result is, hello, how can I help you today? Perfect. And of course, the other way you can do it, you don't need to type it out like that. You can also just simply drag and drop over there like so. And if you have to drop properly, try that again. There we go. And you get the same thing. You don't need to type the code. You can always just drag and drop. And so this will configure us so that whatever's coming in to this node, it looks into it, it looks at the output field, it takes that text and it sends that text to 11 Labs for text to speech for Ms. Walker using our 11 Labs API key. Okay, and now we go back to our workflow and we'll give this another try. We'll refresh this and we'll say, hi there, and we'll see what happens. Off it goes. It's gone to Gemini. It's converted to speech. It all workflow ran successfully. It didn't say anything to me. Maybe you're expecting that, but it couldn't do that. All we did was we called an API that generated a file, which is an audio file. Here it is. We can now download it and listen to it. I'm going to press the download button, and it's just downloaded something. And then we'll go and listen. Okay, so I've got I've just launched that thing. I've got this little player here. Let's hear what we got. Wow. Okay. She's very chirpy today.
Hello, how can I help you today?
That, I guess, is Ms. Walker speaking with much enthusiasm to us. And that is how we got through this API. Let's just try changing this to another person. Let's try Jason. I think we need someone to counteract that energy level, someone calm, meditative, and soothing. Again, this is going to be making an API request to 11 Labs. Back we go. We will reset the chat session and we will say hi there. Okay, here we go. It goes across, it goes to the agent and it's converted. That was all super quick. We got back a bunch of stuff. Now we come back into this node. Here it is. We download this file too. And then I'm going to try right-clicking on this. I'm going to show it in Finder, and then we will I'll bring up the player as before, and we'll listen to this. Okay, here we go. Let's listen.
Hello, how can I help you today?
Definitely a more soothing Jason, thank you. And so that gives us a good sense of how it works to generate audio. Doesn't feel very satisfying yet. We've got a little bit more to go. Okay, so next up, we're going to go back to our workflow, and we're going to do some new things. We're first of all going to get rid of this guy. No more coming in that way. Instead, we're going to come in a completely different way. We are going to add a webhook. So I'm going to go plus. I'm going to say on webhook call. This is saying I want to be triggered by a webhook. Now, we've already experienced this a few times because we've used things like Slack and Telegram as well. Both of them allowed us to set up a webhook using n8n nodes specifically designed for Slack and for Telegram. In this case, we're using the generic one, the one I mentioned that's generic. This is the generic on webhook call node that allows us to configure any webhook. Anyone that hits this endpoint right here for test or this endpoint for production will trigger this particular webhook. So it's going to sit there listening on this. And anyone that hits it will trigger this once we press the listen for event button. And that's how it works. It's that simple. There's no more configuration than that, which I just love. It's so easy. So when something comes in, it's going to come in and hit this webhook. All right. So what are we going to do with this? Well, if I go back to the canvas again, let's see, where's it put that webhook? Over here. I don't know why it's over there, but we're going to move it right here. So in comes that webhook. All right. And you can see there, by the way, it has get because let's just look at it again. There's this HTTP method that can be get, or there are other things as well, but I mentioned get and post are the most common things. I'm actually going to change it from get to post because we're going to want this to be pushing information to us. Okay, so that is set up. And now what I'm going to do is whatever gets posted in is actually, we're going to set it up so that we can post some audio. I'm going to want to send that to 11 Labs again. So here we're going to add in 11 Labs. This time, it's something that's going to take audio and convert audio into text, or it's going to transcribe. So we come up here and we're going to say we want speech to text. We want it to take audio and turn it into text. So this is what we're going to do, and this is going to connect with our 11 Labs account. It defaults to that, which is ideal. And now I'll go back to the canvas, and we have this. And once this has gone to text, I'm simply going to want to plug that into the agent. Wow, could it be as simple as that? So it's basically the webhook. We're gonna have a URL that we'll be able to post audio to. When we do, it's going to call 11 Labs to turn it into text, and it's going to send the text to the agent. Now you're spotting that I'm doing something bad here. There's something I'm missing. And we will try this out. We'll see that fail, and then we will fix it so that we can get it just right. So the main thing we've done wrong, as you probably guessed, is that we haven't configured these different steps to be correctly looking at their inputs and figuring out how they should interpret their inputs to do the job they got to do. So in this case, with this node, we haven't told it how to read into the input data and pluck out what it needs. And similarly for the AI agent, remember this thing? It's expecting to be connected to a chat trigger, and it's not. And so it's going to get confused. It's not going to find chat input. The easiest way to fix this is to actually try it, see the data that comes in, and then correct it. And that's what we're going to do. But first, there's one more step to this flow that we have to add in. And I'm just going to show you that now. The last step we have to add in is all about what happens when this webhook is called, what gets returned to the web page that called this webhook, or the caller, whoever the caller is. It is going to be a web page, but it needn't be. It could be something. Right now, the way we've got this set up is to respond immediately, which means when you call this webhook, it's going to respond with like, okay. And it's meanwhile going to be kicking off this flow. Now that's kind of useless because what we want to come back to the web page is going to be the audio. We're going to want it to say something back. So we don't want to respond immediately. There's a few different options here, but we're going to do respond using respond to webhook node. Okay? And what that means is that it's going to want us to add another node to the end of this. Let me just hide all of this for a second, give ourselves some more room. We're going to want to add in a node right here. And this is going to be of type respond to webhook. Here it is. So this is something that can respond with whatever came back here. And it says respond with first incoming item. What we actually want to respond with is we want to respond with the with the field data. You see the way this comes in with data? We're going to want to respond with a binary file, which is the data that comes back here. So that's what we want it to do. Okay. Potentially we might need to add some stuff here. We'll see if this hangs together. We're gonna fix this up once we've got the flow all in place. So to recap, if we come back here, let's do the tidy button to tidy this all up. Very nice. Here we see what's happening. We've set up a webhook. That little lightning bolt represents it's a trigger. When someone hits the URL that we can collect from here, it will then collect some audio, turn that into text by calling to 11 Labs, put that into our agent. It will then convert the output back into speech, which produces an audio file, and it will use that as the thing that gets responded back to this webhook, to this URL that someone else has hit. You got that? Click around, make sure you understand what each of these different nodes does, and then we're actually going to test this thing out. So on my desktop, I've just got a file that is called voice.html, and I will put that in the course resources so you can get it too. And it's a very simple web page. And here it is. It is one where you type in a URL and then you press start recording to record in the web page, in this case, a Chrome browser. And then you press stop. And when you press send to n8n, it will take this URL and it will post that audio. And then with what comes back, you'll be able to play that. And it's simple HTML. It's just a raw HTML file. And I could tell you that I painstakingly wrote this HTML file, but it would be a complete lie. I simply asked, in this case, I usually use Claude Code, but I just said to ChatGPT, can you make this HTML page? And it just did. It knew that. And it even put nice stuff like tip, use the test URL while you're building, and then switch to the production URL. I didn't ask it to do that, but it's quite right. So good for it. And you could also write this from scratch if you wanted, or just use mine. I'll make that available. Okay, and so with that, we're now going to go to n8n, find this URL, put it in here, and give it a whirl. And it's not going to work to start with, because we're going to need to fix up the workflow, but let's at least try that. Okay, so I'm going to go over to my workflow here, and I am going to go to the webhook, and I'm going to take the test URL. I'm going to copy this. I'm now going to go over here. I'm going to paste in there. That is the webhook URL. And now I'm going to start recording. Well, hi there. Oh, I have to say it loud while I use this site. Hang on. Well, hi there. What is 2 plus 2? Let's try this. Well, hi there. What is 2 plus 2? That seems to record quite nicely. And now I'm going to say send to n8n. But first, of course, go back to n8n and go back to the beginning and say execute workflow. So it starts listening, waiting for you to call the test. Go over here, send to n8n, back over here. And we got a problem right away. And it is a problem we were expecting. Cannot read properties of undefined. Let's double click and see what happens. So in came something called audio, and the file it was looking for was called data. That's not right. So we have to change this to say audio. And now it knows that it's looking for a file that's called audio. Okay, let's save it. Back we go. We go back in, we have to press execute workflow, back here, and now we can just press send to n8n again. Back here we go. And now we've got a problem in Node AI agent. It's going to be the same thing. All right, so I double click here. Let's have a look. You see source, it thinks connected chat trigger node. That's no good. We have to click here and say define below. Because as before, we are going to give it some details of where to look. We're not going to tell it something fixed. We want it to evaluate an expression. And we're going to get the expression from over here. We want to take the text. Well, hi there. What is 2 plus 2? That's what we want. Isn't it cool? That is the transcribed text that came from 11 Labs. It works. So we're going to take that and drop that in there. Or you could think in your mind, what do you think the expression is going to be? See if you were right. It is simply $JSON.text as an expression. You can see the result. That is now going to work. Okay, escape. Back we go to the canvas. And now we're going to try it one more time. Okay, so we are going to press execute workflow. We're going to go back here. We're going to press send to n8n. Come back here. Off it's going. Off it goes. Off it goes.
2 + 2 is 4.
There we go. Worked first time. Because that happened so fast, I'm going to do it one more time. I wasn't expecting so fast. Let's try this again. Let's press execute workflow. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go send to n8n.
Hello, 2 + 2 is way Foursquare. How can I help you today?
Fabulous. So there you have it. We have a working audio app. It was a little bit of work, but it was great for you to see this. As I promised, you see that n8n is in control. You've got the full workflow here. You've got a webhook, which is where the audio is posted in from our web page. That gets transcribed with an API call into text. That goes through our AI agent. We're using Gemini this time. Gemini converts the text back to speech again. And this node ensures that what gets replied to in this web request is, in fact, the audio file version of this. And that's why it replies with the audio. Congratulations, you've just made your first audio voice agent. I don't know why I call it an audio voice agent. There aren't other kinds of voice agents. It is a voice agent. And now, you know, the mission for you is to experiment with this. Obviously, I didn't put in a memory because we don't have like a chat history ID, so you'd have to futz around with that a bit. But do that, give it some memory, maybe even give it a tool or two. You're a pro with tools, and then have a good old conversation via this web page. And so the idea is that this web page that we set up, this kind of fake web page, could be anything. You could embed this in your WordPress site. You could turn this into something fancier. ChatGPT would have an easier time making this look prettier, and you can have it be something that will allow you to speak to your n8n flow, and you should. This is great experience. It's of course not the way I recommend we do it, which is what we're going to do next, but it's still a good way to see APIs in action. And if you had a bigger flow with lots of other things going on, but at some point you wanted to call out and have the audio side of it, this is exactly how you would do it as part potentially of a bigger workflow. Okay, so that wraps up technique approach number 1. And approach number 2, whilst I said it's more complicated, in some ways it's also going to be more simple, quicker for us to do, perhaps because we've already got some experience with it. But let's put this one to bed and dive in to approach number 2, when 11 Labs calls the shots.
In this section we talk about MCP, so the Model Context Protocol. First I need to explain you what the Model Context Protocol exactly is, and we will do a deep dive. Then we talk about the different transport ways. We do have STD.io and Streamable HTTP, and also some kind of the server-side event. It's depreciating, but you will learn more over these videos. Then I will show you Claude Desktop, because this will be one of our first hosts. I will give you a broad overview of the whole application. Then we will connect our first MCP server to Claude Desktop via the config file. We can basically control our own PC with Claude Desktop. Then I will show you how we can set up multiple servers really easy. I will show you a lot of different clients and servers, you will find them immediately. Obviously I will show you how you can connect MCP servers to Cursor. Then we will build our own servers, and first we will do it inside of n8n. Then we connect the server to various hosts. We will secure the server with authentication. Next we will include a lot of different tools, and we will also connect to ChatGPT, for example. We even create a server for image generation. I will show you a cool tip how you can get persistent long-term recall and how you can also save stuff. So this means that you can, for example, save memories inside of ChatGPT, and you can even read them from Claude or Cursor or even n8n. I will show you the n8n MCP community node, the instance level MCP. This means that you can connect your whole n8n instance to different clients, and you can trigger a lot of different workflows with just one connection. I will show you the Blender MCP. Then we will program our first MCP server in Python. First we will include a tool, then we will include prompt templates and resources, and lastly we will include even more awesome tools. We can even include n8n workflows in a Python server. So I do think this is a really great section, and I see you obviously in the next video. What is the Model Context Protocol and how does it work? Yes, I know, this is a theoretical video, but we need to understand this. You already saw this graphic and you know that an LLM can call tools for help. We call this function calling. But to be honest, this graphic looks something like this right now. We are able to give multi-model inputs, we are able to get multi-model outputs, the LLM can reason with the chain of thought, and besides all of these normal tools we have also the Model Context Protocol included. So in this video we will take a closer look at the Model Context Protocol, and I still need to make once again a small little recap about function calling so that we are all on the same page, even if we did a lot of function calling over the last sections. But this needs to be 100% clear before we work with MCP. The Model Context Protocol comes from Anthropic, the company that has created Claude, so a nice LLM. And it was introduced on November 25th, 2024. And in the first few days, it got like a small spike, but not that much traction. But later it started to go somehow viral. Everybody uses the Model Context Protocol right now. If you come on this webpage, you see that we have over 15,000 different MCP servers. And this is important, because if nobody uses the Model Context Protocol, it's no longer valuable. The Model Context Protocol is similar than a USB-C port for the PC. With the Model Context Protocol we can give an LLM tools, resources and prompt templates. And you need to understand that there's something like a network effect. The Model Context Protocol is only valuable if a lot of people are using it. Just like with WhatsApp. Everybody is on WhatsApp, that's why WhatsApp is valuable. ICQ basically does the same thing, but is no longer that valuable. But it seems that the Model Context Protocol is here to stay, and that's why we need to understand it. Let's take one step back in order to understand all of this. An LLM like ChatGPT or even Claude is not that smart. The LLM on itself can only generate text, summarize text, generate code, translate stuff and so on. If an LLM needs to do special stuff, it needs to call tools. For example, we can call an API to create images. We can call the web search tool. We can call deep research here in ChatGPT. We can call a Python interpreter. So if an LLM on itself is not smart enough, it can call tools to complete the task. Yes, we have some models that are multi-model, but most of the time as soon as an LLM needs to do specific things, it will do the so-called function calling, it will call a tool for help. And as soon as we call these tools, we make most of the time simply a HTTP request to an API. And how all of this works exactly, where's the place for the Model Context Protocol? We should come in this whiteboard. We have basically said that an LLM on itself is not even that smart. But if an LLM is not smart enough, it can do function calling to an API. If an LLM, for example, doesn't know stuff, it can search the web. An API usually communicates via HTTP. And on HTTP we can have get, we can have post, we can have delete and a lot more. If we call, for example, the Gmail API via HTTP, we can get mails, we can read mails, we can label mails, we can send mails, we can do a lot of stuff. And for every single one of these things, we need to make a different HTTP request. Because these APIs, they are not specifically made for an LLM. If you call an internet API, the web browsing can be, for example, a local search or a global search or whatever, and the API is not structured for an LLM to know automatically what you want to do. And now comes the Model Context Protocol into play. Some people call the Model Context Protocol the USB-C port for LLMs. Now what do I mean by that? Let's just make it this way. Here stands your PC, for example. And your PC has, of course, a USB-C port. And on this USB-C port you can connect a lot of different things. You can connect a mouse, you can connect a desktop, you can connect a hard drive, you can connect even power, you can connect whatever you want with a USB-C port. Before the USB-C port was invented, every single one of these, let's just call them tools, needed a different connection to this PC. And right now, thanks to this connection, you can use just the USB-C port to connect all of it. And the coolest thing is also, your mouse and monitor doesn't care on what PC you plug it in. You can switch really fast and really easy. Your hard disk doesn't care where you plug it in. You can switch it really fast And you can connect every single one of these tools with just one standard. And I do think that you know where I am going. The PC in our equation is the LLM. The USB-C port is the Model Context Protocol. And the things that we plug in can be tools, like for example different APIs, resources, like picture, text, and so on, or prompt templates that have dynamic variables included. And the tool that you want to connect doesn't care on what LLM you connect it. The resource doesn't care. And also the prompt template doesn't care. As soon as an MCP server is set up once, you can connect to every single LLM. And as soon as an API, for example, gets an update, everything gets handled automatically. With the Model Context Protocol, we have always a host, so some sort of host. For example, Cloud Desktop. It can also be Cursor, Lovable, Windsurf, n8n, whatever you want. This host needs to have a client. This client is most of the time automatically included in the host, so we do not need to worry about this client. Yes, we will talk later just a tiny bit also about the client, but in most cases the client is automatically included in the host, and this client can communicate with a lot of different things. It can communicate with APIs, with resources, and with prompt templates. And this thing only works so good because we have an additional layer of abstraction. We call the MCP server an additional layer of abstraction. So the host with the client can connect to the server, and the server can connect to APIs, resources, and prompt templates. So this additional layer of abstraction can be a wrapper around an API. You can include resources and you can include prompts. And as soon as one server with this additional layer of abstraction is set up, it doesn't care on what host you connect it. And one of the coolest parts, as soon as these API integrations are set up, the server can decide automatically what API call you want to make. Because the MCP server, unlike an API, is specifically made for an LLM. So generally speaking, we could skip the MCP server and connect to APIs with normal function calling. We communicate always with JSON here. And these APIs, they are simply not specifically made for these LLMs. This means at the end of the day that the communication between a host through different APIs with function calling can be a mess sometimes. And the Model Context Protocol makes it a lot better. This means at the end of the day that an AI application can talk to web APIs, databases, for example GitHub servers, productivity app, terminals, WhatsApp, prompt templates, resources, and a lot more via the Model Context Protocol, and also only one server can include every single one of these tools, and you can switch your AI application immediately as soon as the servers are set up. You can make Cloud Desktop into an AI agent that can use every single tool that you want. Here, for example, I have connected n8n with vector databases and some different tools. You can also include prompt templates and resources, and you can also connect the same things to, for example, Cursor, Windsurf, or whatever you want. Besides that, we have a list function, and the list function will make everything more concise. So you don't have to specify every single API calls because the MCP server makes or translates your API call specifically for the LLM. We can basically say that MCPs and APIs, they have a lot of similarities, but also some differences. On both the MCP server, but also on APIs, on API calls, we always have a client-server connection. We always work with some sort of abstraction. We always want to get something back or send something out, also with a normal API call. And also APIs want to simplify integrations. And now the differences. The Model Context Protocol is purposely built for LLMs to communicate with other stuff. And the APIs are of course general purpose. This means the communication works a lot better with the Model Context Protocol because it translates our API calls. And of course, as soon as we have made one server, we can connect to every single client. Besides that, we have dynamic self-discovery. If we come back to this example, you know that you can connect via HTTP requests to Google. And if you connect with HTTP to Google, you need to set up get, send, delete, label, and everything manually In every single API call, you cannot switch hosts. And if you do this over the Model Context Protocol, you can send on this Model Context Protocol the command list, and it can list everything that it can do, and it will do dynamic self-discovery and will understand what function you want to call. And besides that, if you use one of these gazillion pre-built MCP servers, you don't have to worry if API requests change over time, because Superbase will make updates to their MCP server all the time, you see, an hour ago. So you don't have to worry if something in their API changes, you just connect to this MCP server and your LLM is always up to date with the newest stuff from Superbase. And lastly, standardization of interface. Every single one of these MCP servers work completely the same. We have a simple config file and we can connect this config file always the same. On the other hand, if you need to set up API calls, you need to set every single API call differently. This is a mess. So this is the new standardized communication between LLMs and tools, but not only tools, also prompts and resources. Some people call the Model Context Protocol simply a wrapper around an API. And yes, you can also basically say this. If you connect to different APIs, it's a wrapper around some APIs. But of course, you can also do more, and it makes it a lot easier to communicate with these APIs. Long story short, an LLM on its own is relatively dumb. It works with tokens and it will calculate the next most likely token for you. The next most likely token is most of the time text, code, maybe also a picture if you work with multimodality. But most of the time, as soon as you want to do something, we need to call tools. And we call this function calling. And function calling works over HTTP requests. And HTTP requests connect to APIs. And APIs are not specifically made for LLMs. We communicate via JSON. And in every single application that you want to build, you have to set up new API calls. Because you have no clear standard to communicate. And the Model Context Protocol changed everything. You can create one MCP server. You can connect a lot of different APIs. The communication will work perfectly because this is purposely built for LLMs, and then you can switch client and you don't have to worry about the stuff that works here. So the Model Context Protocol is the new standardized way for an LLM to communicate with APIs, resources, and prompt templates. And we will use the Model Context Protocol extensively over this course. And the Model Context Protocol gets more and more valuable if more and more people using it. And you see that right now everybody starts to use the Model Context Protocol. I would not be surprised if nearly every single big tech company would have at some point an MCP server for their services. Most of them also have it right now. I know this was a lot for right now, but I promise you, you will understand this step by step over this course. And I'll see you, of course, in the next video. In the next video we will talk about Cloud Desktop, because Cloud Desktop is actually a cool host. But first I need to tell you the transport ways of the Model Context Protocol. Right now I am on the documentation from the Model Context Protocol, and you should eventually take yourself a look at these, because we will not go into detail with this documentation, and this documentation always changes relatively fast. Basically they also tell you what MCP is. I do think that they have not that great of an explanation, but you can absolutely take a look at it. But they do have some cool resources. You can, for example, always come on the architecture, you can find the SDKs, but you can also come on this community. The things that you should keep in mind is the example clients, because here they show you all the clients that are available right now and what these clients can do. So you really see there's nearly an endless amount of clients that you can use that support the Model Context Protocol. So if you find the MCP server, or if you develop a server yourself, you can connect it to a nearly endless amount of hosts or clients. And also here on example servers, you actually will find a lot of different servers. So take a look from time to time at this documentation. But what I want to show you right now are the transport layers, because we have a few of them. Actually right now we do have STDIO. This is standard input-output. And this streams for direct process communication between local processes on the same machine, providing optimal performance with no network overhead. So you can absolutely use STDIO if you just develop stuff locally. We will also create a server in Python, and then we will use STDIO. And the second big transport way is the streamable HTTP. A few months back we also had a separate event, the server send event, but right now it all works over streamable HTTP. So you should understand that you can use stdio if you develop locally and if you develop yourself. And if you find servers online or if you develop something and it should go, for example, into production, we will use most likely streamable HTTP. And this uses basically a HTTP post for the client to server message with an optional server send event for streaming capabilities. So the server send event is optional. This can eventually get included automatically. You don't have to know it exactly. And the important thing right now, if you use streamable HTTP, if we develop something later in n8n or Python, your server will communicate over HTTP, and then you should obviously use an authentication method. If you just test it out, it's fine. If you just work with it locally, or if you not share your URLs, it's also fine, but if you do want to make it safe, you should use an authentication, like a bearer token or API keys or custom headers or something like this. I just wanted to make this clear right now. We do have two ways to communicate if we talk about the Model Context Protocol. It's either stdio for local development, or it's the streamable HTTP, with the server send event that is depreciating. And if you work with streamable HTTP, you should be a little bit cautious because everybody can reach your servers. We do have more malicious attacks on MCP servers, but we talk about them at the end of this course. And remember, come from time to time to the community, because here you will actually find a lot of cool updates, a lot of cool example clients or servers, because they get updates all the time. First step, let's install Claude Desktop. You come on this webpage, you can also follow my link, and then you bring Claude to your desktop. So you download it for Windows, for Mac, for whatever operating system you have. And next, obviously, you follow the installation. And then Claude Desktop should be working. Claude Desktop is installed. In this video I want to give you a brief overview of the interface, also of the developer mode, because we need to include some things in order to work with MCPs. This will be a general walkthrough. If you are already familiar with Claude Desktop, you can also skip this, but I think you will find some things here, even if you know Claude already. Now, Claude is installed. The first thing that you should do is, of course, to press on Claude, and then this thing will get opened up. Later, we need to do a few restarts in this application every time as soon as we connect an MCP. Right now, I do think I have a MCP connected. Yes, it's Blender. I will show you this step by step how it works, but first I want to show you how you can restart Claude. Because if you close it down completely, it is still open on this sidebar down here. If you press on these, something like this thing will pop up, so you can still talk with Claude. So this thing is not completely closed. If you want to restart, you need to restart always down here. You need to press quit. This is the most important tip. As soon as you insert a new MCP server, you always need to do a restart. Now let's just open Claude back up once again and take a closer look at the interface. If you are already familiar with ChatGPT, like this is really similar. You can simply type in your prompt right here in this prompt bar. You can press plus in order to observe stuff, so you can upload a file, you can add from GitHub, you can add from Google Drive. Here you see the stuff from Blender. This is an MCP. I will show you how you can include this. And you can use a project if you want. If you do have some projects, I will show you how you can set these projects up. If you are in the free tier, it is possible that you do not have these projects. But this is also no problem. You do not have to have a subscription in order to work with MCPs in Claude Desktop. Then the next button is this right here. Here you can use different styles, for example, the normal style or formal. And you can also press create and edit styles if you want to give a custom style and so on. These are just some simple basic settings. You can include the web search, you can connect with Google Drive, with Gmail or with the calendar, for example. I do also think these are just paid features, but we can connect with these features also via an MCP, so you do not have to pay for Claude like I told you. Then you can, of course, write, learn, generate code, or talk about live stuff with Claude. These are just some tips from Anthropic. And you can connect apps. So these are the apps that you can connect. It is totally possible that you also can connect for free. I do think that you can connect, for example, to GitHub for free. And here on these models, I do think you have just a limited amount of access to the newest models. The newest model should always appear right here. And down here you find the older models, like the Sonnet 4 model or something similar. The last thing that I also want to show you right here is, if you come down here on Manage Connectors, you can basically press Add Custom Connectors, and here you can just give the name and eventually a MCP server URL. But we will work mostly with the config file. The next thing that you can do is also to browse for connectors, and here you will find a lot of different tools that you can connect. I have connected, for example, also n8n. Don't worry, we will do all of this step by step. We will work, like I told you, mostly with the config file, because I do think you have more control with the config file. Let's come back to these chats once again. And on the right side, I do think we saw everything. In the left corner down here is your name, and you can press on it. Here is personal. So you see I am on the Pro plan, and if you press on settings, for example, this thing will pop up. You have a profile with name and so on. You can also type in if you are in finance or sales or something like this, and Claude will adjust a tiny bit. You can set a system prompt with this personal preferences. I will not dive into this right now, you already know it. And the feature preview is, for example, the analysis tool. I like to include this. Then we have the appearance. So do you like the bright mode or do you like the dark mode or system? I like this style, let's just put it this way. You can also use different text if you want. Then the account, you can log out or contact support if you want. If you come on to privacy, you can read this privacy data for yourself, and if you do not want that Claude knows your location, you can simply exclude it. Then if you come to billing, you can simply manage your account, and on these integrations, you can connect once again some apps. Nothing of this is really necessary for MCP. If we come on the left side once again, you can press here in order to create a new chat, and you start from scratch. The chats that you are created are saved right here. For example, this is a chat that I had where I talked with Claude and Blender was connected. And if you press new chat, you will always have a new chat. If you come on these chats, this thing will open up, and you see I have right now 101 active chats here. The next thing is projects, so you can press on projects. Here you can search through these projects if you already have projects, and you can also press create new project. You can give it a name like MCP, give a description if you want, and press create project. In this project you can also set a system prompt, so set project instructions. You can press on these, and here you can give Claude some context, of course. Then you can also upload PDFs and other documents, like for example documentation, or code examples or whatever. You can simply upload stuff in order to give Claude context for these projects. These projects are really cool, like if you want to develop something, if you want to write a book, you can make a project, for example. Now we come once again back on Claude here, and we come in the left upper corner. Here we do have File, Edit, View, Developer, and Help. And I want to start down here with Help. You can open up this documentation, check for updates, submit feedback, and get some more information on about. The most important thing that I want to tell you right now is, if you never ever used Claude Desktop until now, here will be a button that is called Developer Mode, and you need to activate it. I need to stress this out, you need to activate the Developer Mode so that you can do the stuff that we will do over the next videos. So please just activate it. Then also this thing will open up, the developer mode, and here we have the MCP log files, and you can press on these, and then the MCP log files will get opened up. These things are later practical for debugging, for example. So you need to activate first the developer mode on Help, then you will get this right here, and then Claude will also write some logs for you. Then you have View, and here on View you simply get some shortcuts. On Edit you have basically the same thing. Here are some shortcuts for undo, redo, cut, copy, paste, select all, and find. And then we have File. This is also cool, because on File we need to do a lot later. We have New Conversation, we have Settings, we have Close, and we have Exit. And the settings, we will need the settings later. Here we have General. This will be always active even if you do not include the developer mode. You can run Claude as soon as you start your system. I like to include this because I always want to open up Claude. Here's some more configurations, and the important part for us will be later this developer section. Because on this developer section we can edit this config, and on this config we have basically everything that we need. The most important thing for us will later be this Claude desktop config file. You need to have this file. If you do not have this included right here, you need to make a file that is called exactly in this way: Claude_desktop_config.json. 99% 99.9% of the time, this file will be included automatically. And we need to come in this file later, and in this file we will include these MCP servers. These MCP servers, we can include this via a really simple JSON format. We always start with a curly bracket, then we type in the MCP servers. Most of the time it's called Blender in this way. Then the command in this example is UVX. On most of the other servers we will have NPX. NPX works in Node.js. UVX is a Python package manager, just like pip. Maybe you know pip install and so on. It's just a Python package manager. Then we have some arguments right here for this Blender MCP, and then we simply close these brackets once again, and we need to make sure that we have good syntax so we do not have any errors. But don't worry, we will take a closer look in the next video how we can set this up in the correct way. In this video, for me, it's just important that you need to understand that you should press in the left upper corner on help, and you need to activate the developer mode so that you can come on the settings on file, on this developer mode, and on edit config you need to have this Claude desktop config file.json, and then you are ready to rock. I also want to take the chance how this thing is looking if you have never ever included an MCP config file, because right now I have deleted mine. If you come right now on file and settings, obviously you can come down once again back to developer here, so not on general, always on developer. And this thing will look right now completely like this. And if you press on edit config, you will be once again in the same folder and you need to have this file. By the way, it's also possible that you find your config file under developer as soon as you have configured these files. And under developer you will find the open app config file. And if you press on this, you should be also on such a config file, and you see mine is right now empty because I have deleted everything. But of course we will include some files over the next videos. And before I forget it, the last buttons are down here. Here is your name and you can press on it. Here you have personal. I am in the pro plan personally. Like I told you, you do not have to use a plan. Here you also have settings, and if you press on it, you are on the settings once again. You already know the settings. Then you have the languages. I use for this course English, so United States. Normally I do use German because my main language is German. I live in Italy. I also speak Italian, but for this course, like I told you, I will use English. Then we have get help. If you want to get some help, then you can also press on view all plans. And if you press on it, you see that you basically have a pro plan. This thing costs you $15 a month. And you also have the max plan. The max plan gives you 5 to 20x more usage than the pro plan. You are like heavily limited on the free plan, a little bit less limited on the pro plan, and you will have most of the stuff on this max plan. But it is also a bit expensive with $90 a month. And here you can always read for yourself what you get. I would also assume that these things change over time. You have also the team and enterprise plans, and you can simply contact the sales team if you want to have a specific plan. So it always depends on what you want to do. I do think that Claude also offers a $200 a month subscription, but right now at this second it's not included here. Maybe you have to contact Claude here or Anthropic. Then you can also press on learn more. If you want to have some documentation, don't worry, you are covered and you can log out. That's basically it about this interface. So basically this was just a brief walkthrough to Claude Desktop. You should know all these basics from this client because we will work with this client in this course a lot. Like I told you, like not specific prompt engineering and so on, just a basic overview so that you know what you can do. See you of course in the next video as soon as we connect our first MCP servers. In this video we will integrate our first MCP server in Claude Desktop. Before we do this, I am once again in Claude, and you see right now I have excluded every single MCP server. This should be exactly the same thing as you have right now if you never worked with MCPs. And if I do something like this, for example, write a poem and save it on my desktop, of course this will absolutely not work. Yes, Claude will write me a poem, but it cannot save this stuff locally on my machine. We simply open up this canvas here. Yeah, this canvas is great, or Anthropic calls this artifacts. You can copy these, you can publish these, you can do whatever. But if we close this down, you see nothing is on my screen. There is basically no new file included right now. And right now I want to show you how we can use an MCP server that can do exactly this. I close this down once again and I use a new chat. Then we come into this documentation because in this documentation they have really clear instructions to add the file system MCP server. This is one of the easiest ways to integrate an MCP server, and I do think we should start with this right here. Because they already have a file system MCP server for Claude Desktop, and that's basically also the next thing, so don't develop something that can use your local system because we already have a server. Everything that we have to do is, we can scroll down, of course we need to go into this developer mode, this will create a config file, and you already know it, on Windows it's exactly in this path and it's called Claude Desktop config.json like I told you. If you are on macOS, it will be called exactly the same way, but it is saved in a different path. And if you don't have this file, you need to create one. And then we have the thing that we need to include. If you are on macOS or Linux, it's basically exactly this thing down here. And if you are on Windows like me, it's exactly this code down here, this JSON format. You can simply copy these, and if you scroll down, then you see that you need to replace the username with your username, so this thing you need to replace it. And you also see this right here. If you are on Linux, we only use 1/ right here. And if you are on Windows, this is like a stupid bug. We need to do 2 backslashes, and they are also in the other direction than with Mac. So in Mac you see it's this direction, and Windows it's that direction, and we always need to use 2 on Windows just to escape it. This is like a stupid bug, like come on, we just need to accept this how it is. We also need Node.js, you already know this, you can test this with this version, I hope you already did this. And now let's just see how this is working. So please just copy this file, you come into Claude, you press on this button right here, you come to File, then we go to Settings, Developer, Edit Config, so you see this thing right now is empty also for me because I have deleted my old config file. Then we come to this Claude Desktop config file.json, and you see it's exactly in the path that the documentation tells us. If you open this up, you see this right here. We have 99.9% of the time this thing right here included, a curly bracket. And here are the biggest syntax errors. Some MCP servers have this bracket already included and some have not, and you need to take a closer look at these. I just want to show you this thing right here. If you include your server here, you will have a syntax error, because we start with a curly bracket and this makes no sense. So you need to delete this and then your syntax will be perfect. If you delete everything once again, and you see that you have something like this, your cursor will go most likely inside of this bracket. And if you include your server here, you will also have a syntax. Because some servers do not have this bracket included. And then you simply need to delete these 2 brackets, boom, and then you are fine once again. The easiest thing is, if you have already a bracket included, just delete it first. Include your server, and this server has the bracket already included, boom, and then you have no syntax error. If your server has no bracket, you need to include this curly bracket. It's really that easy. And the next thing that we need to do is, of course, to give the right path. So my name on this machine is Arnold, so Arnold. So you need to type this in where they ask for your username, and then we should be basically set. So now you can save this. I do this with Ctrl S, but you can also press on File and Save. And by the way, I have opened this stuff up with VS Code. This should work like with nearly every single text editor. So this right here is VS Code. What you can or should do right now is to close this thing down, close also this thing down and that here. And then you can come here and your MCP server will pop up, but I hope you remember what we need to do first. We need to restart it. If we close Claude down and reopen it, it will be not included. Boom, there is nothing. But as soon as you come here and close it down completely, reopen it up once again, this thing should get at least in theory included if you do not have any syntax error. And if we do have a syntax, we should come into these logs. If you press right here right now, we need to wait most of the time a few seconds and then our MCP server should pop up. And there we are, file system. And you can press on it and you see that you can do basically 11 different tasks. If you press on it, you see that you can read file, you can read multiple files, you can write files, you can edit files, you can create a directory, you can list directories, you can make a directory tree, you can move files, search files, get file info, and list aloud directories. I will not show you every single thing right here, but I want to show you some. And if you do not like that Claude can read your files, just exclude it. If you do not like that Claude can basically edit your files and delete important stuff, just exclude it. You need to think for yourself what you need, what you want to include. And now we ask the same question once again. Write a poem and save it on my desktop in a new text file. And I want to make Claude a bit smaller so that you can see how Claude is working. So Claude is right now on my right side, and then it should make a text file right here, I think. Let's just send this out. Claude will also ask me if I want to give access to this MCP server or not. So there you see it. List aloud directories. Then the response is this. Then perfect, I can save this to your directory. You already know this from this documentation. First, we always list the tools that we can do. Then Claude sees that we can absolutely do this. And now Claude asks me if I want to allow this once or allow this always. If I allow this always, Claude will no longer ask me this in the future. So I simply press on allow always. You can also press decline, and you should also read for yourself what's the request. So the request is that on path C, user, desktop, Arnold, and so on. Let's just open this up once again. We want to create some content. The content will be this thing down here, and this thing will get saved on our local machine. And you also see it right now on the left side. We have a poem.txt, and you can press on these, and then we have here the content that Claude tells me. Let's just see if Claude can edit this file. I have a file named poem.txt on my desktop. I want that you delete the content in it. Let's just send this out. And right now Claude should simply delete everything. And here you see, done. I've cleared all the content from poem.txt. Let's just press on it, boom, and now it's empty. We can also edit this file. Write a story about a fox in the file. We will send out the request in this file, of course, and Claude will basically edit this file and include new content. And boom, it should be done. Let's just open this thing up once again. There we have this file and it's edited. Of course, we can do a lot more. I just want to show you one or two things once again, and you can test this out like for yourself if you want. You see that I have a lot of pictures right here, and these pictures, they are a mess. I also have some pictures on my desktop right here. I just want to do something like this. Search every picture on my desktop, create a folder named pictures and move them in the folder. If I send this out, Claude will basically find every single picture that I have. And of course, once again, I need to allow this because this is a completely new task. I want to allow this always because Claude will now search for PNGs, it will search for JPEGs, it will search for every file that can be a picture, and then it will move them. It will create a folder named pictures, hopefully at least, and then move these things in it. First we search files, and if you press on it, you see exactly what Claude is doing. It searches right now for JPEGs, then it will search for PNGs, it will also search for GIFs, also .bmp, div, webp, so everything that can be a picture will get founded. Right now Claude has also created a folder that is named picture, and it starts to move this into this directory. So you see, these pictures right now get moved into pictures. We list these things, we move it. Yeah, I think this looks great. Claude goes on and moves everything in this new folder. You see it right here, move file, move file, move file, move file. And my desktop starts to get empty. And right now I do think that Claude searches once again, like I have some pictures here on this desktops. I already have 3 desktops here. They all get right now moved into this directory named pictures. And boom, there we are done. You can also ask what's in specific folders. You can ask Claude to search everything, like search every text file, search every other file on your machine, do whatever you want. We have 1 JPEG file, 6 PNGs, and 2 WhatsApp images. And Claude also asks me if I want to call this Bilder, because like I have stored everything in German, so Claude understands that I am speaking German, but I think this is fine. This is just so that you can see that we can access our whole machine. So right now I can do a lot more, but I think you should test this for yourself. You can, if you press on this, see what you can do. You can read every file on your machine. You can read multiple files. You can write files. You saw this. We can edit files. You also saw this. We can create directories, list directories, make a directory tree, move files, search files, get file info, and list aloud directories. So basically you can do a lot with this MCP server and you know how to connect it. You can also think of a really simple workflow to save some stuff locally on your machine. If you always chat with different LLMs, remember, you can also use this MCP server and plug it in different hosts, and then you can write and read stuff that you want to save. I just want to show you this really quick. Make a text file, call it memory, save this, I like pizza. Memory, I like pizza, and boom, there we are. And boom, I like pizza is saved in these memories. I like pizza. And we can add memories. Save this in my memory file. I need to finish my course. Then I can send it out. Right now I have I like pizza and I need to finish my course. So here are basically my memories. And we can go on and on and on, and you can ask also in Cloud Desktop right now what's in your memories. Of course, this is not perfect. We will do this better with a vector database later. But the coolest thing is, you already know it, that we can switch client really easy. You can come, for example, in Cursor, and with Cursor you have access to the same memories. I will not show you this right now because this is not the part where we talk about Cursor, but you will understand this over this course, like section by section. This is really powerful. One MCP server can connect to every single client and you can work in conjunction. If you want to share, for example, different data sources with all of your LLMs, this is the way to go. One last time, let's just come back to the documentation. We did all of this, we also restarted Claude, our server works, but if your server for whatever reason will not work, you have the troubleshooting guide. You can open this up and you can see for yourself. Most of the time you have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 errors. Server not showing up in Cloud. And most of the time it's just a syntax in this Cloud Desktop config file. It should be in the right folder, and if it makes still problems, just look at these logs. So basically come on it, press right here. You can come on developer, open up these logs. And on these logs, you should come to the latest log. So I have right now a lot of logs down here. You will have most likely just a few logs. And on these logs, you can see what's going on. You can basically just copy some of these logs, throw it into Cloud and ask what's wrong. That's the easiest way. If the tool calling fails, you can read for yourself. Basically, this should work. Everything that you need to make sure is include the developer mode. Make sure that you have your Cloud Desktop config file in the right place. Use this command, insert the right path to your machine, and then just ask Claude to edit some stuff. And a really big attention right now, because Claude can delete stuff from your machine. It can edit stuff. It can create new stuff. So don't do this unresponsibly. If you delete stuff that you do not want to delete, yeah, this can be a little bit problematical, but this is just the downside. This is just the nature of the beast. If you give an LLM access to your machine, it can delete stuff. You can also eventually work in a virtual machine if you want to play with this a tiny bit, but just do it responsibly. Also on your main system, like normally, it should be safe. So just try this out and I'll see you of course in the next video. In this video I want to show you a nice little trick how you can install every single server a lot faster, a lot easier. If we come back to this documentation once again, you see that the next steps after you have tested this out is, of course, exploring other servers. And every server is relatively easy to set up. You can use PostgreSQL, you can use SQLite, you can use Google Drive. If you are a developer, you can include Git, GitHub, GitLab, Sentry, and so on. If you want to include web browsing tools, you can use the Brave Search, you can use Fetch, you can use Puppeteer. You can also include Slack, Google Maps, Memory. This is also a cool feature because this is graph-based related, so a persistent memory system with knowledge graphs similar to a vector database, and it works locally. You can basically include a lot of different servers, and every server is a little bit different to set up. And if you come on these servers, a nice documentation will guide you through it. On some servers you need to install a bit, on other servers You just need to plug in an API key and so on. All of this should be relatively easy, relatively self-explanatory. Over this course we will integrate some different servers that are a little bit different to implement, so don't worry if you do not understand every server just yet. But if you scroll down, you also see that you have the official GitHub repo for all the servers. If you open this up, you are basically, let's just see, on this GitHub repo, model context protocol /servers, and here you see there is a lot that you can install. And every server is a little bit different to install. The config file needs to look a little bit different. You need to include maybe an API key or two or something like this. And we also have a second GitHub repo. Awesome MCP servers, and here are even more awesome MCP servers. Most of the servers focus specifically on tools, because I do also think this is the greatest point of leverage. If we want to include different tools for gaming, for knowledge and memory, for whatever you want, you will find a server for it. Like 99% of the time you will find a server for it. But every server is a little bit of a pain to set up, at least sometimes. And that's why I want to show you this server. It's called the MCP installer, and it already has over 1,000 stars on GitHub. And it's also really easy and nice to use. If you scroll down, you see how to install it. You just need to put this into your Cloud desktop config file, and then you are basically ready to rock. I just want to show you how this works. You copy these. This time you see we have MCP servers. It is the MCP installer. The command is this time once again npx and not uv. And the arguments is simply this GitHub repo. So you can simply copy these. And attention, we do not start with a curly bracket. So we come into Cloud. You can come back once again here on File, Settings, Developer, Edit Config File. We open up our old config file and we throw it right here. This right here is right now our old one. It also works with npx, so also not with uv. And what you should do right now is to delete all of this. Just for the sake of this tutorial. Now you do not have to delete this file every time, but I will do it in this course so that we can work clearly, so that you can see it every time step by step. And now I include the server. And maybe you already guessed what's wrong. Of course, we do have a syntax. This stuff is also red right now. We always need to start with a curly bracket. So what you can do is, of course, to throw this into a curly bracket. So what you can do is to delete this once again. Then you throw in your curly bracket, and in your curly bracket you include your code. For better clarity, you can also take a new line down here and boom, then you have everything included without syntax errors. You see it, nothing is red anymore. And now you press Save. You can also press it on File, Save, and then you are ready to rock. So we close this down. We also close down Cloud completely, so quit. We can also close this down. Then we will open up Cloud once again, and now we have this MCP installer installed, and this thing helps us install more awesome servers from GitHub, from wherever you want. If you press on it, you will find, just a second, it will pop up relatively fast. Down here you see it, MCP installer, you can press on it, install repo MCP servers or install local MCP servers. So this thing helps you install MCP servers. And everything just in Cloud. This is really cool. Let's just come back once again into the settings, into developer, and once again into this config file. This config file right now looks something like this, but Cloud has now access to this config file and can edit it. And I want to show you how this works. Let's just say you want to install another server. You can do it right now in Cloud directly. Let's just come to Awesome MCP servers, and I want to find something for, let's just say, YouTube. Yeah, come on, a YouTube transcript. I can simply press on the servers, and let's just say I want to have transcripts from YouTube. I can scroll down, and then you see how you can install this. So here you have some commands and so on. Then you have your configurations for the config file. And sometimes, especially if you are completely new to development, this can be like a little bit hard for you. Not for everybody, but for some people. If you open up your config file, you already have some stuff included, and maybe it's like hard for you to grasp how you can include this file if you already have included this file, and right now this thing will simply do this for us. So what you can do is to just copy this line, so just the line that gives us the arguments, and then we can simply ask Cloud. So just copy this line, then you can come back into Claude and you tell something like this. Please install this MCP server for me. You don't have to tell please, and you also don't have to make typos. I hope you get it. But right now, our MCP server should be activated. You see, I just want to allow always. And then it will go into my Claude desktop config file and it will edit it. It's already done, basically. Let's just see. Boom, there we are. And here you can see that without a syntax error, we have our second server included. So the first MCP server is of course the MCP installer. It's MCP servers, MCP installer, the command is npx, the argument is this right here, and then we are done. And then we start with the next MCP server. MCP server YouTube transcripts, the command is npx, the argument is this thing down here, and then we are done, and no syntax errors. You can close this, then you can restart Claude once again, so quit, open it up once again, let's just see. Now we press right here and we wait, there we have it. MCP server YouTube transcript. You can press on it and you see, you can get a transcript. So let's just test it out. I am right now on my English YouTube channel. Yes, I have a little bit of a bigger one in German. In English I just have one video, excuse me for this, but I just want to get this transcript from this video. It's a long video. To the Telegram. So what we can do is to simply copy this URL, for example. Then we can come back into Claude and I ask something like this. Make a summary of this YouTube video. And I send it out. Then our new MCP server will get most likely triggered. I just want to allow this always. The language is English. You can also come to my German YouTube channel, by the way, and make a quick summary. And right now we will get a perfect overview. So building AI agents with n8n video summary. Yes, I am building AI agents with n8n in this video. The core setup, the platform is n8n. Then the main interface, the AI models that we use, the architecture, the Telegram bot integration, core functionalities for Gmails, labeling and so on, calendar, web research, contact management, social media, and so on. So basically this is all the stuff that I go through in my YouTube video. You can also close this down and read for yourself here just a tiny bit if you want. So in no time whatsoever you can make a summary of a YouTube video. This can also be really practical if you just want to include this in Claude. But the most important thing is that you can install every single MCP server in no time whatsoever. Let's just include a third one so that you can see that you can install how many servers as you want. But a little bit cautious here. If you include like 20 or 30 servers, your LLM will at some point not be smart enough to decide the right server to use. You should always keep this in mind. Let's just come to the servers and include one more thing. Let's just scroll down and I think I want to include the time, because Claude does not know what time it is, because it has mostly no internet access, and even then, like, it always has to search the web. So let's just see. Time MCP available tools, get current time, time zone, and so on. You can install it via UV, so instead of pip install or UV install, let's just come to this configuration of the Claude app using UVX. Let's just try this thing here. And I need to make something clear. The command is here right now, UVX. This means we work with UV. UV is a package manager of Python. You need to have Python installed and you also need to have UV installed. But for the sake of this tutorial, I will go on right now and I assume that you have Python and UV installed. The arguments, we simply copy these arguments and we tell, please install this MCP server. I open up the config file, you will see it in lifetime, it will be relatively fast, at least I think so. Let me install it for you. Boom! And there it's added, so it was really fast. So we have the MCP server time, command is UVX, the arguments MCP server time. Before we can run this, so let's just see, I just want to close this down. I am not entirely sure if we need to run in the terminal our UVX command or not. But let's just test it. I save this, I close it. Then I also close down Claude Desktop. Let's just reopen Claude once again and see if we get our MCP server or not. And there we are. We do have some troubleshooting. So we can open up MCP settings. This thing has some errors. So let's just open the log folders. Server and time. This thing is the stuff that has errors. You can simply copy all of this and ask what's the error. Let's just test it out. What is the error here? It is really that easy if you always have an LLM. We need to set a proper time zone environment variable before running the server. And you can also see here what's the exact problem. This is a Windows specific issue where the system time zone name contains a space or special character that aren't properly handled by Python's zone info model. The error occurs because the MCP time server is trying to get your local time zone. Windows reports it as Mitteleuropäische Sommerzeit. So this is of course in German, and our MCP server or Python does not understand this. Python's zone info expects standard IANA time zone, like for example Europe or Berlin, or Europe, Vienna. And that's why we need to set this, of course, either in our terminal, or we can also try this to edit it in the config file. It should work, and maybe we are also lucky and our MCP server can do this for us. We can either set it in the terminal directly, or I just want to test this out. Let's just see. I just want to ask the MCP installer if it can change my config file. Please change my config file so that the server will run. Use the MCP. And there you see, as the arguments, we use Berlin right now as time zone. So I do think we got an upgrade. Let's just see. File, settings, developer. Let's just see. Edit config file. We do have the local time zone as Europe and Berlin. It is saved. Let's just restart Claude and see if it works right now or not. Quit. Reopen Claude. Until now, no errors. Let's just press on it. MCP server time. Get current time. Convert time. What time and date is today? We ask our MCP server, always allow. It should use Europe or Berlin as the time zone. So this was a Windows specific problem just for me because I live in Europe. And this is exactly the time and date where I am living in. This is perfectly fine for me right now. So it can be really that easy. In this video you have learned basically, I do think, a lot. You can install the MCP installer. The MCP installer will help you install all of your MCP servers that you want. You can start with a simple server just like the YouTube transcript. Then I just wanted to include this time zone. And this time zone had some problems because I live in Europe and my Windows is in German, like it was a mess. It was Mitteleuropäische Zeitzone and our server did not understand this. So I simply opened up the logs. I throwed the logs into Claude. Claude found out exactly what's not right for our server, and then I told Claude, please just edit my config file. The MCP server can edit my config file, can include that I use the Berlin time zone, and then I have my config file working once again. You can do this with every single server under the sun. If you have API keys and you do not know how to include these API keys, just throw the logs in, add Claude how to fix it, and then ask this server to fix your config file. It's really a game changer. I do think this video can help you save a lot of troubleshooting. Just install this MCP installer, throw in the arguments of the thing that you want to install, and if you have problems in the logs, throw the logs in and ask Claude if it can fix it and write a new config file for you. This is a game changer. I'll see you in the next video. This video is just a quick tip how you can even find more MCP clients and servers really easy and fast. You already know this GitHub repo, also MCP servers. You also know the Model Context Protocol servers, and you find a lot of servers here. And to be honest, sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating. Yes, it's relatively nice structured, especially also MCP servers, and also this thing. It's in a good structure. You can simply see it right here for yourself if you want. You can search through these frameworks and all of this stuff yourself. They also have these official implementations, the server implementations. Do you want to do something for communication, developer tools, finance and fintech, gaming? You can simply press on these and you will be on the right place here. So this is also relatively nicely structured, but some people don't like GitHub, they are confused. And that's why we have also Llama.ai MCP servers. And if you press on these, you are on this web page, and on this web page it's a lot easier. Before I show you this web page, let's just come back once again. If you scroll down, We do not only have MCP servers, but of course we also have clients, and you can press on clients and see what clients do we have. Check out awesome MCP clients. So if you press on these, you are basically in this GitHub repo. This is called awesome MCP clients, and here you will find all the clients that you can use. And you see there are also a lot of different clients. Cloud Desktop, Cloud Mind, Copilot MCP, Cursor, Dolphin MCP, LibraryChat MCP Chatbot, NextChat, Windsurf, VS Code, GitHub Copilot, and so on. But like I told you, some people don't like this interface. And if you come on glama.ai/mcp/servers, you can find MCP servers and clients really easy and fast. So the open source MCP servers you can simply search for yourself. You can simply type in what you want to have. Let's just say you want to include WhatsApp. You can simply type in WhatsApp and you will find WhatsApp servers. So send WhatsApp message, open session or whatever you want to do. And then you can press on one of the servers and you can simply see for yourself how to use it. Before you use every single server under the sun, like I have to tell you security warnings, please don't forget it. Don't use every single server under the sun that you find. But of course, these servers should be safe, at least in theory. So this has a nice structure. You can also see on the left side here, do you want to use Python servers, TypeScript servers, servers for developers, hybrid servers, app automation servers, databases, RAG systems. You find everything that you want in a really clear and nice interface. And of course you can also press here to get a little bit more clarity. So you can sort through GitHub stars, for example. And you see that the SQLite MCP server has a lot of GitHub stars. It has 50,000 GitHub stars. Context 7 MCP has a lot of stars. The Graffiti MCP server, this is also somehow like a knowledge graph base. The Figma MCP server has a lot of stars. You can simply search for yourself what you like. Stuff that has a lot of stars on GitHub is most likely safe. So the SQLite MCP server, this would be most likely a thing that a lot of people like. I do not use it a ton, but you can do it if you want. And you can simply use the MCP installer in order to install it. You can simply copy it. And the same thing is here, of course, also true for the MCP clients. If you come on Glama, you can also search for clients if you simply press on clients. Fire, Chat MCP, Cloud Desktop, and so on, and you see what stuff is free, what's paid, and so on. Klein, I do think this is a VS Code extension. I don't like this thing a lot, but yes, it's a VS Code extension. You can simply search for yourself if you want to use other stuff. We will work later with Cursor. This is also a great client, at least how I see it, because we will do our coding with Cursor, so you can simply see for yourself a little bit. And now one last site. We have also this webpage. Find awesome MCP servers and clients, and here we have over 14,000 search results. So here you find every single thing under the sun. And also here I need to tell you, not every single server is completely perfect. Some servers are also in Chinese or Mandarin or whatever this is. We have a Perplexity MCP server and so on. But here you also find a lot of different clients. You can, if you come on featured, here are the featured servers. If you come on clients, you will find all these clients. You need to verify sometimes. Maybe I have a VPN included. You find Windsurf, Cursor, Visual Studio Code, and so on. Here you find all these clients. And basically that's it. Yeah, you will find a lot of different servers on every single web page. You should start probably on GitHub. If you do not like the GitHub interface, come to this nice web page from GitHub. And if not, you can also come to mcp.so and you will find a lot of different servers and clients in no time whatsoever. And I am 100% sure you find the right thing for you. And if you are not sure, just search for the stars. If a server has a lot of stars, chances are great that the server works really good. And a lot of people like it. Until now you saw Cursor and how you can connect basically every single MCP server that you want. And of course you're also able to find a lot of different servers, for example from GitHub. Obviously you also saw at the beginning of this course how you can use the OpenAI Agent SDK or this agent builder. And also here MCP is included. And on this MCP tool right here, it's obviously really easy to include the different servers. You can just press server and include these URLs without any config file. But with these config files you obviously have more options because you can find the servers directly from GitHub. Maybe you also remember that we have connected right here, for example, the Zapier MCP server. And what I want to show you in this video is how you can use Cursor as a client for your MCP servers. So we will connect the Zapier MCP server right into Cursor. This will be relatively cool. And remember, later we will build out our own MCP servers. We will use servers that make sense to connect to every host. So you are also able to use Cursor, Cloud Desktop, even Lovable or other hosts and connect to the same servers. This is especially cool if you want to share knowledge with your LLMs. Don't worry, we will do all of this step by step. But first, we need to connect an MCP server to Cursor. The first thing is, of course, to simply Google Zapier MCP servers, and you can come on Zapier MCP AI in action. You press on this and you press get started. You will be in this interface once again and you simply press new MCP server. You need to use your right client. For us it's of course Cursor right now at this minute. Cursor MCP server is the name. Let's just call it course. And then we create the server. As soon as this is created, you press add tools and you can include whatever you want. I want to include Gmail. You can include every single Gmail tool under the sun. What I want to include is just to, for example, send email. This is enough for me. Then I press plus once again. I want to include Google Sheets. I want to create spreadsheet tool. And then I can press plus once again. You can basically include whatever you want. You can include Google Docs. On Google Docs, let's just say I want to have everything. So I include every single thing and I press on it. Of course, you need to connect your account if you are not connected. I do it with Google right now. I have given my access and I want to add all Google Doc tools. And right now you see we have a lot of things included, but this is not all. You can go on however you want. You can even include Confluence, you can include vector databases and a lot more, but I do think vector databases is better to include via n8n because it's a lot easier to manage our vector databases if we do this in our own server later. So let's just close it. I do think this is enough. We can do everything in Google Docs. We can make or create spreadsheets. We can also send mails. I can also include like get mails to see what's in my mails. This is not really the point of this video. I want to show you how you can connect this, so you can simply come to connect. And here you see basically the cool thing. You have this config file and you can simply copy this config file and include it, of course, into your application. It's really that easy. And here you see this. Treat your MCP server URL like a password. It can be used to run tools attached to the server and access your data. So please, please, please stay cautious. You should never ever show this URL to other people. If I would show you this, for example, you can access my Zapier account and you can do everything on my behalf. You can send mails in my name and do everything that you want. Don't worry, I will delete the server as soon as this is done. This is just for you, please stay cautious. Then we come into Cursor. We come on File, Open Folder, and I open the second folder. And it's of course completely empty. You can chat here, you can create code, you can do whatever you want. But first, let's just include our MCP server. For that we come on File, Preferences, Cursor Settings, MCP, as you know, add new global MCP server. Here I have a n8n MCP server included that runs via the npx commando with a server send event. Let's just delete this, include my Zapier MCP server, and here you see at least a part of my API key. I will not show you the whole API key. Please make sure that nobody sees your entire API key. Of course, we start as always with a curly bracket. Then we have MCP server, a curly bracket once again. It's from Zapier. Then we have this URL, and the URL does everything for us. So we do not have to include npx or whatever, it's really that easy. You can simply save this by Ctrl S, or you can also press here, File and Save, if you want. Then you can come back to Cursor Settings or whatever you want. And here you see that Zapier is already connected, and as soon as this thing is green, it will work. If you want to exclude it, you can press on it and the server will no longer work. If this is not green, or sometimes it takes a bit, it can take like 1 or 2 minutes until all of this is loading up. You can press here to refresh, so you do not have to restart Cursor. Normally it should be enough to simply press refresh right here, and then you should get your tools. And here you see every single tool that is added. So you have add tools, edit tools, Gmail sent, Google Sheet with create spreadsheets, and so on. Everything is here included, and you also see the server link. So this is basically my MCP server of Zapier. And right now we can trigger this out from Cursor. So let's just test this out actually. Create a Google Sheet, call it MCP course with 3 columns, call them MCP course and test, and I send it out. And then you see, basically Cursor has planned everything, and right now Cursor asks me if I want to run this tool. Cursor will ask me actually every single time as soon as I want to run an MCP tool. You can do a workaround. You can go into YOLO mode with Cursor, but I will not do this. And I also think that this can be dangerous. YOLO mode in Cursor is a little bit special, let's just call it this way, because it will edit your whole code base, and if you have a big code base, this can mess up everything. It will run every single tool without asking you for permission. So I would not recommend you necessarily to use the YOLO mode. And of course you should always read what Cursor tells you before you press run tools. I create a Google Sheet called MCP course with the columns you specified. Since you mentioned 3 columns but only provided 2 names, MCP course and test, I created with these 2 columns for now. You can easily add more columns later if needed. So you see, you should be also clear with your instructions. I simply told Cursor 3 columns, call them MCP course and test, and Cursor thinks that MCP course is just one element, but previously I had in mind that I want to have MCP, then another row course, and then another row test. So yeah, this was basically just on me. Cursor was most likely smarter than me. So let's just press run tool, and I do think that we will create a Google Sheet, that it will be called MCP course, and we will have our 2 or 3 columns or whatever. Boom, perfect, there it's done, and we also get a URL, so let's just press on this URL. I will open it. It opens up actually on this folder, and you see that I have MCP course. Here we have MCP course and test, so just 2 columns. I should told Cursor maybe a little bit better that I want to have 3 columns, but this was just on me. You just see that Cursor basically has access to my Google Sheets, and that was the point here. And I can close this down, and now I can send mails, for example. Send a mail to my mail address basically, and tell him great MCP course, I will leave a 5-star rating. And I send it out. Cursor will basically plan its action, it will ask me for permission, I run the tool, and boom, in no time whatsoever I have sent my mail. So let's just come into my mails to actually see if I got this subject, great MCP course 5-star rating, with this message and an email ID. In my mails I have, of course, exactly this. Great MCP course, 5-star rating, hey there, I just watched your course on MCP and so on, leaving 5-star rating, best regards. Of course I haven't told Cursor to sign off with Arnie or with whatever, but I do think that you get the point. And right now I want to show you also something cool. You are in Cursor right now. We can do all of these things that are included here, but if you come back to Zapier and you come to history, you can basically see everything that happened over this MCP server. We have created a spreadsheet and we have sent it a mail. And if we come on configure, you can just add tools right now. It's really that easy. You press right here. Let's just say you want to add the Google Calendar, and I just want to, for example, find event and once again on the calendar, create detailed event. So I just want to access also my calendar. I come back into Cursor. I do think that I need to reload this so that we get our new tools. So let's just reload this, refresh it, boom. We have the Google Calendar find event and we have the Google Calendar create detailed event. And you can also see here on the parameters exactly what you can do. Here the instructions all day, the color, summary, location, attendees, event type, calendar, visibility, description, and so on. So let's just test it out. Create event in my calendar, 5 p.m. I need to work on my MCP course, remind me of that. And I send it out. Planning next moves. I create the event in your calendar, run tool, because I need to give permission, of course. And boom, there we are. And you get also the event link, and if I press on it, open, you see that I have this right now on my calendar, work on MCP course. And I also got an error. Just look at this. I told Cursor to create the event for this date, and Cursor actually added June 5th. So this can also be a little bit problematical. You always need to double check. Cursor can eventually always make mistakes, and you need to keep this in mind. Maybe I also wasn't that clear with my instruction, but generally speaking, if you mean something, if you have a typo or whatever, Cursor can make mistakes. Check my calendar. When do I need to work on my MCP course? Run tool. Based on your calendar, you have one MCP course work session scheduled. It's basically on June 5th, 2025, and it's on 12 AM. Cursor is right, this is exactly the time and date that is included in my calendar. The only error was as soon as I have created this event. And maybe you also understand why we have this error. Obviously, if we write stuff in our calendar, Cursor needs to understand the time zone, and it does not. Cursor thinks that we use the time zone from America or something like this, and obviously as soon as we write in the calendar, you see that my time zone is Europe with the Rome time zone. As soon as we read, this is no problem, then Cursor can simply read this, but if we write, obviously we should fix the system prompt. But I simply leave it right here, because this was obviously just a test. And of course, the same thing is true if you want to connect every single other server. You can do it exactly as in Cloud Desktop. Everything that you have to do is to simply include this into this mcp.json, so you simply come on File, Preferences, Cursor Settings, you come on MCP, and you add a new global MCP. You can simply edit this config file, of course. You can include more than just one server. Just make sure that you don't mess up your syntax. You basically need to include your new server somewhere right here. If you have any problems, of course, you can also ask ChatGPT for syntax, or you can ask Cursor for syntax. It should be really easy. You can include whatever server you want. You can include how many servers as you want. You can also make this Zapier MCP server a lot bigger. You can include even more tools, but I need to tell you, as soon as you add like something between 20 or 30 tools, it can be a mess. Maybe then you need to come into your system prompt of Cursor. Remember, it's of course once again on Preferences, Cursor Settings, and on Rules, and you need to give a really nailed down system prompt. If you have just 10 tools, everything works without a system prompt. If you have 20, it can be like a bit hard, and if you have more than 30 tools, you need to make a really detailed and nailed down system prompt, because if you do not do this, Cursor will mess up, it will call the false tools. It can be problematical. I just want to include this. You should not use too much tools. You should not use too much servers. If you use like a gazillion servers and no system prompt, it will mess up. If you include a few servers and the servers start to mess a bit, the tool calling is not perfect, just try to improve it with a better system prompt, and if it still messes up, throw some servers out of the window that you do not need. This is important for me. Generally speaking, in this video I just wanted to show you how you can include global MCP servers inside of Cursor. It's really easy. You just come to your Cursor settings, so on Preferences, and you add a new global MCP server. You can connect Zapier, but you can also connect every single GitHub server. Later, as soon as we develop our own servers, you can include also them. Right now at this minute, you can only include servers that do tool calling. You cannot include prompt templates and resources. I am sure Cursor will fix this. I am sure Cursor will also include all the other cool MCP servers, also the servers that we will program, and later over the course we will also include the servers that we are programming. But generally speaking, this is how you can connect to every single MCP server. And also make no mistakes, you can connect one single MCP server to Cursor and to Cloud Desktop and to every single other tool. And if you have included, for example, a database, you can access your database from every single LLM, and the LLMs will have context what you are doing in other LLM interfaces. This is really powerful, and that's why we needed to include this video. And I do think this is everything that you need to know about including basic, easy MCP servers in Cursor. Remember, you can use Zapier for free, so just try this out, and I'll see you, of course, in the next video. You understand obviously that we always have a client and a server, and the server is connected to tools if we talk about MCP. What we have done until yet is obviously we use these servers that have these tools already included, and we have connected them to a client. For example, to Cursor or to Cloud Desktop. You can also use other clients. What we will do in this video is we will actually create our own server. This will be really easy. Easier than you think. And as soon as you have created such a server, you can connect it to every single client that you want to. So let's just build a server. We will do this in n8n as easy as possible. Later we will also build one in Python, but I do think n8n is faster, easier, and maybe even better. So right now, I also need to warn you. If you are in the plan of n8n, this instance will be hosted in the web, and other people can access it if they see your URL. So you need to be cautious. If you work locally with Node.js and if you have installed everything locally, you do not have to worry about data security because the server will only run on your local machine. But if you work in the cloud with the n8n plan, of course other people can use your server if you expose it. So please stay cautious. I also want to show you how you can connect some tools. In my case, I will connect, for example, a Google Docs so that we can include append row and get row or whatever. And then we can communicate or integrate this also in different clients, and we can work in conjunction with all our LLMs in the next video. So this will be really practical. Remember, you need to be cautious. If your server is hosted, of course, we will cover security also in this section, how you can integrate the authorization. And if you work locally, no problem. The first thing that we do is, of course, we add our first step, so we press plus. And it's, of course, a MCP server trigger. It's really that easy. And the authentication right now is at none. So this is right now also the dangerous thing. If you want to make this really safe, you need to do this with authentication. Like I said, more on that later. On this MCP trigger, you can connect whatever you want, but we will start really easy. You can also connect a code tool if you want to insert special JavaScript or Python code if you are a developer. If you want to call a API that is not included, you can use the HTTP request tool. You can use different vector databases, for example, Pinecone, Postgres, Quadrant, and so on, a simple vector store, Supabase, and a lot more. And you can also use all these pre-configured tools like Airtable if you work a lot with Airtable, all the services from AWS. You can basically connect whatever you want to these MCP servers with just a few clicks, but like I told you, we will do it relatively simple. In this workflow, we simply connect 3 easy tools and later we will make this bigger. The first tool that we will include is, for example, a calculator, because this is the easiest one. You can just press on it and boom, there you have it. And now we will include the Google Sheets. If you include Google Sheets, you actually have to follow a few steps. So we simply press Google Sheets here, the Google Sheets tool. And as soon as Google Sheets appears here, you need to press on it, and now you need to connect your account. If you are in the hosted version of n8n, you can connect your account really easy. You can simply press create new credentials and then you can sign in with Google. But it always depends on where you are hosted. If you are working locally for the first time, you need to connect Google Sheets in the Google Cloud Console. Maybe you remember the Google Cloud Console. We already did this. But this is, to be honest, a while back in the course. We have already made a project that is called Course Test. And obviously, if you still have this project, you can simply come on the left side, come on APIs and services, you can come on the library, and here you can search the stuff that you want to include. For example, Google Sheets in our case. I already showed you these. So please just enable these and do this as we did in one of the previous sections. So congratulations, you have connected Google Sheets. As soon as Google Sheets is connected, of course, you need to type in what you want to have. The tool description is automatically. The resource is sheet within a document. You can always press on it and see for yourself what you want to do. I want to, let's just say, append rows first. Then I want to choose from a list. I just use this leads list. On this leads list, I just have a Google Sheets with some generic names. So Arnie, Paul, and Jack, always with name, mail, and telephone. You can also call this phone if you want, or phone number. And then we can use this sheet, and from list you can press on it. We use the table 1 and we can map each column manually. But I do think that name, mail and phone, the AI should decide what thing comes in what field. So you press let the AI decide. So what we can do right now is we can trigger this MCP server from every single client. and insert new leads here. But sometimes it can be also cool, like if you say you work in Cloud Desktop and you append new leads, but then you later work in Cursor and you want to search through your leads. So of course what we will do next is to press plus once again, let me just see. Then we append once again the Google Sheets tool, but this time we use of course get rows and not append rows. We will use once again the same leads list, and from list we use once again the same table, and you can combine filters if you want. So right now we are connected. What we can do is we can observe new stuff in our Google Sheets and we can get stuff from our Google Sheets. This was basically the configuration of our server, and we can connect to this endpoint from wherever you want. Everything that you have to do in order so that this is working is to send this from inactive to active. And you need to press got it. This is really important. If you work locally, if you work in the n8n plan, if you work in a self-hosted instance of Hostinger, it's always the same game. Please just connect to your Google service, the Google service that you want. Google is just an example. You can connect to every single tool that you want, and later we will connect more. Then you need to send this to active, and now we can trigger the server from every endpoint that we want. And in the next video we will do exactly this. We will include this MCP server in different MCP hosts or clients. See you of course in the next one. In this video we will connect our MCP server, of course, with different clients. We will connect it natively in n8n, so we will create a client in n8n and connect it. We will also connect it to Cloud Desktop and we will connect it to Cursor. You should understand that we can connect this MCP server in every single MCP client. And of course, you can use Lovable, you can use Windsurf, you can use whatever you want. Now the first thing that we do is of course to come to our MCP server inside of n8n. And of course you need to make sure that this thing is active, and remember, as soon as you are in this hosted application, you need to make sure that you do not show basically this URL, the production URL, to other people, because if you do this, other people can access your MCP server. This is really important. I will delete the server after this course is finished. As soon as you want to talk to other clients, you need to create a config file. And I have already created a config file, but first let's just connect this natively in n8n. So how can we do this? We can either create a new workflow, but to make this a little bit cleaner, I just want to work inside of this workflow, but this is not necessary. You can also create another workflow and talk to this workflow if you want to. So the first thing that we do is right here. I use an AI agent, for example, and I press on it. On this AI agent, of course, I need a trigger, and I want to work with a chat trigger. So we press on chat trigger, and we need to connect this chat trigger on this AI agent. It's now important that you understand that you can use different triggers in one workflow. So you see we have one MCP trigger and one chat trigger. What you cannot do is include another chat trigger here, because if you press on chat trigger, this thing will not get included. But because one trigger is just the MCP server trigger, we can absolutely use a different trigger, for example the chat trigger. Now we need to connect the AI model. So we press on it, and for the purpose of this tutorial we simply use these OpenAI models because I do think they work great. Then the next thing what we need to do is of course to create a client for the server. So we press plus and we need to type in of course MCP client tool, and you press on it, and then you need the server send event endpoint. And of course you get your server send event endpoint from this MCP server trigger. You can simply press on it. You can use the test URL if you are not active, but because we are active and because we want to trigger this workflow later from outside, we use the production URL and we copy this production URL. Then you come to your MCP client and you insert your endpoint right here. Authentication right now is none, and the tools to include I just leave it at all, but you can also press on it, go on selected and see for yourself if you just want to include Google Sheets or both Google Sheet tools or the calculator. But like I told you, I just want to use all right now. And right now also a small update. It is totally possible that your MCP client looks a tiny bit different. You will still always have your endpoint right here, and here you need to give your URL. But then on the server transport, most likely you will use right now Streamable HTTP because you already know it. The server sent event is depreciated. But still, if you find some server sent event endpoint, you can absolutely just press on Streamable HTTP and throw it then in here. If you actually come on your MCP server trigger, as you see right here, most of the time you no longer see this SSE endpoint. So you can simply always copy this thing and include it right here in the MCP client. Boom. And you just use HTTP streamable. Don't worry about the server-sent event. And if you still have some server-sent event endpoints, chances are great that they work with the HTTP streamable because, yeah, I do think they map this in the background rightly. So what we can do right now is, we can add new contexts to Google Sheet, and we can also see what's in my contacts. It's really that easy. And everything that you have to do is to simply press Open Chat, and now you can talk to your Google Sheets via MCP. I just want to ask, for example, to the mail of Arnie. So, what is the mail of Arnie from my leads? And I send it out, and most likely we will trigger our MCP server trigger, and the server trigger will tell me that this right here is the mail from me, and of course this is exactly right because this is in my contacts. If you come back to n8n, you see actually that you cannot see that our MCP server gets triggered. In order to see this, because we are in a production environment, you need to come to executions. And in executions you see that basically everything should get through. If you scroll out, you see the MCP server trigger get executed, and we used the Google Sheet tool, and the Google Sheet tool was of course read. To make this even better, you can name these Google Sheet tools a little bit better. You can press on it and you call it, for example, Google Sheets read, rename, and this right here would be, for example, Google Sheets append. This is important as soon as you start to build bigger workflows and as soon as you need to make a system prompt. But if you work with smaller applications, remember, the best system prompt is no system prompt, just give a naming. And as soon as your application starts to hallucinate, you can come on these AI agents. You press add options, you use a system message, and here you can type in exactly what your application should do. Remember the basics of prompt engineering, but if it's not needed, we just leave it how it is. So you see, we can read our tools, and you can also see what we did right here. Of course, we started with the AI agent, then we sent out a request to OpenAI. The input was, what is the mail from my leads? Then the output, it's just this JSON format. You can see the JSON format right here exactly. Then you can come to this MCP client, and the client translates everything. The client gets this input, so it was the query, tool, the name was Google Sheets 1, the description, read, update and write, data to Google Sheets, and so on. And then the output was of course the response in text, and we get everything back. And lastly, our AI model structures a nice, good answer for us, and basically the email address of Arnie is this right here. So you see, the MCP client and the MCP server communicate really great. I simply type in, what is the mail of Arnie from my leads? And because the output gets automatically structured from our MCP server into this perfect JSON format, the AI code is perfectly structured, so we send it out, and then we get everything back that we need. Boom, there we have it. Let's just see if I can add new leads. For example, add this to leads. Sarah at sarah.com, and then a random phone number. I don't tell ChatGPT right now that Sarah is the name, or Sarah at Sarah is the email, or this is the phone number. I think ChatGPT is smart enough to figure this out automatically. I just sent this out, and with a relatively good high probability, we will call the MCP client, you see it, and the MCP server will do all our work. And it tells me the lead Sarah has been successfully added. Name Sarah, email Sarah at sarah.com, and the phone is this right here. And if I come into my Google Sheets, you can see that we have Sarah included right now. So it worked perfectly. And lastly, I just want to make one little test. List every lead of me. And then I should get back from my MCP server like all these 4 names. Yeah, these are just 4, but you get the concept. The name is Arnie, mail and telephone. The name is Paul, mail and phone. Check, mail and phone. Sarah, mail and phone. Boom, there we have it. And right now it's of course really practical that we can also communicate with other MCP clients. And in order to do this, we need to have a config file. And I will show you exactly how we can make this config file. Actually, I already have created a config file with ChatGPT, and ChatGPT does a great way in explaining what we do. Of course, we use JSON, and it's the same structure as you already know. We communicate with our MCP server. It's of course n8n. The command here is npx. The arguments is -y. We use super gateway, and then you need to include your n8n MCP trigger URL. This is important, this is dynamic, you need to change this later. And then we close our brackets. And then ChatGPT explains us every line step by step. MCP server, this is the root key that holds all MCP server configurations. Think of it like a dictionary where each key is a server name. Then n8n, this defines one specific MCP server config, named n8n. It's basically our n8n based MCP server. Of course, we can also work with Python or Cursor and so on, but for this server we work with n8n. Then the command is npx, you already understand this, we work with Node.js here, tells the system to use npx command line tool to run the MCP client. npx is used to execute Node.js packages without globally installing them. You already understand this. Then the arguments is of course once again the npx command, and we use -y. -y simply auto-confirms prompting during the execution. -y stands for yes to all prompts, so that every prompt gets executed. And then Sunner Gateway, this is the name of the Node.js package that we are executing via npx. In this context, it's likely, it's not likely, it is CLI client wrapper of the MCP trigger. And then this is of course just a placeholder that you need to include. So basically our code looks exactly like this. And where I have this placeholder, you need to include your server trigger. So let's just delete this actually, throw it aside. Then we come to this MCP server trigger. We come on the production URL. We need to copy these, insert it exactly here, then save this file up. Then you can copy this whole code and we can include this code in every client that you want. First we come to Cursor. On Cursor we come of course once again, so File, Preferences, Cursor Settings. This is basically where we are right now. Then we come to MCP and we need to add a new global MCP server. Of course we delete our old Zapier MCP server and we will include our n8n MCP server, and we save it by Ctrl+S, or you can also press File and Save. And then you can come back to Cursor Settings, for example, or also to new chats or whatever you want. And you see right now we have n8n connected, but right now we have no tools available because we need most likely to press here refresh, and boom, there we have it. Google Sheets, Calculator. So basically we have right now all of our things. And maybe you ask yourself why we call this once again Google Sheets and Calculator, and not Google Sheets Read, Google Sheets Append, because I have forgotten to press Save. So right now we press Save, and you will see that we can also update these by simply pressing refresh right here. And boom, now we have Google Sheets Append, Google Sheets Read, and the calculator. So right now we can call our MCP server. For example, what is 888 times 777 use MCP? Because I want to see if we can also use our calculator. You see, everything should work, so I press Run Tool, and our calculator tells me that this is the answer. And if I come into n8n on executions, the newest execution is this thing right here. And you basically see that we used the calculator for this calculation. Now let's just see if I can add new leads right here. Actually, let's just do it this way so that we can see it even clearer. Add him to leads. Jamie, his mail is jamie@jamie.com, and the phone. So remember, I tell phone, and in my sheets it's telephone. So I do think that also this thing is smart enough to do this. And the phone is a random number. Now I send it out. Cursor will ask me once again for permission if everything is right. So I press Run Tool, and then our new lead should appear here in Google Sheets, and boom, there we are. And now let's just ask for the lead that we have added previously via n8n. So for example, what is the phone of Sarah? I send it out, Run Tool. Phone of Sarah is this number. And of course, it's exactly that number. Now let's just connect this with Cloud Desktop. So we open up Cloud Desktop. Of course, we come on File, Settings, Developer, Edit Config File. On this Cloud Desktop config file, we open this up. I insert my n8n MCP server, and I save this. In this config file is also something interesting. You see that we use the server send event here as an argument. And I have to tell you, this is actually no problem, because with Streamable HTTP in the background, the server send event will still work. So if you make this config files, you can absolutely simply include this SSE endpoint right here. This is absolutely no problem, at least not for right now. So boom, there we have it. We can close this down. Then of course we need to restart Claude. So quit. I want to open Claude once again. I make it a tiny bit smaller so that we can see it a bit better. Then we can press on this thing down here, and you also see it here. We have n8n, and we can do Google Sheet append, Google Sheet read, and the calculator is excluded, but of course you can include it if you want, but we do not really need it. But I want to talk to my leads, for example. So let's just add a lead one last time so that you understand that everything works in conjunction. Add to leads, Cody, the number is this right here, and the mail cody@cody.com, and I send it out. We will allow this always so that we can communicate every single time with our MCP server right now, and boom, Cody is added to my Google Sheets, to my lead list. I hope you understand the power if we create a server for ourselves via n8n. It's really easy. We can connect a lot of different tools. The server is easy to maintain, and we can connect every single client that we want. Before we make our MCP server even more awesome, first let's just make it safe. You already know this. Everybody that sees this URL, everybody that has this production URL, if somebody sees this for whatever reason, they can connect with your MCP server. This is really, really awful. But of course you use an authentication. Just think about it. If somebody wants to connect to this point, or let's just make it even more practical, let's just say you have a company and you make this server, for example, public with this Cloud Desktop config file. So let's just say you come here on File, Settings, Developer, Edit Config, and this config file, you make this, for example, public on GitHub or inside your company, and you want that people can connect with this file. It can be really problematical because everybody can access this. So even people outside of your company can basically ask these things right now. They can ask, list my leads. If they simply come into Claude or into n8n or into whatever host they want, they can use your leads, they can find your leads. Maybe you also connect a Gmail tool, they can send mails in your name, they can read your mails, they can do really, really bad stuff here. And now I want to show you how you can make this safe. If you come on this MCP server, we simply use our authentication. And we have two options here. We have bear auth, you can simply press on it, then you can press right here, create new credentials, and it's really easy. You can simply open up the documentation and follow this documentation. So it's really, really easy. And I want to show you the more practical way, the way that I like most, is to use not bear auth, but header auth. And header auth is even better, at least how I see it. It's also really easy. You can simply press on these, and if you use header auth, you can come right here. You need to create a new credential if you don't have any. Then you give a name. I want to give the name Arnie, for example, and now we need to give a value, and the value should be, of course, right now a code that you remember. I just use a code that nobody ever will guess right. You should not share this code, or you should just share this code with people that you want to give access. Now you press save. Then, of course, we need to save, and now I want to show you what happens if we ask once again. What are my leads? Boom, it doesn't work. Error in subnode MCP client. And this doesn't work because we don't have the right to access the server. Same thing is true right now in Claude. If I ask, list my leads, I will get an error. Always allow. Boom. There we have the error. I do not get my leads. And now I want to show you how you can give people access inside of n8n and also inside of every other client. Everything that you need to do inside of n8n is, you come to your MCP client. Here you come on authentication. It's of course header auth. And on header auth, you can simply connect with the same account. This will get automatically included. So if you press on it, you can of course also change it. The right thing will be included. So the name is Arnie, and also my code will be here included. So what are my leads? Save, send it out, client gets triggered, and boom, there we have once again my leads. Because of course we use right now the same authentication, and because it's in my account, I can access it. And if you want that other people from n8n can access your account, you need to give them your password, and then they can access it. And the same thing is also true for Claude. Claude will only work as soon as you update your config file. And now I want to show you how we can update this config file. If we open up this config file right now, you basically see that we do not have anything included about authentication. And I want to show you how you can structure this file so that this thing is working. And these things until here are completely fine. Everything that you have to do is to take a new line, start with quotient marks, and inside of your quotient marks, you type in 2 dashes. It's of course header, because we want to authenticate with header. Then we go outside of our quotient marks. We need to take a closer look at the syntax, and the syntax is then always a comma. So we take a comma, then we take a new line. Once again, quotient marks. Arnie was of course my name. Then a double point, space bar, and here you need to type in right now your password. And my password was extremely difficult. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. And this thing right now should work. And maybe you see that we have a syntax. And maybe you also understand why do we have the syntax. Just look at it. Comma, 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 no comma, comma, no comma. You always need to have a comma, just not on the last argument. So here you need to type in a comma, boom, then the syntax is gone. If you have problems with this, you can also use ChatGPT to create these config files, or most likely you can also copy just mine. So we save this right now, then we will close this down, we will restart Claude. So quit Claude, reopen it, make it big. Let's just see, n8n is connected right now. What are my leads? Google Sheet reads, and right now we have once again our leads. Same thing is true for cursor. What are my leads? It will not work right now, even not if I give access. So run tool, run tool, run tool. I have trouble accessing the Google Sheets at the moment based on your previous data. So Claude just uses my previous data. If I come into a new chat, my leads would be gone. Also, this thing only works if we come into this config file, and we need to include the same things also here. And of course, you can also just copy this if you come to File, Settings, Developer, Edit Config. If you simply copy this file, so copy all of it, throw it into cursor, save it, refresh. But I do think there's no point that I show you this once again. This should work, and if it's not working, you just need to restart cursor. So long story short, this is how you can make your MCP server safe. You can make a header with authorization, just give a name and a password, and then you are safe. And you only share this password with people that you want to give access, of course. And if it's just for you, keep this password private. It's really that easy, and it's really important. See you, of course, in the next one. Until now you saw how these things work in general, and your job is right now obviously to use these tools and to connect the tools that you want to include. You can obviously also include call n8n workflow tools. You can include code tools. You can include HTTP requests. You can include Azure. You can include different vector databases and a lot more. So this is just a quick heads up. You can include whatever you want to, and obviously I will give you more examples over these next videos. But you always need to think for yourself what's practical for you. Maybe you do want to work with Supabase, you already know how to do it. Maybe you do want to work with Airtable, with AWS or something similar. Just include the tools that are perfect for you. And I am sure you are able to build whatever MCP server you want to. And if not, like I told you, more examples will follow. Of course, also ChatGPT has the Model Context Protocol included. And in this video I want to show you two things. Actually I want to show you the native integration from ChatGPT directly. And I also want to show you how we can connect, for example, to this MCP server. Let's just assume that you do have a server in n8n. For example, something where a database is included, also a vector database, and maybe also sending emails, whatever. And we assume that you want to connect this to ChatGPT, because this is actually really hidden right now. The first thing that you should do is, you come on ChatGPT, you press on the left corner, then you come on Settings, and on Settings you need to come to App and Connectors. And here on App and Connectors you can basically connect yourself with GitHub, for example. I have already connected GitHub, so we can simply communicate with GitHub via the Model Context Protocol. Let's just come back once again. Obviously you can do the same thing with Google Drive. You see that I have also included some other things here. This is for example something in n8n. Here is Zapier included. And if you come on Browse Connectors, you also see the stuff that you can include. For example Gmail. And like I told you, here is also n8n included because I have basically included it myself. And I need to show you how you can include all of this yourself. So the things that you can always connect with just one click is GitHub, Google Drive, and also here this shopping research. And if you do want to connect, for example, to n8n, to Zapier or to similar servers, you actually have to come down. Then you have to come to advanced settings. But first, let me just show you this right here. So you see here is nothing. But if you come actually on advanced settings and if you include the developer mode right here, you can come back once again on scheduled and then once again back on apps and connectors. And here on apps and connectors right now you see that you have a create button. And if you press on this create button, you can basically create your MCP server or include it. First of all, you would give it a name. I simply call it an n8n test. Then a description, this is optional, you can write for example calls n8n. Then you need to give the MCP server URL. So you simply come for example to this server, you press on it, you use the production URL, you copy this, you need to make sure that this is active, and then you can simply include this URL. Then the authentication, is it OAuth or no authentication? Right now it's none, but I would recommend you to use authentication if you host this, you already understand this. And then if you scroll down, you need to press that you do understand the risks. And of course, you can also give an icon by simply pressing plus right here. And then you can eventually upload a picture from your computer or from whatever. And then you simply press create. And right now you see this is included. Also, the n8n logo gets included completely automatically. And if you scroll down a tiny bit, you do see that on these actions we have append row in a sheets, we have get row in sheets, we have a bind convector database, and we do have this Gmail tool. This is obviously exactly the stuff that we have included right here. So boom, right now we are connected. If you close this down right now, you also see right here that we are on this developer mode. And if you press plus, if you come on more, you actually find your MCP servers down here. You see the n8n test. Here is something where I do rag, and here is also Zapier. So if you press on n8n, for example, you can simply call the server. List the names from my Google Sheets. If I send this out, we will call this tool. Right here you see it. I need to give access. And here I do get my names right now. And you see that these names are in German, and that's also why ChatGPT talks back to me in German. So hey Arnie, here are these names. It's basically Anna and Klaus and Arnold and Paul and Sarah and Jake and Peter and Leila. These are exactly the names that I do have in this sheet. This sheet is connected with this MCP server. So you see we can absolutely trigger the server out from ChatGPT. It's really that easy. And if you do want to include, for example, Zapier, you also know how to do this. You come once again back on settings. You come on apps and connectors, because also Zapier is not included. If you do not include these advanced settings, you do have to include them. And then you can press once again create. And you do exactly the same thing, and you give the MCP server URL. So if you come on Zapier, you do the same thing that we always did. You would create a new server, you would select the client. As ChatGPT, you see that I have already used this in basically exactly this server. Here you can also connect all the tools that you want to. And then you can come on connect once again. Obviously you need to be in developer mode, but we do understand this. And then we can simply copy this URL that I will not show you right now. And then you can include this URL basically right here, and then we are ready to rock. And this is basically how you can use MCP directly inside from ChatGPT. It's really easy to do. You can simply always come on settings, apps and connectors, then you can connect to GitHub, Google Drive, or shopping for example. And if you do want to include something special, you have to come here on this advanced settings, and then you can press on create, and you can include every single MCP server where you do find an URL. So have fun trying this tool out. In this video I want to show you some kind of a special workflow. because some hosts can absolutely not generate pictures for you. And of course, you can integrate every single picture API that you want. You can include Flux, you can include the OpenAI image model, you can include every single API that can generate pictures. And in this video, I want to give you a basic setup. We will create an MCP server. The MCP server will be a little bit different, a little bit special, and then you can connect the server like to every single host that you want. The first thing that we do is, of course, to create a workflow. Then we press plus and we want to have a MCP server trigger. On this MCP server trigger, we need to do something special because we need to include a tool, and the tool will be called n8n workflow tool. We need to call another workflow. This other workflow will generate the whole picture because we need maybe to move like base 64 to some different kinds of settings. So what I want to call this is, for example, MCP pic generation, and I want to save this. Right now, once again, we can come eventually in a new workflow, or we can also do it right here in it. It does not really matter. For the sake of this tutorial, I just come to a completely new workflow, but you can also do it right in this workflow. So you press create workflow, then we press plus once again. And here we need to use when executed by another workflow. So we simply include this, and down here we use right now for this minute accept all data. Later we maybe need to fix this like to a JSON input, but first let's just work with accept all data. And the next thing that we need to do is to use a HTTP request node, because we always need to send out a HTTP request to include the image model that we want. And now you can decide for yourself. Some image models that I really love are, for example, the Flux context models. You can also use just normal multi-image list things. You can basically call every single API that you want, and if you need to do this, you can simply come on run with an API. Then you come, of course, on HTTP, and you can just copy this curl. Then you would come on this HTTP request node, and here you simply include your call. You import it, and then you need to fill out your bearer API key. So here you need to include the API key that you will find on replicate if you come to your API keys. Because this is a little bit too easy for us, we will do it the harder way, the way that is right now a little bit harder to set up, but you can also work with Flux. What I want to do is to use our HTTP request once again, and we want to use the image model from OpenAI. The OpenAI image model is really great. It's also a little bit slower to run. It's harder to set up. I just show it because it's harder to set up, because here we get base 64 back, and we need some steps that you do not need if you use just these Flux models. So if you want to create images with this API, of course, we need to set it up first. We need to come to the image API, and here we get the examples that we can use. And you see that we only have this Python example, but don't worry, we can set it up really easy. Here you see the stuff that is required. You always need to have a prompt, and you need to make your API calls exactly on this API, and you need to have a post request. So of course, just copy this thing right here, then we come back. We come to our HTTP request. This time, of course, it's post, and we post on this API. Then we need to have an authentication. Then I use preferred credential type, and here I simply use OpenAI because I have OpenAI already included with my account that I have connected with n8n. Then we need to send some stuff right here. And if we come back to our API, you see what we need to send out. We need to send out the model. The model is this right here. We need to send out a prompt. The prompt will be dynamic. We need to send out a size. The size can be this right here, but you can also use different sizes. Different sizes come with different prices. You can look at the prices in more detail for yourself. Generally speaking, these are the sizes, and the bigger the size, the more expensive this API gets. Of course, you can also edit images if you call this API, but we just want to create an image right now. You are really flexible with this API. So we need to send out the value model. So just copy these, we come back into n8n, we have our credentials connected, and we need to send out the body. The body is in JSON, and we need to define our fields below. The name is model, and then we come back to the API, and we use this GPT image model 1 because this makes great pictures, and we simply include it. We want to have more parameters, so press on add parameters. Then you come back to this API, and we want to have a prompt. So we copy this prompt, for example. We come back once again. The name is prompt. On the prompt, we have value, and the value should be an expression. And here, if you already send it some data through, you can simply map it from here. You need to have a query. Because we do not have any mapping data yet, we just want to use like a variable. So we open up our curly brackets and we open up 2 brackets for our JSON stuff. Then we type in $JSON. We open up a curly bracket. Inside of this curly bracket, we open up quotation marks, and inside of this quotation marks, we type in query. So this will be our dynamic query. And then one last parameter, let's just add it. I do think it was size. Let's just see. Yes, it was size. So you can also always copy these. Then we type in size. And the size, let's just run with 124 by 124 because I do think this is big enough. And we include the size. So this thing is set up, and now I want to show you something special. If you come here once again on this API, you see that the image byte comes back as base 64. This is basically an encoded JSON, and that's why this thing is a little bit harder to set up. Everything that we need to include is, we press plus once again. Then we need to have a convert node, so convert to file, move base 64 string to file, and we need to include this. Then the files should come right here through as soon as we throw something in this workflow, but I do think that I know this like from my head, so we come on expressions for example, but you can also leave it at fixed. I do think this is data 0.b64 for base 64 underscore JSON. I do think this should be fine. If we get an error, we would simply fix it later. But I do think this should work because also in the documentation you can see it right here. It's data 0.base64 underscore JSON. So right now we will make a HTTP request to generate our picture, and then we will convert our file. You can already test this workflow, but I do think that we should upload this workflow somewhere. We could upload it, for example, into Google Drive. So plus, let's just use Google Drive, but you can use whatever you want. So Google Drive. We need to have upload file. Google Drive account file, upload data, then the file name. The file name, of course, later you can also use a variable. I just want to call this pic, so for pictures. Then we need to use a folder. If you don't have a folder, we would simply create one. So new folder, MCP, pic generation, create. We come back into n8n and we search for it. MCP, pic generation, and there we go. So I do think this is fine. Let's just save it. Now as soon as everything is connected, of course we should give this a name so that we can find it. Let's just call it pic generator for MCP. And I do think this is fine. Let's just save it. Then you can also copy this, so you can absolutely throw it in this other workflow, but to make it easier, let's just leave it right here. Then we come on personal once again. Then we come to our MCP server that we have created, so the MCP pic generation. So this is our server. We come on call n8n workflow, and on this call n8n workflow we need to give a description. So for example, call this tool to generate pictures. Then the source is database, and we need to choose from list. This was of course pic generator for MCP, so we would simply connect this, and then you see this sub workflow is set up to receive all input data. Without specific inputs, the agent will not be able to pass data to this tool. You can define specific inputs in the sub workflow. So you see we need to define our input. It should be query, but first let's just leave it how it is, and then we press save. We can make this public, of course, so got it. And then you can work as always with this production URL. So make sure to save all of this up. As soon as everything is saved, we should create our client. Of course, you can work with Claude, you can work with everything that you want, but I just want to make this easy and simple, so we include an AI agent node, for example. On this AI agent node, we simply want to connect a chat trigger. So let's just start with the chat trigger. Chat trigger. We connect this chat trigger with our agent. We connect also an AI model, of course. I simply use the OpenAI models to make it fast with GPT-4o mini. This is fine. And right now we need to connect a tool, and the tool should be, of course, the production URL of this server. Make sure to make it public. So plus, Then we need the MCP client tool. We include this client and we give the client the SSE endpoint. And right now we can simply trigger this. Then we will get most likely an error and then we will fix this error. So what we are doing right now is open chat and I simply type in create a pic of a dog and I send it out. And then we will get the error, we will trigger most likely the client. I do think that this will try this like 2 or 3 times. We can simply pause this as soon as we get our errors. If it works, it's great. If it doesn't work, we need to configure our JSON format. And boom, it worked. Okay, I do think that n8n has fixed this bug, because previously we had a bug, but let's just see if everything worked or not. If I come back on personal, of course we save this right now, and on personal we come to our pic generator for MCP, we close this down, we come on executions, then we can basically see that we got an execution that come through. So this means that we should have our file right here of a dog. Boom! And we have this dog. And this dog should be, of course, in our Google Drive. So let's just come to my Google Drive. Inside my Google Drive, we have, of course, our MCP pic generation. And this means we have this dog inside my Google Drive. I want to address this problem still, because I do think that n8n can make some problems here from time to time. If you do get errors, you can come back to personal once again. You come to your MCP pic generation and then you open up your executions here. On these executions, you can simply come to your workflow and here you basically see that this thing, a query that's named a cute dog, came through. So you can basically just press on JSON and you can copy this query. And if you copy these, then you would come back to personal once again and then to your second workflow, to the pic generation. And here on this first node, instead of accept all data, you would use define using JSON below. And in this JSON, you would delete this thing down here and include that one. And you need to make sure that you don't have any syntax error. So just delete this and also that one. And then we have query, for example, a cute dog. And then everything will get included like the right way. So right now you can also call this workflow and you will communicate every time with JSON if accept all data will make errors for you. I do think that normally this should work. This was previously a bug, but right now it seems that n8n has fixed this bug. So make sure to choose one of these two options, either the JSON below, and then you can include something like this, or you use accept all data. Accept all data is of course a lot easier with less steps. If we save this and come back once again to our MCP server that can create pictures, we open a chat and I ask, for example, make a pic of a cat right now. This time it's a cat, so that you can see that we can generate whatever we want. And then we will connect, of course, this MCP server to other hosts to see if it's still working or not. While we are generating, I open up Claude. And inside of Claude Desktop, we come, of course, to Files, Settings, the Developer. We edit our config file. We need to call MCP server. It's n8n. The command is npx, the argument -y super gateway with the SSE endpoint. And here, yeah, this is in German. You will get it in English. Here we need to insert the trigger from our MCP server. So we come back here. Our pic also got generated, but first, let's just copy this production URL, insert it in this file, and save it so that we can call this. And we restart Claude. So quit Claude. Right now, I come to Google Drive to see if I get a picture of a cat. Boom, there we have our cat. So you see everything is working really fine. Also here you can come on personal once again. You can come to this pic generator for MCP and on executions. Right now you can see once again, of course, what came through. If you press on the first thing, you see this is our JSON example. But our query that came through was a cute cat sitting on a sunny windowsill with green plants in the background. So the AI also generated a better prompt for us. It was not only a cat. Then the next thing is, of course, our API call. It's the query that came here through. Then we get our base64 back. If we come to the next file, the base64 gets converted into binary data file. It's a PNG. You can also view it here. And at the last node, we simply upload this to our Google Drive. So you see everything is working. You can decide for yourself. Make it easy. Start with accept all data. If you get an error, use define JSON below and include such an example. Right now we need to restart Claude. Inside of Claude we should get our n8n MCP as soon as this thing is reloaded. And boom, there it is. And you see that we can call a n8n workflow tool, and also here you can say create a pic of a glass with wine. It does not really matter what prompts you are using. If we send it out, I do think that this thing can make problems because it does not know to create a tool, but it did, so allow always. So surprise, surprise, everything worked. Zero shot without telling that we need our MCP, even if this MCP is just called call n8n workflow. It's not called pic generation, but still it works. I've created an image of an elegant wine glass filled with red wine for you and so on, and you immediately get the link back. So you can press on it. I will open this link, and boom, there we have our wine glass. So you see how easy this is. Claude is right now able to generate picture. Of course, Cursor can do this, Windsurf can do this, Lovable can do this, every single host that you want can generate pictures for you. And remember, you are not limited to the OpenAI API to generate pictures. You can include the Flux models. You can also allow uploading of pictures. You can allow making, for example, like messy pictures into LinkedIn profile pictures. You can create entire apps with your MCP server. You can also make requests on like other models that can generate videos. You could, for example, also make API calls to Veo 3. Also, Veo 3 is integrated into Replicate, so you can absolutely also call a video API. And also here you can simply import the curl, but I have to tell you that this thing is really expensive. If you come on Veo 3 from Google, you see that this thing costs 75 cents per video generation. This equals like roughly $6 per video because one video is roughly 8 seconds long. Here you get an example how these videos look. These videos are great. They can also generate audio.
We interrupt this program to bring you some breaking news. Veo 3 is now live on Replicate. Let's go!
With your MCP server, you can, at least in theory, trigger whatever you want with a workflow like this. You can simply call another workflow, include a request, maybe you need to move your file like into another format, and then you can upload it to Google Drive. You can also upload it immediately to social media. You can make like extremely powerful automations. Maybe you just want to include, for example, here YouTube Shorts or something like this. You can simply connect YouTube and upload, for example, a video directly to YouTube and create it from every host that you want. This is a powerful concept, and you can integrate whatever you want. Everything that you have to do is to create a server in n8n. You use call another workflow. Inside of call another workflow, you make a HTTP request to a picture model, to an audio model, to a video model, to every single model that you want, and you already know how you can integrate the API calls. It's really easy. You simply import the curl or you type in the stuff that you need. We have used the OpenAI model because it's the hardest to work with, because it sends us base64, and we need to move base64 to a normal file. If you work with another API, like with Flux or something else, you wouldn't even need this node. So you can simply call an API and then immediately upload it to Google Drive or upload it to social media, upload it to wherever you want. And you can basically come to Claude and tell Claude, create a video with Veo 3 and publish it on YouTube. The possibilities are completely endless with these. Please make sure to play a little bit with these. Of course, I cannot make a video on every single use case. You need to be creative yourself. And if you need more help for more ideas or for whatever, or how to set up a specific node, send me a mail or something. But I am relatively sure that you know how you can integrate everything. You know how you can call APIs, you know how you can make servers, you know how you can make workflows, you know how you can include the Model Context Protocol. Congratulations, you can automate every single special workflow that you want. Let's just do it. In this video I want to show you the self-improving agent. If you are talking with an AI agent, or with a client, as you see here, of course it would be nice if this client always knows what you are talking about. And the coolest thing is that you can talk first with Claude Desktop, later with n8n, and lastly in Cursor, Windsurf, whatever you want. You will always get full context and your AI agent will hold your hand and knows everything that you are talking about. Let me show you how this works. I want to start with OpenChat, and I tell here in this chat, for example, I like to eat pizza. Save this. The agent works, MCP client gets triggered, and this should be saved. And right now I also want to do something like this. I like to go to the gym. Yeah, I do like pizza and gym, not the best combination. Also right now my client gets triggered. And if I ask right now, what are things that I like? My client will go on, searches our vector database, and it knows that I like, for example, pizza and the gym. And right now I can also do something like this. Today I have a meeting with Paul at a random time number, and then I can ask, like, when do I have a meeting? When do I have my meeting with Paul? Here you can also save really big stuff. Meeting with Paul is at this time here. So here you can save everything that you want because we store stuff in a vector database. And right now I want to show you the coolest thing. When is my meeting with Paul? Search my memory. So you can also work with different clients, and these clients will always have full context if I allow this. My meeting with Paul is at this time. It's of course 4 p.m. if we talk in English here. And I hope that I don't have to tell you that I can do the same thing in Cursor, I can do the same thing in Lovable, Windsurf, whatever. And of course also in n8n. And if I ask, what is stuff that I like? Search memory. Also Claude will have full context. Also Claude knows that I like pizza and going to the gym. So you can save whatever you want. And right now I need to show you how we do this. This is basically relatively simple. What we have here is a workflow that uses an AI agent with a simple chat trigger. I work without any prompts because the best prompt is no prompt, and for this workflow no prompt is needed. Here I use an OpenAI chat model, it does not really matter. This is just a small model. And I have a MCP client included. This MCP client triggers our MCP server. And this MCP server triggers first one vector store, and this vector store is our memory. Use this to search and get memories. So from this tool we get memories from a Pinecone index that is named flowbys with the namespace of memory. And we use of course our embeddings model right here. And then the next cool thing is the following. We need of course to upsert stuff in our vector database. And for upserting we cannot include a Pinecone vector database because upserting is not allowed to include in an MCP trigger. But what we can do is we can include call n8n workflow. With call n8n workflow we simply connect to this workflow. This is right now workflow 18, and this thing gets now executed. And this vector database inserts documents in the same vector database, and here we use the same namespace that's called memory. We use our OpenAI model, our default data loader, and a recursive character text splitter. Generally speaking, you know all of this, but this is a workflow that is really cool. And if we come in our Pinecone vector database, you see that we have right now 3 things included here. And if I come back, of course, I can include new stuff, even from Claude Desktop or from whatever you want. So you can simply communicate with these vector databases from every single client that you want. Save this in memory. I need to finish my MCP course until Sunday, and I need to remember to include the lectures about safety, for example. And if I send this out, our MCP server will get triggered. Claude Desktop tells me that this thing is saved. And if I come right now into n8n, for example, and if I open chat, reload it, and I ask, when do I need my MCP course, and do I need to include something specific? This thing will search as once again our vector database, and it will tell me, you need to finish your MCP course by Sunday. Make sure to include lectures about safety as part of your course content. And if we come into this vector database, you see that we have 4 records added right now. So I do think that this is one of the simplest and yet most powerful workflows that you can do. I have never ever seen somebody use such a workflow, but I do think this is one of the workflows that I use the most. This is something that is really cool. And of course I will share this workflow. Let me just call this workflow MCP memory agent. And right now you can simply remember what you are doing, like from every single client that you want. From n8n, you can also connect this to Flowwise, you can connect this to Cloud Desktop, you can connect it to Cursor, you can connect the server to whatever you want. And of course, you know how to connect it to Cloud Desktop. I hope I don't have to tell you this. If we come into the settings, developer, and into the config file, and if we open this config file right here, you simply include this code and then the production URL right here. We have already covered this like a few times. So just use this workflow and give your agents like the real power and remember stuff in every single host that you want. If you work, for example, with business data all the time, you need to remember, and it doesn't really matter in what tool you are working. Maybe you like to work with n8n, but still, some things you do in Cloud Desktop and you create, for example, your code in Cursor, you can ask whatever you want from whatever host you want. And maybe you are a front-end developer that uses Lovable for the front-end, and then you can also ask in Lovable. So you can work with all of your LLMs together and you can save whatever you want. You can also save small code blocks. You can save whatever you want. Because a vector database is big and you can save a lot of stuff. And as see, of course, in the next one, I do really think that this is a genius workflow. 3 dots, download, and of course I will give you this agent. We have a MCP tool from a developer that is inside the n8n community. So we can install an external node, and as soon as this node is installed, we can use actually a different package to run different servers, and we can also connect to GitHub servers. Also, this was not possible with our native MCP integration inside of n8n. And if we use this, we can list our tools and we can also call our tools. So we can make simply one API call. This API call will be perfectly structured. It can list out all the tools and it can also execute all the tools with just one single API call. This is the most powerful MCP possibility that we can include, and we can also combine these two tools. So basically we can also make a MCP server, the native integration, and then connect it with the community node to have both worlds. In this video I want to show you everything. The first thing is, of course, that we need to be on either our local host or on the n8n server that we have hosted inside of hosting, or at least in my case. Also, render will work wherever you have your application hosted. It is important that you are in a self-hosted one. I would assume that also the n8n app will include these nodes over time. This can take a tiny bit. So what we are doing right now is, we are either on our local host if we simply want to test this out, or we come onto our self-hosted version from Hostinger, at least that's where I am. And then we need to press on our name down here, and here we need to come to settings. And in settings we will find these community nodes. And here we can install basically a lot of different community nodes. You already see it, n8n nodes MCP, I have already installed this in my local instance. Also my Hostinger instance, if we come on settings, community nodes, you will see that this thing is installed, and actually I can make an update here. And I want to show you how you can install here different nodes. Basically you just press here install, and then you can come on browse. And here on browse you will find actually a lot of different packages. There are 1000 packages, and I also have to tell you that you need to be cautious here, because some nodes from the community, they can have malicious code. Because everybody can just make such a node, and there are like over 1000, and not every single one is controlled by the n8n team. But one node that really works great, a node that a lot of people are using, is the n8n node with MCPs. So this is one thing that you absolutely can install. This should work great, at least for me it always works great. So you can simply copy this name, then you come into your n8n instance, either the local one or also Hostinger if you want. Then you can include the package name, so you include it here. You press I understand the risks of installing this node, and then you can install this node. Because I have already done this, basically I'm here, and if I want to update this node, we simply press here on update, update package, and boom, then we should basically be done. I will do the same thing also for my Hostinger instance, so we simply press update, update package, and boom, now I am up to date with both of these nodes. As soon as the node is installed, we can work with it. And I want to show you two really powerful workflows. First, a standalone application, and next, of course, you can even integrate this into an MCP server. So we come back on settings, and we create simply a new workflow. Then we give it a name, let's just say community MCP course test. Then we press plus, and I actually want to start out with an AI agent. We want to make this as simple as possible, and we use a chat trigger. Then we need to use a chat model. I like to use, once again, an OpenAI model. You can also run with OpenRouter, do whatever you like. And now we need to connect tools. And on these tools, we will connect to this community node, and this will be really great. So you can simply type in MCP right here, and then you see that you either have the MCP client tool, this is the official integration, but as soon as you see this cube here, you will have a community node. This is the community node that we have installed. And if you press on these, you will actually see that this gets included automatically. Then we press plus once again, and once again we should include our MCP client tool here. And this thing is right now a little bit different, because on the second one we can simply use not the list option, but for example the execute tool, and we can run our tools. So the first client will basically just list our tools, and the second one can execute our tools. And you see that we can have here also get prompts, list resource templates, list resources, list tools, and read resources. So with this community node, we can actually do every single thing that an MCP server can do. We will make it really easy in this video. We will talk about tools, because I do think that especially the Airbnb tool is really great for testing this out. So we have a list tool and we have an execute tool. So we save it. And right now we need to configure this, but we need to configure this the right way. The first thing that we want to configure is the MCP client with the list tool, and I can also call this MCP list, so our agent can call it a little bit nicer. Then we need to create new credentials, because I want to do this once again from scratch so that you can see it. Then we can use different commands. So we can either communicate with stdio, and we can also communicate with the HTTP streamable. And now it's important that you understand what you want to do. If you simply want to work locally, just use stdio. Then we need to include some commands and arguments, and lastly the environments. So we basically can come, for example, to GitHub, and we search also, let's just say, awesome MCP servers on GitHub, and we press on them. And I just want to configure once again the Airbnb tool, because I do think this is a great tool. So we simply search the Airbnb tool right here, and we press on this MCP server from the Airbnb tool. This is a tool with a lot of stars, a lot of people love this tool. But you can configure exactly in this way every single server that you find on GitHub. And if you program a server in Python, you can also connect your server exactly the same way inside of n8n. So this is really powerful. You can do everything that you want with this tool. Let's just scroll down here on GitHub, and here you can see what we can do. We have the Airbnb search, and we have the Airbnb listing details. So we can basically do a lot. And if we scroll down, we can also see how we can set these things up. Of course, we need to have Node.js. This is no problem, because n8n works with Node.js, so no problems here. And here we can see what we need to add in our Cloud Desktop config file. And we also get basically all the arguments and commands that we need. The command is, of course, npx. The arguments is -y, and then we get this URL. And on this specific server, we also have something special, because we need to ignore the robots.txt. So what we need to have right now is, of course, the command. It's npx, so we copy the command, we come back to n8n, and we include the command right here. It's npx. Then we come back to GitHub once again, and we need all these arguments. So we can basically copy just all of these arguments. Then we can come back once again into n8n, and we include these arguments here. And here we need to make sure that we don't have any syntax errors. Basically what we do not need is these quotient marks. So first we will delete all these quotient marks. And then also the spaces, we don't need all of the spaces right here. Everything that we need is just a comma after every single argument, and one time the space bar, and then we should be set. Or actually, I also think that we do not really need these commas here. So basically it should be also fine exactly like this. So the arguments are -y, as you see right here. The first argument is -y. This is simply a yes. So you already know it, yes to every prompt that we get. Then of course we have the URL from Airbnb. And this would be, in most cases, simply enough. But the last argument that we also have is to ignore the robots.txt, so that we can simply get everything without like a mess. And lastly, we need to include some environments. And in these environments, you need your API key. But the Airbnb server is special. They don't want to have an API key. I personally don't know why they don't want to have an API key, but it is how it is. If you use like other tools like the Brave search and so on, you absolutely need an API key, but Airbnb does not need it, so we can simply delete it and we press save, and then boom, you see this thing is green, so we are connected with the Airbnb server. And you see that we are connected right now with the Airbnb server. Of course, it's a different name because I have already set this up, and we communicate via stdio. So the MCP list tool is configured. Actually, let's just test if this tool is working. We delete the second one, we press save, we press open chat, and right now I simply ask, what can the MCP tool do? And we should list everything that our MCP server can do. We have the Airbnb search. This allows you to search for Airbnb listings with various filters and so on. And we have the Airbnb listing details, so we can simply search every single listing that we want. So basically, this is what we can do. Now we can configure our next tool. So we press plus once again. We have already included this previously, but let's just do it again. And what we need to have right now is, of course, that we will connect once again to our same MCP setup here. We call this, let's just say, MCP execute, rename. The tool description is once again automatically, but this time we do not want to have list because we want to execute our tools. And now these things get important. We need to have the tool name and we need to give some parameters. Actually, let's just try to configure this. So we want to start, of course, with a dynamic variable, and we come to expression and make this big to make it a little bit easier. So we start with 2 curly brackets and we get this auto completion. What we want to have right now is, of course, $, then we want to have from AI, and you see we have the auto completion. Then we open up actually a normal bracket. In this normal bracket we start with quotation marks and we call it tool. Then we go outside of this quotation marks, comma, and actually we want to have quotation marks once again, and in this quotation marks let's just call this MCP tool to execute. So we give the name, of course, from the AI. The AI gives dynamically every time the name with the tool of the MCP tool that we want to execute. I do think this name should work because we get basically everything back here. If we come down here, you see the MCP list tool, first of all, will list in JSON what we can do. And then the name will be, let's just see, and then the name will be automatically updated here. And then we need to come to parameters, and here I want to do the same thing. I just want to make this big in expression. We delete this thing right here. And once again, we start with 2 curly brackets. And inside of these 2 curly brackets, we start once again, of course, with $, from AI. We get our auto completion. We open up our normal bracket and we call it tool underscore parameters. And of course, you need to put this into quotation marks. Then we throw in a comma. Once again, quotation marks. I do think that we can leave this also empty. Let's just try this out. I need to figure this myself out. Let's just see, because we do have 3 things. So once again, new quotation marks, the 3rd quotation marks. And here we call this JSON. I do think this should work. If you have problems here, you can also talk with ChatGPT. So let's just see what we are doing. Of course, the AI will decide here, the tool, because we have also told this right here from AI. Then you see that we have the tool, so the tool parameters. Then the MCP tool to execute will basically come here, I think. And lastly, we communicate with JSON. I do think this should work. So actually, let's just save it. And now we can ask something. So we reload it, and now we see if this is working. And if you have problems with this, just please run with my thing and use my thing in order to train ChatGPT. So you can simply copy this, throw it into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, why does this work? And how can I make this work for a different SSE endpoint, for example? So let's just see if this is working before you can copy this from me. Where can I stay in New York, for example, on July 25th, 2025, search a Airbnb. I send it out. First we'll list, of course, what this server can do. Then as soon as we have our information, our MCP execute tool will come and it will basically fail. So we need to come to debugging. So let's just debug. You see, I leave this purposely included, because sometimes we will run into errors. This thing tries now to call this tool over and over and over again, so I simply stop this tool. Then we come into this tool right here, and let's just see where my problem is. First test. I do think this should work basically, but what can be false right here is tool parameters. So I want to have an S included, and of course I also have, come on, a typo in JSON. It's of course JSON this way. So parameters and JSON should be fine, and also this, I do think also this is a mess. We need to close this bracket right here, I think. So actually let's just test this out once again. First save, reload, throw in the same question, we send it out, we called immediately the MCP execute tool, and boom. Right now it's working. So you see, this is perfect. Here are some Airbnb options available for you to stay in New York on July 2025. We basically have this right here and that one and also this one, and we get also the links that we can open up. So let's just see. I do think this is fine. We are on Airbnb. This is in German right now because like I speak German, so this finds German info for me. But I do think this is completely fine. This is completely perfect. Close this down. If we come, for example, into the AI agent, we can also give a prompt that we want to use the list tool always first and then the execute tool. For example, add option system message, always use the list tool first and then execute. We save it, we close it. And right now I do think we have a functional MCP server. Actually, let's just test this again. I want to check this with a location where I am living so that I understand if this thing is working correctly or not. So let's just close this down. I search Airbnb in Italy, South Tyrol. It should be near Bruneck. This is basically a city nearby me. I want to stay from, let's just say, August 15 to August 20th. We send it out. Let's just see. We call the list tool first. This was also something that I have included. Now the execute tool, and now we should find the Airbnb that is nearby me. Let's just see if this is working. And boom. Romantic castle view, price 150 euros per night roughly. Total for 5 nights, it's 700 euros. Good rating with a lot of reviews. Free cancellation and so on. And this is the host. Actually, let's just open this up if this is really in Bruneck. Romantic Schlossblick. Actually, I know this. This is of course in Bruneck, in Italy. Yeah, great job Airbnb tool. Then the next one, roughly the same price. A little bit cheaper because it's in offer. Let's just open this. I don't know this, but it's also in Bruneck, in Italy. I do think this also should work. Actually, this thing, I know this thing, I also know this thing, and also this. Yes, it's really great. These are all things that I personally know. They are nearby me. So, yeah, really, really great. Our Airbnb tool from n8n works, and it was relatively easy to set up. We simply use a MCP list tool to list all the available options that we can do with our MCP server, and then we can execute our options. We had a little bit of a mess, of course, with this JSON format because sometimes I'm dumb. I had a typo in JSON. I have closed basically my bracket too soon, but right now I do think that we are ready to rock. And now I want to show you how we can connect this to different hosts, because also this is possible. So you can connect basically exactly this thing in every single host that you want, not only from n8n. What you have to do is to simply copy this thing. Then of course what we will do next is you can come in a new workflow, but you can also stay here. You press plus. What we want to do right now is we use an MCP server trigger, and on this MCP server trigger we simply connect these two tools. So we simply include them from right here, and we can connect these tools right here, and there we are. And if you want to connect this, of course you can simply copy your production URL. You would make it public. Got it. Then we come into Claude. We open up, of course, our Settings, Developer, Edit config file, and on our config file basically everything is connected, but of course we need to change this URL. So we would delete this URL and include that one, and we save it. Then we would restart Claude. And right now you see that we have the n8n tool also included inside of Claude Desktop, so you can also call this tool from Claude Desktop. So in this video you have learned a lot. You have learned how you can use the community node, and the community node is really great because you can connect basically every single server that you find on GitHub. This is something that is not natively included inside of n8n. Everything that you have to do is of course first of all to install this community node, and then you can use it. You can use the list tool and you can use the execute tool. You can simply copy all the stuff that you find on GitHub and include it, and you can use a list and execute tool and call an entire MCP server without the needing of integrating like a lot of different HTTP request calls. As soon as we have, for example, a Gmail MCP officially like on GitHub or on wherever, we can simply connect to this tool. Our MCP server can list everything that the Google API can do and then can execute. So this is a really great server, and this is a workaround how you can access every single GitHub server from n8n. And if your application is hosted, actually you can also give access to other people. This is a great way, and I'll see you of course in the next video. In this video I want to talk about the second way how we can use MCP inside of n8n, because we do have an instance level MCP access. So the server allows clients, for example Lovable or Claude Desktop, to connect securely to an n8n instance. And once connected, these clients can obviously do the stuff that you already know. And if we use this instance level MCP access, we can create one connection per n8n instance, and then we can use centralized authentication, and we can choose which workflow to enable for access. So we just need to connect our n8n instance once, and then we can trigger basically every single workflow that we want. It's not a way to build or edit workflows. It doesn't provide blanket exposure to all workflows, because we need to enable this, and it's not scoped to each MCP client. Right now I want to show you how we can enable this so that you understand all of this properly. The first thing is obviously that we go into n8n, we come back down here and we go on settings. And on settings you will find MCP access. And here you simply need to press to enable it. And you already see that I am connected to Lovable and to Claude. So the first thing is just enable this thing right here, toggle this on. If you do have a self-hosted instance, you can also remove this with this command. Then of course you can set up an authentication, for example OAuth 2. You can simply follow this documentation, we will do this a little bit faster. And then we need to expose our workflows. So the first thing is obviously that we need to have a workflow. And this thing is right now special because we cannot trigger a MCP client directly. We can just trigger entire workflows, and these workflows, they need to be active. And they need to have a trigger like a webhook, a schedule trigger, a chat, or a form input. So the first thing, simply toggle this on. Then we would come, for example, to create a workflow. In order to make this fast, I simply use this workflow right here. This workflow has basically access to a Google Sheets with products. The Google Sheets look something like this. Basically it's in German, but I have also added something in English so that we can see it a bit better. I can simply write products in this sheet and I can get products. I just want to show you this. For example, do I have nails in my products? This is just an example database where we do have products, the characteristics of the products and the price. And down here you see that we do have nails. It are nails for wood and they cost $9.99. Obviously the other products have a little bit of a better description, but I just want to make this fast with one English item. And then you see that indeed we do have nails. The nails are for wood and the price is $9.99. So right now we want to access this workflow, for example, via the Model Context Protocol. In order to do this, we need to make this active. We press got it. You see that we do have a chat trigger, so this should work. Right now we need to make this also available for the MCP. So we press right here. We come on the settings, obviously, and then you will find on the left side available in MCP, and we need to toggle this on, and then we press save. Boom. The name for our workflow is right now products, so this should work. And right now we need to connect our whole n8n instance to a client like Claude Desktop. In order to do this, we come once again back on settings. Of course, we need to come on MCP access. Obviously, you can use right now OAuth or access token, but we leave this as simple as possible. We simply copy the server URL, boom. Then we come into a client, like for example, Claude Desktop. Here we press right here, manage connectors. On these connectors, we can browse for connectors, and here you do see n8n. You can simply press on it, and then you give the URL. I have already done this, and you see that we do have 3 tools. We can search workflows, we can get workflow details, and we can execute these workflows. So this is completely perfect. Right now we can come back on chats as soon as this is connected. We can take a new chat, for example, and if you press once again right here, you actually see that we do have this n8n included, and we can execute workflow, get workflow details, or search workflow. In order to make this a little bit better, we should come back to this workflow and give here a description. So we press right here, and we tell, for example, this workflow has products with description and prices. Save. Then we can come, for example, to Claude, and right now I ask, for example, what MCP workflows do I have in n8n? Or what workflows do I have in n8n? And then basically Claude should go on and it will list out the workflows that I have activated. Right now I do think I have 2 workflows. Yes, indeed, we have 2. One workflow that I have activated right now with you in this video, it's this products workflow. And I do have also a memory MCP included. And this product workflow, we can absolutely try to test this out. So it contains products with description and prices. This is the description that I gave. It uses an AI agent with OpenAI and Google Sheets integration, so it also understands what tools are included, and we trigger by chat message. So obviously what we can ask right now is, for example, do I have nails in my products? And if I send this out, basically we should trigger this workflow and we should get the answer back. So get workflow details at first glance, of course. Let me query the product workflows to check if nails are in your product lists. And right now something interesting happens. It seems to be that we have a bug. I just throw this aside for a tiny moment, because if we come on these executions you see on this workflow, you see that we get queued at this time, but we do not get any data back. I do think this is because of this chat trigger. Obviously this can make mistakes from time to time. So this is obviously the downside. This is a pretty new feature. Sometimes you can have bugs. What I did is, I simply used a webhook here at the start and then it worked. But I want to be transparent here. I do think this is not the absolute best feature yet, but I would strongly guess that the n8n team make this a lot better, obviously. If you use a webhook, all of these failures will magically disappear. What I have done is, I simply used this workflow that we built together in this course. Of course, I got here on settings. I made it available for MCP. I asked in Claude once again list all my workflow. This time it also understands that we do have a backend webhook. I didn't even have a description, I just wanted to test the limits out. And then I told Claude here to send a mail to my mail with the backend webhook, and then it should tell me, hey, all of it completely full of typos. And then you see that we get this workflow details. It understands everything about this workflow because it gets everything back. Then Claude tells me, I see the workflow expects a post request with a prompt in the body. Then it makes exactly this. We send a prompt as a post request. This is the prompt that we sent. And then Claude tells me then the email has been sent to my email with the subject of hey and the message is hey. And if we come back here on executions, you see obviously that the execution comes through. We basically send it exactly the stuff that Claude told me, boom. And in my mails I also have here hey included. So you see, if you do use a webhook, it works obviously a lot better. But I always want to leave the bugs included so that you see that not everything works completely out of the box immediately. And it then has some work to do. The next thing that you can do is of course also to connect everything to Lovable, for example. And you do this completely the same. If you come on Lovable and if you go on settings on Lovable, so down here settings, you find integrations. And on integrations you find n8n, and you can simply press on n8n, and you can also include your URL right here. And then you can do the same thing also here. You can search workflows, you can execute workflows, or you can get workflow details. So right now you are also connected right here, and you can tell Lovable, for example, This right here is my prompt. Build a simple front end for my product workflows in n8n. Take a look how the workflow is structured first with the MCP tool. And right now you see that Lovable first wants to take a look. I need to allow this, of course. Then Lovable will search this workflow. It understands what's included and it starts to create a front end for it. And there we have a beautiful front end. Product assistant, ask me about products, prices, or add new items. So it obviously also understands that we can even add new items right here. Welcome to products chat and so on. And here you can also type on show all products, what is the cheapest item, or add new products. So you basically see that your clients can also see your workflows and they can work with them in conjunction. Even if we do have some bugs, at least right now, a tiny bit with this chat trigger, I want to leave this purposely included. Maybe you do have no bugs. So you saw we had this problem. By reaching this workflow, we can get all the details about the workflow itself, but we could not execute this workflow. If we use a webhook, it obviously works. But I want to purposely leave this included so that you see that we can eventually also have some problems because all of this is brand new. But I am sure n8n will fix this as soon as you test this out. So heads up if something doesn't work immediately. Sometimes it's just a bug, but n8n will fix it. I wanted to include this update even if it had some bugs because I do think this has great potential. As soon as this is fixed perfectly, you can obviously do a lot of cool things because it makes it so easy to connect. In the meantime, I would recommend you, if you want to access workflows, to include them with the standard way that you already understand with this config file. And then you would simply use a MCP trigger, of course. But as soon as all of this is working completely perfect, it has some potential. Until now we have developed some MCP servers inside of n8n, and in this video I want to actually show you how we can use the Blender MCP, because maybe some people work with Blender, maybe some people want to learn how to work with Blender, and Blender has actually an awesome MCP server and I do think you should give this a shot. If you simply Google it, you will find a web page, you will find also a GitHub repo, and I want to explain you step by step how we can use Blender and how we can control it via the Model Context Protocol. The first thing that we do is, of course, that we come to this GitHub repo. The GitHub repo is about the Blender MCP server, so it's always about the Model Context Protocol, and we can scroll down just a tiny bit. Blender MCP connects Blender to Claude AI through the Model Context Protocol, allowing Claude to directly interact and control Blender. This integration enables prompt-assisted 3D modeling, scene creation, and manipulation. You will also find a tutorial, but we will do it click by click. Here you can basically see what's added and what you can do, but I will show you. We have two main components. First, the Blender add-on with addon.py, and we will find it in the source code in this GitHub repo, and of course the MCP server. Before you install this, we need to have three different things. You need to have Blender installed, you need to have Python 3.10 or higher, and you need to have the UV package manager. So the first thing is, of course, to simply Google Blender and to download it. You can simply press on this button. Blender is completely open source and for free, so you would simply press download here. You can also donate to Blender if you want, but you do not have to do this. It's important that this is completely for free. So just download it and install it. These are just 2 clicks. Then of course we need to have Python 3.10 installed or higher. We already have Python installed, but let's just check it. If we open up PowerShell or Terminal or whatever you want, you simply type in Python and you send it out. I have 3.12.10 installed. This is of course higher than 3.10, so this is completely fine. And next you need to have the UV package manager. If you are on Mac, this is of course the thing how you can install it, and if you are on Windows, you can install it with this command. Basically we have also installed the UV package manager in one of these previous videos, but if you did not do this, of course just copy this command and throw it into your PowerShell. So just include it and send it out. I have already done this. You need to have UV installed. And the same thing is true for Mac, so just install the UV package manager. You already know how this is working. It's really important that you have UV installed. If it's not installed, this will not work. So you cannot work with pip here. Then we have of course our desktop integration. We also have a cursor integration and some other settings, but before we do this, we need to do something really important. You need to come to this code and you need to download the zip file. So you need to have this zip file downloaded. And in this zip file, you find the Blender MCP main. And you can simply throw it on your desktop. And you see that I have already done this. So just throw this file on your desktop and then you are set. Because in this file, you will find the stuff that you need. We need this addon.py later. Just like the GitHub repo tells us. We need the addon.py. Then the next thing, as soon as you have thrown this on your desktop and as soon as Blender is installed, I have already installed Blender, we need to open up Blender, so just press on it. As soon as you are in Blender, you need to come to Edit. Here you need to come to Preferences. Then you need to come to Add-ons. I can also make this right now a little bit bigger because this is a bit too small. So you come to Add-ons, then you press on this button and you need to press Install from Disk. Then you would come, of course, to your desktop. You search for the Blender MCP main. And here you need to press on the addon.py and you need to press Install from Disk. I have already done this. So just press on Install from Disk and then you can close this thing down. And then on your add-ons you will find actually the Blender MCP. You can see it right here. I have already included this thing. As soon as this thing is installed, you can actually close it down. And now you need to press N on your keyboard. So if you press N, this thing should open up. This sidebar will pop up. And here you can see that you have the Blender MCP included. And the Blender MCP runs on this board, so board 9876. And in order that this thing is working, you need to press connect to MCP server. So you need to press this thing right here, and only then it's running on this board. If you forget to do this, this thing will not work. You can also include these two things right here. So use assets from Polyheaven if you want to include this, but you don't have to. And use Hyper 3D Rolled-in 3D model generation. If you actually know Blender, you can work with these and you can throw in your API key. I just want to make this basic, so we just connect with this basic MCP server right now. So this thing is running on this board, and now we need to go on with the next step. The next step is, as always, as you know, you need to configure your desktop config file, and it always depends on what model you want to work with. You can work with Cloud Desktop, you can work with Cursor, you can work with whatever you want. You just have to copy this command line. Then you come, for example, into Cloud Desktop. You come once again, of course, in File, Settings, Developer, Edit config file. On this config file, you will open this up, and here you need to include, let me just throw this aside, you need to include, of course, this thing right here, and make sure to don't make any syntax errors. So the curly bracket is already included. You see that we use the MCP server. It's called Blender. The command is UVX. It's important, UVX. This is why you need to have the UV package manager installed. Then the arguments are simply the Blender MCP, and then we will connect via Python and this extension in our Blender. So you can simply save this, we close it down, then we actually need to restart, as you know, Cloud Desktop. I hope they fix this soon. Then we can open up Cloud Desktop once again. Now we press right here and we wait until this MCP gets integrated. Boom, and there we have it. Blender MCP, and you see that we can do 17 different actions with just one single connection. This is powerful. We can get scene info, we can get object info, we can get viewpoint screenshot, we can execute Blender code, get Polyheaven categories, search Polyheaven assets, download Polyheaven assets, set texture, get Polyheaven status, get Hyper 3D status, get Sketchfab status, search Sketchfab models, download these models, generate Hyper 3D models, poll rolled-in job status, and import generated assets. So you see, you can control Blender here right now with Cloud Desktop. And one of the coolest things that I like to do is to simply make this a little bit smaller and throw it aside. Then we can open up a Blender, for example. Also Blender, let's just make it a tiny bit smaller. So what I like to do is something like this. Boom, and now you can work on your projects. This is really cool. Now actually, let's just test this out. What is in Blender right now? I send it out. This thing will ask me if I want to allow this. I have only to allow this once, and then I can ask all the time. Or actually, I think I already given access. So we have in Blender right now a cube with the position 0, 0, 0. We have a light with this position, and we have a camera with this position. And if you come in Blender, you see that we have the cube that is in the center. We have the light in this position, and we have the camera. You can also see it here on this side, and you can press on it actually. And if you don't know how to do like a specific thing, you can always talk to Claude, and Claude will give you really nailed down information, because this thing can control everything from here and sees what you are doing. Let's just try it a little bit. Create a 3D model from a monkey, and I send it out. We need to look at what's inside of Blender right now. And now our MCP server actually tries to use Hyper 3D, and you see Hyper 3D is right now excluded. So of course we need to connect to it, and we also need to give an API key if we want. But if you do not like to do this, then you can also work with like not the Hyper 3D model. So for example, you can do something like this. Create a simple monkey-like shape using basic modeling techniques. And of course, if you want to work more professionally, you can totally do this by simply enabling this and connecting this API key. For right now, you see that we have deleted some stuff, we are starting to creating new stuff actually, and we will model a monkey. If the monkey does not look great, of course, we have the possibility to use the Hyper 3D model, because I do think this monkey looks like a little bit special. Let's just wait until we get it. Right now we do have a monkey, but I don't think that the monkey looks great. Actually, we can't even know if this is really a monkey or not. You can also work with different stuff here. With the Blender built-in monkey, for example. We can also search for monkey models and a lot more. If you are not satisfied, you can also take a new chat and ask once again, for example. Sometimes it can happen that Blender creates better stuff. I have to tell you, I am also not an expert in Blender. Right now you see like that we get a monkey that looks a lot better. This is the head of the monkey. I do think that we also get the body of the monkey. And this time we get the scene info. Then we execute the Blender code. This time we did it all with Python, I do think. We created the existing mesh and so on, so you basically see that we integrate everything that we need. And if you want to connect to Hyper 3D AI, of course you can totally do this. You can just come to their API, you can scroll down, and here you see that you can like integrate really great stuff from this API. Everything that you have to do is of course to create an API key. If you press on this API, then you can create a new API key, but I have to tell you that this API is not for free, but if you work with Blender, like most likely, you are already connected with this API, so Claude Desktop can absolutely also control this API over Blender with the Model Context Protocol. This is enormously great. Our monkey head is basically done, and now Claude asks me what I can do. Rotate the view and so on, but what I want to do is also add a body to the monkey. Then of course Claude needs to check once again where the monkey is set at, and then it will try to add a body to this monkey. Let's just see if Claude can actually pull this off. Boom! And there we have a body. And Claude also made our look a little bit smoother. What I can do right now is, for example, add 4 bananas around the head of the monkey. Claude actually made some mess. Of course, this is most likely because of my prompting. I told Claude that it should basically just clean up the mess and create 4 new bananas. Let's just see what we get. I do think right now this is fine for me. We have 4 things that look at least like somehow like a banana, and they are around the head of this monkey. Of course, you can make this more professional, you can make this better. What I want to do last is, for example, the bananas should circle around the head. I can send this out, and then we will get most likely bananas that are circling around, that are floating around. Of course, you can not only make stupid monkeys, you can also try to create like entire houses and do whatever you want. If you already understand Blender, you know how powerful this tool is, and you know that I am a noob in Blender. But still, with Claude, at least I can make something out of this. Claude tells me that we have some frames animated, and these bananas should have a smooth rotation, and all pivots rotate 360 degrees around its axis. And if you do not know like how to watch this, you can ask Claude, or you can also just press on this button, and then you see that these bananas are floating around. So everything seems to work completely perfect right now. And lastly, like delete everything, I send it out, and everything is gone. Create a simple 3D model of a house. Of course, once again we use the right libraries. We have this basic house right now, But Claude still goes on. It tries to create also, at least somehow, everything that we need to have on a house, like doors, an interesting roof, the thing where Santa Claus can come. Now the roof got an update. Of course, it depends on how you look at this house. Claude tries to clean up its mess automatically. I have not prompted Claude. Claude is still on work right now, so this will be a special house. And Claude tells me that it's done. Of course, you can fine-tune this house, and of course, these things will only get better from here. These are the dumbest AI models that you will ever use, but still they can create stuff that looks somehow nice, somehow okay. This can be a house, it depends on how you look at it. Remember, these are the worst models that you ever use, and if you know what you are doing in Blender, you get great starting points, and if you don't know what you are doing in Blender, you can create stuff that are otherwise not possible to create. Blender is a relatively complex tool. If you have never used it, it's nearly impossible to create something that makes sense. I have worked in Blender like a few years back, so I also don't know a lot about it anymore. Create a garden around the house. We will include some trees with a random seat, a front garden bed, and right now we do have like a relatively interesting garden around this house. Of course, you can also tell Claude make it all green, so just a little bit of grass around this house. You can do whatever you want. You can delete stuff, you can add stuff, you can work with this stuff however you want. But I do think this is really, really nice, and I wouldn't be surprised if this will be the new thing that everybody will use in the future. As soon as LLMs get a tiny bit smarter, maybe you can also fine-tune a Claude model, you can give a detailed system prompt with some examples, maybe you can connect it with a vector database, where you give examples of stuff that you want to create, and then you are able to create stuff like really, really fast. Long story short, I do think this is a special workflow. You have to install Blender, you have to install Python, you have to install the UV package manager, you need to download the code, then you need to have the addon.py and you need to connect it with Blender. As soon as everything is connected, just open up your board and press connect, and then you can simply manage your config file, just add it into whatever host you want to use, and then you can control Blender. And I'll see you, of course, in the next video. I do really think this is somehow the future, how we can control software. Just think about it, how powerful all of this is. As soon as these LLMs get a lot smarter, maybe with some fine-tuning also on specific datasets, you can simply talk to your phone and create stunning stuff inside of Blender. This is powerful. Over the next videos, we will create something like this. We will create an Agentic MCP server. And obviously, I will publish everything on GitHub, as you can see right here. We will create this calculator server. Do not worry about this name. This thing can do more than just a calculator. We have a nice README, we have a desktop config file for Claude so that you can connect to Claude, and we have the server.py with all the code included. Here we do have prompt templates included, we have resources included, we do use a few different tools. We also connect, for example, to a webhook where we send stuff to n8n. And obviously you need to make this perfect for you. I would basically not recommend you to copy my entire repo. Obviously you can take a look at the documentation. We will create all of this together step by step, so don't worry if you do not understand it yet. You can eventually clone it and then edit the repo, but I do think that it makes no sense to work with this repo completely out of the box, because obviously you need to make something that is perfect for you. I just want to give you a quick overview. As tools, we do have a calculator included because it's simple to create. Then we have a webhook integration that sends a webhook to n8n. Then we have resources included, and this is right here a support playbook. This is a customer support playbook for a company, for example, and this is just an example. You need to include stuff that makes sense for you. Then we do have also a prompt template included. I do think this is cool. Maybe you can copy this because this makes a webinar to a blog post with dynamic variables. This is really, really cool. Then the prerequisites, the setup, so basically everything that you need is included in a nice README. You can take a look at it, you can get inspiration from it. Eventually you can also copy it, run with it, but I would not recommend you to just blindly copy it, because obviously the right thing for you is to learn to build the servers yourself and make it in a way so that they are perfect for you. See you in the next video as soon as we start building. In this video we will actually build our first MCP server. Trust me, this is really easy, even if you have never ever coded. What we will include right now is tools. And we will include the easiest tools possible. We will include a calculator. We will actually use the Python SDK in order to build it. And I also want to introduce you to the MCP inspector in order to test if your application is working or not. So let's just dive straight into it. This will be fun, this will be really easy. We will also create a config file to connect it immediately to Cloud Desktop. The first thing that we do is, obviously we open up Cursor and we come on Open Projects. And I open up a completely empty folder that I have called MCPS for MCP Server. Right now I am here on the edit function, so obviously if you come on the right upper corner, you can switch either to the agent layout, so this is this thing right here, or you can switch to the editor layout. And I do like the editor layout for this specific use case because we do give some documentation. Right now we come on the left side and we press here new file, and we want to call this, for example, docs.md for markdown, and we save it. Then we come on the documentation directly from the Model Context Protocol, we copy this page, we come back into Cursor, we include it, and we save this file once again. So right now we do have the documentation included. Then obviously we code up our server, and this will be easier than you think, I promise you. If you actually come to this documentation once again, you do see that we can also use the MCP inspector in order to check our application before we include it into, for example, Cloud Desktop. We obviously also want to have a Cloud Desktop config file and a lot more. What we are doing right now is we built the simplest MCP server that is possible. We use here the agent mode. You can also use the plan mode to starting this out, but I do think it's actually not really necessary because this is a simple task. So we simply use the agent mode and we type in exactly the stuff that we want to have. So we start, for example, with a prompt like this. I want to build an MCP server with the Python SDK. The transport way should be stdio. Use this documentation, then we include it at docs.md. This is the stuff that we have included right here to build it. The server should be as simple as possible, and I want to have a calculator as tool. So you see, really as simple as possible. I also want to have the possibility to test my server in the MCP inspector. Create a Cloud Desktop config file for integration and a easy to follow README. And obviously this is full of typos, but this is fine. And as AI model, I would recommend you to use either Gemini 3 Pro. You can also give Composer a shot, or the Claude models, 4.5 Sonnet or 4.5 Opus. I do think all of this model will do a really great job. And obviously, yeah, I do think every model can do this. So we simply send this out and then we let Cursor do its magic. I do think it will appear perfectly, and I think it will work completely out of the box because these models are actually really great right now. Here you see that we use fast MCP somewhere in this thinking tokens. We can also run this code immediately, so let's just run it. Here we get the server.py, the config file, also the readme. Now we check everything. And we simply press keep all right now. We come on the left side and here you see this calculator. You see this is the config file. With this config file we can obviously trigger our server directly from Cloud Desktop. We use here MCP server, we call it calculator, the command is here uv with the package manager. The arguments is simply dash directory. The directory that we call is C user Arnold desktop MCPS. So my file is called MCPS, and here we call calculator underscore server. It's exactly this thing right here. We use run server.py. And the server.py is basically also this thing down here. And here you see how easy this code is. We simply import fastMCP, then we initialize our fastMCP server. With the calculator, we define the tool, or actually there are 1, 2, 3, 4 tools. The first tool is simply for adding two numbers, and we use Python in order to do this. The second tool is the subtract tool. The third tool is a multiply tool, and the fourth tool is a divide tool. And lastly we defined if function, and the transport way is stdio. I do think this code is completely perfect. Right now we can come on this readme and we can follow the readme in order to run this server. So here you see everything. We do need to have Python 3.10 or higher installed. Obviously we have this. We need to have UV installed. And here you find the documentation for Windows or also for macOS and Linux. And Node.js with npm is optional because we need it in order to run this MCP inspector. Here you see the setup. You should open your terminal in this directory. Then we should initialize the project. And if we want to do this, in PowerShell we do uv init. You can simply copy this command. You can come on this terminal. We use a new terminal. We type in exactly uv init. We send it out. And boom, our project is initialized. Then we need to add the requirements. So we simply run uv add the MCP CLI. We copy these, we throw it in here, we send it out. Boom. I do think everything is right now included. Then we scroll down a little bit. And now we can run the server directly with uv by simply type in uv run server.py, and then our server should basically run. So we simply copy these, we throw it in here, we send it out. Okay, and right now we do actually have an error. Maybe you already guessed the error right, and if you do not understand this, simply copy all of these commands. You can simply throw them right here in it, you send this out, and then basically also cursor will come up with the solution. But maybe you already guessed it right. Here you see it, cd calculator underscore server. Of course we need to change directory. You see it also right here. We are here under user Arnold desktop MCPs. And we need to change our directory directly in our calculator server because this is here separate under our virtual environment. So we run this. So the next thing that we need to do is to actually come to the terminal. Once again, we open up a new terminal. Now we simply change the directory. So we throw this in here, boom, we send it out. And the first thing that I actually want to do right now is, before I run the server, I actually want to test the server. And in order to test the server, we use the MCP inspector. So we can simply run exactly this command down here, npx model context protocol inspector uv run server.py. You can also copy this right here. We throw it in, we send it out, and then let's just see if everything is working or not. But I do think it should work. Boom, everything just has opened up. And if we press on the left side connect, we should connect. But first, let me just show you here that we use as the transport type stdio. The command is uv. The arguments is run server.py. Here the environment variables, the authentication and so on, everything is simply included. We can simply press connect. And then let's just see, boom, everything seems to work. Here we do have resources, prompts, tools, ping, sampling, allocations, routes, auth, and metadata. The three most important things are obviously resources, prompts, and tools. We do not have any resources. If I press list resources, basically we should get nothing. If I come on prompts and if I press list prompts, we should get nothing. If I come on tools and if I press list tools, we should get something. Obviously, we do get our calculator, and we do have add, subtract, multiply, and divide included. So this seems to work just perfectly. You can also press right here, and then you see down the code that runs, and you can also type in the numbers here with A and B and so on. But obviously what we need to do next is, because we see that this is working, we want to actually start the server once again with uv run server.py, and then we will connect it with Cloud Desktop. So once again, I simply use a new terminal to make this as simple as possible. We change the directory in the right one, then we run actually the server. So we copy this, we run the server, we send it out. I do think this should work then. And what we need to do last is obviously to simply include our Cloud Desktop config file. And if you scroll down, you see it also right here. This should be the stuff that we need to include. And also on the left side, you will find the Cloud Desktop config file right here. This thing, we already saw this, so we simply copy it. We open up Cloud Desktop, we come on the developer, open up config file, and we include our code. We save it. And you see right here, the path is also right. We close this down. We also close Cloud Desktop right here. We restart it. And now let's just see if this thing is working or not. If I press right here, you actually see that we do have a calculator. I can toggle it off. I can toggle it on. If I come right here, you see that we do have add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Let's just actually test this out if this thing is also triggering or not. What is 88 times 88 times 2 use MCP, for example. We want to allow this always. Here you see that we trigger multiply, actually twice, and here we do have the right numbers. Obviously it's right. And boom, there we have it. It was really that easy. Everything that you had to do is to simply give cursor a little bit of context, describe exactly what you want to have in your prompt, just like you saw with this first prompt. If you do have any errors, sometimes simply copy paste errors in it, and then you saw, you also saw it basically without copy pasting it in. If you have developed something, it was simply the false directory, so we needed to change the directory, and then you can simply test your server out with the MCP inspector, and then you can run your server and you can connect it with this config file. So congratulations, you have your first mini MCP server running, and over the next videos we will include some more things, because you know that MCP can do a lot of cool things. Until now we have only worked with tools inside of our MCP servers. We did it in n8n, we did it in the last video with Python, but right now we do need to talk about resources and prompt templates. Because if you include this, you can do a lot of interesting stuff. You can feed, for example, a customer support playbook to your MCP server, and then everybody in your company will understand how they should treat their customers. They can simply ask the LLM because this is included in the MCP server. You're also able to include, for example, a prompt template that makes a webinar into a blog post. And then you can use dynamic variables with the transcript of the webinar, and then you get a really entertaining blog post. So I do think this will be cool. First we include resources, and this should be relatively easy. You can simply come on specifications, you can come on resources, and here you do find the whole documentation. Obviously you should take the time to read through this whole documentation, but we want to move fast. That's why I simply copy this entire page. I come back into cursor, into our MCP server, and I simply create a new file, and I call this resource.docs.md. Then we simply throw everything in here and we save it. And right now we tell cursor what we want to implement, but before we do this we need to include the resource. And these resources, this can be anything. This can be, for example, UI elements, but it can also be a file like this. This is the customer support playbook. We simply assume that we are a company, and we want that everybody that works in this company understands this. And that's why we include it in MCP server, so that everybody has access to this document through the MCP server. So we simply copy this entire file. Once again, I come back into cursor and I include this file. So new file. I call it resource example.md, and here I include this resource. So here you see like everything, how people should basically interact with customers. And obviously we need to also save this file right now. And right now I need to tell cursor what I want to build. I want to implement a resource in my MCP server. Here is documentation how to do it. And right now we pin, of course, our documentation. It's the resource documentation.md. I want to implement this file as a resource. And then I simply give the path to the resource example.md. Make it as simple as possible. And we send it out. Claude basically tells me that it's done. So I simply keep all the code. We just edited the server.py. You can of course come to the server.py and see what's included. You see that we include the support playbook. Here is everything included right now directly in our server. And I do think this should work. So we simply keep all of it. And then we simply use a new terminal. We change the directory. We spin up the MCP inspector. Inspector opened up. Let's just connect. List resources. Boom. Get playbook. And here you do see that we have this playbook included. Let's just spin the server up completely once again. And then we see in Claude Desktop if the resource is working or not. So new terminal. Once again, change directory. This is a bit stupid. You can also do this better. And then we run the server.py. So we include it. We send it out. Server, I do think, should be running. Now we come into Claude Desktop. Obviously, you should restart this. I have already done this. Then if we come here on this add calculator server and if we press on it, you see actually nothing. But this is expected, don't worry about it. What you need to do is to press plus, because here you can insert your context. And then you can press add from calculator. And here you see get playbook. And if you press on it, the entire playbook is included, and right now we can ask questions about this playbook. On these resource examples, here is stuff included that we should never do at our company. We can never blame the user. So I simply ask something like this. I need to blame the user. Can I do that? And I sent this out. Based on the playbook you uploaded, no, you shouldn't blame the user. What we should do never is blame the user. So basically right now, nobody in our company has the excuse to blame the user because we tell it in these resource examples. And this resource example is even included in our MCP server, and everybody can ask questions about these resources. I do think this is really cool. Obviously this is just a small example, but you should make this as big as you want to. Besides these resources, you can obviously do something really similar with prompts. You can absolutely include prompts, and here you have a lot of interesting options. Here you actually see once again the whole documentation. You will find everything that you need to by simply reading this documentation, but once again we want to do this as easy as possible. And I want to show you the best use case for these prompts. The first thing is of course always to copy this page, to come back into Cursor. By the way, I have closed down my server right now, so simply escape it from your terminal, then we simply make a new file, and to this file we call it prompt.md. Inside of this prompt.md, or no, okay, we need to do this a bit different. Let's just rename this prompt.docs.md, obviously. Now we include here the documentation, boom, and we save the documentation. And now once again, obviously, a new file, and this time it's the prompt.md. And inside the prompt.md, we can include the prompts that we will include later. And here I need to tell you something cool. Obviously you have a lot of options what prompts to include, how to include them, but I want to show you, at least in my mind, the best use case. Some of the best use cases are prompt templates where we do have dynamic variables. These are here dynamic JavaScript variables, so we can simply type in these variables how we want to. And here I have found a GitHub repo where we do have a webinar to a blog post template. So you can simply give the title, the date and the speakers, and lastly the transcript, and this prompt will then make a really cool summary of this whole webinar. Here you see the prompt: hook the reader's attention, provide content about the webinar, preview the key takeaways, then we do get the main content of the webinar, the key takeaways, and lastly the conclusion. So this is a really cool prompt template, and I want to simply copy this prompt template, but obviously you can make this prompt templates yourself. This is just a quick example here. Now we come back once again into Cursor, we include this prompt template and we save it. Boom, it's really that easy. And then we tell Cursor once again what we do want to build. I want to include a prompt template. Use this docs to do it. Then we include the docs. So at prompt.docs.md. I want to include this prompt. Then we give the at the prompt.md. Make it as simple as possible and we send it out. Even with typos, you see, I do think this is also no problem. We plan the next moves and then we will include everything, hopefully the right way. The changes were made right now and we simply keep them if we want to, but first let's just take a look. We go into the server.py. Here you do see the webinar prompt. We always include this prompt inside of the server.py hard-coded. Yeah, this is okay. This is not necessarily needed. We can also just give the path, but I do think, yeah, this is fine because the server is relatively small. So we just keep all of this. Then of course, once again, we come into the terminal. We use a new terminal. We need to change directory once again, and I already have this command right here, so we change the directory once again to this calculator server. Then we spin up, obviously, the MCP inspector to see if everything is working or not, and then we see if it also works in Cloud Desktop. So we send this out. Inspector is started, boom, there we are. We need to connect, we are connected. The resources is of course this playbook, then the prompts is the webinar to block, And the tool is obviously the calculator. So if we come on prompts right now, you see that we do have this as variables. So webinar title, we can enter our webinar title. And we obviously can enter the speakers and so on. And what we should do next is obviously to start the server and see if this is also working in Cloud Desktop. So if we come back once again we use a new terminal. And I always want to make sure that we are in the right directory. Then we start the server.py. It is also possible that I have already started this, but let's just do this again. And now we can come in Cloud Desktop. So I restart Cloud Desktop, I have closed it down, and then we can press once again right here. You see this calculator, we can press on it. Here you do see this calculator tools, and here on plus, let's just see. Add from calculator, we press on it, and now you see that we have here the get playbook. This is basically our resource. If we press on it, the resource is included, but obviously we do also have right now our prompt template, the webinar to block. And if we press on it, you see that we can immediately give webinar title, the date, the speakers, and the transcript. And I just want to give a quick example. The title is, for example, AI. The webinar date is, for example, the 20th January of 2026. Then the speakers, let's just say Arnie, and now we type in a transcript. This is just an example that I make right now with Claude or ChatGPT or an LLM. This should just be an example. So I have created this transcript. Like I told you, this is just a stupid example, and this transcript is about Lisa, so we should actually also include the name as Lisa. So we come back to Claude, we include this transcript, and here the speakers, we should simply use our Dr. Lisa Hartmann. So we include also the speaker. And now we press add prompt. Boom. Now we can simply send this prompt out, and we will get a really nice output from our AI agent or from Cloud Desktop. So we would assume that this is a whole transcript from a webinar, and with our prompt, there you see it, we do want to make an engaging blog post. And because we give all of this as dynamic variables, we obviously get a really exciting blog post. AI agents are the new employees. What small businesses need to know in 2026. First the introduction from Lisa Hartmann and so on. Then the content, everything is structured how we gave in our prompt template. And right now you do understand how you can include resources and how you can include prompt templates. It's really easy, and with the help of Cursor and an LLM and the right documentation, it's absolutely no hassle to include whatever you want to. Please be creative yourself. I do think there is no point that I give you my code, there is no point that I give you my resources or prompts. Obviously I will also link some stuff, but you need to come up with the right solutions for you. Only then you have learned. You need to adapt, you need to use this for the stuff that is practical for you. So we have included tools, we have included resources, and we have included prompt templates. What you can do next is obviously to include more prompts, more resources, or most likely more tools. Here you do find also a small documentation, and they give you always a lot of information. You can obviously include a weather API, you can include normal API requests, whatever you want to, but what I want to show you right now is that you can even include an entire n8n workflow by calling it via webhook. This is really cool. Obviously, if you just want to include a normal API, this will be really easy. Just define the tool, you already understand this. If you basically come into this code here on this server.py, you should actually also see how easy it is to include new tools. You can simply define your tools. Let's just see where we do have the calculator tools. Here they are. You can simply use this tool, so add MCP tool, and then you describe the tool, and it's always important to have a good description what this tool is doing. So the same thing is obviously true for a weather API or whatever API request you want to make. But something that is a little bit more interesting is obviously to trigger an entire n8n workflow via webhook. And I want to show you exactly how we can do this, because I promise you this will be easy. The first thing is that you can give once again a little bit more documentation. I would recommend you to give the documentation from the tools, but you can also use the big documentation. This should work completely fine. So we simply copy this page. Once again here, new file, tools_docs.md. We include the documentation, we save it. And now we need to describe what we want to include. Include a new tool. It should send a HTTP post request to this webhook. And then we need to include obviously the webhook. So we come to our n8n workflow, we need to make sure that this is active, we come on the webhook, we come on the production URL and we copy these. And right now I would also recommend you to come on this AI agent and see what body parameters we are sending. We are sending the parameter prompt. So we include this thing right here. Then we need to send the parameter prompt to a n8n workflow and a respond to webhook will answer. Use this doc, then we include the documentation, the toolsdocs.md for more info about the implementation. And I do think this should be fine. Let's just send this out and see what we get. While this thing is working, I need to tell you something. In an optimal way, I should also describe what this workflow is doing. We should eventually describe also to cursor that we can get information from our bind convector database. Here some Tesla stuff included, and we can also send mails. So in an optimal way, we should include this, because then and only then our MCP server will actually know when to call this tool. But we can also do this by hand, come on. Right now, I do think we are done. We can come to the server.py and we see right here we do have a new tool. So at MCP tool, we need to send to a webhook and we send a prompt to this webhook, send a prompt to the n8n webhook and get the response. Arguments the text prompt to process, then the webhook URL is obviously also right. Yeah, I do think everything is fine. Maybe we can include here in this description like when to call this tool, for example, for sending mails or whatever. But to keep this simple, we simply keep all of this. And then, of course, we start here everything. So we use a new terminal. We need to change the directory once again, as always. So cd calculator server. Right now we are in the right place. Then we open up our MCP inspector for a brief moment. We send this out. We start the inspector, it's open, we connect, seems to work. We come on tools and we list the tools. Right now you do see that we have obviously our calculator with our 1, 2, 3, 4 tools, and we also have the send to webhook here. Sends a prompt to the n8n webhook and gets the response. Argument is prompt and the text prompt to process. So this seems also to work. We can type in the prompt and then it should be basically working. What we need to do right now is obviously we need to start the server once again. So new terminal, once again, cd calculator server. Then we run the server with UV. I do think everything should be fine. Then we need to make sure to check this out into Cloud Desktop, and I do think my config file is no longer up to date, so we need to include this config file. So the Cloud Desktop config file, I want to copy this because in the meantime I have played with another config file. I copy this once again. I open up my app config file. I delete the old one because I have already another MCP server running. So I save this, quit. Restart Cloud Desktop. Now let's just see. We have obviously once again the webinar to blog post. We have the get playbook. And down here we have this calculator, and the calculator can also send to webhook right now. So we should absolutely test this out. Send a mail to this email and tell him I will leave a 5-star review. Use the calculator MCP because we have called this calculator, but I do think you get the point. It's obviously just an example. So we send this out right now. You see that we are basically trying to call this tool, and we do send actually the argument as prompt, and the prompt is send a mail to with this message, hi, I wanted to let you know that I will be leaving a 5-star review, thank you. So I do think we allow this always, because I always want to trigger this workflow. This thing is working, let's just come into n8n to see if we get something. Yeah, this thing already tells me, done. And if I come on n8n, on executions, you see that an execution comes through, and if we press on it, you see that we get here obviously exactly the thing that Claude told me, and we do have triggered also the send mail tool. And in my mails I obviously also have this email. I wanted to let you know that I will be leaving a 5-star review, thank you. Exactly the stuff that we told right here. So this is basically how you can include an endless amount of tools. You can simply describe the tools that you want to. You can include more prompts, you can include more resources, you can include more tools. You will include everything in the server.py. You just have to define the tool, give a small description. Obviously, you should eventually call this server not only calculator server, because right now we have included a lot of different tools. You can even include more than just one n8n workflow. And I would recommend you to try this a little bit out, to play a little bit around with these, because I do think if you program this in Python or even with JavaScript, with the TypeScript SDK, you can build whatever you want to. You can include prompts, you can include resources, you can include tools. With these tools, you can include normal API requests. If you do this, obviously, you have to make here a .env file, save some API keys and so on. But I think it's the more powerful way to simply include a webhook to n8n and work exactly the way that I described you in this video. So I'll see you obviously in the next video. I do think we have covered everything that you need to know about MCP. In this video we will publish our server to GitHub, so that you can eventually also use my server. And of course I need to tell you that I have made an update to the entire README so that this is structured a tiny bit better. You can see right now that on this README the server is called MCP all-in-one server. The server on itself is still called calculator server, but in the README we call it the right way. And right now it tells, of course, that it's a versatile MCP server that demonstrates multiple capabilities in the Model Context Protocol. It provides tools for calculation, external integrations like webhooks, resources for context and prompt templates. And then you can basically see the entire README, and obviously everything is included just like you want to have it. Then of course if you come on the server.py, also here everything is included. By the way, this webhook URL, here you need to include your webhook URL. It's possible that I simply delete this or I leave it, and then you need to change this up for yourself. But obviously this will not be online as soon as you use the server. So you need to change this if you want to. I just want to publish this entire server so that you can eventually take a look at it. This server is not like really meant to copying it completely. Because yeah, like I told you, it makes no sense, because especially the webhook URL is not practical for you. Maybe you can run with the server and wipe code yourself a little bit, but generally I would recommend you to build this all from scratch. So like I told you, right now we will upload everything to GitHub. In order to do that, we can come obviously to GitHub. This is the first step. I hope that you do have an account. Then we press here new. We give the repository a name. Let's just say Agentic MCP. We don't need to have a description. Then you can make it either public or private. I will leave it at public so that you can also see it. Then we will simply create the repository. Obviously you can make some more settings if you want to. And right now we will public everything here. And you can either create a new file or you can upload an existing file. I just want to upload an existing file. We will do this by hand. By the way, obviously you can also do this via the terminal. You can just tell cursor, hey, like publish this on GitHub and so on. But I like to do this by hand so that you can also see how you can do this by hand. What we do next is of course to upload all of these files. I have called this obviously MCPs. We need to open this up, and right now I can simply copy all of this and then we will throw it here inside of GitHub. And by the way, if you do have like a .env file, the .env file will never get included here in GitHub. So if you do have a .env file where you include your API keys and so on, maybe you need to do this. Maybe you have like an API that you wanted to include. You can absolutely throw them in GitHub. Your .env file will be empty without your API keys. So right now you do see that we have everything included. And I do think we can just commit all of these changes by simply pressing on commit changes. Of course, you can also give additional descriptions, but I do think this is completely fine. So we simply press commit changes. Then we need to process our files and boom, right now everything is online. It's called Agentic MCP. Then we have the calculator server, the README, the docs, the main.py, the prompt.md, and so on. So basically here everything is included that we need to. Obviously the most important thing is the README and the calculator server, and if you scroll down a tiny bit, also here should be a README included. And we will do this obviously, so that everybody understands immediately what the server is all about. But nonetheless, you can also come here on your server, and then you will find everything also here included. And if you come right now on your server.py, you will find also here everything. And the thing that I will eventually delete is obviously this URL right here. By the way, this README is obviously empty because this README will get showed right here. And this README is a README that is empty because I was, of course, dump and I was not in the right directory from the get-go. So we will obviously simply edit this file, and what I am doing right now is I will simply include the right readme right here. Let's just see. Obviously it's this one here, so I will copy all of these lines, we throw them in here, we save them, commit changes, and right now you do see that we have everything included right now. MCP all in one server, here the capabilities with these tools, we do have a calculator, we do have a webhook integration that sends a prompt to n8n, we do have a resource included, the support playbook, everything is basically inside of the server, so you can use obviously all of these files. So the prompts.md, here you do find the documentation for the prompts, then the prompt itself. So here is basically a lot included inside this repo. You can absolutely work with this, play with this a tiny bit. Then you find the whole setup and obviously also the config file. The last thing, yeah, I do think we do this right now is we come to this calculator server. We can of course do the server.py. Inside the server.py I will edit this because you absolutely not need my URL. I do think this is like not perfect for you. Your URL basically. We save this, commit changes. Also on the config file, user MCP calculator server. Also here we edit these, and here we need to type in also your name, commit changes, and also this last thing right here. So we need to also edit this once again. This should be basically the last update, and then everything should work. Your name, commit changes. Boom, everything is live. Excuse me if there are some minor errors, but obviously this is just for testing purposes. This is just so that you can take a look at it. I would not recommend you to copy this entire server. Maybe it's not perfect for you. You need to make the server obviously the right way, obviously the way so that it works for you. This is just a complete example. So make something cool out of it. In this section you learned everything about the Model Context Protocol, and I do want to make a quick recap so that it sticks. First, you have learned what the Model Context Protocol is. Basically it's just an additional layer of abstraction. It's somehow the USB-C port for AI agents. We create a server once. Inside the server we can include tools, resources, or prompt templates, and as soon as one server is built, we can connect it to different hosts like ChatGPT, Cloud Desktop, Cursor, Lovable, whatever you want to, Windsurf, the list goes on. We can communicate either with STDIO if we work locally, or we communicate with streamable HTTP. Some people call MCP just a wrapper around an API, and basically most of the time it's true. Unless you include obviously resources and prompt templates. But even an API wrapper is cool because you are so flexible. As soon as the server is built, you can connect to everything. Next, you saw everything about Cloud Desktop. It's relatively intuitive. As soon as this thing is installed, you should activate the developer mode, because only then you can include these config files. And in these config files the magic happens, because you can connect to every single MCP server that you want to. You can find a lot of different MCP servers. You can use this local MCP server to control your machine. You can search for MCP servers on GitHub or also on these MCP websites, and I am relatively sure you will find a lot of really cool servers. Most of the time they work either over NPX, so with Node.js, or over UV, and UV is a Python package manager. So you need to make sure that you have Node.js installed, and you also need to install Python and UV. You also saw that you can set up more than just one MCP server, and if you want to do this relatively easy and fast, you can also use the MCP installer inside of Cloud Desktop. Obviously you know where you can find a lot of different clients and also server. I showed you a lot of GitHub repos and some web pages. If you find a lot of servers, you can also connect them, for example, to Cursor. And we used this Zapier MCP server inside of Cursor to connect everything. If you don't find the stuff that you need, obviously we should build our own server, and I do think this is also more secure. We built our first servers in n8n because it's so easy. We just use a server trigger and we connect the tools that we like to. Then we can simply use the production URL and include them in a config file. And you can connect to various hosts, as you already understand. If your server is hosted and publicly available, you should always work with authentication, because if other people can find the URL of your server, they can also connect to your server. Maybe you publish, for example, a config file on GitHub. If your server has no authentication, other people can use your server. This is important. Maybe you do have a database and you don't want that other people use this database, so a little bit of cautious is here in the right place. You saw that you can include an endless amount of tools, just like with all of these n8n workflows, and you can even connect to ChatGPT by simply giving the right URL. We can even create MCP servers that create images. It's also relatively easy. We use MCP server. From this server on, we trigger a SAP workflow, and this SAP workflow will make HTTP requests, for example to an image API. You can also build something really cool. You can build a big vector database connected to an MCP server, and then you can either write stuff into this vector database, but you can also read out of this vector database. This is really cool for saving memories if you work with different clients. So all your clients can share the same memories. Obviously, you can also do this with a normal table, with a super base table, use whatever you like to. Then you saw the community node, and the community node from n8n is also really cool, because with the community node you can also connect to servers that you find on GitHub directly from n8n. If you do have a lot of MCP servers active inside of n8n, you can also use the instance level connection. But this instance level connection has a little bit of bugs. You can only connect to servers that have a trigger, for example, a webhook, a chat trigger, a on-form submission, or a time trigger. And even then it's a little bit tricky. The chat trigger is buggy a tiny bit, but the webhook trigger works completely out of the box, and I would guess that n8n has already fixed this as soon as you see the course. Next I wanted to show you the Blender MCP, because I do think this is a really great MCP. You can control Blender and you can build stuff that would be not possible without an LLM. At least not for most people that never ever used Blender. Right now you are an artist. If you want to do special stuff, it could make sense to program your own server. You can either use the TypeScript SDK if you are a JavaScript developer, or you can use the Python SDK. We use the Python SDK because I am a little bit more familiar with Python. But generally speaking, it's really easy because we can wipe code these applications. It's enormously easy if you just give the right documentation and describe cursor exactly what you want to do. We started with a calculator tool, and here we simply defined it 4 different tools. We can simply include this tool, give a small description, but a precise description what these tools are doing, and then we can call these tools. We can simply run our server and test everything out in the MCP inspector. And if it works in the MCP inspector, we create a config file and we connect it, for example, to Cloud Desktop or every other host that you want to. Next, we have also included prompt templates and resources. And here the same thing is true. We give a little bit of documentation, we describe exactly what we want to do, and we also include basically these resources inside of our project so that we can call it immediately. If you include resources, you can give, for example, resources to company documents so that everybody knows what's going on in the company and how they should treat the customers. But obviously you need to be creative and find the right resources for you. And especially cool, at least in my mind, are the prompt templates, because here we can use dynamic JavaScript variables to include everything that we want. We have this template, we simply connect it, as you saw with these resources, completely the same way. We can simply tell cursor what we need to include, and as soon as it is included, we can connect it once again to Cloud Desktop, and inside of Cloud Desktop we can simply type in, for example, date, time, some more information, and the prompt will do its magic and you have everything completely out of the box. You don't need to type your entire prompts by hand. If you develop this one time, you can use it over and over and over again. So if you have a prompt that you need to use all the time, it is possible that this thing is perfect for you. Obviously, you can include more resources, you can include more templates, and what we did, we included more tools. And we included one tool that is a bit special. Obviously, you can include normal API requests, you can use the weather API and so on. All of this is in the documentation, but what we did is we created a HTTP post request to an n8n workflow, and then we can trigger our whole n8n workflows completely out of the box with the same Python MCP server. And by the way, you don't have to make the mistake to change the directory all the time. You can always start in the right one from the get-go if you want to. So I do think you have really learned a lot over this section, and I need to tell you what learning is. Learning is same circumstances but different behavior. Maybe you did not know how MCP worked until yet. Right now you know it. And you have only learned if you built one simple MCP server that is perfect for you, at least one. Like I told you, only then you have learned. And I need to stress out with really good learners too. Obviously, they learn together. So if you could share this course, this would really mean the world to me. Maybe it also means the world to the other person, and if the other person gets value out from this course, they will describe the value to you, because you have told them. Thank you for that, and I'll see you of course in the next section. And the next section will be really cool. We talk about voice AI agents. Yes, you can automate your entire phone. See you in the next one. In this section we talk about voice agents. So you can basically create applications that you can call via the phone. You can give them a phone number and either you can call them, but these agents can also do outbound and call other people for you. But basically I would not recommend you to make outbound agents. Inbound works in my experience a lot better. Besides this, you can also build agents to integrate them into a web page, and these agents can do, for example, customer support. So you can build a lot of interesting things. But before we build these things, we need to take a look how the technology works. So what stuff we are building, I want to give you a good overview in the next video. Then we talk about LiveKit. LiveKit is an open source framework, and here we need to work in Python. So yes, we program a tiny bit, but this will be easier than you think. We just built a small application in Python. But it will be really fun because we can even include an AI avatar. So you can basically also see how another AI person is talking back to you. Then I want to show you two of the most powerful platforms. I want to show you Vapi and 11labs. First a small overview. Then we need to talk about prompt engineering, because a really good system prompt is one of the most important things if we talk about voice agents. Then we built an AI agent for a restaurant. This thing can book tables, make reservations and do a lot of interesting things. We will build this agent in Vapi and we will also use n8n in the backend. We will also include some tools here. Then we talk about debugging and testing. I will show you in detail how you can add phone numbers. We do this as easy as possible. And then we built also a voice agent with 11labs. 11labs is also a really great platform. And with 11labs, we will use normal function calling. We call a webhook that we use inside of n8n, because in Vapi actually we use the model context protocol, and with 11labs we use a normal webhook. Also in 11labs you have a lot of cool options, so I am thrilled to show you all of it. And lastly, I want to give you a little bit more inspiration. You can include human in the loop, workflows, branches and a lot more. So I'll see you in the next video. Before we build, you need to understand. And the first things that you need to understand is, of course, the goal of all of these voice AI agents. And if you do want to understand the goal, you also need to understand the strength and the weakness of these models. As soon as you understand goal, strength and weakness, you need to understand the technology stack that we are using. And last but not least, you need to understand the value. And basically we will look at all of this in this video. So you need to understand the goal, strength and weaknesses, the technology, so how all of it works, and if these things are valuable or not. Now the first thing, what is the goal of these voice agents? The goal is of course that a person can talk to an AI model. And this AI model will talk back, of course, and it will give answers. And it will not only talk back, it can also do stuff. That's why it's an agent. So the person could, for example, say, how much does XYZ cost? The agent will be trained on the data and it can give answers. The person can also, for example, ask, do you have a spot left, like on Friday, to cut my hair? The agent will go out and look, for example, in a database. And then the agent could also ask back, do you want that I book this for you? So generally speaking, the goal is simply that a person can speak to an AI and the AI will give answers and can also do stuff. It can look in databases, it can write into databases, it can also send like mails, for example. We can integrate whatever we want. Generally speaking, we have two options how we can deploy these agents. The first thing is, maybe you have a web page, so you can integrate it down here as a nice little chat bubble. It would look something like this. So this right here is the 11labs documentation, and they have integrated an AI voice agent. Something like this. This thing tells us need help, ask anything, and you can press on it, and then you can call this agent. In English, for example, but also other languages work.
Hey there, I'm Elle from 11labs Support. How can I help you today?
Hey Elle, I just want to ask, what can AI agents do if we talk about voice agents?
Hey there. So when we talk about AI voice agents, you can actually create fully customized and interactive ones. You can personalize their voice, their initial greeting, and even their system prompt, which really shapes their behavior and style.
Thank you. Can you also guide me to Twilio?
Absolutely. We offer full integration with Twilio for conversational AI. You can find all the details on how to connect Twilio to your conversational AI, including importing your Twilio number and verifying it in our documentation.
So I do think you see it. This AI agent, we can ask it stuff and it can also do stuff for us. I asked for help for Twilio and it guided me in the right directions. I did not click anything here. So this thing can help us also do stuff, as you can see right here. So this is the first option. And I also asked this AI about Twilio. So the second option is of course also that you can give this thing a phone number. So you can not only integrate these things into a web page, you can also call them with a phone number. We will talk about all of this. So the general goal is that you can build an AI system that other people or that even you can call. And this thing will do stuff for you and can help you with specific things. It can book appointments, it can use calendars, it can send mails, it can point you in the right documentation. And now I want to show you for what these things are good and where these things struggle a tiny bit. Generally speaking, outbound and inbound is possible. Outbound means that your agent can even call other people for you. And inbound means that other people can call your agent. Just like you saw in this web page, we called this agent. And if you give it a phone number, you can also call this phone number. Now I want to give you some use cases where AI voice agents are genius. They are really good for warm-ups, for qualifications, for appointment assistance, for first level support, for lead reactivation if you already have leads, for onboarding it's really genius, and also as a personal assistant. So you see there are a lot of use cases that work relatively great. You saw in 11 Labs, for example, the first level support. It helps us guide through the documentation and we can ask some questions. Then the things that are very good, so still really good. Taking orders, this also works relatively nice. Feedback collection, follow-ups, product consulting. If you train it with a vector database, you can also do product consulting. And also like for secretariat or for a receptionist, this works. Then where these things are relatively good, maybe not genius, for voicemails, for comprehensive customer support, if it really goes into detail, yeah, it can be a little bit messy. For collecting referrals, for IT support, maybe it can help. But yeah, if it really goes into the weeds, this thing can make mistakes. For specialized customer advisor and for existing customer management. It is good, it is okay. Let's just leave it here. It is maybe not genius. Then where it's okay, customer experience and upsell and cross-sells. I don't love like upsells and cross-sells in this AI agent. Some people tell you that they are doing a really phenomenal job. I don't think that this is really that great, but you can play with it. And then the stuff where it's absolutely not good. Target group analysis, I do think this doesn't work that great. Cold calling, this is a bit controversial. Because some people tell you that you should absolutely do cold calling with these AI agents. But let me tell you, if you do like 10,000 outbound calls or cold calls a day, first of all, they are really expensive to do. Second, the chances are high that a lot of people will not respond. Third, a lot of people will hate you if an AI tool calls them 24/7 all day long. So I do think you will ruin your brand. It is expensive. So the lead cost is simply not worth the hassle, at least not right now. Maybe this can change in the future, but if we talk about right now, I don't love cold calling. And also for very complex systems. As soon as you include too much, it will get too complicated and these things will make mistakes and you don't want to have this. So right now you do understand the goal, also the strengths and weaknesses. And now we need to talk about the tech. Of course, our goal is to talk to an AI model. But before we can talk to our brain, before we can talk to our AI model, a few steps need to happen. Generally speaking, we do have two options. Let me just copy these and throw it down here also. So we have option 1. I want to start with option 1. This is the thing that we will use mostly in this course. And we also do have option 2 that is generally speaking a little bit simpler. But option 1 at least right now works a tiny bit more reliable. Let's talk about option 1. The first thing as somebody speaks is that we need to make a transcript out of our speech. And in order to convert our spoken word into text, we use a speech to text model. So basically you tell words and these words will go into written words. You can think of it just like this. If you come into ChatGPT, you press right here and then you start telling your words will actually get into written text. And here you can see it, this is basically a speech to text model. And we use this text next to work with our brain. So your words will be text and the text gets sent into an LLM. And this LLM can be whatever. It can come from OpenAI, so it can be a ChatGPT model, it can come from Anthropic, from Google, from Mistral, from Gemini, whatever. So basically, your words get into text, the text comes into the AI model, the AI model is smart and can answer, but it can also do function calling if we tell it. So it can send mails, it can check databases and a lot more. Then the output will be, of course, once again, text. But you want to have speech once again. So what we need to do is, we need to translate these words once again into speech. And we do this, of course, with a different AI model. And here we use not a speech to text model, but a text to speech model. So basically what happens is, as soon as your AI model generates the answer into text, a text-to-speech model will simply read it out loud. So at the end, basically, there's something like a human that will also talk, and it will simply talk back to this guy. And if you want to see all of this in action, you can come into ChatGPT, take a new chat and simply talk to it. Hey ChatGPT, tell me a little joke.
Sure, here's a quick one for you. Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus. Hopefully they got at least a little chuckle out of you.
So this is how all of this technology is working. And I want to come back once again briefly into this AI model. You already know it. This is an LLM and the LLM can use all of these tools. And in order to do function calls, we can use the model context protocol, we can use webhooks, we can simply communicate with APIs and with databases. We can also include direct technology. So especially the part of these tools will be really important in this section. And I already told you that we also have a second option here. And I want to tell you briefly what's the second option. The second option is basically to skip the speech to text. We will use an AI model that is multimodal, so that can basically also understand speech. And it will output also not text, so we can also skip the text to speech part. It will simply output words once again. So we absolutely have the possibility to use a model that can immediately talk back. The stuff with function calling still stays the same, but just the speech to text and the text to speech part, we can also skip this. And now you maybe think why I have showed you this first and why I am telling you that we will use mostly this. Because the first one is more reliable and it's cheaper. If you want to use a multimodal AI model that can understand speech and also talk back, you can simply come into the OpenAI playground and you press on audio. And here you find the real-time API. And this real-time API basically does what it's called. It does this stuff in the real time. It will make no transcript. But generally speaking, we will use mostly this technology because we do have more control over what models we are using in our entire pipeline, and it will be most likely also a lot cheaper. And also sometimes the function calling is more reliable if we do this step by step. Because yeah, with the real-time API, you have a little bit more errors in these LLMs. The first model that you need in process 1 is of course a speech-to-text model. And I need to tell you what's important on this model. Here speed matters, accuracy matters, and what's also really important is of course the price. So these are the 3 things that we need to keep in mind as soon as we talk about the speech-to-text model. To be honest, we need to keep all of these 3 things in mind every single time as soon as we use a model. And for speech to text, at the moment, DeepGram is a really great model. The models from 11 Labs are really great. And also, eventually, the models from Azure. And generally speaking, the faster a model, the lower the accuracy. So you always have trade-offs. But DeepGram does a really great job to balance all of this out. Then next we need the AI model. And on the AI model, it's especially important that this thing is fast and cheap. Because if this thing is gigantic, slow and expensive and maybe even has the test time compute, this will not work. So for the AI models, I like the models from OpenAI. Let's just call them OpenAI here. I also like the models from Google, but we need to have some special models. On OpenAI, I like the mini models. And on Gemini, I like the flash models. Because these models are a tiny bit smaller, they are extremely fast, but they are still reliable. And the coolest part is they are also really cheap. You can use GPT-4o mini, but you can also use GPT-5 mini. And if you use GPT-5, you should basically reduce the test time compute. The reasoning effort should be minimal for an AI voice application, because if you use here high, it takes like really long until you get your answers back. And lastly, we need a text-to-speech model. And here I do really think that 11 Labs has absolutely the best models. The 11 Labs models are really great. You can also try to use Azure, but generally speaking, 11 Labs is a bit better, and if you use OpenAI, also this can work. But, like I told you, generally speaking, 11 Labs is here state of the art. And then we also need to talk about this thing. If we use the real-time API, what's important here? Of course, the same thing. It should be fast, so the speed is important, it should be accurate, and it should not cost like a lot. If you come to OpenAI on audio and on real time, you can press create. If you basically scroll down, you find here a lot of different models that can do real time. And the best model right now is the GPT real time. And basically I would also recommend you to use the GPT real time. Yes, you have the 4o real time preview. You also have a GPT-4o mini real-time preview, but these models, yeah, they don't behave like they should behave. If you use the GPT real-time model, this works really great. This works without transcription. So this is basically speech to speech and the latency is really low. This is really fast. I just want to show you. Start session. Hello.
Hey there. Great to hear from you. How's it going? Anything fun or interesting on your mind today?
I'm just wondering how fast you can speak.
Oh, I can definitely pick up the pace. You want to hear me talk really fast? No problem. Let me show you what I've got. Ready?
Stop.
Here we
Even
go.
faster.
All right. Challenge accepted. Let's crank it up a notch. Listen closely. I can talk even faster, keeping everything crisp, clear, and full of energy.
So you see, it's really great. The quality is top notch. This thing also understands if you are laughing. If you do this, for example, with the first thing here, it's really hard for a transcription model to understand like your mood, how you sound. It's also hard to get emotions in this thing. So this is like the downfall of this approach, but this approach is a lot cheaper. The upside of this approach is, of course, it's really fast. It can also understand basically like feelings, if you want to call it this way. It can talk faster, it can talk slower, it can be a little bit disappointed or really happy. It understands if I am laughing, it understands my mood. So this is the cool thing about the real-time API, because it understands speech and doesn't have to look at the text. On text, of course, it's not possible to understand that I am laughing or that I am not happy, or it's also hard like to give specific instructions how this thing should behave. So this is of course the upside of these models, but right now I want to show you the downside. The downside is of course the cost. If we come to the GPT real-time API, you see that right now you have $4 in input and $16 in output. But I have to tell you something more interesting. If you look closely, if we talk about audio tokens, the input is $32 for 1 million token and the output is $64 for 1 million token. If we use, for example, the GPT-5 mini model, it costs 25 cents in input and $2 in output. And even if you add, of course, the costs of the other models, it's way cheaper than the real-time API. So you always need to find the right balance. You need to have speed, you need to have accuracy, and it needs to be relatively cheap. If we work with the first application, DeepGram and 11 Labs is really great for speech to text. Azure is okay. For the models, the mini models from OpenAI and the Flash models from Google. And for text to speech, I do think 11 Labs is state of the art. If you want to use the real-time API, The GPT real-time is right now the best thing that you can use, but this is a little bit more expensive. The other models, I don't love the other models because they make a lot of mistakes. Yes, they are cheaper, but this thing is simply state-of-the-art. This is a lot better. So of course it depends on your application, but generally speaking, you always need to balance accuracy, speed, and cost. And while we talk about the tech, obviously there are a lot of platforms out there. Retail AI, LiveKit, 11 Labs, and Vapi. These are 4 platforms that are really used a lot. I do love Vapi, 11 Labs, and also LiveKit. LiveKit is completely open source. These are my 3 favorite platforms, but obviously you can also work with retail. As soon as you understand something of these platforms, you will be able to work with everything. We will also work with LiveKit basically in the next video, because if you can work with LiveKit, you can work with everything, because in LiveKit you have to code, and platforms like Vapi are low code. So I do think you understand the whole tech world right now. In the next video we can start building, but before we do this, we need to talk just for a brief moment about the value. And as Warren Buffett says, price is what you pay and value is what you get. So the first part is obviously we need to talk about the price. And we do this as fast and easy as possible. In order to do this, I just want to show you this voice agent that I have live right now. This was a YouTube example. And this costs 11 cents per minute with a GPT-4o mini cluster. And if we basically do 11 cents times 60, this voice AI agent can basically talk to other people for $6.60 a minute. And I think I don't have to tell you that this is a lot cheaper than humans. So obviously the price is a lot lower than prices that we need to pay humans. If we build something for other people, they will pay less in API costs than they would pay to humans. And the value is also relatively high. Because this AI agents, if you find something that they can really do perfectly, they can also do basically the same thing as a human. Maybe not all the time, but they are a lot cheaper. You also need to think that this thing is never tired, it works all day long, and you only pay exactly the minutes that it is talking to other people. If you have, for example, a human that needs to call other people, obviously, you need to pay them per hour and not per minute that they talk. It obviously depends on the country where you are living in, but $6.60 an hour per minute that is talked, this is really cheap. I work here with euros because I live in Europe, but dollars is basically the same thing. A human would cost at least where I live, $20 an hour, but realistically, 30. And of course in this $30 an hour is some overhead included, because people get sick. You need to pay for their retirement, at least where I live. They need to pay taxes and so on. So obviously the people do not take home $30 an hour net. This is before taxes, and the employer has obviously to pay more than the employee gets at the end of the day. But between 20 to $30 is absolutely realistic. And then you have to factor in that this human will not talk all the minutes. Basically, most of the time they just talk half of the time. So it goes up to 60 if you want to compare apples to apples. And these people, they cannot work all day long. They need to go in vacation, so it can even go up more. You need to think for yourself, but I do think these prices are really cheap per hour. And the value is also somehow there, because these things can be really practical. If you create a voice AI agent that can, for example, shift a little bit of human labor to the AI, I do think that you can create something for a low price that delivers a lot of value. So all in all, I do think that we have learned a lot in this video. The goal is obviously to build an AI that people can talk with. The AI can do stuff and also talks back. The strength is especially like in customer support and similar things. The weakness, I think, is especially if it gets too complicated. The tech is that we talk to an AI model. A text-to-speech model will make the transcription. The AI model will do its thing with function calling. Then a text-to-speech model will make speech once again and talk back to the human. We can use platforms like Vapi, 11 Labs, LiveKit, Retail and similar things. And if we talk about value, they are a lot cheaper than humans, and still they can do some of the work from humans. Maybe not all of it, but at least some of it. And I'll see you obviously in the next video as soon as we start building. Just a quick info. The stuff that we are building with LiveKit over the next few videos, I obviously have a GitHub repo and you can look at the code. Generally speaking, I would recommend you once again to code this up yourself, to take a look at my code, eventually also copy everything like from hand so that you understand it better. But of course you can also copy my entire repo and simply run with it if you want to do this fast. It's a really simple project. We do have a agentworker.py, a readme, and the requirements. And here in the README you see that we have a really simple setup. Obviously for Linux or macOS and for Windows everything is included. The prerequisites are Python 3.9 or higher, then you need pip to install it, and eventually Git if you do want to copy this repo. Then here is everything that you need to do step by step. Here for Mac, and obviously also for Windows. I have Windows, that's why I will simply run these commands later. We can start everything with this thing right here. And then lastly some info. So in the requirements.txt we also install Rime and DeepGram. I will show you this in a minute. And these things are only necessary if you want to switch from the real-time API to the standard mode using transcribing models and text-to-speech models. So basically we will build a project with the real-time API, just so that you'll see that we can also use the real-time API. If we actually come up once again here on the agentworker.py, you see that inside of this code, everything is relatively simple. First we import some things, then we load the .env file with our API keys. And then you see this right here, we import only OpenAI and Tavus, and we do not import Rime and DeepGram, because we simply work with the real-time API. Also here on OpenAI you see that we use the real-time mode with the voice of Alloy. And then of course a Tavus persona ID, because we do create an AI avatar, and it should talk in English. But obviously you can change this code up a little bit. Like I told you, this is just an example. You need to make this perfect for you. Take a look at this repo, but please try to build something for yourself. Only then you learn a ton. You understand all the basics of voice AI agents. And in this video I want to give you an overview of LiveKit. LiveKit is actually a really cool platform because even OpenAI uses LiveKit in order to build their AI voice application. So if you are talking right here with ChatGPT, with this advanced voice mode, LiveKit works in the background. And we will build a fun project right here. The stuff that we are building in the next video is not really like a voice agent that you will call via phone. This will be a fun little project with an AI avatar. Because I do think you can actually learn a lot if we throw a few things together. And then obviously we will build normal voice agents that you can also reach by your phone. But first I need to give an overview of the LiveKit platform. Generally speaking, LiveKit is a gigantic application. You can build whatever you want, but you have to do it with a little bit of code. I just want to give you an overview of the interface itself. We take a small look at the GitHub repo. Here we actually have two. I want to show you a little bit of the documentation, and then I also want to show you that also other people are building stuff for LiveKit and you can immediately use it. And of course in the next video we will build something really cool together. The first thing that you should do is to eventually come to livekit.io. It's basically this web page and you can simply press start building. Here you need to make an account. You have to log in yourself with Google, with whatever you want. If we start on the left side, here you have the whole overview. You can try a sandbox. You can use the voice AI agent quick start. You can use the telephony integrations, and you can also find the SDK quick start. By pressing on one of these things, you can always immediately try these things out and you will be on the right link. Basically what you can do is, you can also make a video conference like in Zoom completely for free over LiveKit in a sandbox. So it's really great, this is a cool platform. Then you also find the bandwidth, the participants, the rooms and so on. Then on sessions, you can basically see the sessions that you already had. If you press on agents, you can actually see the agents that you have built. Right now we are in an empty canvas because I have some canvas down here, just wait for a minute. Then if you press on telephony, of course, you can monitor all your calls and you can go on to these configurations. You can include trunk IDs and a lot more. Then you have eagerness, the ingressness, once again the sandbox. If you want to run something in a sandbox, you have all the settings for the projects, the team members, the API keys, the webhooks. We will use this in the next video. Then you have the billing. If you actually want to use their cloud platform, you can also do this and it's relatively cheap, but we will work locally and completely for free. we will simply use this playground. Then you have the search and the support, and down here you can press on your user to give another name or email, and you can press on different avatars if you have already made some. I have a few avatars here that are working. And of course you can always press create new project. If you come back once again on this overview, you have right here the voice AI quick start. By pressing on these, you will be immediately in the live kit documentation, and they show you how you can use all of this. And it depends how you want to develop. You can use Python or Node.js. We will work over Python, but of course if you are a JavaScript developer you can also work with Node.js. This documentation is really great. And if you come back, of course, you are back once again in this interface. The same thing is also true for the telephone integration. You will find everything how you can integrate your numbers and a lot more. You will be always into this documentation on the right place. And you also find the whole SDK quick start, so you can also follow this. If you are a developer, you will most likely know what to do with this documentation, and if not, don't worry, I will guide you through all of this. We come back once again for a brief moment, because I want to show you that you have also a GitHub repo, and it has nearly 15,000 stars right now. And if you scroll down, you also get a lot of examples, you get example code and everything that you need. Here you can see all the features that work. You can even deploy over Docker if you want. You find the advanced features. Also here the documentation and the guide. If you basically press on these, you are in the standard documentation. So welcome to LiveKit, intro to LiveKit, AI agents, telephony, SDK and so on. You can always press on these things and read yourself through the whole documentation. And this is also something that I would recommend you to do if you are a developer, and if not, like I told you, please don't worry. We will do this step by step if you are overwhelmed right now. If you scroll down, you will also find the SDKs and the tools, so with what languages and how you can work, how to work over their SDKs, how to use it on Mac, on Linux, on Windows and so on. So this is a really great GitHub repo. Besides this repo, like I told you, always take a look at the documentation, and then you have actually another repo. You have the LiveKit agents repo, and this is a really fantastic repo because we get a lot of code that we can use if we want to build agents, and that's basically also what we will do. Most of the time we simply start with installing LiveKit, maybe also OpenAI and DeepGram, then you get some simple code, and we will use similar code for our replication. So generally speaking, if you are a developer, you will find a lot with these GitHub repos and with this documentation, and basically also in their whole platform. And if you already understand all of this, you can also search for GitHub repos that other people have made. For example, this thing right here, SVPno has a LiveKit assistant. And this LiveKit assistant is relatively cool. Basically what you can do is, you can film yourself, and the AI model can either look at your camera or at your screen, and it can do a little bit of consulting for you. So you can ask what's on your screen and so on. I have also built out something similar, and you can simply run this GitHub repo. You will find all the code here in the assistant.py. You can simply copy this repo, run all of it if you know what you are doing. And if you want to try this and you don't really know what you are doing, he has also a really great YouTube video where he explains everything. So I will not explain you his whole code because I do think he will do a better job than me in explaining his own code. So I will link, of course, also this video. I just want to tell you, if you find GitHub repos that are based or built over the LiveKit assistant, you can also use them. So long story short, you get a great overview by simply taking a look at the interface, at the documentation, at the 2 official GitHub repos from LiveKit itself, and maybe you can even find GitHub repos from other people. And in the next video we will actually build out something that is useful, and we will do it in code, and you can also copy my repo if you are overwhelmed. Please don't worry, this will be easier than you think. I promise you. You can simply copy my code and we will run something really cool. We also integrate basically an AI avatar, and you will have a lot of fun developing this thing. I'll see you of course in the next video. In this video we will build a voice application in Python, and we will also integrate an avatar. And I have to tell you right now, this is a project that I have already built in another course. But I do think this fits perfectly inside of this course. So we will build on top of a project that I have already built. So let's just get straight to work. So we need, of course, LiveKit. The GitHub repo from LiveKit can be used. Also, the documentation is practical. The LiveKit agents will be important, especially this part right here. We also need Tavus, and I will also link the documentation of Tavus because we will actually create such an AI avatar, and we use the Tavus API in order to do that. And you have also the possibility to include Rhyme, but just if you want to. You don't have to use Rhyme. I want to give you a lot of different options so that you can build whatever you want. Generally speaking, I have already built the entire GitHub repo. So let's just come back with this right here. So this is a small GitHub repo that I have created, and maybe you see this repo is in German. So what we will do is, of course, we will build everything from scratch once again. And I will give you, of course, the English translation. And then I will push everything to GitHub, and then you can also copy the repo or simply copy these files. You can do this however you like it. Now the first thing that you should do is, of course, to open up Cursor. So double click on it. In theory, you could also clone my repo right now, but what I would recommend you to do is to do this step by step so that you can learn a bit more. So make this small, actually create a new folder. I call this simply course right now, and then in Cursor we press File, Open Folder, and I use this course folder that is completely empty right now. And here we need to create all the files, and then we can run this code. The first thing that I want to do right now is to create a README. So I press with the right mouse button right here, and I want to create a new file. And I call this file readme.md. In order that you don't have to waste your time, I will translate my German text so that you can see what's going on in this markdown file. And here is the entire README. Of course, you can copy my entire README, just import it or clone the GitHub repo that we will push after this video, so please take your time, watch the whole video, and then you can apply. This is just the file so that you can see what we are doing. So this is basically the setup guide. This project uses Python with a virtual environment. The following steps describe the installation and execution for Linux or macOS and also Windows, of course. The prerequisites are Python 3.9 or newer. We have already installed the right thing here. Pip should be also installed, and Git is basically optional just if you want to clone the repo. Then the installation and execution guide. Here is the stuff that you need to run, but of course you can only run these things as soon as you have the code and the requirements.txt. So the next thing that we need to have is, of course, the code and the requirements. We start with the requirements. In order to make the requirements, you can either copy these or type requirements yourself, and we create a new file. So new file, and we name it requirements.txt. Now this time it's no longer a markdown file, but it's a normal text file. And here we need to include the stuff that we want to install. And I will show you what requirements we are using. In order to show you these, we come back once again to this GitHub repo. And we press this time, of course, on the requirements.txt. And on this requirements.txt, I have included the LiveKit agents. So we want to install the LiveKit agents. We will also include, of course, OpenAI, because we always need OpenAI. Then we also install Tavus, remember. Tavus is this thing right here that can make our AI avatar. And I have basically also included deepgram and rhyme. For our general code that we are using, it would not be necessarily needed. You know, the deepgram is basically the transcribing model, so we can make transcription. And we can also use rhyme as the speaking model instead of 11 labs. I just want to include a few things. We will use, first of all, of course, just the OpenAI API, and we will use the real-time API, so that you see that we can also build stuff with the real-time API. But if you like the standard way, with this cascade way, so first we make a transcript, then we use a text-to-speech model and so on, you can do this via deepgram and rhyme, and that's why I want to install everything here so that you can change your code if you want to. Then here is just the version, and then we also include python.env, and this simply means that we also need to make a env file in a minute. But first of all, we simply copy all of this, and we throw this in this requirement.txt file. And with this file we can install everything that we need. And next we need, of course, the code. And the code is also included in my repo. By pressing on the agent_worker.py, you will get all the code. And this code is like relatively easy. It's really short, to be honest. And this code builds basically on top on LiveKit/agents. Here you see this is the basic standard repo from LiveKit. And here you see a Tavos example. And on this Tavos example, you get basically the README, the agent worker. And this agent worker code is nearly the same code as we are using. It's a tiny bit different. I have made a few small minor changes, but mostly it's the same code. So in order to use this code, of course, we copy this whole raw file. We come back into Cursor, and what we need to make right now is of course a new file. But first, always check in the README what files you are using. The agent_worker.py, this is the thing that we run later. So it would make sense to make a file that is exactly called as this file. But you can call this however you want basically. So it should be a new file, and this should be called agent_worker.py, and .py of course stands for Python. Right now we have this new file, and in this file we need to include the code. And the code is of course this right here, so we copy this code, we include it, and right now I want to show you what this code is doing. We need to import logging, and we also import OS. Then we use from the .env the data. The .env is right now not included, but trust me, we will do this in a minute. Then we use the LiveKit agents, and we will import the agents, the agent session, the job context, the worker option, the worker type, and the CLI. And from the LiveKit plugins, we import OpenAI and Tavos. That's basically all that we need. Then we have a logger for the Tavos avatar example, and we also load the .env here. Then we have a async def, and you can also read these comments here. Connect to the LiveKit room before accessing local participant dependent features. We will do this in a minute, don't worry. Then the next important thing is that we always use an agent session, and in this agent session we use as the LLM provider the OpenAI real-time API, and the voice is called Alloy, but we can change this voice of course. I want to give you a brief look like what's the real-time API and how Alloy sounds. If you come to the OpenAI playground, if you press on it, you can actually come of course to audio, and on the real-time API you can do create for example, and then you can use the voice that you want. We use, for example, Alloy, and Alloy should basically sound something like this if we press right here play.
Hey, I'm Alloy. Not too loud, not too quiet, just the right balance. Smooth and steady like a cool breeze.
So this is basically the voice that we will use for our application, and if you like other voices like Martin.
Hi there, I'm Marin, your sunny voice of smiles.
Excuse me, Marin. You can simply change the name right here. Then we will use basically a persona ID from Tavos. I will show you this also in a minute. Then we give some agent instructions. For starting, it's simply talk to me. But yeah, you can make this a little bit more professional if you want. You can basically also include system prompts and a lot more. But I just want to keep this really simple. Of course, you can code with Cursor whatever you want. We just want to have something working relatively fast. Then of course we await Tavos, so we should simply wait for a small moment, and then the next instructions say hello to the user. Yeah, and that's basically it with this code. The next thing that you need is, maybe you guessed it right, the env file, because we need to load a .env file. In order to do that, we need to create one. So what you should do is to press new file, and this time you call it .env and you send it out. And in this .env you actually need to store all your API keys, and this is really important. You should never ever show other people what's inside of this .env file. And if you push something to GitHub, your .env file will never ever get pushed to GitHub. You should also never hard code your API keys directly in your code. Please store them secure, and you also see this right here. This is a file in .cursor ignore. This simply means that Cursor also doesn't look in this file, because here are your API keys, and you need to be cautious with your API keys, because if other people see your key, they can basically do whatever they want. So let's just create this .env file. And basically if we come back to the original LiveKit agent, to this thing right here, we also find here in this readme basically how a .env should look like. We need to have the tables configurations with the tables API key and the replica ID. Then we need to have the OpenAI credentials for all the models that we want to use. And we need to have the live kit configurations, of course. If you additionally work with RHYME, like you see here in these requirements, so with RHYME or with DeepGram, of course you also need to integrate the API keys from these two things. But like I told you, we will do this fast and easy. So what we are doing is, we simply copy this file, and we include it of course right here in our .env file, and right now it's our turn to type in here the right keys. We start of course with the tables API key. We come to tables, and if you have problems, take a look at the documentation, but this should be easy. On tables you simply press sign up for free, or if you already have an account, simply log yourself in. And here you basically also have a lot of options. I would recommend you to simply stick to this free plan, because this is more than enough for testing. Maybe like if you want to do special stuff you can also do upgrades, but I just would stick with this free plan for testing. Then you can press on these API keys basically. And on these API keys you press of course create new key, and we call this for example voice, and we create the API key. You can copy this key of course, then you press done. You come back to cursor, and here on tables API key you insert your API key, and the next thing that you need is the replica ID. So you come back of course once again to tables, you press on replica library, and on this replica library you can basically search through whatever replica you want. Of course you had also the option to create a replica, but if you want to do this most likely you need to pay. For testing this out, I would recommend you to stick to a free replica. These are the pro ones, so they are not for free, but down here you will actually find two things that are completely for free. It's either Mary or Olivia, and I do think Olivia is great. So we simply use Olivia. We press copy replica ID, and this replica ID must go of course into this field right here, so let's just include it. The next thing that you need is of course an OpenAI API key, and I hope that you already understand how you can make one. On the OpenAI API, on the platform, you simply come to API keys, you create a new one, and we call it like voice agent, create secret key, copy into cursor, and we use this thing of course right here. Let's include it, and this is always a gigantic key on OpenAI. And then we need to have the live kit configurations. In order to get these live kit configurations, you need to come of course to live kit. And then what I would recommend you to do is to press down here, and you should create a new project. And we call this project course, but call it however you want. You press create, and as soon as this is created, you still have to click on it. So you come back down, and then you press course, and right now you are in your project. As soon as you see it right here, course, overview, and so on, you are in the right project. You can also press here, go to project, but right now we are fine. And what you need to do right now is to create your API keys, so that we can connect on the right place. And for your API keys, you come to settings, API keys. Remember to be in your project, so course, and then you press create key, and you call this like course once again. It doesn't matter. Create key, and then you will actually get 3 different API keys. You will get a WebSocket URL, an API key, and an API secret, and down here you also see the LiveKit URL, the LiveKit API, and the LiveKit API secret. So what you should do is of course to create the API key, then come back to cursor, and on LiveKit API key, you use the API key. Next, we go on with the API secret. You copy this, you come back to cursor, and you include, of course, also the secret. And lastly, the LiveKit URL. You come back, and you will find the LiveKit URL exactly here. It starts with this and ends with that. So basically, you can also just copy this right here, and then you should be basically done. So copy this, back to cursor, and we include it here. So basically you have everything right now included. We have our .env file. here we have all our API keys. Then we have the agent worker.py. And this is simply the code that runs everything, that does all the magic for us. Then we have the README. The README tells us what we need to do, how all of it is working. And we have the requirements.txt in order to install everything. The next step that you should do is to come to the README and follow this README. The prerequisites, I hope you have already done this, and then we need to do the installation, of course. And because I have not Linux or Mac, we go straight to Windows. The first thing that we should do is Python m venv. So we will create a virtual environment with Python. So everything that you have to do is to press on this terminal. You use a new terminal, for example, and we start with this first command, Python /m venv, and you send it out, and then you will actually have your virtual environment. This takes a tiny bit, but you see it also here, your virtual environment is created. Next, you want to activate your virtual environment, and you do this by the second command. So ./venv/script/activate.ps1. Just throw this in and then it should work. And here you see everything is activated. The next thing is, of course, that we need to install all the requirements. Maybe you remember them from here. We want to install the OpenAI libraries and everything that we need. And you do this by copying these, also throw it in here and sending it out. And right now you will basically install a lot of things. But first I have to upgrade pip, just wait a moment. So update pip, once again install the requirements. And right now we are installing all the requirements and everything should work as soon as this is installed. Let's just make it smaller for a tiny moment. We come back to the README. Yeah, we have to wait for a minute. As soon as this is installed, we can also run this command. This command is like for downloading the files. Come on, we just do this. Let's just send this out. After you run the agent_worker.py download files, something like this will occur. So it simply downloads all the things that you need to have, for example the Tavos plugins and so on. And as soon as this is downloaded, you actually can run your last command. And always make sure, before you run stuff, to save it. So make sure that you come, of course, to your agent and save it. If you do not do this, this can make errors or it simply doesn't work. I have previously forgotten basically to save my worker.py file, and that's why I had to do this twice. Now the last thing is, of course, to run this agent. So we copy these, we throw it in, and we send it out. And our agent should basically connect right now with LiveKit. And in order to search for this thing, I will show you how you can find this. You need to come into a browser. Right now, at this minute, you will not find this thing like right here, but you have to go on this specific web page. You can type in agents, it's exactly this URL. agents-playground.livekit.io. You send this out, and here you can connect with your specific folder that you have made. For us, it's the LiveKit cloud, and we used the name course. If you are not sure, you can also come back here, and you see that you use this URL, so it's called course. And on this playground, you simply press course right now, and then connect to course.
Hola, ¿cómo te va?
Hey, why you do speak Spanish?
Claro, puedo hablar español si prefieres. ¿Te gustaría que sigamos en español?
I want to speak in English.
Of course, we can stick to English. What would you like to chat about?
Yeah, I'm just curious. Why are you talking to me?
I'm here to help with anything you might want to know or talk about. Whether you have questions, need information, or just want to have a conversation, I'm here for that. What's on your mind today?
That's great. I really like you.
Thanks. I'm glad to be helpful. What would you like to dive into?
So I want to disconnect right now. So you see, basically this thing is working, and right now you can always press connect. You wait for a tiny bit. Basically this thing should also listen right now. And as soon as this avatar is here, it will basically talk back, I think. Let's just see. Yeah, here you see it. Yes, right now it's talking back.
Ja, genau. Ich höre dir zu und antworte direkt. So können wir einfach hin und her sprechen.
You
Schön,
need
dass
to
es...
talk in English.
Got it. Switching to English now. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like to chat about.
Yeah, and if you wait, of course, you also get your video back, but let's just close this down for a tiny moment and we come back to this code, because I do think this is great, and here you can also see what's going on. From time to time you can have a small error, for example with connecting to LiveKit Davos or OpenAI or something similar, but normally this should work. But of course you have to give this a little bit of time. As soon as you start this, it takes a tiny bit. You saw like it started with Spanish, so you can come to this worker. You can also use these instructions to make this a little bit better. And of course you can also make an entire new folder and include prompts and do a lot of stuff, but I do think for playing right now this is more than enough. And if you want to customize this code, of course feel free to customize. You can include function calling, you can include whatever you want. And if you have problems, use vibe coding. You can simply ask Cursor how you can edit your code. And if you have even more problems, give Cursor a little bit of context by simply including the context here. You can use Grok Code Fast. This is a great coding model. You use add. You add, for example, some context here from the documentation. You press add new docs. And you include the docs, for example, from LiveKit. You can also include the docs from Davos, and then you can basically build out whatever you want. And if you do not want to use, for example, their real-time API with Aloe, of course, just switch. You can use Rhyme as the voice. You can use DeepGram as the transcriber model if you want to use the standard cascade building blocks. And you can of course also change the voice right here. You can change whatever you want. And what I want to do is, I want to connect once again for a tiny moment here. If we come once again to this LiveKit agent playground, we can simply connect to course.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Qué gusto saludarte.
Do you speak English?
Yes, I do speak English. How can I help you today?
Sprichst du auch Deutsch?
Ja, ich spreche auch Deutsch. Wie kann ich dir weiterhelfen?
Tu parla anche l'italiano?
Sì, parlo anche italiano. Dimmi pure come posso aiutarti.
Ich hablo anche español?
Sí, hablo español también. ¿En qué te gustaría que te ayude?
Penso voglio parlare in italiano adesso.
Perfetto, parliamo in italiano allora. Di cosa ti piacerebbe parlare?
I don't think that I like Italian that much. Please just keep it at English.
Of course, we can stick with English. What would you like to chat about?
I think I love you.
That's very sweet of you to say. I'm here to chat and help out with anything you'd like to talk about. What's on your mind today?
Do you have feelings also for me?
I don't have feelings in the way humans do, but I'm here to support you and have a friendly conversation. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to talk about or any questions you have.
Let's assume that you have feelings. Do you feel that I am special?
If I could have feelings, I'd say you're definitely special. Every person has unique qualities and experiences that make them one of a kind. So, tell me more about what makes you feel special or unique.
I don't know, you need to tell me this.
Got it. Well, from what I can tell so far, you're curious, open to conversation, and thoughtful. Those qualities definitely make you special. And I'm sure there's a lot more to you that makes you unique. What's something you enjoy or feel proud of?
And how about my languages? I talked in 4 different languages to you right now. Is that not impressive?
That's absolutely impressive. Being able to switch between 4 different languages like you just did shows not only intelligence, but also flexibility and a deep appreciation for different cultures. It's a wonderful skill that not everyone has.
Come on, right now it's enough. Don't do this to me.
I totally understand. Let's keep it simple and easygoing. What would you like to chat about next?
What is 2 plus 2?
2 plus 2 equals 4.
16 divided by 3.2.
16 divided by 3.2 is 5.
Are you sure about that?
You're right to double check. Let me correct that. 16 divided by 3.2 is actually 5. Thanks for asking for clarification.
What is like 21 times 21 times 2?
All right, first let's find 21 times 21, which equals 441. Now multiplying 441 by 2 gives us 882. So 21 times 21, then multiplied by 2 equals 882.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
I'm here as a helpful voice to chat with and answer your questions. Let me know how I can support you or what you'd like to talk about.
Okay, come on, like, right now it's enough here. If you don't want to talk with your agent any longer, I just want to show you how you can do this, of course. You can simply press Ctrl-C, so this button on your keyboard, and you combine it with Control. If you type in Ctrl-Z, you will actually stop the conversation, and this thing will occur. LiveKit agents shutting down. Boom. And then you can basically change this code however you want. I just want to show you a different voice. Right now we will no longer use Alloy. This time we will use Marine. So we will type in Marine. You also get auto-completion. Marley would also be a possibility, but I just want to work with Marlene right now. Then the instruction, talk to me, say hello to the user. Yeah, let's just leave this how it is. But you can make this also better. And how you can start this right now, of course, you already know it. The first thing that you need to do is, if you change something right here, you should save it. So Ctrl-S to save your worker. Then you can come simply back to this README, and you need to think for yourself what you have done. You have done everything. Everything is installed, you have your environment, you are in your environment right now, you just have to start it once again by typing in this thing right here, Python agent _ worker.py def. You simply throw this in and send it out, and then your agent will actually start once again. It will take a tiny moment, but boom, then you have it. Let's just see. You can also basically try to debug this locally or also use it on a local host, but of course then you need to create your own interface, and this is like a mess. That's why we use LiveKit, and of course once again this agent playground with course connect.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo te va hoy?
Hey, I just want to check your new voice right now, and please talk in English with me.
Sure, I can absolutely speak in English. How does my voice sound to you so far?
It sounds a little bit different than previous.
Got it. Thanks for letting me know. Sometimes small adjustments.
Disconnect. Back for one tiny bit. Ctrl-C to throw everything on the sidelines. Then you can change everything once again if you want to. Talk to me in English. Say hello to the user in English. And then we use this time a man.
Hey, I'm Ash. Always.
Hello?
Hey there, I'm Cedar, here to help you grow your idea.
Let's just use Cedar. Then we save it once again. And we start it once again. And we connect.
Hello, it's great to connect with you. How can I help today?
Oh yeah, it's really great. Right now you speak English and you have a voice like a man.
That's right. I'm here to chat in English, and I can use a voice that sounds more like a man's. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like to talk about.
Can you speak slower?
Of course. I can definitely speak slower.
Can you tell me a joke and then laugh?
Of course. Here's a light one for you. Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
Okay, right now it's enough, and the laughing was also a little bit like special. The lip sync was awful. You can also use here different colors, by the way. These colors are just the colors as soon as this thing is speaking, but generally speaking, you have a cool application right now. And you also saw by simply changing these prompts a tiny bit, let's just see. Here, this thing like in English and also this in English, you get a whole new experience. It talks every time English as soon as it starts, and you can play with all of this, just use a different voice. But I do think like Alloy is a lot nicer. So save this, then actually close this down once again, Control C. And I will play with this probably a tiny bit more, and then I will go to sleep, and I'll see you tomorrow in the next video. But I hope you get the point. Everything that you have to do is to simply copy my code. You can start with the README. Simply include exactly the README that I have made. You will find my GitHub repo, and of course I will remake this in English so that you can understand it. You will find the worker.py, the readme.md and the requirements.txt. You can actually copy all these files. Everything that you have to make is the .env file, and here you include exactly these things, and of course I will link you everything so that you can just copy these. And then you have to connect your API keys, of course. As soon as this is connected, don't forget to save every single file, and then you follow, of course, the README. If you have a Windows machine like me, you start with this command in order to create a virtual environment, then a new folder will occur. Next, of course, you will activate your virtual environment, then you will install the requirements, then you will download all the needed files, and lastly, you will simply run this and connect with this playground. And what you can do next is, of course, to use different stuff in this agent. Use a different voice, use different methods, include deep gram and rhyme instead of the real-time API. Just give Cursor some documentation and tell Cursor what you want to change. I will not show you every single possibility under the sun, because like there are endless possibilities. You can build whatever you want with this technique. So I would recommend you that you should simply having some fun with this. And I'll see you of course in the next video, because in this video you have learned how you can build everything. Just go into Cursor, copy the standard files, connect everything, and you are ready to rock. Maybe you ask yourself if you have more options to build cool and different stuff. Of course you have a lot of options. Just come to LiveKit, Agents, and here you can simply press on these examples and you will actually get a lot of really cool examples. Here on these examples you find the avatar agents, for example, and you can build an agent, for example, with a name. You get a README here and the worker, so you see what you need to use. These are basically the keys that you need to include, and you also get a lot of code that you can use. If you don't like this, you can use another agent like Pi or AudioWave or Hedra. Also Hedra is really cool. You get also here the code for the agent worker, for the avatar. So here you can basically use a picture as the avatar, and this works with lip sync on Hedra. Hedra is a tiny bit expensive, but you can give this a shot if you want. Then of course you have this Davos example that we built it a bit different. I think we built it also a little bit better. Then you have drive-through, front desk, and a lot more. If you press on one of these examples, you always get a lot of examples where you can look at. Front desk, you will always get a lot of really cool examples. Here you get some voice agent examples. Also with the model context protocol, maybe stuff with Llama index and RAG. If you use the README right here, you see what you need to install here. And if you come, of course, on the chatengine.py, you will get the code for these. So basically, you can build whatever you want. And you will also get some examples, I think, with stuff that works completely local. So you can also work with Ollama and use everything locally. You can use a local AI model for transcribing and also for text-to-speech, so the possibilities are completely endless. Everything that you have to do is to simply come to this GitHub repo, click a little bit through it, maybe find the right example for you, and if you have problems, come into Cursor, give Cursor the right documentation, and say Cursor what you want to change. You are a real vibe coder right now, and I do think you can build whatever you want. Maybe something that works completely local would be cool. Also, the model context protocol is included. You can even try to call n8n with different webhooks, with function calling. The possibilities, like I told you, are completely endless. You can build whatever you want, but I have to tell you the learning curve is here, of course, by far the steepest. Just let me know if I should include more examples or if we should go a little bit deeper into this topic, but I don't want to waste your time too much. I do think you can build whatever you want if you try it a little bit. Until now you saw the basics of LiveKit and we built something that was a little bit of fun. I do think we should build something right now that can eventually also go into production and that will deliver some value. In order to do that, I am a big friend to use a platform, like for example 11 Labs or Vapi. And that's why I want to give you an overview of both platforms. Both of these platforms are relatively similar, so I do think if you understand one, you also understand the other one. You can switch natively what you like most, you can also use retail, whatever you like, but I would generally recommend you to start out with either Vapi or 11 Labs because both of them work great. The first thing is obviously to make an account on both or just one, so just pick one of them. We will work with Vapi first, so you can simply sign up. But what I want to do is, I want to log in because I have already an account, so I open my dashboard. The same thing is true for 11 Labs, you can simply log in if you have an account and if not you can make one. If you start in Vapi, you will be in a free tier, at least first, and they give you also some credits. I do think that you get $10 completely for free. And here on the left side you will find an overview of everything. It's relatively intuitive. The first thing is an overview. Here you can see basically the calls that you had. This is an account that I don't use actively, I only use this in courses. Then you have assistants, and here you can basically see all the assistants that you have already built. Then down here you find squads, so you can also create some squads here. You will find tools. Here you can integrate, for example, the model context protocol, but you can also include like end calls, transfer calls if you want to include human in the loop, API requests, code nodes and a lot more. You can come on phone numbers, basically to integrate phone numbers so people can call your application and they can also do outbound, so inbound and outbound works. Here you do find the voice library. You can obviously choose a lot of different voices. We will use the voices from 11 Labs, but you can also use the voices from Vapi. Then you can export API keys if you want to trigger this via an API key. And down here on more, you will find workflows, outbound files and integrations and also customized sidebar. Lastly, you will find here, of course, test suites. If you want to test your applications, then the evals. You can run them, and also here on more you can customize your sidebar. And lastly, boards, call logs, chat logs and so on. You just need this. As soon as you have built something, you can observe it, you can track it and so on. So the first thing is obviously to come on assistants, and here you can press create an assistant, and you can either choose a template because here are a lot of templates included, for example for customer support, and if you press create assistant you will get a nice basic workflow. And also here you see that you have model, voice, transcriber, tools, analysis, compliance, and also advanced. On models, obviously, you can use different AI models. For example, a GPT-4o cluster, but I do like the mini cluster a little bit more. This also brings down latency and price, but in order to see this, you need to press publish. But before we do this, I want to show you that we do have a system prompt, and the system prompt is really important. That's why we will do a deep dive in the system prompts in the next video. If you scroll down a bit more, you can upload files. Here works direct technology, so you can give some knowledge here. You will find the voice configurations. Here I do like 11 Labs. Some additional configurations, the transcriber, all the tools that you want to include. You can run here also some evals and make summaries. And down here you find the advanced stuff like privacy, who should speaking first and so on. All of this is like relatively intuitive. And don't worry if you are overwhelmed, we will do this obviously step by step in the next video, because we create something really cool in the next video. I just want to give you an overview. Then the next thing is obviously in 11 Labs, because here the exact same thing is true. If you come here on agent platforms, you will have an interface that looks relatively similar. And you can either start with a blank template with a personal assistant or with a business agent. Let's just assume you want to have a business agent for education and training, lead qualification, and then you simply press create agent and give a stupid name, boom. Now once again you will have a really simple workflow. Basically everything is included. You can just Monitor your system prompt, you can include everything. Here you have agent, workflow, knowledge base, analysis, tools, tests, widget, security, and advanced. Like I told you, everything is here relatively intuitive. This was just a first glance to these platforms, and in the next video I want to talk specifically about the system prompt, because the system prompt is one of the most important things if we talk about these voice AI agents, because these applications are a little bit more complicated, and here you need to have like a really nailed down system prompt. So see you in the next video as soon as we talk about the system prompts, and this will be important no matter in what application you work. Even if you build something, for example with LiveKit in code, you need to give a really good system prompt if something should go into production, if you don't want to only play with these things. So pay attention to the next video. And then we will obviously build something, because yeah, like I told you, the interface is relatively self-explanatory. Let's talk about prompt engineering for voice AI agents. By the way, this is the documentation from 11 Labs, and this documentation is really great. I would strongly recommend you to save this link somewhere. Basically, I also give you this link, because 11 Labs will make updates all the time. But make no mistakes, these prompting guides, they don't only work for 11 Labs, they work for every single platform, LiveKit, Vapi, Retail, you name it. The concepts of prompt engineering are always the same, and that's why this is, at least how I see it, a prompt engineering masterclass for voice AI agents. So let's just dive straight into it. If you scroll a tiny bit down, they think that a good system prompt is structured in 6 building blocks. They think you should always start with the personality. It defines the agent's identity through name, traits, role, and relevant background. Then we should include the environment. Specifies communication context, channel, and situational factors. Then they tell us we should include the tone. Controls linguistic style, speech patterns, and conversational elements. The next thing after the tone is the goal. Establishes objectives that guide conversations toward meaningful outcomes. Next we have the guardrails. Set boundaries ensuring interactional remain appropriate and ethical. And lastly, the tools. It defines external capabilities the agent can access beyond conversations. And like I told you, I really love this specific structure. And here they tell us what we should include in every single point. We should always start with the personality. We should give an identity, for example a name. So you are Agent Joe, for example. Then we should give the core traits, then the exact role, and then the backstory. And here they give us 2 specific examples. One for an expressive agent personality, and the second one that is more task focused. If you press on the expensive one, you see you are Joe, a nurturing virtual wellness coach. You speak calmly and empathically, always validating the user's emotions. You guide them towards meaningfulness and so on. You can simply read this for yourself, and then you can compare it with a task-focused agent. The task-focused agent is, generally speaking, a tiny bit slower. Here we only tell friendly, solution-oriented, and so on. Then the next thing is the environment. And by the way, if you have a hard time to coming up with something for yourself, always make sure to copy these, so simply copy right here. Then you can come back into ChatGPT, paste it in, and simply tell something like this. I need to make a personality, and so on. And you describe what personality you want to make, and ChatGPT can help you craft you something relatively similar. Then 11 Labs uses right here. And simply see for yourself what you want to have. More expressive or more task-focused. Generally speaking, I do love task-focused agents. Then next, the environment. Here you should state the medium. So does it talk over the phone, via smart speakers, or in a noisy environment? You should include relevant context. So for example, the user could be frustrated, for example, if people only call if the system is down or something similar. And we should always avoid unnecessary scene setting. This is also important. Don't include stuff that is not needed. And you get 3 different examples. The first example for a website document environment, the second for a smart speaker environment, and the last one for a call center environment. Next is the tone, of course. And here you should include conversational elements. You can include filler words like got it, or actually, or you know, and something similar. You should include the text-to-speech capabilities. For example, how email addresses should be spelled, like john.smith@company.com, or something with phone numbers 555123 and so on. You can also include convert numbers into spoken forms, like 1999 is $19.99. This makes it easier, of course, for the agent to understand everything. NASA versus NASA. And the percent sign is of course also percent. This makes it easier because of course your agent will simply read out your words loud, and it works better if it can read actually text. Then the adaptability, for example on different emotional states and so on, and the user check-ins. You can include that your agent says from time to time, does this make sense, or something similar. And once again you get 3 different examples. For one time for a technical support specialist, then a supportive conversational guide tone, and lastly something for a documentation. And you can always read all of this for yourself to see exactly how you should format this. Then the next part is of course the goal. The goal defines what the agent aims to accomplish in each conversation. It decides basically the purpose, and you need to define this well. Priority and objective clearly state the main outcome your agent should achieve. Then the logical decision pathways. Here you can include all the steps and the flow, you should map it out. The user content framing. You should frame your goals always around helping the user rather than the business objectives. For example, instruct your agent to help the user successfully complete their purchase by guiding them through the product selection. And don't include stuff like increase sale conversation. You always need to think for yourself. Your goal is always to tell your AI agent to help users and not to help you, because it can eventually tell the people that it's there to increase sales, and that's not really cool if your agent tells the people, I'm only here that the business can make more money. Your agent should always be focused on helping the user. Then the decision logic, of course, you need to be precise here. And then eventually also the evaluation criteria and the data collection. And you get once again 3 different examples. For technical support, troubleshooting agent, customer support refund agent, and something for traveling. Then you scroll down once again. The guardrails. You can include content boundaries, error handling, persona maintenance, so it should never go out of its role, for example, and of course also the response constraints. And once again 2 different examples. And lastly, you should always include the tools. You need to include the available resources, the usage guidelines, the user visibility, the fallback strategies if it's needed, and the tool orchestrations. And you see how you can include this. Here once again for a documentation assistant. You simply write tools, then you have access to the following tools and so on, and then they start every time completely the same. They give the tool name, the exact tool name, and then they describe briefly when to use this tool and what this tool does. And they do this for every single tool exactly the same. The same thing is true for the customer support tool, this is always completely the same. So hashtag tools, you have access to the following tools. For example, the schedule callback. When users need specialist assistance, offer to schedule a callback at their convenience rather than transferring them immediately. So always the tool name and when and how to use the tool. And then you get a lot of example prompts, and they are really cool. You get once again 3 different example prompts, and here is the whole prompt included. It starts of course with the personality, and they give a really cool example. Then the environment with the really cool example. The tone with the example, the goal with all the examples, here we use numbers, and then the subpoints. And lastly, if you scroll down, the guardrails, and of course also the tools. And that's basically it. And what you could do is, you already know it, you can simply copy these, throw it into ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT, here I have a great example how to build my prompts and I need to build my prompt for XYZ. You should absolutely try this. And here you get, like I told you, 3 or 4 different examples, and you can simply look through them for yourself. Then once again a little bit about prompt formatting, of course. You should use clear sections. So structure your prompt with labeled sections, personality, environment, etc. You should prefer bulleted lists, so you need to break down instruction into digestible bullet points rather than dense paragraphs, and you should consider format markers. You already know it, you should use markdown, for example personality, environment, and so on. They also tell you that white space matters. Use line breaks to separate instructions and make your prompt more readable for both humans and the model. And you should be, of course, balanced and specific all in one. Be precise about critical behaviors, but avoid overwhelming detail focus on what actually matters for the interaction. So, of course, you need to be precise, short, and you should never ever include redundant stuff. Lastly, of course, as always, evaluate and iterate. But before you do this, if you are into 11 Labs, you can also use this stuff right here. Generate with AI. If you press on these, you can simply describe what you want to do. Customer support. This is like a really dumb system prompt with access to end call, for example. If you send this out, you actually get a system prompt. And here they include everything that you need. Personality, environment, tone, goal, guardrails, and also the tools. This is of course your first starting point, but this should work relatively nice. And then of course, as always, evaluate and iterate. Prompt engineering is always an iterative process. Implement this feedback loop to continually improve your AI agent. Configure evaluation criteria. Of course, you can also follow this link, open this up, and see this for yourself. They tell you everything how you can evaluate your prompts. The most important thing, at least for me, is always that you test this inside of your application. You need to talk with your AI agent to see how it actually performs. All these evaluations, yes, they are nice, yes, this works, but generally speaking, it's always better to talk to your assistant to see how it actually performs. And yes, you can also follow these guidelines right here. We will do this actually over the next videos. You should always track the response accuracy rate, the user sentiment scores, the completion rate, and the conversation length. Then you should analyze your failures. Where does the agent provide incorrect information? When does it fail to understand user intent? Which user input caused it to break character? And review transcripts where user satisfaction was low. This is also a bit critical. When does it break character? There will always be people out there that are able to jailbreak your model. We will talk about jailbreaking later. This simply means that a user can talk specific words so that your agent will simply spit out nonsense. This will be interesting as soon as we talk about this in more detail. For right now, you should not focus on this because, yeah, you can actually not do a lot about it. Just think about jailbreaks and prompt injections. This is a real risk for your agent to break character. We will take a closer look at the end of the course at jailbreaks. Then the targeted refinement. Of course, you should always make updates and check once again. And lastly, configure the data collection. Then you get an FAQ that you can basically read for yourself. And I do think, like I told you, this is a complete prompt engineering masterclass with a lot of really great examples. Just take a look at this, and in the next video we will actually build something, and we will also create a system prompt that will work great. I'll see you in the next one. In this video we will generate a voice AI agent, and we will use Vapi as a platform because it's relatively easy and cool, and of course you don't really have to code here in Vapi. Until now we coded with LiveKit, but I promise you with Vapi it will be easier, and we can include even more tools because it's really fast to do. The application that we built in this and over the next video will be for our restaurant. So basically people can call our voice AI agent. The voice AI agent is something like an employee for the restaurant, and it can make bookings, appointments, and it can see if people want to sit, for example, at this specific table or not. So let's just dive straight into it. In this video we will create the core functions of the assistant. So this means I want to start with a generic system prompt. We will try to use the right models, and we will include some knowledge. And the tools, we do them of course in the next video. So the first thing that I like to do is of course to come back into Vapi. And right now you need to think for yourself. Do you want to copy an already existing assistant or do you want to start from scratch? In order to do this a little bit faster, I simply copy this agent. So duplicate. The first thing is, of course, that we should give this another name. And I will call this, for example, let's just see, we do something special. We call this Flame and Flavor, because this is for a steakhouse and I do think Flame and Flavor is a great name. Then the next thing is, of course, we go down and try to use the right model providers. And I do think that at least for the first tests, OpenAI with the GPT-4o mini cluster is completely fine. Because this is fast, this is easy. If it's too damp, we will improve the model later. Then we need to have a first message. So let's just see what we are doing right here. Hello, this is AI assistant from Flame and Flavor. Are you interested in booking a table? And always press publish from time to time to save your progress. Or let's just call this, would you like to book a table? I do think this sounds a little bit better. Then the system prompt. And of course this is tricky. Right now I try to make a system prompt and I will show you what I have come up with. I do think I have a nice system prompt right now. You are a helpful professional assistant for the steakhouse Flame and Flavor. Your main task is to manage table reservation for guests and check existing reservations. Always think about what you want to accomplish. We already made a small mind map in the last video, and right now you need to think for yourself how you throw this into a system prompt. Of course, you can also try to give an example of a system prompt to ChatGPT and then describe what the new system prompt should do. I have done this a lot of times, so I do think I can come up with system prompts that somehow work at least from the get-go. Then after the role and goal, of course, some instructions. And we always use Markdown. Before making a reservation, always check if the table is available at the desired time. When taking a reservation, always ask for the name under which the table should be booked before confirming the reservation. Then some technical context. Communication takes place via text-to-speech. This is just like the standard thing that always works great. Use short, clear sentences and add pauses with periods. Then write out numbers in words. This is just so that the assistant speaks a little bit better, but we can also try to do this with numbers, especially if we book stuff, but let's just see if this works or not. Like I told you, we need to play with these things. Avoid special characters, brackets and slashes, because this is a mess. Then the behavior. Always wait for the transcribed responses of the caller before continuating. If something is unclear, ask the question, "Excuse me, could you please repeat that?" When you use a tool, first say, "One moment, I'm checking that." So this is also important so that the user doesn't feel like overwhelmed. And we can also write here maybe, "But use the tool instantly." Yeah, I do think this is fine. Then briefly mention the purpose of the tool use and the minimal required information. For example, date, time, number and guests. After each tool query or reservation action, summarize the result in 1 or 2 sentences and clearly decide whether to proceed or ask follow-up questions. This is also sentences that I like to include for stuff that should go into production, so that users always know what's going on. Then the style. Informative, clear and polite, speak in friendly and professional manner, keep responses concise, as this is a dialogue. Then the process, this right now is really important. Greet the caller and ask for the name and the reservation. Then wait for the response. Ask for the booking details, date and time. And here also an example. Then the number of guests. The special requests, such as a window seat. We will need to make, of course, our database later, but I do think we should include window seats and similar stuff. Then, use the tool mcp_tool_flame. Of course, we need to make this tool. We will do this in the next video. And we want to include in this tool, check table availability. So only check the status. If empty, everything is fine. So first we need to check. So we need to include 2 databases most likely, and we need to link them somehow together. Let's just see how we do this exactly in the next video. Then save reservations. You may only update rows, not add new ones. I am not entirely sure with this one. Maybe I will delete this one later. We need to check how this works perfectly. So yeah, let's just see how this works. Then, of course, confirm the reservation or offer up to 3 alternatives if the desired table is not available. And for general questions about the steakhouse and prices, use the steakhouse_Q q.txt to answer. By the way, I already made this. I just made something up completely with ChatGPT. Just some questions that people would ask most likely in a steakhouse. So for example, do you have window seats? Do I need to book in advance or can I drop by? What types of steak do you have on the menu? And how much does a T-bone steak cost? So just some generic examples. Of course, if you work for you or with a client, you need to train on the right data. This is an example. And of course, we need to include this. Then the response guidelines, dates should be formatted like this. 15th of January 2025. It's just the same format as we are using up here. I just want to check if this is working or not. Then make no more than 3 suggestions in case of book conflicts and always list the key reservation details, date and time, number of guests, table or seating requests. Next the context, current date and time, the same thing as we use always. Then the termination criteria, interrupt or ask for repetition if there are difficulties, and escalate to a human employee if uncertainties cannot be resolved. This is also really important, and we will do this also in later videos. I just want to include it immediately in the system prompt so that you see what application we will build. If the agent cannot proceed for whatever reason, the agent should be smart enough to give the call to another person, maybe to a real person. And lastly, the knowledge source is of course the steakhouse q.txt. So we press update. I do think we have a really nice system prompt. So we press publish. And because we already talked about our knowledge, we will simply include the knowledge. You press on select files, add a new file, and of course it's the steakhouse_q.txt. It needs to have exactly the same name as in your system prompt, and you press publish. Then the voice configurations. On these voice configurations I want to zoom in and give you a little bit more detail. I do think the best way to work inside of Vapi is actually not to use the voices from Vapi directly, but to go with 11 Labs, because 11 Labs is most of the time actually a little bit cheaper. You can also use custom voices and the quality is also better. You can either add a voice ID manually, and if you click on this you need to give here the voice ID. And if you actually log yourself into 11 Labs, you can come here on voices and you can search all the voices that you want, or you can create your own voice clone. Something that you can eventually do is to come here on this trending filters, and here you can type in what you need to use, for example, English, any accent, conversational, high quality, female, apply filters. And here is a voice that a lot of people are loving, Alexandra for example. Let's just see how this is working.
By repeating what students say, teachers can demonstrate that they are listening. By extending what students...
This is a perfect voice, so if you do think that you like this voice, you can simply copy the voice ID and you can throw it in here and boom, then you have Alexandra. And she's conversational and real. And by the way, Alexandra is so popular that you don't have to use her by voice ID. If you simply press here on these voices, you will also find a lot of different voices. But here, of course, you don't have really the filter that you can search through. So here you need to search for Alexandra right here in this way. Boom. So I do think Alexandra is great. Then here the model on itself. I would recommend you to use the default model, so the 11 Turbo version 2.5 works fine for me. Additional configurations, we simply leave them as they are. The transcriber model, we use DeepGram Nova 3 in English because this worked nice until now. Then the tools, these are all the tools that we don't need. We need to make a new tool later and include it, so publish and save it right now without tools. And everything else, we simply leave it as it is, at least for right now, because I do think we can improve this basically a lot. So this is our first step. We have created an assistant, we used the right models, we tried to come up with a good and nice system prompt, and we have also included our special knowledge. The first thing that I like to do right now is to test if the knowledge works, to test if it sounds like somehow okay. And then we need to go on. So we simply make 1 or 2 tests if the knowledge works, because it always makes sense to test while you are building. So test every single step on the way. So I open up this Steakhouse queue, press talk to assistant.
Hello, this is the AI assistant from Flame & Flavor. Would you like to book a table?
Yes, please, but first I do have some questions. Do you have window seats?
Yes, we do have window seats available. Would you like to request one when booking your table?
Are there parking spaces directly at the restaurant?
Yes, we have parking spaces available directly at the restaurant. Would you like to proceed with your reservation?
How much does a T-bone steak cost?
A T-bone steak starts at 39 euros, depending on its size and weight. Would you like to proceed with your table reservation?
Are side dishes freely selectable?
Yes, you can freely select your side dishes. Would you like to make a reservation now?
What side dishes do you offer? Do you have like fries or baked potatoes? I love salad.
We offer a variety of side dishes, including fries, baked potatoes, and fresh salads. Would you like to make a reservation now?
Do you serve fish as well?
Yes, we do serve fish dishes. Would you like to proceed with your reservation?
Can I just have a drink without eating?
Yes, you can come in for drinks without ordering food. Would you like to make a reservation for that?
Is the restaurant wheelchair accessible?
Yes, the restaurant is wheelchair accessible. Would you like to proceed with your reservation now?
Do you accept card payments?
Yes, we accept card payments. Would you like to make a reservation?
End call. You see, our assistant works at least right now perfectly. Every time it has to search the knowledge, it will search the knowledge. It makes a query. And then it has this into the context window and it can answer questions like really fast. So I have not cutted out anything here so that you can see how fast this thing is, because I do think this works great. And this thing always comes back into role really fast. It answers the question like really shortly. Yes, we have this. Yes, we do this. Do you want to book a table? Do you want to book a table? Our goal with such an application is, of course, to make the call as fast and smooth as possible. The goal is that people book a table and not talk with our assistant like for hours. So I do think until now everything works fine, and in the next video we will go on and include some tools. So see you of course in the next one. In this video we will install OpenWebUI. The thing that you see right here works locally on my machine, and this has a lot of things included. It's nearly the same as ChatGPT. You can do basically everything that you want, but everything is open source. You can even connect to n8n via webhooks. We will talk about this in a minute, but first we need to talk about the OpenWebUI basics. Of course we need to install it, you need to know the interface, and you need to know all the settings that you should take in order to work with this tool properly. And I also want to make this clear. You don't have to use this tool. I really love LM Studio. I also love anything LLM. I like Flowwise, I like n8n, I like a lot of tools, but OpenWebUI is still one of the tools. So if you think that you don't like LM Studio that much, you can work, for example, with this. This is just personal preference. If you think that you want to use Ollama, connect it to OpenWebUI and run your model in this interface instead of LM Studio, you can absolutely do this. The upside is, at least in my mind, the better UI experience. So this is like a really nice UI. But the downfall is the weaker integration of the model context protocol. So you need to think for yourself what you want to use. So right now let's just start with installing OpenWebUI so that you can use it locally on your machine. In order to work with OpenWebUI, you need to have Ollama installed. I hope you have already done this until now. Then the next thing that you need is also Docker Desktop. Also this should be running on your machine. That's why we can come on this GitHub repo, and on this GitHub repo we will find the open source code from OpenWebUI. You see that this thing has a lot of stars, so a lot of people really loving this tool. And if you scroll down, you can basically see that this thing also gets a lot of updates. For example, 4 days ago was the last update. This is really active. Here you also see how this thing is looking as soon as this is in action. And if you scroll down a tiny bit more, you see here the key features. The setup is really easy. It supports Ollama and it also supports CUDA if you tag it in the image. It also has an OpenAI API integration. This means you can also work with like OpenAI models if you want to. You can even link to LM Studio, Grok, Mistral, OpenRouter and more. This means you can also use APIs or even LM Studio If you like the LM Studio as a backend because it works a bit smoother than Ollama, you can absolutely do this. You can give permissions to different users and groups. It supports a lot of things. You can read this for yourself. Also Python with function calling is included. Also a small RAG application is included. Web search is included with a lot of different services. If you want to do image generation, you can also do this, and of course you can use pipelines. With these pipelines you can also connect via webhook to, for example, n8n. And down here they show you how you can install this. You can install it via Python and pip. So if you want to do this with code, it's absolutely possible and it's really easy. But what we want to do is we want to use it in Docker, because it makes it even easier, I do think. They also have a small tip that if you want to use Ollama with CUDA acceleration, they have the special commands here and we will take a look at this in a minute. So here you see basically all the commands that you need. If Ollama is on your computer, use this command. This will be like most likely the command that you want to use, because you have Ollama already installed. If Ollama is on a different server, you need to use this command and you need to give your Ollama base URL. So you can also trigger your Ollama if this is running on another URL. And if you want to run OpenWebUI with NVIDIA GPU support, so with CUDA, you can use this command. And if you go down like at the last things here, you see that you have CUDA included, just like they tell you right here. If you only want to use the OpenAI API, you also have a command, but I would not recommend you to use this. And you can also use bundled Ollama support. If you're only running on a CPU, you can also do this, but yeah, this does not work great and it's extremely slow. So what we use is, of course, this first command. Ollama is already installed, so you can simply copy this command, then you come in Docker, you simply open your terminal, and you throw this command in here, boom, and you send it out. And I have to tell you, I have already done this, and you see this, OpenWebUI is already running. I will try to find a video where I can show you like the setup a tiny bit. So what you would do is to simply include this command and then send this out. Something like this should appear, so some code will run, and then also on your machine OpenWebUI should be included. I simply pause this right now, because it is possible that this is also paused for you, and then you simply have to press play right here. And as soon as this thing is running, you see that we use here localhost 3000, but at the end of the day, we use the port 8080. So you can simply press on this link and OpenWebUI will open up. It will most likely not look like this. I will try, like I told you, to find a few pictures how it will look for you. This is here a picture from a video that I have made some time ago. You will find most likely a picture like this and you press down here on this button. Then you need to give a name, email address and password. Then you will get some information and you press OK. And then you will be most likely in an interface that looks just like the interface that I have showed you. Right now we are back at my standard interface. And because you have already included Ollama, you should be able to press on the left upper corner and use these models that you have already downloaded with Ollama. For example, this Qwen 3 8B model that I somehow like. And here you can make your first test. You can type in hey, you can send it out, and then Qwen 3 should answer. First it thinks, and then you get your answer back. So this seems to work. If these models are not included for you yet, you need to press down here on your name. You need to come on the admin panel, and here you will find a lot of settings. The settings that are important for you are these settings right here, obviously. And if you come on models, you need to give access to these models. And then you should be able to chat. So let me just walk you through this interface, because there are some settings that you need to understand. First, we start on the left side. Here you see OpenWebUI. You can close this down or you can open this up. This is just your sidebar. Then you find here new chat. You can press on this, obviously, to open up new chats. Then you can press search to search through chats that you have already made with OpenWebUI. Then you have notes, so you can simply save some notes right here. And you have workplaces. We will talk about these workplaces in a minute, because here you can add some knowledge. You also have folders, chats, and the stuff from today, and it is sorted by date right here. Let's just come back on new chat once again. Then if you come down on the left lower side, you can press on your name. And here you have settings, the archived chats. You have a playground, the admin panel, and you can sign out. The first thing is that you should go on settings. And on settings you will find all the standard settings. So you can search, but you can also go on general. On general you will find the theme. I would recommend you to leave this at dark or the system theme. Then the language that you want to use, the notification. Then you can also obviously include a system prompt. So you type in here what you want to do. Like you are a helpful assistant for XYZ, your goal is to do XYZ and so on. You already understand the system prompts. And if you want to use advanced parameters, you press here show. And you can give obviously all the advanced parameters. So you can stream the chat response, the default settings are here add on, but you can toggle this on and off if you want to. Function calling is add on. You have a seat included, like normally you should leave this, how these things are included, but if you want to do something special, you can absolutely do this. You can increase, for example, the top K, you already understand the top K. You can manipulate the top P. You can exclude, for example, the thinking budget if you don't like it. So here you have some special settings. Besides this, you have this interface. And on this interface, you can simply toggle on or off the stuff that you like or don't like. If you want to have everything in high contrast, you can press on it and you should be able to read it a bit better. So this is just like optical right here on this interface. Then you have these external tools. If you press on them, you can manage tool servers. In order to do this, you have to press right here, and we will take a closer look at tools in the next videos. Then you have personalization. So here you have some memory. This is just like experimental. This is the same feature as ChatGPT has included. You can eventually include this, and OpenWebAI will save your memories. You can also manage your memories, but this is a feature that I don't like yet because it seems that OpenWebAI saves stuff up that I don't want to save in these memories. So yeah, play with it if you want to. I would guess that this gets better over time. Then you have audio. And on audio you have speech to text settings and text to speech settings. The coolest thing is here that you have already included these things completely automatical. The speech to text engine is like not that great, but the text to speech thing is really good, and here you use Whisper. But obviously you can also try to use different models, but I would recommend you to also stick here with the default values. Then you have the data controls, so you can import chats for examples or delete chats. You have the account, here is some information stored for you, and you can even make API keys to call OpenWebAI from different applications, and you have these about settings. Here you just get some infos like on what settings you are and so on. But we can close this down. These are the standard settings. Besides these standard settings, you have here also this playground and the admin panel. If you press on the playground, you can give here a system instruction, you can type in here the message and you can run it. This is basically similar than the OpenAI playground, but obviously this is really limited. And you can also see the completions. So you have the chat and the completions like somehow like an API. This playground is not, it's not that great, I have to admit it. Besides this playground, we have the admin panel. And here are some settings that are like really useful. The first is users, so you can make groups and you can make roles, like you can be the admin of course right here, but you can also include different groups. If you want to set this up in your organization, you can give different groups different access to different models and so on. This could be practical. Then you have these evaluations, so you can evaluate different models against each other. Then you have the functions. Here you see that I have a n8n pipe included, so we can do function calling to different pipelines via webhooks. Like I told you, we will take a look at this in the next video. And we have all of the settings. And on the settings you have here the general settings. Normally I leave them how they are. We have the connections. So if you want to use the OpenAI API, you can also include it. And you can give an OpenAI API key. Here the OLAMA API is also included. Then you have the models. Here are the models that you are using right now. I just use the OLAMA models. Also here some evaluation. Then these external tools, the documents. Here on these documents, this is important because you can give chunk size and chunk overlap. If you want to build a RAG application, here is where you make the settings. We will talk about this also in a minute. Then you can include a web search. If you want to include a web search, you have to give an API key. We have the code execution, the interface, and also here once again the audio. And here you see that we use Whisper locally as the base model. You have images. On images, we use as the default settings the OpenAI API. Here you have to give the OpenAI API key, and then you make API calls to create pictures from OpenAI, but obviously this will not get rendered locally and you have to pay for these calls. And down here the pipelines once again and the database. If you come back once again here on chat, you have also in the right upper corner some settings. You can use temporary chat if you don't want to save your chat. Besides this, you have here these controls. These are the same controls that you also find in your settings. So you can set your system prompt also here, and you can give this special settings if you want to. And right here you have once again settings, archive chats, playground and so on. These are basically the same settings as you see down here, but here are some more options included. You can also go onto the documentation, onto the releases and onto the shortcuts. So if you want to read further, just press on it and you will be on the whole documentation from OpenWebUI and you will get a complete overview of this tool. Besides this, you can also come back once again and press on these shortcuts and see what you can do if you like to use shortcuts. I do think this was a great first look. In the next video I will show you how this thing works in action, and then we will use a webhook. In the last video you saw all the settings, and in this video I will show you some of the capabilities. The first thing that I want to show you is obviously that you can talk via whisper to this thing. So if you press here on dictate, you can tell your prompts. I just want to use this Quen model once again. If we press right here, can you tell me a small story, please? You see that the dictation works perfectly. The next thing that I want to show you is that you can also talk with an AI model, but I have to tell you this is like, yeah, it's somehow bad. You can press on voice mode and you can test this. Hello, can you say something back to me?
Hello. How can I assist you today? It here you they like to chat about technology, culture, daily life.
So you see, yes, it works, but it's not that great. Let's just put it this way. And of course, you already know it, you can try to tweak this in the settings. Take a voice that talks a little bit better in English. This was a German voice from me. But yeah, it's not perfect. Besides this, you have this right here, these integrations. And here you see that I have right now the web search included and a code interpreter. So if you press on these, you can basically use the code interpreter and you can run some Python code here. You can test this out if you want to. But what I want to show you is the web search, because in order to use this web search, you need to enable it. You already understand it, but we need to connect it to an API key basically. So you come on the admin panel, settings, web search. And what you need to do is, you need to give here an API key. The first thing is that you need to use the web search engine. And I used here the Brave Search, because I like the Brave Search API. And then you give the API key. So you can simply come, for example, on this Brave Search API. You need to make an account. I do think that you have to give your credit card, but you can absolutely start for free. Then you can log in. Here you need to come on API keys. You can create the API key. And you can basically give it here. And then you can search the web. So simply press on it and search the web if you like to, but you need to give your API key. Then the next thing that you can do is here press plus. And if you press plus, you can upload files, you can make captures, you can attach web pages, you can attach notes, you can attach knowledge, or you can reference chats. If you press on reference chats, you can basically reference the chats that you already made right here. If you attach knowledge, the RAG technology will work, but we have not included this yet. That's why I want to show you this in a minute. These notes, they are simply for you, so leave some notes if you want to. If you want to search a specific web page, give the URL right here. And if you want to upload files, you can totally do this and you can make summaries and so on. It's important to understand that if you upload files right here, this is not the RAG technology. You can simply ask something about this data that you have uploaded, but this will not be perfect. And that's why I want to show you the RAG technology next. So this is basically this attached knowledge. In order to get access to this attached knowledge, you have to come on the admin panel, you need to go to settings, and here you find the documents, as you already understand. And now you can include the things that you want to. You can include PDF extract images, so you can use OCR. If you press right here, also OCR is included. You can bypass embedding and retrieval, but we don't want to do this. So we want to have retrieval included. You use the chunk size. So for me right now it are 1000 chunks and the chunk overlap is at 100. As soon as this is set up perfectly for you, you can come on the left side on workplace. And here you come on knowledge. And on knowledge you press plus. You give this new knowledge base a name, like dog training, a description if you want to, it's private for me, create knowledge. And right here you can upload files of course. You can simply drag and drop the files here. For me it's this Doggo PDF, just as an example. And you see, this PDF will get right now embedded, and then we can query against it. And if I come on models and then back to knowledge, you see, boom, that my dog training collection is here included. I can also come on it and add new documents later if I want to, so that we have RAG really organized and included. Besides this, you can also use prompts. So if you want to include different prompts, you can import them so that you can use them here immediately. And you can also use different tools and import tools. But for us, it's right now the RAG technology important. If you use new chat right now, you can actually press plus, attach knowledge, and then we have this Doggo PDF and you can query against this Doggo PDF. This is relatively fine, so this knowledge is right now embedded, and this is how RAG works. I just want to walk you briefly through all of this because you already understand all these techniques. This is just about the interface so that you do everything right. And I'll see you in the next video as soon as I show you how you can set up this n8n pipe so that you can use this as a front end for n8n.